one more. You could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close
house.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. K, you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left. Oh! What HP left. I know it's
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends, and bienvenido a Sevilla. Welcome to Seville, Spain for our first special championship of the 2025 series here. I'm Lundberger, here alongside some master casters. We have Count Xevious, Koning Lionheart, and Inadequance. Now, this is the first special championship of the season, but it is not the first event that we have had going on so far. There have been quite a few already. Tell us a little bit about them.
Yeah, we have started off the season in Dortmund in Germany, of course, and then that was followed by Lille, if I remember correctly. So there were plenty of events that have crowned some new champions. Hey, Dortmund, Lille, actually correct. Then Gdansk following it up, LAAC, of course, and the next ones to come without taking anything away from the other ones that have passed. We are in Seville right now. The next one to follow up is Utrecht. Then Bologna is going to close out the European season. We're going to see NAIC in New Orleans, which is going to be the last tournament where you can get points to go to the World Championships in Anaheim.
That's right, from Dortmund to Anaheim. The journey for the championships has been long, has been grueling, but I think it is well worth it. And every step these trainers are taking along the way are getting them one step closer to that goal. And now here in Sevilla, we're about to see who will also be crowned a champion this weekend to join all of the other champions that we've seen so far.
Yep, the other champions we have had so far. This season has been really good because we had a lot of newcomers. We see Kazim winning his first championship. We see Boom coming for his very first regional and being crowned the regional champion. And some tried and tested battlers, Tonton Bateuse, PvP David, Icelandic Lapras, Padoman, and Nickname. And we are here in Sevilla trying to crown our next special event champion.
And of course, we're not just crowning event champions in Europe. They're in a parallel universe, let's say. There are also some event champions who have been competing, and that is also in the North America region.
As we can see here, our latest champion, Ilum, also won in Toronto, by the way. We see some great players who had some amazing runs in this meta, in this season so far on the other side of the pond. So, super excited what we see there, and of course we also have more events to come in North America.
Each of these regional champions have secured their spot for sure in Anaheim for the world competition, but they are not the only people who will be playing there. All of the competitors who have been playing, they're also giving a chance to win these championship points. And Martijn, I know you have a lot of championship points to begin with, so walk us through how you can compete and get a little bit more of these to be able to compete at Worlds.
Last season, the way to qualify for the World Championships, you had to accumulate a certain amount of championship points and reach a threshold to qualify. This season, however, you have to be in the top amount of players in a specific region to qualify for the World Championships, or directly qualify through winning a regional championship or special event as we have it here, or to be top 4 at an international championship. As you can see here, players on the left, players can win the amount of championship points that you see on the left here. The first place gets 350, second place gets 325, etc, etc. And on the right side, you can see the amount of players that qualified through championship points. And again, if you win the championship, you qualify directly. You don't need the championship points at all. And that way you also qualify for that coveted World Championship spot.
50 competitor spots here in Europe. So now you guys know the points, you know a bit about the competitors, but do you know the format that we're competing in? This is a show 6 pick 3, and if you don't quite know what that means, our good friend Speediest Chief 2 is going to help you out with a little bit more information.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Grey League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
So not only is the weather going to be heating up here in Spain, I think the competition is also going to be heating up. There are many players here in Europe who are competing for the coveted 50 spots. They're gaining those championship points, but let's see already what the leaderboard looks like, because I'm sure after this weekend there's going to be a bit of a shakeup to go along with it. Now, when we're looking at the leaderboards, we have to also remember that these golden tickets next to the names means that these players already have their automatic qualification for Worlds. So no matter where they drop on that board, they're still going to be able to make it.
I love the gold ticket animation when someone gets into a final or wins a tournament. But you can see Colin 6, the final boss, as always, on top of European competition. Tonton Bateuse following right after having a phenomenal season, almost top-cutting every single event he attended. Maybe he actually did top-cut every single one. I'm not too sure about that anymore, but I think it was 5 in a row. We have other trainers as well. Arceus Aurelius, Tomahawk Z, Swilus, 2nd place at EUYC, 2nd place at Birmingham, back-to-back in England. Very, very strong performances overall. And of course, on the 10th place in Adequance, also phenomenal trainer. Gotta love to see it.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know if he's getting a little bit shaky nowadays. No, just kidding. He has an auto qualification in 2 different components. If we're looking at this board, let's break it down even a little bit further, because not only are these trainers trying to play for these points, they want to make sure that they're also maybe getting a little bit of travel incentive to be able to compete at the world competition.
Yep, we have 2 tiers of travel awards, Tier 1 and Tier 2. I think the first 8 members are able to get the Tier 1 travel award, and for those things is what we see the competition really heating up, where more and more players try to gather more points. Tier 2, we have a lot of, we have one of our casters here as well, Inadequance, trying to get that Tier 2 travel award secure. We have Nessie Beaton, PvP David, Polosha, so on and so forth. These are great incentives to compete for, and all the more reason for you to come to these special championships.
Absolutely, and I know that we give Inadequance a lot of grief. Of course, it's all out of love, but I have to ask you, Martijn, because I know that you've been watching all of the different competitions. What are your thoughts about Atlanta? Because there was a competitor there that I think is making a lot of waves this season, who's maybe starting to etch his name into stone alongside yours.
Right before Toronto, Ilum had never won a championship before, even though he's been one of perhaps the most consistent trainer in the world. And now he's won them back-to-back, because the tournament before Atlanta that he competed in was Toronto. And here we see our top 3 trainers out of pocket, incredibly consistent player as well, but hasn't won a championship yet. Which, of course, winning a championship is tough on its own, but Out of Pocket is almost used to it. And then Ash, such a passionate player. I love seeing him play, and which a spicy team as well. Guzzlord and Shadow Primate. Now, do keep in mind the teams here that we see from these players are teams we're not likely to see at this event. And it is because of the introduction of Tinkaton. It will be the first appearance that we have here on the live broadcast. And we're going to see elements of the teams of these trainers. I think Claydol might take the #1 spot in Sevilla. That is my prediction, just because Tinkaton is such a dominant presence with its Steel and Fairy typing.
I mean, the meta is shifting, yes, just because of the onset of Tinkaton. But if you look at the team and the meta that happened in Atlanta, we will see, for example, Ilham's team can decently handle the Tinkaton as well. He has that Sandslash, he has the Claydol, and there's so much that this team can do. Same goes for the Pockets team as well. We have Claydol there against Sandslash. So Tinkaton, of course, it's coming in. It's going to be a big force in this meta, but I think players are already super prepared for it.
I think the meta shift will be pretty interesting. I know we've already discussed Tinkerton a little bit. Atlanta was one of the different metas. I think let's say it was the last one of that season. What do you think, Leo?
So I think that we're seeing Azumarill in the top spot again. Such an amazing Pokemon. I've heard people say that Tinkaton might take over the role of Azumarill. I personally disagree, but I'm of course open to change there. Claydol in the #2 spot. I've been playing this Pokemon for a while now. It is so good, and then followed up by Shadow Drapion, which is, let's be honest, it was the most dominant Pokemon in the last season. It's we've seen some decline, but it's also still a threat that you have to deal with, because even if you're playing the best Mud Slapper right now, which is Claydol, you get hit by super effective damage from both charge attacks, so that's still not the easiest of matchups.
One of my favorite things about these graphics is this is the top 12 Pokemon of day 1. So that means of all of the trainers, and I believe that was the largest regional competition, this was the meta. But if we go ahead and kind of narrow it down to those day 2 competitors, you see a little bit of shift in what people choose to bring. And I think that same thing will choose to be true here in Sevilla.
Yeah, one of the key changes that we see here is, like, you know, specific Pokemon like Furret, like Corviknight coming in, slowly creeping into the graph here. Corviknight was run by Ashton Tash, and it's such a good core breaker. If you look at the top used Pokemon, it's great against a Drapion, it's great against a Sableye, great against Sandslash, and a great matchup against Claydol. So these things kind of evolve with time, and
I think that there's one Pokemon, one specific one that hasn't been talked about too much, which might be one of the best Pokemon in there as well. Alolan Sandslash. It is so good, and with the release of Tinkaton, it might get even better, because if you're playing Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash versus Tinkaton, it just eats up a Tinkaton in the matchup. Nom nom nom.
The coverage of Alolan Sandslash is insane. I also think that we will see an increase of this Pokemon. The Steel defensive typing is so strong with so many resistances, but its true strength is in the offensive coverage. Shadow Claw, Ghost type coverage, Ice Punch, Ice type coverage, Drill Run, ground type coverage.
Oh yes.
You can hit pretty much everything in the meta for neutral damage.
Now I know yesterday we were chatting a little bit, and Inadequate, you said to everyone that you have a core breaker that you think that no one has recognized yet. Are you going to spill that secret sauce this weekend, or are you going to kind of keep your lips zipped until you end up competing?
I think that a Pokemon like Talonflame would be really good right now.
Boy.
Talonflame even into like Azumarill, because Feraligatr is almost nowhere to be seen anymore. That was one of the main threats that could tackle Talonflame, and Azumarill can actually lose the scenario where no shields are used against Talonflame, because you have Brave Bird, and flying is hardly resisted. It's only resisted by Alolan Sandslash, but you don't want to take Incinerate damage there.
That's very true. So, okay, if you're following along, let us know if you think Inadequate is going to be right. You want to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, and you're going to want to make sure that you are following the broadcast. So you're going to go to Pokemon.com/broadcast to see all of the events that will be coming up. And while you're at it, you're going to want to make sure that you're following the channels, because, of course, that's where all the action is going to be at. So you can check out the links below. And I would say that if you're going to go ahead and be watching, write a little special messages in the chat. We really like to see those. Now, we're going to get cooking. We're going to get ready. We're going to get ready to go. Is there any last thoughts by any of you guys before we get started?
I'm really looking forward to what happens when a Talonflame get locked into a Tinkaton.
Well, I think that's going to be a pretty tough time for Tinkaton, but I want to see if Tinkaton actually takes over the spot of Azumarill in the metagame, or if Azumarill will reign supreme once again.
I remember when we had a social media post with Tomahawk flying on a Talonflame. This time, I want to see Leo holding hands with an Alolan Sandslash. Get someone in chat make that happen, please. For me. That'd be great. Use #play Pokemon.
I would love that.
I would love that too. In the meantime, we're going to go get ready. We're going to set up the stage. We're going to get the battles in order. Check out what happened in Stockholm at the last European regional competition before we get started.
Hi trainers, I'm Tomahawk UK, and if you missed any of the action at the 2025 Stockholm Regional Championships, here's a quick recap just for you.
Pressing it, he's pressing it. Look at that play from Wither. He is Superman, and the Spirit Tomb is in the low column.
Take that, Azumarill.
The final shield off this match. Come through, but no. Alligator joins the fray. Fantastic adaptation.
He does hang on, and he takes the crown.
Stockholm was the first European regional of the Might and Mastery season, with many players utilising Pokémon never seen before in the Play Pokémon circuit. New entrants to the top of the field included Cradily, Lapras, Swalot, and even Claydol. With so many new Pokémon available to use, Stockholm was a spectacle to behold, both for new viewers as well as veterans of the game. It was almost impossible to predict the outcome of matches based on team composition alone, and the world could only watch and admire the calibre of gameplay on show. One major question going into the event was whether or not the old guard would still have a place in the meta following the Might and Mastery attack update. Some commentators were of the firm view that Azumarill's time in the spotlight was over. However, much of the player base disagreed, as Azumarill ranked second in day one usage alongside its longtime ally, Shadow Drapion. It quickly became clear that this dominant core from the previous season wasn't ready to bid farewell, with local prodigy PvP David taking Azumarill and Shadow Drapion all the way to the Stockholm Grand Finals. And for David, it was all about the journey. For the first time ever in a major Pokemon Go event, we watched a player go up against none other than his own father. This video game-esque storyline brought tears to our eyes, dubbed by David's father as a memory for life. And as David's Pangoro punished his opposition one after another, it began to look like his second title this year was on the cards. Enter Nickname, a champion of the ages, having won gold in his first ever regional event in Bremen 2022. Nickname has become almost a household brand amongst grassroots and Play Pokemon players alike. Having tasted victory in the past, Nickname knew it had been far too long since he last had his hands on a gold medal. Running a perfect blend of old and new, Nickname utilised a Guzzlord Swalot core to feast his way through the competition, knocking PvP David down into the loser's bracket before meeting him once more in the Stockholm Grand Finals. The advantage was in Nickname's hands, coming from the winner's side of the bracket, as well as having a heavy team composition advantage. And Nickname made absolutely no mistake in closing out his flawless tournament run. With a dominant 3-0 victory, Nickname rose to the occasion to become the 2025 Stockholm Regional Champion, not only earning himself a coveted gold medal, but also achieving yet another title for Pokemon Go's all-time hero, Azumarill. We know we'll see plenty more of Nickname in the Play Pokemon circuit. Can we say the same for Azumarill? Or might another Fairy-type Pokemon disrupt the status quo? Let's get straight back to the action to find out.
Thank you so much, Farid, for that recap. I was kind of hoping to see a wet Arceus Aurelius again, the gallon of water that was poured over him, that was just pure poetry. Huh?
I mean, I think that when he actually made that sort of comment, he should have said every single competition that Azumarill wins, and then we would have maybe more opportunities, because let's face it, I think Azumarill is here to stay.
Yeah. And I mean, I've already teasered that discussion earlier about Azumarill versus Tinkaton. What's your stance on that, Amanda?
I think that, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I said it once, Azumarill is here to stay. I think it will still be top meta. Tinkaton for sure has a lot of play, and we've seen it already quite a few times. If you're playing in the Go Battle League, I'm sure you've already faced off against quite a few of them. But its actual damage doesn't seem to be doing that much. You watch an Azumarill versus a Tinkaton, and it's a pretty long matchup.
Yeah, that is true. You have the play rough, which is at least neutral on, not even on both sides. Azumarill has a rather tough time winning that matchup. However, you can just soft lose this. Tinkaton doesn't have the most offensive pressure, and I think it is very much like Azumarill in the case that if you're playing a team soft to Tinkaton, it is going to probably come every game. However, that's not the worst thing ever, right? If you soft lose a matchup against this, or if it leaves with a little bit of energy, it's not going to put the most pressure on you. If you might be able to get a farm down if you bring in something like an Alolan Sandslash that doesn't really take too much damage from it. You might exit with a lot of energy, and if there's not a Talonflame in the back for your Sandslash, you might be golden there. So I think Tinkaton is something that you can play around a little bit.
I think the really fun things about these tournaments are the introduction of these new Pokemon and seeing how they kind of play against a different meta. And I think that it's been a lot different. What we see here this weekend is going to be so different than what we saw in Atlanta and also what we saw in Stockholm.
Yep, we have seen plenty of Shadow Sableye recently, especially in Atlanta, and I think that is a Pokemon that is going to decrease for a little bit at least. Can we see some Shadow Sableye here? Yep, actually from Dane we see one, but if we are comparing those Pokemon here, Lapras doesn't have the best time versus Tinkaton. Swalot actually, if the Tinkaton isn't running Bulldoze, wins the matchup in all even shields, even though everything is resisted. Azumarill is having some issues winning the matchup, Guzzlord, Annihilate as well, and there's only the Talonflame. So I think that Tinkaton is actually going to have a big impact on the metagame.
We don't see quite a few flying type Pokemon, but Inadequate's kind of talked about it earlier on. He thinks that a Talonflame is going to be a nice core breaker to what is the current meta. It was already, as you can see, on the team of the first and second place in Stockholm, and Nickname really coming back through the fray. This season he started out very strong, but this was his first win since 2022 in Bremen.
Yep, he beat Zaphimastix in the finals there. Zaphimastix later on went on to win the Malmö Regional Championships in 2023, I believe. So, very, very stacked community here, actually. And yeah, PvP David, of course, also the reigning Stuttgart Regional Champion with a nice Shadow Typhlosion and Annihilate, or I think Shadow Annihilate it was, core. So that was a very, very interesting offensive core. He likes his Incinerators.
I think both of these trainers who are in the first and second place are well known within the community, not just from the actual Play Pokemon circuit, but also from grassroots teams.
Yeah.
But what's really cool is that both of these trainers have had opportunities to shine this season, especially when we saw them face off against each other in the Grand Finals matchup.
Yep, and also don't take anything away from Dane in this one, bringing the Golai support, which was a very, very strong Pokemon in the, I want to say, in-between season, when we did not have the Pokemon with the new charge attacks that they've recently gotten in the Might and Mastery season. So Golai support was really, really strong there in the core with Steelix. Here you can see it taking out the Swalot and Azumarill, farming down the Claydol for the big W for Nickname. Azumarill making a big stance here for its name, saying, hey, I'm still winning tournaments.
Yeah, it came down to a mud slap versus Mudshot, and at the very end, Nickname able to pull through there, guaranteeing his spot at the World Championships in Anaheim, California. First place finishers all get that auto qualification, and we're going to see who's going to be our special event champion here this weekend as well.
Exactly, and we have a few suggestions on who you might want to watch out for, the players to watch for this event. We have thought about Pataman, Paulasha, and Strange Top. Absolutely Spanish domination here, perhaps, in Sevilla.
And we obviously know Pataman. He was our European International Champion this season, just in February. Paulasha, we call her the Queen of PvP. Look at her rank right now, 12. And even though Strange Top is, I mean, look at this, 37. That doesn't sound that low. It's automatically so far qualified for Worlds because the top 50 competitors in Europe does get that qualification. And I think that he's going to be looking to make a name for himself, climb up that leaderboard, potentially even take it all here in Seville.
I mean, I think we've seen a recent day 2 from him, so that's already a phenomenal performance right there. Paulasha, of course, 2 times regional champion so far, and Pataman, what can I say? The performance at EUIC that he actually won after being the regional of Gdansk winner of the last season. It was peak Pataman once again. So for some time after winning the tournament in Gdansk, I thought, okay, Pataman has won one tournament. He's still playing phenomenally, but not he doesn't quite have it in him to win this next tournament, because there were some slip-ups in some games. But then what he did at EUIC was just incredible. He pulled games out of his sleeve, out of nowhere. It was the most beautiful Pokemon Go I've ever seen in my entire life, and Pataman is just an absolute force.
Yeah, it was truly a masterclass by him there.
Yeah.
If you're looking at all the different plushies too that these 3 trainers are holding, it looks like only only one of them is pretty much viable right now in this current meta.
Niantic.
Yes, so that's obviously what Leo nailed it there. Definitely wasn't talking about the Lapras there on the end. But we will have kind of a little different caster predictions as well. Some Pokemon that we think might be making a splash here in Sevilla. Let's go ahead and take a look. Now, I mean, I know that Tinkerton is everywhere. I see it is on your list, but I have to say it like I say every time. Sableye is my Sable guy, and it's going to be on my list. It's been doing so well in the other tournaments, and even though it has a bad matchup against Tinkerton, I think it has a really decent matchup against a lot of the different meta, and I think we'll still see it here.
If you're taking a look at my Tinkerton's already swinging the hammer towards your Shadow Sableye, if we are looking Avi with a Ferret as well. I just love Ferret. The big problem for Ferret now is that Tinkerton is also very, very bad because everything is resisted. Shadow Sableye just at least has the Shadow Claw pressure there, and it's very, very spammy with those foul plays, but Ferret has a hard time versus Tinkerton. We might not see Tinkerton everywhere though. I also have a Shadow Swampert because it's a good answer to Tinkerton, also addresses some other threats in the meta. What I really like is the Corviknight of Count Xevious.
Yeah, I know that it noticed in Atlanta that it was on the top 12 usage of day 2. So I do think in the right hands, Pokemon like Corviknight or Pokemon like Shadow Primeape definitely have more play than for, you know, I think a lot of times when trainers are starting to pick out their teams, they want to pick things that are more meta, more safe picks that maybe have a little bit more bulk, or they know how to play them because the play style is a little more, not average, but what you would come to expect, while Pokemon like Primeape, like Corviknight, make it a bit more dynamic.
And then you add Pokemon to your team that are breaking the course of other trainers, and I think that all of us have been maybe a little overreactive towards Tinkerton being released now, because Talonflame, Shadow Typhlosion, Talonflame over there. So everyone is just throwing Incinerates at possible Tinkertons in the meta, even though some of the competitors might not even have one that they want to use yet.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell what will actually be viable here in Sevilla. Well, have to let us know in the chat. Do you guys think that Tinkerton is actually going to be everywhere? Before, just a full disclosure, we haven't seen the usage yet, so we don't know how many of these trainers are actually bringing it. If you're watching and saying, I don't even know how to get a Tinkerton, you have to be able to hatch those 7-kilometer eggs to be able to get it, and usually you want to be able to trade it with a friend.
I think I have to correct you. I think the 7-kilometer egg event might be over. It's now in 10-kilometer eggs.
It's in 10-kilometer eggs now. Don't listen to me.
Yeah, it's 10 kilometers now, but then you are getting some with a very high attack stat, I want to say. So rather trade those with a friend that you don't have the highest friendship level with, so you can get these low attack Tinkertons, which might be, or the low attack Tinkerton that could be a little bit more defensive, which might help you out in certain matchups.
And we talked about how maybe we're overcorrecting by using the different fire type Pokemon, but I do want to kind of emphasize that Shadow Typhlosion could be an interesting pick because of its really nice advantage over Pokemon like that. It can even be able to fight back against a lot of the water type Pokemon, being able to throw Thunder Punch. However, Claydol, Mudslappers are everywhere. We saw it really climbing the usage, and Adequance thinks it's going to be the top used Pokemon of this event, and that's some Pokemon that my fire type doesn't really want to see.
I want to say that Shadow Typhlosion wins versus Claydol if no shields are being used, and a Blast... Basically, Shadow Typhlosion always wins, except for maybe Drapion, because you get knocked out by an Aqua Tail. But if you get to Blast Burn anything, it is going to deal a lot of damage. I'm quite curious if the trainers in this special championship have decided to bring Shadow Typhlosion or the Talonflame, and I'm also quite curious to see which trainers are going to perform well, because we've also had some predictions for that, because we have made a caster fantasy draft once again, looking at the players that have registered for this tournament and picking our possible champs there. Amanda, who did you pick?
Well, obviously, if we're in Spain, if we're so
creative.
Yes, I mean, if you get a choice near the beginning, you have to go with Pataman. He is performed so well this season. He's in 3rd place on the leaderboard. But I also picked some other players here. We got Frika, a German trainer, and then we also have Kaufia, who got 3rd place at EUIC, a Belgian trainer, also someone that I've grown to know well over the time, and he's bringing some pretty interesting picks.
I want to say that my first pick was the Yellow Ripper, because he Yellow ripped me apart in a grassroots tournament. I got very swiftly 3-0'd by the Yellow Ripper, so I absolutely trust in his potential to win this tournament. Of course, we also have AKAX Rocha PT, so we have some Portuguese trainers here on my side, and Strange Top as well. When we're looking at Inadequates, we have Marco, Shiny, Andres, and Jux as well in there.
And if we look at Abipalasha, Status Dan, San Hudigo, take a look at this and we will keep an update throughout the event to see who will be, you know, the little caster fantasy draft winner. The ones who will be knocked out will be grayed out on the list, and we'll see by the end, you know, who it's going to be.
Yeah, and the one who won the most caster fantasy picks gets to play at the World Championships as well. No, I'm just kidding. It's just about bragging rights.
I think that might be me.
Actually, really? Because I have never won one of these.
Oh, really? I think I've won 2 so far this season. Back me up, chat. Back me up. I know I've won at least 1.
You're crazy, Amanda. That's very good predictions. But
well, you know what? You were talking about predictions, and on your caster predictions, you had Tinkerton. I know we've been going to Tinkertown here. We've been talking about it quite a bit, but we're really gonna hammer it home because we want a little bit more information for those trainers who aren't quite sure if they should be running it, what they should be running on it.
Yep. I'm gonna read this out because I love those. Tinkerton is here to swing its hammer at the meta. It's great defensive typing paired with decent bulk, makes it a threat to many popular cores, and that is absolutely true. We've seen the last teams that have performed well in Atlanta and in Stockholm, and they're all kind of core broken by Tinkerton. I would always bring Tinkerton against those teams, even though there might be a Talonflame on the team. If it is one of 6 Pokemon that is only good against Tinkerton, there might be a good chance that you can avoid this matchup.
Now the real question is, for a lot of trainers, I think, obviously you want that fast attack to be Fairy Wind, and you're going to be going with Play Rough as one of its charge attacks. The question is, do you want to be running Bulldoze or Heavy Slam as that secondary charge attack? And it really depends on your team and the coverage that you want to take.
I'm gonna make a statement here.
Make a statement, Larry.
I think even though in terms of damage to energy ratio, Bulldoze might not be the most efficient charge attack that we have in the game.
Go on.
It gives you a lot more coverage. Something like a Shadow Drapion or a Lowland Sandslash gets significantly better. You can flip some matchups if you get an early defense drop. I think it is much better because even though Heavy Slam is, I think, a better charge attack, which is not hard in terms of damage to energy than Bulldoze, offensive steel coverage, it doesn't really add too much. When was the last time you have seen someone run a steel type charge attack?
However, if everyone thinks that Tinkerton is going to be everywhere, running Heavy Slam is going to be better in those mirror matchups because of the fairy typing between the two of them. I think it's going to be doing a little bit more damage. Plus, I have seen the damage that Bulldoze has gone through. I'm sure we're going to see it throughout the tournament. It's not as much as you'd actually expect.
I think it's exactly as much as you expect. It's close to nothing. It just ramps up a little bit when you get those defense debuffs. But we're, I think, ready to soon go into the first game, and it's going to be Nopfon versus Sir Cruel Dad, and that's a team right there. That's a team. We have Jellicent.
We do have Jellicent. This is some interesting picks that we don't get to see so often, but you know what? We talked about Tinkerton. Nopfon on the left-hand side has brought it to his team. We'll have to see how it plays out against Cruel Dad. If Cruel Dad is going to be playing nice here, but also look, he's got a Grumpig on his team.
Yeah, but have you seen what Ferret does to the team of Cruel Dad? Because there is a Corsola, there is a Clodsire, which actually, funnily enough, in scenarios where shields are used, Ferret has the chance to go through this Pokemon and exit with a lot of HP and attack boost and energy. So it's actually a crazy matchup. We can see Nopfon's team once again, Claydol, Shadow Drapion, Talonflame, Ferret, Tinkerton with Bulldoze, and Azumarill. But I think the Ferret might have the potential to be a big star against this heavy Ghost-type team here.
Now this team is interesting. I'm very excited to see how it'll play out. Grumpig was one of the Pokemon that got an advantage here in this new meta, but we haven't really seen it as much in this Show 6 Pick 3. It's running Psywave as a fast attack, and then Dynamic Punch and Shadow Ball. Both of these heavy-hitting attacks that do quite a bit of damage to the whole meta, so it will be an interesting pick overall. I do agree that the rest of the team might struggle a bit against that Ferret, especially because that normal typing, the Ghosts really don't want much to do with it.
Yeah.
But the Shadow Abomasnow, we talked about Ice, we talked about a Alolan Sandslash. This is another Ice-type Pokemon that can also fight back against the Water-type Pokemon because of its grass coverage.
And I think Shadow Abomasnow has been a really nice core breaker recently. However, versus Tinkaton, you're having a little bit of a tough time there. Also, that's something interesting we haven't seen too much. It was usually, I don't even know why, because I don't know the exact matchups of the Pokemon. We have seen Shadow Abomasnow usually run Weather Ball Ice, just because I think it just does more damage and it's so much spammier. And the regular Abomasnow, that has a little bit more bulk to its name, 20% to be precise, was usually running Icy Wind, because you get more of those off in the process. Now we see a Shadow Abomasnow with Icy Wind.
And I think that one interesting thing is, do you risk bringing that Pokemon against a team that has a Fire type to its name?
And a Poison type and a Steel type. So I think that Abomasnow, no. I don't even think that Azumarill is that good of a matchup, because it takes one Energy Ball, your Shadow, so Play Rough would barely take you out. But we're going into the first game of the Special Championship of Seville, and we have Grumpig versus Tinkaton, which should be somewhat Tinkaton favored, because you're resisting those Psywaves, but they're also kind of doing damage here, huh?
I'll go ahead, just swing it away here. You see that giant hammer going for a charge attack first on Sir Cruel that side, going for that Shadow Ball, and it looks like Nopefon is going to let this go through. We'll see how much damage this does. Knocks it down a little bit past half, but there's so much energy on Nopfon's side. Now going for his first charge attack. We'll see if a shield is used on Cruel Dad's side.
I think Sir Cruel used the Shadow Ball after exactly 14 turns, which gave Nopfon an entire Ferrywind over, swapping out into the Shadow Drapion now, and now a heavy-hitting ground-type charge attack. It's going to be shielded up. Are we going to see the 50% defense debuff?
It is going to be super effective. You see that red shield? It does! You see the sparkles above the Drapion. That means that defense has fallen. Now Nopfon comes in with his own Drapion here, going for that Aqua Tail. That is the correct attack. It's going to be a little more energy efficient, and it looks like still no shield on Nopfon's side.
Kind of curious if the defense drop actually matters in this matchup, because I'm pretty sure that it's still gonna need 2 Aqua Tail to knock out the opposing Drapion here. This does more damage than before, but not even close to getting it into farm down range. But you're already 1 shield up on the side of Nopfon. You can farm up a lot more energy, or you just win this in the 0 shield scenario.
Going ahead, just letting his Drapion get down nice and low. He's at the Aqua Tail, going up 1 more. He doesn't want to get knocked out himself. Those poison stings don't do too much damage, but they would be enough at this point. He also doesn't want to give a lot of farm for any of the Pokemon coming in. Great play here. Aqua Tail's knocking out, not a lot of health left, and you can see he's actually clicking on that Tinkaton. Wants to immediately swap back out and try to use the Drapion later for a potential sacrificial swap. In comes the Clodsire, and in comes another Bulldoze.
The Grumpig has a full charge attack here now. Nopfon is going to see if it's going to be another debuff. The timer is not even close to being up. This could be a big farm down for Cruel Dad here. Another Bulldoze is being thrown. We have seen that it doesn't do a lot of damage. I think Cruel Dad wants the energy here.
Going for that energy. Look at this. Bulldoze goes through. Clodsire still in the green, but it does get another defense fall here. So that means the next one going through would be doing more damage.
Yeah.
Cruel Dad says that's about enough from you, Tinkerton. Stone Edge coming through. 2 Protect Shields once again. It looks like Nopfon is putting it all on the Furret.
And I like that play. I've said it times and times again. Trust the Furret, because Furret wins you the games that it needs to. An Earthquake is going to be thrown. There's 2 shields on the side of Nopfon. Decides to again, no shield. Nopfon is a shield keeper here. Goes for more Sucker Punches. It's going to. He knows that there's a charge attack on that Grumpig. So, we're actually going to try and farm down here.
Going ahead, has to use a shield at this point. Even though it is the Stone Edge, it would be able to knock out. And I like this play by Nopfon. He has that Drapion in the back just in case he ends up getting some sort of debuff. A combination play by Cruel Dad here, getting 1 shield, 2 shields immediately off of that Furret. But Furret has a lot of energy left on its side. Let's see what Nopfon can do here. Going for that Swift right into the Grumpig.
Almost at 100 energy. There's just 1 shield remaining for Cruel Dad. Here, is he going to use it? No. Trusts the Clodsire can withstand. Oh, we're going for the Trailblaze immediately, actually knowing that it's energy dry here. Wants to Sucker Punch down.
Trailblaze is going to boost the attack of the Furret. The real question is he going to be able to knock it out in time before the next Stone Edge is available? He's there. He is there. He's at the Sucker Punch. And guess what? It's over.
We trusted the Furret, and the Furret delivered a W for Nopfon here. It's a very, very strong Pokemon against the team of Cruel Dad. And we've seen Cruel Dad, you know, acknowledging that, right? Bringing that Clodsire that still doesn't have the best matchup, because you can kind of lose those hard. But I forgot what I wanted to say. He didn't bring those Ghost types. There was no Corsola, there was no Jellicent, there was just the Grumpig.
Right, I mean, I think there's a lot to fear. When you're looking at the team, since you have 6 Pokemon, but you can only bring 3 to a matchup, your best kind of offense is maybe, I don't know, in the case of Senior Cruel Dad, a good defense. For him, it's kind of difficult to be able to play around specific Pokemon because, again, when you have a Pokemon like a Talonflame on the team, that really can do quite a bit of damage to an Abomasnow. However, I mean, you can't really bring in your Ghost-type Pokemon, which would do a little bit better because of that Furret. So it's sort of a mind game, right? Of like, okay, which Pokemon can I bring, and what do I think my opponent is going to bring? Because maybe I want to shake it up and do something completely different.
You know, I kind of, in theory, like the team building of Cruel Dad saying, okay, there is Tinkaton now, probably everywhere, so maybe, perhaps, oh, that's a huge lead for Nopfon as well, bringing that Furret again. Oh, and now the Shadow Drapion, which is the only answer to the Furret, is already being baited out, and swapping Shadow Drapion into a Shadow Drapion is not always the best choice there.
The Shadow Drapion has been top of the meta for a reason, being able to just do what we call a chip and dip strategy here, and now coming in with Azumarill. Really, only the Poison Stings of the Shadow Drapion are going to be able to do a lot of damage because neither the Aqua Tail nor the Crunch is going to be doing much to the Azumarill. Going for the Crunch, which does have a chance to debuff, and I think at this point, going for another thing. First, if I don't succeed, try again.
Yep, those defense debuffs actually really matter because then the Poison Stings do so much more damage. But what I wanted to say earlier is that Cruel Dad decided to play a team that is super weak into Furret because he thought, hey, if Tinkaton is everywhere, people might not bring Furret anymore, but it is there in the first round. When you take a risk, sometimes it just doesn't pay off. It has won Nopfon the game one on its own, basically, and it's looking super threatening in the back against the Jellicent and a Galarian Corsola.
I do actually really love this play by Senior Cruel Dad here because coming in now to the Azumarill and just tanking a lot of that energy, is able to get all of this energy on the Jellicent to be able to do some damage back at whatever comes in. This Surf is going through, and though it's not going to be able to knock out the Drapion, you're going to see it does a lot of damage, and he's almost up to another one here.
Yep, the problem for Sir Cruel Dad now is that the Furret in the back is completely unchecked. I'm even surprised that we see a shield from Nopfon here, because the only real answer to Furret that can stop Furret is Shadow Drapion, and that one is unfortunately already knocked out here on good timing. Nopfon is going to throw a Crunch, goes unshielded, and now Cruel Dad is going to reveal the last Pokemon.
This is risky, and I think if you are Nopfon, you're going to be grinning when you see what comes into this here, because Corsola not only has a bad matchup against Furret, it's got a horrible matchup against Drapion as well, especially a Drapion with this much energy. Getting that Protect Shield here, recognizing that, okay, Corsola, it's you against the world, let's see what you can do, and Furret comes in, waves his little paws, and says hello.
Yep, look at this. Trailblazers are going to let those Sucker Punches deal even more damage. I like that Cruel Dad went for a big farm down against the Shadow Drapion until the timer of Nopfon was up, of course, but that was a nice win condition. If there was anything else in the back, it could have actually been really, really good for him, because a Talonflame gets knocked out by a Power Jam, and those Ghost-type charge attacks are good versus Claydol.
Yeah, Trailblaze just to boost the attack a little bit more. Now these Sucker Punches are doing quite a bit. Corsola is a very, very bulky Pokemon, but it doesn't really do well against normal types. Meanwhile, this Furret, just look at its happy little face, able to knock it out, able to take game number 2, and Nopfon continues on in the winner's side of the bracket here, but Senior Cruel Dad still has a chance on that loser side bracket.
Absolutely, and Nopfon, he just trusted the Furret. Furret just gave him 2 wins there. It was the perfect matchup for Furret. There was nothing on Cruel Dad's team that could stop it, except for maybe the Shadow Drapion, which was lured out immediately in the beginning of the battle. So that went really well for Nopfon there. I'm quite curious. I mean, I've had Furret on my caster prediction as well. Quite curious if it is going to succeed big time in this tournament, because that looked strong.
Well, it looks like it has been so far, both of these Spanish trainers here, and I just want to say, it's really cool to see, especially at these different special championships, and I know that sometimes people don't get a chance to go out as often, but having something in their actual region to go and compete at, we see a lot of faces that we don't necessarily get to see at other events that is well known. I'm really excited to see how a team like Senior Cruel Dad will continue to do in this tournament. A double elimination format does mean that he's been knocked down to the losers bracket, but he still has another chance to be able to go on, and I've seen it actually in our series before, losing round 1 and going on to win the championship series.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you can always still go to day 2 at least. That's like a still very big thing. Take me, for example, in Dortmund. I lost round 1 and then I lost the losers round 1 as well. But my opponent from losers round 1, Taraji Comics, made it to day 2. So there's always a chance.
Look at this. Not really. There is always a chance, but there's not a chance right now for Senior Cruel Dad, as that really Furret has really been the MVP for Not Fun in Game 1 and Game 2, finishing it out for him in both sets of this series.
I want to say that I really like the team building of Nopfon around the Furret, actually, because if you're looking at the team of Nopfon, it's playing Bulldoze Tinkaton, it's playing Azumarill, which soft loses to Tinkaton. He's playing Shadow Drapion, which usually should be Tinkaton, especially the Heavy Slam version. I think that the Bulldoze version you might have some issues with, but also Claydol and Talonflame. That is a team you don't really want to bring Tinkaton against, and I think that most trainers will think Furret is going to decline in usage because Tinkaton released, and then build very weak to a Furret, except for the Tinkaton. I don't think that I want to bring Tinkaton against this team, except for maybe in the situation where I don't have any other Furret answer. And that could open me up to be super vulnerable against a possible bad matchup of the Tinkaton. Yeah, thank you.
I love it when you get super vulnerable, Leo. Thank you for being open. He's a sentimental man. I think you're absolutely right. When you're team building, there are always some exceptions, right? You're saying, okay, I really hope that I don't face off against a Morpeko because 5 of my 6 are going to be weak against. I know that when I played in Birmingham, I had a team that was 5 times weak against a Dunsparce, and then, of course, I played against a Dunsparce user, and there's not much you can do. I think that was exactly it. When someone runs a Pokemon like a Furret that maybe you're not quite expecting, you have to play to the best of your abilities and hope that maybe you can get some alignment that you're looking for. Unfortunately for Senior Cruel Dad, wasn't able to do so in that first matchup, but we'll see how far Furret can take it.
Yeah, I was in Birmingham 6 times weak to Dunsparce, and I thought this was like a clever meta call, and then when you look at the team sheet and you see a Dunsparce, you immediately realize, hey, this was not a meta call, this was just lazy team building because I didn't want to find a solution for the Dunsparce problem that I had on my team. So yeah, that was a lesson I've learned the hard way as well.
I think the more you compete, the more lessons that you kind of learn and the more confident that you get in these battles. Nopefon is a battler who has been competing not only in this series, but also in some grassroots tournaments. He's really well known within this Show 6, Pick 3 kind of format. Very excited to see how he will do in the rest of this tournament, especially with an interesting team with some off-meta picks, but also some very current meta picks as well. We saw that Shadow Drapion, we saw Azumarill. We know that those two have basically been kings of the meta from now.
Best friends.
And I think that they're going to continue to be so.
Yeah, definitely. It's such a strong core. What even breaks it? What breaks the Azumarill and Drapion core? Swampert, I think.
Okay, fine, yeah.
Swampert with the Sludge, but even if you're playing regular Swampert and you have this super good move called Sludge, you're losing to Azumarill if you're not running the Shadow version.
Interesting call.
Right?
Good to know.
Actually, let's check out those teams. Marco Shai, I'm not sure if he's actually leading a game here or if that is just not updated
So we have gotten some word from production that there was a team registration error on the side of Kenny at the beginning, which gives him an automatic game or game loss to be able to continue using the Pokemon. We have our judges and staff going around making sure to check that everyone is running the correct teams. Let's go ahead and take a look at these teams because you kind of said it before. You weren't sure how Common Furret was going to be. I think I saw it on that team as well.
I want to say that this is not a team I would love to face in a tournament. It's looking really scary with this Amanda, Buzz, Wigglytuff core. That is very, very huge. And of course, also a Swalot in there, which makes your Azumarill very unsafe if this is a Pokemon that you want to use to address this core. After all, we also have the Cradily Clodsire with Sludge Bomb. Shadow Annihilate making a return as well. It's still a very strong Pokemon. And Shadow Feraligatr, which is a Pokemon that I really, really like right now.
I love playing that as well. We've seen it so many times being able to do well in past metas. Looks like it is coming back. It also looks like the right-hand side of this team here by Marco Shiny is the Shadow versions at 20% more damage, and the other ones are the ones that are kind of more bulky Pokemon that can do a little bit more damage. We see that Credilli running Rock Tomb, which gives an automatic attack debuff for the opponent.
Give me your best Feraligatr impression, now. Perfect.
That was good, right? That was good.
Feraligatr couldn't have done it any better.
I mean, everyone thought that Feraligatr was sitting behind the booth, I think.
Exactly. It's just here. And also a third. This is my third impression. Third, Mandibuzz. A lot of dark type coverage immediately. Gastrodon as well. Shoutouts to Lou the Pikachu. And there's another Feraligatr here, the non-shadow version that also has some applications in the metagame. Wigglytuff, of course, and Swalot. Swalot, I think, so far one of the biggest surprises to come out of the Might and Mastery season, because this Pokemon has made waves, and I think that after it won a tournament immediately on the team of Nickname, it's partially also a reason why the Alolan Sandslash has been rising in usage, because that's a matchup you really can't play with Swalot.
I love the Swalot. It was actually on one of my caster predictions, so very excited to see it here in the tournament. Very excited to see how Kenny will be playing with it. If you're looking at the two teams here, I mean, the Air/Slash Mandibuzz is going to be doing pretty decent against like that Shadow Annihilate, which is a powerhouse, something very difficult to get through. But do you even want to attempt to bring that against a team that has a Mandibuzz and a Wigglytuff on it? Are you just daring him to try to bring it, Kenny?
I'm not too sure about that, but I think that Swalot is looking really good. It has a very decent Shadow Dropion matchup, also depending on the appraise of the Swalot, but it looks good into basically everything on the team of Marco Shiny, so I expect Swalot to come every game here. Let's see if that's actually correct. Yep, there is a third versus Shadow Dropion, which is a good lead for Marco Shiny, and that's always a good sign if you're having a good lead and your opponent doesn't swap out. Oh wait, we see no Swift.
We don't see a Swift on. This is going to be interesting. Possibly the registration error, or maybe just some different kind of thinking from him here. Going for a crunch damage, and does get that defense fall, and it looks like still staying in it at this point, going for the Brick Break.
Oh yeah, Brick Break is going to deal not too much damage. Usually this attack helps with farming down Pokemon with fast attacks. However, oh wow, trying to go for a Mud Slap, a surprise Mud Slap down here, but Gastrodon is immediately answered by Azumarill, which is, I think, a very, very smart choice of Marco Shiny to not get this Azumarill on a possible Swallow.
Yeah, recognizing the play here, going for the Ice Beam. It's not going to be doing that much damage yet to that Gastrodon. Gastrodon does have a lot of energy, going for a Body Slam at this point. The Earth Power would be doing a lot more damage, but when there's two shields left in play, maybe Kenny is thinking that he's going to get the shield, and you know what? That was a really great bait. If you look back at this point, already had an Earth Power saying, okay, guess what? Try again.
Yep, and now Marco Shiny is like, okay, you get your energy off. I have much more fragile Pokemon in the back, so I don't need to protect this Azumarill even further. Azumarill getting out of this with a little bit of energy if the Gastrodon does not shield here. I think Kenny needs to put it all on the Swalot in this situation.
Yeah, I think that at this point you have to wonder, because it's not in actual Mudshot down range, right? So at this point, coming in now, a very aggressive swap by Marco Shiny with that Feraligatr. Charges up so quickly, going a little bit over at this point. One shield left on Marco Shiny's side, going for that Sludge, and no shield used. We're going to see that Feraligatr get down pretty low.
You could go into the Ferret here now and actually get some use out of that Pokemon as well. A charge attack priority tie here. Shadow Feraligatr, of course, wins this against the bulky piece of poison goo. The Swalot is going to get a Sludge off. Let's see, Marco Shiny decides to protect the Shadow Feraligatr here. Yes, of course, it's almost at another Hydro Cannon.
Going ahead, this Sludge going through. I love the animation of Swalot when it goes. It just basically screams its energy at the Pokemon here, getting a little bit more energy on Marco Shiny's side before releasing another Hydro Cannon and getting another shield off of Kenny's side here. We have to remember there's still some health left. There's still some energy on the Ferret. He will outpace to the next one. There's no Protect Shields, and a fantastic catch by Marco Shiny.
That was absolutely huge for Marco Shiny, because if the energy on the Swalot is used perfectly, it can basically take out every single Pokemon that he still has. Decides to give away the Azumarill there, because the energy on that Shadow Feraligatr is the only thing that can really deal a lot of damage to that Swalot, and he gets the Shadow boosted Hydro Cannon off into the Swalot.
This Feraligatr is looking mean, he's looking nasty, he's looking to cool off this Swalot, bringing it nice and low at this point. The real question is, will he be able to get to another attack? Banking the attack on the Swalot for later and able to Sucker Punch down, getting a little bit more energy, but Dropion comes back in and says, guess what? This should be enough to cool you off. The real question is, will the damage from the Swalot be enough to knock out that Dropion at this point? Will he be able to reach Ice Beam? He's got to throw!
Oh, he is throwing. He does the Poison Sting knockout. Actually should have thrown the Sludge immediately. Wanted to go for the Ice Beam. Realized there was too much damage from that Shadow Dropion. That is a big win for Marco Shiny. The team registration error made this at 1-0 immediately. And Marco Shiny takes down Kenny.
Marco Shiny, a Spanish trainer, also the top of Inadequence's list for the fantasy draft. Keep an eye on him during these because he is a player. He is someone to definitely contend with here in Sevilla.
Yeah, Marco Shiny, also a content creator, has taught me a lot of Spanish, by the way. I can say hola now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's muy bueno.
Well, exactly. But we have seen his team a little bit weak to Swallowed, actually, but he definitely made it work. Good use of the Shadow Feraligatr and, of course, also the Shadow Drapion, keeping the energy. This is something we've seen time and time again. Especially, I think, most memorable for me was the EOIC, actually, with Shadow Drapion. Getting energy somewhere, swapping out, maybe perhaps confusing your opponent a little bit, maybe hoping that they lose count at some point and then overwhelming with extra Aqua Tails, with crunches. I don't know what this is, but throwing energy left and right. Exactly. It's a Psywave Shadow Drapion, huh? Is that the new thing?
Well, it's got so many arms, I don't actually see where it would actually come from. Oh,
It's actually
yeah,
a cool one,
that's
right?
actually sort of fun.
But we've seen Shadow Drapion do well in this tournament already. It is still an amazing Pokemon, paired with Azumarill. Again, Azumarill catching a Sludge this game is also not something that you usually want to do. However, if your Azumarill is at this low HP and it is very energy dry, good choice.
I really like the way Marco Shiny kind of put together that team composition. He used two Pokemon that are very high offensively with that Feraligatr and that Drapion, just being able to spam off charge attacks after charge attacks there. They can't really take as many hits, but as you can see, if you're this low in energy or just low in health, you just have to have a lot of energy. This was the catch that we were talking about here, and then pairing it with a Pokemon like Azumarill that is a lot bulkier, that can be able to take a lot of these hits. And I think that Marcos just really played well with the energy that he had, and it was really hard for Kenny to overcome.
Definitely. The battles are already heating up. It gets really, really close. It was a Poison Sting farm down of Marco Shiny that eventually decided the game on a Swalot that already had a charge attack, but Kenny really wanted to go for that Ice Beam. Now, I think at this point, Islat should have maybe knocked out, but I'm also quite confused that the Poison Sting knocked out. I did not think that was gonna happen. So, heated battles already. In case you want to cool down already, we have a little teaser for the Community Day soon.
That's right, Community Day is going to be tomorrow at 6 o'clock your local time, and it's going to be, I like your little play there, cool down with the Vanilla Ice, and I don't know if you want to use it necessarily for PvP, but pay attention to this event because there are so many cool event bonuses that I am definitely going to be trying to take advantage of. 2 times catch candy, 2 times Candy XL chance. That is absolutely huge. We got 3-hour lures, we got 3-hour incenses, and you can do an extra special trade, which is pretty important.
Yep, and I can tell you that my mom is going to send me some snapshots of her buddy Pokemon Milotic right now with Vanillite popping up probably. So love you, Mom. And it gets Avalanche actually, which is a phenomenal charge attack. It's very comparable to Dynamic Punch, which made Grumpy really viable in PvP right now, so Avalanche might actually give Vanillix what it needs.
One of the main things that I love about the Community Days is the fact that it brings the, guess what, community together. We have a big community here in Sevilla, so very excited to see all the lures being like lured up for the entire time that we'll be at the event, all the event spawns that are going to be happening.
Apples.
And exactly, where that means, how do you like them apples that we're about to begin?
It's because you can now collect apples on the ground in Pokemon Go, and some of those are actually, I got one that was a Soul Rock, which confused me. Maybe that was just a Soul Rock that that's crazy. But you can also get Applin, a new grass and dragon type Pokemon. Don't use it versus Vanillux, but it is very, very strong actually. The Appleton has a decent bulk, and both of them had, actually, the other one is Flapple, I think the other evolution. They have good coverage.
Yeah, I think that it's obviously something that we cannot be using yet because once it's introduced to the game, it takes a little bit of time for it to be actually allowed into these tournaments, but that doesn't mean that it won't be viable. Sooner or later, collect all the apples that you can, and I'm really excited just to see how, if future events that we'll be able to see.
Yep, go apple picking.
Go. This guy, he's on a roll today.
Yeah, that's a very nice thing. I think this Pokemon might actually have some nice uses. Especially if it's not in the Open Great League, it's probably going to be in some of those cups because I think Dragon Breath and Fly is a very, very good coverage.
I mean, Dragon Breath is one of the most oppressive fast attacks that we have in the game. It's really interesting.
Give me your best Dragon Breath impression. I'm gonna do this to everyone. Perfect. Perfect.
I'm here all weekend, guys. No, literally, you're stuck with this. I'm here all weekend.
You can book it for birthday parties.
Okay, so enough about us, enough about the apples, more about the content here in Sevilla. What have you been noticing so far of the different teams? Because you had Furret high up on the caster predictions, and I have to admit, we've seen a lot of it so far. We've seen them on 2 of the teams, of the 2 that we've shown.
Yeah, I think I like those calls. When a new Pokemon is introduced that is going to make waves in the metagame, then you might actually want to play a team that is very, very strong against it, right? So that makes sense. That's the logical conclusion. But you can play one Pokemon that is rather weak to the new Pokemon, like the Furret is weak to Tinkaton, and then build your team around your opponent not wanting to play Tinkaton, because maybe it's the only answer to the Pokemon that you have, which is Furret. And if you trust in the Furret, it's gonna win you the games. And I think that's what we have seen in our first round from Nopfon. Furret was absolutely incredible, trailblazing, sucker punching, swifting. And I think it would have helped Kenny a lot more if it had Swift. Actually,
Sure.
maybe that was the team registration error, because Brick Break is a very, very strong attack. It increases, or I mean, it's not strong in terms of damage to energy ratio, but it decreases the defense of the opposing Pokemon. But you also have Trailblaze that boosts your Sucker Punch, which I think is even a little bit better. So I think the neutral Swift coverage, kind of good. Although it helps you with Tinkaton.
I think one of the big things for this is the fact that there are open team sheets. So realizing that there has Brick Break rather instead of Swift, kind of gave Marcos a little bit of chance to relax, saying, okay, I know that a Brick Break, even into a Drapion, is not going to be able to knock it out. While there might be a little bit of potential of a heavier hitting attack being able to do a lot more damage to it. But in case there was a Pokemon that really didn't benefit well from fighting type, like maybe if it's up against another Furret, having Brick Break couldn't necessarily be a bad idea, because then at this point, fighting type damage on a normal type Pokemon is going to be doing more, and at that point, even still, it's going to be, you know, a little bit heavier hitting.
But I think that's actually a very good point that you're making for the Furret mirror match, because for some Furret, double Swift plus Sucker Punches is enough for mine to, for example. But against most of the really defensive ones, you actually need a Trailblaze and a Swift. But I think double Brick Break should be enough, right?
Yeah, I think so too. No Furret to be found on these screens here, but we do see some interesting Pokemon. We've been talking a lot about Tinkerton. It is on both teams here, but paired with some pretty interesting picks on both sides here. We're seeing a Shadow Dusclops on the side of Jocks, as well as a Shadow Primeape.
Yeah, I'm very hyped about Shadow Dusclops because it was one of my favorite Pokemon to emerge from the Might and Mastery meta changes. I call mine Clopsy. This is a Shadow Dusclops. Shadow Primeape also is looking very, very interesting right now. It's good general Pokemon. The coverage of Close Combat and Rage Fist is so strong. Even Ice Beam on the Shadow Primeape is really, really strong. Might actually almost take out a Jumpluff. And it's covered by some bulk with Tinkaton, Shadow Jumpluff, and Lapras as well. Swampert also very, very nice. Not a Swampert that beats a Azumarill though.
Yeah, going for a regular instead of a Shadow Swampert, because there's quite a few Shadows on the team. One thing I also want to point out about Jocks' team here is if you notice the moveset of the Jumpluff, they're not running any grass type attacks to be able to hit back at the water type Pokemon, going for that Aerial Ace, which is a lower energy attack, and then Acrobatics, which hits very hard against the meta.
Yep. The good thing about the Jumpluff is in the matchup where you want to throw Energy Ball, most of the time the defensive typing is good enough against those water or ground types. You're having an edge, and Swampert, it does not KO with one sludge. Acrobatics from a Shadow Jumpluff, even though Shadow Jumpluff is really bulky, does so much damage. It's a really, really good Pokemon, even if you don't play the Energy Ball. And now we're going to see the Team of Angel player with Shadow Marowak, an addition that is coming back into the meta, maybe because of Tinkaton. We have the Shadow Drapion as well. Gliscopod is something that I like to see. Tinkaton again with Bulldoze, Cradley, and a Skull Bash Lapras.
That's going to be able to boost your defense of that Lapras, making it even bulkier than it already is. And I do like that Gliscopod as well. Maybe taking a page out of Dane WWW's book, recognizing how well it did in Stockholm and being able to bring it to this team as well. Aqua Jet and X-Scissor on that Gliscopod.
And I want to quote Tomahawk, I think.
I'm so cool and I have a lot of muscles.
that was
the quote.
Farid, is that you? Lapras is really, really strong, so people that have played Sparkling Area and Ice Beam before might now shift to Skull Bash to have this advantage in the mirror match or against Azumarill, because Lapras beats Azumarill, but if you have to go straight Sparkling Aria, it is not the greatest of all the matchups. If you're playing Skull Bash, you actually take 2 play roughs rather well, and you can get out, I think, with almost Sparkling Aria if you're throwing Skull Bash, 10,000 Psy Waves, and another Sparkling Aria. So that might be a very, very strong matchup here. I think Jox is also playing Skull Bash, though. It does make the matchup versus Jumpluff really iffy, though.
Yeah, it makes it a lot more difficult. One other thing I'd like to point out about Angelper's team is there's a lot of different dynamic things that can happen with the team here, because we have a possible crunch debuff that could go from that drop in there. We have a Skull Bash, which automatically boosts the defense of the Lapras, and the Credillia is also having Rock Tomb, which automatically lowers the attack of your opponent. So a lot of different things could be going on in this matchup from Angelper's side.
Yep, and then I'm trying to tinker together. Unintended. Tinker together a team here for Angelper, because Golisopod is, I think, surely a Pokemon. He doesn't have too many fast-paced Pokemon, actually, that he wants to use a lot in this tournament. Good versus Tinkaton. Decent versus the Lapras, even though you don't want... Actually, it's not that great versus Lapras, especially when it has Skull Bash. Another good matchup for that. Decent versus the Shadow Dusclops because of Shadow Claw. Should be decent versus the Shadow Primeape as well, even though you still don't want to take a close combat. Not that great versus Shadow Jumpluff, but kinda good versus the Swampert as well. So I think that Golisopod might have some use here. What do you think? What about Cradily, actually?
I think Credillia, definitely has some play. I think that, of course, we're going to see Shadow Dropion, because even though it has some iffy matchups, it has the potential to hit really hard against almost everything. We might even see it as a safe swap position there from Angelper, just because, again, we've seen it time and time again. We've seen it already so far in basically all of the matchups. Shadow Dropion here to stay, here to throw crunches and Aqua Tails, and we'll see what is going to be going on in game number 1 as we get kicked off here. We got the Lapras against the Swampert, and you know what? It's not that great of a matchup for either. Then the Sludge is going to be able to do a decent amount of damage, but an immediate pivot by Jox now, and met by that drop in that was looking like it was in that position, already throwing the crunch.
Yep, ideally you want the Shadow Jumpluff on that Skull Bash Lapras, of course. However, you're forcing shields now when you're running Acrobatics. This is one of the best matchups that Acrobatics has changed for the Jumpluff, especially the Shadow one, because you have to shield an Acrobatics, otherwise you get knocked out. Angelper is not taking that risk. Jox is going for that Acrobatics here, and now I think he probably gets his shield back, actually.
Going ahead, throwing another crunch. This would be able to knock out the Jumpluff at this range, and Jox uses that shield because he's absolutely, like you said, he's basically at that another Acrobatics, wants to throw it here, and now he has to make a decision if you're Angelper. Is this a bait? Do I want to use both shields in this mid matchup here? And it looks like he does it. This Acrobatic connects, knocks out the drop in, and Jox has gotten the alignment that he's looking for, but he immediately pivots out now into that Tinkerton.
Poison type, who Shadow Drapion loses to Shadow Jumpluff all of a sudden. I like the going for Acrobatics because it technically could have reached 2 Aerial Ace there. Jox is going to take that Sparkling Area very well on that Tinkerton. Tinkerton already at the play rough, and this is one of the chilled matchups for every Pokemon because you don't have to care about timing against Lapras.
Yep, going ahead now, throwing that play rough, not getting the last shield. Angelper recognizes that it has a lot of energy at this point. Going to go up for a little bit more. Great timing, throwing right before the next charge attack on Jox's side was available. Does Jox want to use the shield? No, he knows it's not enough to knock him out at this point, and he will be able to get off another attack. In comes the Golisopod, and in comes an interesting, what we would maybe call a bait here, but he gets the shield because the play rough would do so much damage.
That is so huge, especially for the Swampert in the back. If there is a defense debuff, there is not. If the debuff buff was there, I think Sludge would put it in farm down range here. We're taking 1 Aqua Jet on that Swampert because you can take it easily. I think you can't get farmed down here on the side of Jox. Is the shield advantage going to be enough for Jox to win this game?
Yeah, no shields on Angelper's side. Going to have to take this full front of the Sludge here, but this shouldn't be enough to knock out. The real question is going to be the energy management on the side. Jox does not have very much health left on any actually of his Pokemon, but he does have a shield. It looks like he is going to use it on that Swampert because Swampert has a ton of energy saved up. The real question is he going to be able to use it because that Lapras comes comes in. This is sort of a catch, but it might be able to also knock out the Lapras.
Are we going to see an undercharge? No. Is this going... No, there was no undercharge needed at all. Trying to farm down the sparkling area is going to connect here, and that is very huge for Angelper. There is going to be so much pressure from this Lapras. Lapras is oozing pressure right now with those Psy Waves. Now, can Jox get to another charge attack on any of the Pokemon to hit the Golisopod with it? We're going to try to attempt a farm down here with the Jumpluff. Jumpluff actually gets to the Aerial Ace, and Aerial Ace is super effective.
Aerial Ace is super effective. It is at the attack. No Protect Shields remaining. Jumpluff is this little flying ball going ahead, throwing its attack. Super effective damage, knocking out the Golisopod, giving Jox game number 1.
This nasty laugh of the Shadow Jumpluff. They're knocking out the Golisopod. Very well played by both trainers. You can just see that these special championships and regional championships are the top of competition in Europe, because those matches in winners round 2 already extremely exciting. So well played by both trainers.
And both well composure on this. I looked at Jox, taking some notes, recognizing, okay, now I know how my opponent likes to play things out. I would say that game number 1 between opponents, especially opponents who maybe haven't played against each other before, is an information gathering round. You do know the attacks that your opponent is using, but also you don't know, does my opponent like to immediately go for that heavier hitting charge attack, or are they using baits? If we saw Jox, he went straight for that acrobatics both times against the Drapion, and I think that's sort of what shifted the momentum in his favor in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. The no shield was very... I think that there was also a possibility to just definitely shield this and try to poison this thing down, because if it's an acrobatics, you get the full farm down. If it's an aerial ace, you take one aerial ace in the process, you're going to exit with a lot of energy. So that could have been another way to utilize the Shadow Drapion, because if it is an aerial ace that you're... No, that didn't make any sense anymore. The last part, scratch the last part, okay? Amanda, are you a trainer that likes to play one way in the first game and then differently in the other?
I mean, I don't want to give away too much of my competitive edge, question mark, but I will say that I am kind of a, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I think that a lot of times I have a decent read of what my opponent wants to do game 1, but then after game 1, that kind of goes completely out the window. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what they want to do. Are they going to switch it up? Are they going to try to do something similar? I think that a lot of times that's where the really good competitors have the edge, where they're like, they can kind of get inside the mind of their opponent, or they already have such a strong game plan for themselves that they're saying, okay, it doesn't even matter what they're going to do, because I recognize my strength, my utility, and I'm going to play to the best of my ability with it there.
This is also where team building comes into play, right?
Absolutely.
Because sometimes your team is so good for a meta, your call is so perfect that you can just rely on the strength of your team. That is a lead for Jox.
Talk about a perfect call here. Coming
in
with that Primate, coming and swapping a Shadow Drapion into it and going straight for a Rage Fist. This is an interesting play by Jox. He didn't even go up to a potential close combat, which would have maybe got Angelper to shield. But at this point now, the Rage Fist is boosting the attack of the Primate.
Yep. Oh, that's an Aqua Tail catch on the Lapras. That is so good for Jox. Has energy on the Primate. Takes away energy basically for free from the Shadow Drapion. And now the Lapras, it doesn't need to deal that much damage. I'm going to say this might be a full farm down here, because Cyber still deal 2 damage even though it's resisted.
Crunch coming through onto the Lapras at this point. Doesn't get the defense fall. There are 2 Protect Shields remaining. And like you said, I think he might go for... No, he recognizes he doesn't want to use a shield in this matchup, going ahead and taking out the Drapion. But this was a really interesting play by Jox there. The Lapras is kind of low, but it has some energy to boot. Cordelia's coming back in there, and now at this point he's going to be able to at least get to a Sparkling Aria, throwing right before attack is available.
A very good energy management by Jox. Of course, the Cradilly is going to exit this with a lot of energy.
You're going ahead, just continuing to build up a little bit here. Grassknot would be doing more damage, but a very interesting pivot play there. Coming into the Lapras, has a ton of energy on that Cradilly, but now met by the Jumpluff here. Acrobatics is going to be doing heavy hitting damage. He went for 2 of them in the first game, and Angelper is taking the bait here, as this is an aerial ace.
Yup, switching it up, going for the aerial ace here. Angelper is smiling because he also knows the Shadow Primate is looking so good into his entire team. He brought the Shadow Drapion, which already isn't a really winning matchup. He has the Lapras, which can farm down the Shadow Primate, so that's actually a quite decent one. And he has the Cradilly, so everything takes very, very efficient damage from the Shadow Primate over the course of this game.
Talk about being in a hard place here. Shielding up this because it would be doing quite a bit of damage, but at the same point, that Primeape has so much energy on its own side too, and now he has no protections remaining. This might be doing a decent amount of damage.
Wait a second. Jox still has 2 shields, right? That's an issue here because there is going to be a sparkling area. I like the attempt of the full farm down here, but Jox, he doesn't have the charge attack quite yet. I think now he might have, but you can just use your shields at some point as well. Go for this farm down here, perhaps, even though it might deal a lot of damage, but you can just, I think, build up to 2 Rage Fists here. Oh, goes for the close combat here.
Wow.
There's the swap going for the combo play on the side of Angel Per.
You see Jox nodding here because this is going to be knocking out that Credillion that had so much energy. I think he thought he was coming into a Rage Fist, but at this point, doesn't even matter. No more tapping on Angel Per's side.
Jox is going in for the huge play, anticipating the combo on the side of Angel Per, knowing that he's going to go for his win condition, has taken away 2 shields from him, goes for a close combat into the anticipated swap. I suppose that is high-level gameplay. Jox on his A game.
Cool as a cucumber, nodding there. He recognizes the strength of his team, running some interesting picks like that Shadow Primeape, Shadow Dusclops on the team. One thing I do also want to point out about Pokemon like the Shadow Primeape, we talked about it a little bit earlier on. Day 1 usage is maybe not as high, but Day 2 usage in the hands of the right competitors, the skilled competitors who really know what they're doing, such as like a Calfia at the EUIC as well. I mean, Shadow Primeape, as we saw in this, could put in so much work. That team of Angel Pers was basically 3 times weak to it, and Jox put on a show.
He put up a risk there, and if we've learned anything from watching Kaifia at EOIC, it is that even if Shadow Primeape doesn't come into play in the first game, it's always a threat to be reckoned with. Sometimes you lead your opponent into thinking that you won't bring a Pokemon, then you bring it, they don't anticipate it, they bring a team that doesn't do anything against it, and then look at this, Shadow Drapion, Lapras and Cradily. If you're facing a Shadow Primeape, which is energy is being handled very well, that's a very tough matchup. Then now we're seeing Jox giving the thumbs up here, ready to roll versus Angel Per. And that was a pivotal moment in the first game, as you've said before. The second acrobatics, that was no shield. Look at the HP. Bulky grass-type Jumpluff. Almost one-hit KOing a poison type.
Being able to do some heavy damage there. And in comes Jumpluff, was able to knock out the Drapion, was able to knock out the Golisopod and really win game number 1. Jox played fantastic there. Angel Per really played a lot of really good things too in these matchups. Game 2, he banked so much energy on that Credillion. He had some really nice plays, but that catch by Jox was also sort of like a nana boo-boo here to us, saying, okay, I know what you're going to do, and I'm going to negate it all.
Yep, saying, hey, I'm going to catch this when I am 1 away from the next charge attack is a very smart choice. It's a very common point when your opponent wants to maximize their energy, and then you can basically anticipate that and catch them. Some trainers like to try and catch 1 before or 2 before because of all of the mind games. This is where the information about the other trainer comes in handy as well. How does your opponent manage the energy? Are they perhaps waiting turns to prevent catches? You know, when you can versus a Primeape, for example, the Karate Chop takes 2 turns, which is 1 second in real time. So you can basically wait before you throw your charge attack to see if they lock themselves into the Karate Chop animation or if they try to swap out. If you anticipate that your opponent waits a turn, you can also wait a turn and hope that they don't recognize that you're waiting a turn and then go for a swap. And then you catch. So this is all about knowledge of your opponent or the proper anticipation. You have to have the gut feeling sometimes.
I know sometimes when people first tune in and they're watching, because obviously our game is so dynamic, it's so interesting to watch, but a lot of times people don't recognize the nuances and the actual skill and mind games that go on behind the tapping. Like you talked about, waiting a turn potentially, also knowing how much energy your opponent has swapped out with. One of the things that I like to notice as well is if you know who wins charge attack priority. So that means if you're throwing the charge attack at the exact same time, one Pokemon that has a higher attack will be able to throw its charge attack first. A lot of times, like Primeape is one of the fastest attacks in the game, so then it's going to be able to bank all the energy like Jox did and know that no matter what, I will be able to throw my charge attack first because I'm going to win that charge attack priority. You see that a lot in the high-level gameplay.
Yep, sometimes you don't only need to have it here, you also have to have it here. And you know who has it here? It is Jox. So let's go right over to the interview.
Thank you, Leo and Amanda. I'm here with the winner of our previous match. He also played at the World Championships. It is Jox. Congratulations, Jox, on that phenomenal win. I want to ask you a few questions about that battle that we just had there. First off, that close combat with the Primeape, I thought you didn't need to do that. Did you expect him to catch or something?
Yeah, so pretty much you can't really predict a catch versus a one-turn move. You can't really prevent it like Leo was mentioning on the broadcast. So it's kind of luck of the draw kind of deal. But I knew he had a lot of energy on the Credilli still, and I had to be aware of that. So fortunately, I was able to predict when he did try to snipe with the Credilli, and that close combat came in clutch.
It did, because you won there a swift 2-0. How did you come up with this team? Shadow Primeape in a Tinkaton meta?
Yeah, actually, it's the main reason why I have close combat that Tinkaton. Because if you actually look into it, the Fairy Winds, they are super effective, but they don't really add up that much. So Primeape can pretty much double up on close combat and one-shot the Tinkaton. So I felt like Primeape was a really good glass cannon of choice. There's also people running Ice Punch for the Jump Love match mainly, and it is a weakness for my team, but I felt like my team is quite bulky around Primeape, so the close combat would give it the best potential to sweep games for me.
I like the thought process that you have there. Ice Punch is really good for Jump Love, but it's a little bit of a different meta now. Jox, you have a pretty much of a gauntlet of a group here. Is there anyone, you're going to winners round 3 now, is there anyone you fear to face today?
I go into every tournament with the mentality that in order to win, I have to beat everyone. So it doesn't really matter who I face. Of course, there's the EUIC champion waiting for me, not in this round, but the one after if I do win. So that's going to be a fun matchup. But one game at a time, let's take care of business.
You don't sound like you're scared at all. You just want to have fun.
Yeah, I'm here having a good time. I'm here with my locals. We drove all the way from Portugal. Shout out to them. So mainly here for a good time, but of course also I want to win.
One more question. Are we going to see you compete at the World Championships again?
I am in the race. I am qualified for now, but as you know, on the new season, you always have to keep up doing tournaments because the CP adds up. So we'll see. I'll try to be on the race. If I really do well here, maybe I'll lock in a place on the World Championship.
I'd love to see you compete there another time. Is there anyone you would like to give a shout out?
There's too many people to thank, but if you ever supported me or give me encouraging words, being kind to me, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for caring about me.
All right, well, thank you so much, Jox. Good luck in the next rounds. We're going back to the battles.
What a kind guy, really nice words. We've swapped out Amanda, we made a combo play here. Now we have Consemius next to my side.
Yep, it's great to be here. It's been a while, but this special championship is up and running. We saw the Tinkerton coming in so early. It's exactly what we want to see here, but the good thing about this Pokemon is that it has so much coverage, has plenty of bulk to go around, kind of gives me Azumarill vibes, you know?
Yeah, and we've seen plenty of these players swap out Azumarill for Tinkaton. I've also seen some team sheets where you can see Azumarill and Tinkaton, which is very interesting. That's a very safe swappy team.
It's kind of a double fairy approach to it if you look at it, but they do different functions, and it's like having two Pokemon in your team that don't lose matchups for you. They're going to soft lose it. It's basically Azumarill's function. It's a little bit of a side grade, but I think Tinkaton is an upgrade to Azumarill.
I've heard that time and time again. I think that Azumarill, I mean, it's after Darmanitan, it's my favorite Pokemon. It's my number 2. So I think that Azumarill is cooler than Tinkaton.
I agree, cool. In a way. But every Pokemon has its place, and Tinkaton, I think, is here to stay.
Did you actually know that there is no Corviknight Taxi in Paldea? Because the Tinkaton used to throw rocks and hammer them into the sky to take to hit Corviknights because they don't like them.
Oh, wow. Why?
I don't know. But this is the reason why there is no Corviknight Taxi in Paldea.
Okay, that makes Hey, I did not know, but
That's my favorite fun fact about Tinkerton.
it's a good practice, you know, to swing those hammers, and the higher the taxi
It's
is,
like playing baseball.
yeah, absolutely, playing baseball with Corviknight.
Speaking of Corviknight, how's the meta looking, or how's the matchup looking for Corviknight versus Tinkerton actually?
I think it's a pretty good matchup, just because of the fact that Corviknight does have access to the fast attack Sand attack, and it adds up so fast with coverage with Ironhead as well, which is going to be neutral against because it's a part fairy type of Tinkerton as well. I think, honestly, I would like to see some Corviknights, but what I haven't seen so far is the Talonflames. Tinkerton has an obnoxious matchup against the Talonflame, and if looking at the Pokemon you might want to bring to counter Tinkerton, like Pokemon like Claydol, Pokemon like Marowak, or even, let's say, other ground type Pokemon. Talonflame has a great matchup, even against Alolan Sandslash. You do not want to see that incinerate.
You know, Claydol, I think, might be a kind of a core breaker still for Tinkerton, and Talonflame, although it might be iffy in some scenarios, but those Rock Tombs definitely help. Or I think if there's at some point a Brave Bird connecting, ouchie.
Is there any, in your opinion, is there any viability for running Flame Charge in this meta? Of course, if you're ever locked in against the Tinkerton, you ramp up so much energy, and you have Flame Charge Fly, that completely changes a lot of back-end matchups.
But I think that you wall Tinkerton so well with the Talonflame, because you resist everything, I think you actually want to try and attempt a farm down.
Yeah, you think you want to try and
I think you want to. Well, we're going to make so many puns with Tinkerton. I love it already.
Absolutely. But the opinion, but my thinking way is that if you land a Flame Charge and potentially farm it down, whatever comes after is gonna take a lot of damage. Of course, a boosted Fly is nothing to scoff at.
Yep, definitely. So you might see those at your local tournaments as well, which we have some things to show you about, because I have attended plenty of locals in my area and also in the Netherlands and Belgium. It's always a blast to meet up the community there, have some nice battles and gain some CP.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
All right, so if you guys want to find where to compete in your locality, you can scan this QR code and it will show you where the next upcoming tournaments are as well. That's a great opportunity for you to go test out your mettle against top battlers, because these top battlers are going to be there for those CP points.
Yeah, we now have locals in Dortmund actually, which is very close to where I live. I go there regularly with players like Stone Collection, Zephymastics, the Lucar. So that's very nice. Come visit us and play against us, because it's always cool to have more players at those local tournaments. Enhance the community, play some PvP together, and afterwards perhaps have dinner.
Yeah, it's like you said. I mean, you go to a lot of locals, right? So what's your best experience from a local? Is it trying to win it, or is it the competing factor, or is it just the friendship factor of it all? Don't say all the above. That's not
okay, that's a tough one. So I think what I enjoy most about locals is because I'm a very competitive person, and I know I'm definitely not the best trainer in the world. I like to compete against trainers who have had way more success than me and who I think are way better players than me. So if I go to the Netherlands and I have a tournament where I can compete with Inadequans and Colin 6, for example, I've played them both in multiple tournaments not at the same time, but in the same tournament, you know what I mean. And those were always the best learning experience. I could take away a lot from that. Analyze, because you have to record your battles, right, in case there's anything happening to dispute it. Analyze those matchups afterwards, see what you can do better, and I think those are always the coolest moments for me, when I know, okay, I will either have great success and I'm going to be super happy about this, or I can learn some things from these games and see how I can avoid making those mistakes in the future.
It's like you said, you know, recording of the games and recording of the matches that you play is one of the best ways to self-reflect and improve. So step one would be get to places where you can play a lot more games. And then step two would be analyzing your own games. And then the last step would be looking at professional players, like really top contenders, and see what they could have done better. That's when you can bridge the gap kind of between where you are now and how to get to the top level of gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. And also, if you're looking at those trainers, those are most of the time the trainers that bring in those super successful spice picks as well, those creative teams, because they don't only have to focus on the teams, the Pokemon that they're really comfortable with, but they can look for those big meta breakers and bring them to tournaments like this. And yeah, bring the spice, make it work. And I want to give a quick shout out to your caster prediction picks, because you've also looked at some of the spice picks there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want to give a shout out to Fairfurt, because it's a great Pokemon. A lot of fast attack pressure. Yeah, trust the Ferret. A lot of fast attack pressure, can ramp its fast attacks with the help of Trailblaze. Then you have Corviknight, just a great Pokemon to have against a Tinkerton in this meta. Absolutely, that's gonna be one heck of a matchup to see. The one Pokemon that I'm really looking forward to is that Blastoise. Blastoise is a great play against Tinkerton and Tinkerton counters, because if you're running a Talonflame, you do not want to see a Blastoise. If you're running a Corviknight, not great matchup for for the Corviknight either. Tinkerton is pretty neutral. Lapras, as you saw earlier, just a lot of Laprases around. The rollout damages adds up, and you have the Skull Bash as well. So one Skull Bash, you can potentially roll out the entire Lapras, and that's a great position to be in if you're a Blastoise.
And if it is a Lapras that doesn't run Skull Bash but Sparkling Area and Ice Beam, you're in for a treat, because you don't take any damage whatsoever from these charge attacks. I think Blastoise is the water type Pokemon that has access to Hydro Cannon with the most amount of bulk to its name, so that's a very unique situation for a Pokemon to be in. Nice coverage with Ice Beam or Skull Bash as well. Ramping up the defense is also something fun. I think there's a little bit of a downside to Skull Bash, and that is that it takes so long. So you're already taking a lot of defense boosted damage before you get to throw the Skull Bash. That's perhaps a little bit of a downside. But it's just a very strong charge attack in general, right?
I think compared with the bulk of the inherent bulk of Blastoise, and then Skull Bashing your way through opponents, that's a great position to be in. Another Pokemon that we talked about a little bit is the Talonflame. It's just such a great pick. But what we saw recently in the matches that's been passed is this onset of Swampert. It's slowly creeping into the meta. We see Hydro Cannons, we see those sludges coming in, the buffed sludge. So Swampert is slowly clawing his way into the meta, and it's a great pick right now.
Yep, it has so many good matchups. It's good against Tinkerton. It's good against Azumarill if you're running the Shadow version. If you are running the regular version, you're soft losing versus Azumarill means you're putting it very low, but you're still going to lose the matchup. However, that gives you the opportunity to farm up on another Pokemon, so it's a bit of a setup Pokemon in that case. It is good against something else. Talonflame against all the fire types. Basically against Alolan Sandslash, which is also a threat in the meta, versus the Shadow Drapion, which is a threat, of course, but those Mud Shots really do add up after the damage was increased to 4 damage per Mud Shot.
I think one of the key Pokemon to look at here is also the Jumpluff as well. A lot of the people are running Shadow Jumpluff. A Sludge from a Swampert or a Shadow Swampert does hurt a lot. And most of these Jumpluffs are not running the Energy Ball that does double super effective damage to the Swampert. Unfortunately, that puts the Swampert in a very good position where it can potentially manage to find a way to flip the switch, even though it's up against a Grass-type Pokemon.
That wasn't the case before Swampert got Sludge, let me tell you that, because we have seen Earthquake, Hydro Cannon, Swamperts suffer massively to Jumpluff, or perhaps also Shadow Dragonite, which is a Pokemon that I'm kind of missing actually. Where's Shadow Dragonite?
I think in a Tinkerton meta, it would be very difficult. So, I mean, if you look at Atlanta, for example, what's the most used Pokemon in Atlanta?
Azumarill.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one Pokemon of so many.
Yeah, but there's another Fairy Steel type Pokemon now.
Hey, you have superpower to hit that at least.
I don't think that does a lot of damage, but
I think it does a lot. I don't think it does nearly enough to get into a comfortable position in that matchup.
Yeah,
so that's,
I agree, but the problem is I think Heavy Slam is at 6 Fairy Winds, so it's going to be a charge attack tie in a way, and that's not a great position to be in.
Yep, definitely. I think it's 6 and then 5 fairy winds even, because it takes up rather 50% of your maximum energy. So if a fairy wind adds 9%, you have 5, which is 45, and then you have 50.
I know you're thinking about this, but you've completely lost me.
Yeah, don't do mathematics with me. That's always a bad choice. Yeah.
But a Pokemon that I really love to see is a normal jump off. It's not the Shadow one, because if you're running Energy Ball Acrobatics and you have a really good jump off with like the stat products completely maxed out, you can beat the Tinkaton in the zero shield scenario going straight Acrobatics, and that's a matchup that you could potentially use to flip the game to your advantage, giving you a shield advantage or potentially the switch advantage if that's what you're looking for.
See, and this is why I think that Azumarill is just better than Tinkaton, because even though you have the negative typing Barbie, but you have 2 Ice Beams that you land versus Jumpluff if it's running Acrobatics and Aerial Ace, and I don't want to hear any more of that.
I said Acrobatics and Energy Ball.
Oh yeah, okay, that's an issue.
Yeah, big issue, isn't it?
You should have listened to the whole thing, really.
It's not good to phase out in between casting, but I understand.
Yeah. It happens from time to time, right? Just when you phased out during my mathematics session, that was definitely not good.
You know, 1 + 1 2 is okay, but 1 + 1 - 10 + 20.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It doesn't work out for me.
I see what you mean. So, Avi, if you would have brought a team to this tournament, what would you have brought? How do you address the new threat to the metagame that is Tinkaton?
To be honest, I would have definitely brought a Blastoise. Blastoise for me is a very good Pokemon to have into this meta. I would have tried to build a team around Blastoise Jumpluff core. It's a great core to have, perfect coverage against most of the weaknesses for each other. And I would have tried to have maybe a Tinkaton. Unfortunately, I do not have a good IV Tinkaton. I don't have the good strat products for it because, well, I've been very unlucky in trades. I'm going to try to go back and find some more people to trade at.
This is where these events come in handy as well.
Exactly.
You get so many trades.
And maybe I was really looking at running a Stunfisk as well. But unfortunately, when I did some practice games, it didn't really work out for me.
Well, maybe a driver car situation, but, but I think the more you talk about the Blastoise, I really like this pick for the tournament, just because it paces also so quickly for those Hydro Cannons, where you can just potentially swap out after 7 rollouts, maybe throw a Hydro Cannon in between, have one stored, be on low HP, then swap it in later on, do a perfect play with those who else did a perfect play. You guys are going to find out very soon in a video for the perfect play of Stockholm.
Hola trainers, welcome back to another episode of Perfect Play, where we review and learn from some of the best plays made in the championship circuit. My name is Martijn, you may also know me as an Eloquence, and this time the skill we zoom in on is the awareness of the 50-second switch timer. Stockholm 2025. It was the first time these competitors played in the Might and Mastery meta. Amongst them were veterans, but also newcomers. This was the 3rd tournament Withered had competed in, and to reach the top 5 of the championship, he had to get past reigning EUIC champion Patoman. Withered makes the perfect read in game 1 and aligns his Pokemon where he wants them to be. 1-0. One more win to knock out this Titan, but Patoman is one of the best players in the world, and Withered needs to be on his A game here. He gets the lead that he wants in game 2, swallowed into Azumarill. But this time, Withered didn't bring the Jumpluff to answer the Sableye from Patoman. Throughout the battle, Withered is able to keep the alignment he wants and now has his Lapras on a Alolan Sandslash. But it's not over yet. There's still a small chance for Patoman to win, and he is known to take those chances. In the final moments of the battle, Patoman makes a masterful play. As soon as he used 1 Powder Snow off the drill on his Alolan Sandslash, he swaps into Azumarill to attempt catching a Sparkling Aria. He fails to do so, but if he is able to get that 1 Powder Snow from the Swalot after this Ice Beam, he will win the game. As soon as Swalot is low on HP, Patoman stops attacking. But Withered reads the devious plan of Patoman so well, he cannot knock out Azumarill with Swalot. Withered has to keep an eye on the switch timer. The problem is, Patoman's switch timer will be up a second earlier, so Withered needs to do something, and he does do something. Look at this. Once the clock is 3/4 up, there are 12 seconds remaining. The duration of a charge attack is 10 seconds, so slightly after those 3/4 of the switch clock, Withered attacks with a Mudshot and launches a charge attack to stall the clock an additional 10 seconds. Now the clock is up for Withered, and he can swap. It's a race. Patoman needs to get to the Duron as soon as possible, but Withered is faster. He swaps out, fires off the Sparkling Aria Lapras had loaded, and he knocks out the EUIC champion. No one saw this upset coming. He played this set to absolute perfection. Withered is an example of a battler that has put in his experience and practice from the Go Battle League and previous championships to become better and better. The future looks bright for this young battler, and who knows, with the right team and practice, that could be you. Are you aspiring to become as good as these trainers or looking to try out your skills in Pokemon Go PvP? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more about events nearby, and hopefully we'll see you soon. Good luck.
Withered is an absolutely terrific guy. I've gotten the chance to play some grassroots with him now, and I don't doubt that he is big shots at competing in the future, and that he might be a future champion.
Yeah, I mean, for his first regional, he did a great job at it, right?
Right?
I mean, we have a lot of great trainers coming in just for the future as well. We saw in Lille Boom showing up and then completely taking the competition by the storm. It was the quickest qualification to day 2 that I've seen so far. It's like he just came in one game after another, another, and then he's the champion.
He just went through the entire competition. It boomed everywhere. It was absolutely insane. Withered there, I think what we also have rarely seen is that someone that young as well, but that doesn't even matter, come into the competition and immediately has a perfect play video made about his plays, because that was absolutely phenomenal to read the timer like he did, realizing, hey, we swapped at about the same time. So if I throw my sludge here, my opponent is going to need 2 turns to get to the drill run, while I just need 1 to swap into my Lapras and throw the sparkling area into the sensor. So I might as well take away the timer. That was crazy. I know I was sitting at home watching this and I was yelling at the screen. I didn't believe it.
It was very good play. It's to identify what your opponent wants to do, number one, and then making sure that you do not fall into the trap while still keeping your win con into consideration. Perfectly executed there. That's why it's a perfect play, yeah?
Now, this is something that I did not expect to see. This is something that, I'm gonna be very honest with you, I really don't think I would have come up with myself. But now, if you're watching those streams, and this is why I love those regional and special championship broadcasts, it's just so nice to see those plays and learn from them, because now this is something that I will take into consideration in my future battles.
I think it's important to understand that these possibilities exist. There's one thing to know that these exist. There's another thing to execute them. And then the last thing would be to execute them at a level against such a big titan of the game. That's the the level ups that you need to get there.
On stage.
On stage. Yeah, that's when you're so young.
Yeah, with so many people watching, like, that adds extra pressure. You want to make a name for yourself, of course, if you're competing. I think every single competitor is really hungry, wants to get that fame and glory as well about those, not only championship points, but also, like, who doesn't love to have a title to their name, right?
Yeah, I completely agree, but you asked me about what I would play.
Yeah.
So, what would you play?
Oh. I really liked the team that Out of Pocket brought in this last regional championships in Atlanta. So I really like that one. However, it is rather soft to Tinkaton, because you're playing the Shadow Sableye, you're playing Cradily.
I mean, in my opinion, I think it depends on the movesets that Tinkaton has. For example, if it's running Bulldoze and Player Up, then Cradily isn't a extremely bad matchup. You need that heavy slam for the coverage, but you also have Pokemon like Claydol and Sandslash in that team. So I think it is covered. It is a bit soft. You have Azumarill as well, and you also have the Drapion. So in a way, Tinkaton is covered with these 4 Pokemon, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Okay.
That was easy.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, you're kind of fine. But sometimes I think when I'm playing that team, I put a lot of pressure on my own Shadow Sableye, because I want to use this Pokemon to win those games. And the Tinkaton is actually one of the very few Pokemon that completely walls the energy of Shadow Sableye. Fortunately, you still have the Shadow Claws to exert some pressure, to do some damage, maybe get a farm down in at some point on the Tinkaton. But I think that is why I think that Tinkaton is a really good Pokemon in this meta game, you can be soft to a Pokemon like Tinkaton, just like you could be soft to a Pokemon like Azumarill before.
It's the same thing, right? So that's why I think it's a great side grade. But we need to see a lot more of these Tinkatons to understand how to play it, to understand who can pilot it the best, and then learn from them. For that, we can go to the upcoming events as well. So if you want to find out, you can quickly look at the QR code that we shared earlier.
Yeah, definitely. Go play versus Tinkaton in your local area, or travel to locals, which is also cool because I like to see my Belgian and my Dutch friends, of course, and play with them, have some dinner with them. Always a very, very nice time at those locals, and it feels even better if you win against them. I'm not gonna lie, that is the most fun. If you do.
It's what we are competitors inherently, and I think if you're going up against top battlers, which you can face in if you check this link below, you will get to improve your gameplay. You understand what are your shortcomings, or maybe even you're good enough to beat them, and then you can compete.
Yeah, now, I want to say that some of these trainers are like, even though I have chances to win against them, there's no way that I reach the consistency of these trainers, or that I am close to performing as well as them, because they're just on another level. Like, it's a difference between winning a few games against them if you have like a team comp advantage perhaps, and if you're able to close that one out after all, or if you're bringing a team to a big tournament. This is where those trainers like Inadequance, like Colin 6 come in. They are on a different level, honestly. It's like when you win against them in GBL, you take a screenshot of your journal and you send it to your friends.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. One of the things that you need to really understand here is the consistency of it all. We see Ilum, for example, last season he was quite consistent, and finally he built up on that consistency.
So good.
And now he's two-time regional champion.
Yeah.
So you need to come, you need to practice, you need to try again and again and again to build that consistency, and then you get there. It's not too far away, is it?
It's such a scary opponent to face, honestly. It's like, winning 2 regionals in one season is that's just absolutely crazy to me.
I think there's a lot of trainers who've done this. I think there's Arise who's won a regional every season so far.
Also crazy.
And then I think Doonbug recently won a huge regional. I think 256 players registered for that regional as well. And yeah, I mean, come on, it's there's a lot of great trainers to take examples of. There's a lot of great trainers in Europe, in NA. You can definitely tune in, watch them, or even go to these events, learn from them, talk to them, see what their thinking process is while coming to these tournaments, understand how they team build, how they play out certain matchups. That's where you can give yourself the edge.
Definitely. Doonbug has performed well. Do you remember the EOYC run that he had?
Oh yeah, oh man,
that was insane. Coming over to Europe from the US, from NA, and just going into the grand finals of EOYC, playing versus the Skeledurge of Amy Weedle, which is also a Pokemon that has succeeded quite a bit so far in this Might and Mastery season. Now, ever since it had the Community Day, it got Torch Song, which is a phenomenal attack. Very good pacing to it. Boosting the attack, boosting Incinerates is also so good. And I think it has not made second place with the team of Zizwiles, because that was before Might and Mastery.
Yeah.
But it has gotten 4th place of the regional in Stockholm from Uden, with a team that Zizwiles used previously in some grassroots tournaments.
I think Skeledurge was pushed out of the meta just because of the onset of these mud slappers like Alolan Marowak, Shadow Kanto Marowak, Claydol. You do not want to be in that matchup. Yes, of course, against a Claydol you have coverage with moves like Shadow Ball, but in the end the fast attack damage is just so oppressive.
Yep, that is true. If there are shields involved, then you're not in for a treat, I can tell you that. I think I also don't think that a Shadow Ball +3 Incinerate knocks out, so in the zero shield scenario you might actually get knocked out by a Rock Tomb. Yeah, Claydol is really bulky, and I think that's part of what it makes it so great, because the typing Ground and Psychic, while it's a rather unique typing, it makes you vulnerable to many attacks. Yesterday I played my Claydol versus a Charger Bug, and I thought, hey, ground type against a Charger Bug. That's nice. No, you can't really take too many excesses.
I mean, the battery Pokemon finds a way always, right? I think a little while earlier, a Charger Bug would have been a great core breaker to have as well to a lot of teams. One of the things that I want to say with Pokemon like Claydol, it's kind of like bulky Pokemon, right? And then you add to the bulk by having moves like Rock Tomb. It's kind of similar to Dugong in a way. It's a bulky Pokemon, and then you add to that bulk by having Icy Wind, debuffing your opponent's attack. So as the game goes on, and as more shields are involved, the stronger Claydol becomes.
Avi.
What?
Give me your best Claydol impression. Yeah.
Don't know.
I'm making everyone do
Does it rotate? Actually, I could rotate.
I think just the head. Try that.
Oh yeah, just the head.
Don't do that. No, Claydol, I think it does a noise. But I'm also
the noise I was gonna do for the animation.
I'm very much unsure about that, to be honest. But yeah, Claydol is a phenomenal Pokemon that has emerged. Alolan Sandslash is a Pokemon. It is a Steel type, so you might be thinking, oh wow, Mud Slap versus my Steel types. I want none of that. And you're kind of right though. But I think Alolan Sandslash actually has decent play into Claydol, because if you have a really defensive one, you can actually take some Mud Slaps and a Rock Tomb if you're not playing the Shadow, and you get to a second Ice Punch. So in the Zero Shield scenario, you're actually quite good to win that matchup.
I mean, it's like, I understand the comparison in the Zero Shield scenario as well, but it's going to be very game dependent. Does that Zero Shield scenario give you an advantage as the Sandslash, or does the Claydol pulling up one shield completely turn the game into the favor of Claydol? Because yes, you win the zeros, but what if the Claydol completely mud slaps you down, and then it has a ton of energy to go on to your next Pokemon, debuffing your next Pokemon, and then that's where you have to come back. You're already at a bad situation, and then you're at a worse situation after.
I think that's something where the rest of your team is very important. So if you have something that can deal with a Claydol that has a lot of fast attack pressure on it, the Shadow Claws and the first Ice Punch, or the second, whichever is shielded or no shielded, is going to put a dent into the Claydol. So that already deals a lot of damage, no matter what fast attack you play on Alolan Sandslash, by the way, because Shadow Claw and Powder Snow deal the same amount of damage to the Claydol. So that's already pretty nice. You deal some damage. You're gonna get 2 shields if the Claydol wants to completely Mud Slap you down, because you can't do it before you get to, I think, the 3rd Ice Punch.
Yeah.
Which is something that I'm guessing right now. Absolutely guessing. But I think if you're 2 shields down, if you then bring in something like...
I think you're going into that loop again where you can't come back, so I'm going to stop you here.
Thank you so much.
And I'm interested to look at what your caster picks were, because is Sandslash in it?
No, I think that this would have been a little bit too easy, right? Because it was at 50% usage in Atlanta, and now a big threat to the metagame like the Tinkaton is coming into the game that actually doesn't have the best time against Alolan Sandslash, so I'm expecting a lot of that. But Ferret is in there. I'm kind of dressed like a Ferret, actually. Ferret, trust the Ferret, and you will be rewarded with W's. That's my motto, been in GBL recently.
I think Ferret is one of those Pokemon that you can really push the advantage of in the 2-to-1 shield scenarios, because you're more often than not, the opponent doesn't have an incentive of shielding the first Trailblaze.
Yeah.
But then, of course, okay, you don't shield the first Trailblaze, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but you have nowhere to go when that fast attack Sucker Punch boosted up comes in. It's just, yeah.
I think Ferret is like a very unintuitive Pokemon, because it is really, really good, but you kind of want to go shields down for it, right? Because the fast attack pressure is enormous, especially after a Trailblaze. You're not very strong into most matchups in the Zero Shield scenarios, let me tell you that. But it's something, you know, you've paid for the attack boost with the energy, because Trailblaze, if you just compare the damage to the energy that it costs, it's not the greatest charge attack of all time. But you get this attack boost. You've already paid for it, so you have to get maximum out of it. So you use a shield, you try to attempt a farm down versus something like Lapras or Azumarill is a good example where you don't necessarily want to play the Zero Shields. Against Lapras, you're getting outpaced to 2 Sparkling Area. And that's a kind of an issue. So you want to go shields down, you want to go into the next matchup with a little bit of energy, and then you want to start throwing Swifts at everything.
These are great points, but you missed the most important point.
Okay, hit me with it.
Ferret has a very cute attack animation.
That is true. It just runs all the time. It's a bit of a hassle, actually. I don't think it has to do that much. It's just running in a circle.
That's true, but it's very cute to look at. Also, I just wanted to point out that you did have that Swampert in there, the Shadow Swampert. I think it's, as you said, a lot of people are maybe overcorrecting for the onset of Tinkaton. Do you think because of this overcorrection, because of the onset of so many ground-type Pokemon, a Pokemon like Shadow Venusaur can come into play.
Oh, Shadow Venusaur sounds really interesting. However, if we're going into this, we're going very deep here in this
it's a headcanon
rabbit hole. Yeah. So people might be overcorrecting versus Tinkaton. So you might have a Talonflame, or you might have a Sandslash, which is not, or a Lowland Sandslash, which is not good versus the Venusaur, Feuer Venusaur. But now we have Wolfpack versus Dava Condoblak, and that is a team.
Oh,
wow!
Wow, that's a Bidoof, isn't it? It's not even a Bibarel, it's a Bidoof. Wow, that's the first time I think we've seen a Bidoof in a tournament.
That's a Bidoof for sure. I have no words except for that is a Bidoof, and I am praying that we are seeing this here. There's actually also a Bidoof plush, so I think this confirms that this is not a Bibarel.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Looking at Wolfpack's team, he kind of built into the trying to counter Tinkaton a lot. He's running the Swampert, he's running the Stunfisk. It's hard answer. Stunfisk also is a good answer to Pokemon that are good against Tinkaton, like the Talonflame and Corviknight that we talked about. It's a pretty good Pokemon. And Davo Condoblak, his team is having a Bastiodon. Like, unfortunately for him, it has the Steel typing that's shared by Tinkaton, so all these counters of Tinkaton are going to be just as effective against his Bastiodon.
Looking at the team of Wolfpack, I think that the Bastiodon actually has 5 hard counters in there. If you're checking this, you don't want to be on the Primeape. If the Tinkaton has Bulldoze, that's also rather tough. Swampert is very, very bad for you as well. Lapras is a decent matchup because you have the Ice typing that does not help versus Smackdowns, but Unova and Stunfisk actually does a lot to that Bastiodon. Shadow Jumpluff is good.
Yeah, I'm still super interested to see what moveset is on the Bidoof. One of the Pokemon that really stands out is a Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn has a great matchup against the Stunfisk, great against the Lapras, and an amazing matchup against the Swampert as well. And based on whether if it's running Flash Cannon, Thunder, or Mirror Shot, it can potentially have a great matchup against Jumpluff. Also against Tinkaton in a lot of ways.
Yeah, actually it looks like a massive call breaker here. Wolfpack will have to bring in the Primeape at some point, because Tinkaton against Flash Cannon, for example, tough times. You're getting walled very heavily. Swampert doesn't want to see this anyways.
Yep.
Sludge is resisted and the Hydro Cannon is resisted. You don't even have Earthquake anymore. Lapras is having a tough time, and Stunfisk is, you can see Wolfpack shaking his head because this is something we were thinking, okay, there is a Bidoof and there is a Bastiodon. Those might not help Davok in this game, but the Ferrothorn is looking mighty dangerous.
Yeah, but it all comes down to the fact of what is the moveset on the Ferrothorn. Is it running Metal Claw or...
Ooh, that could be true, yeah.
Yeah, because if it's running a Metal Claw, it gets outpaced to the Ice Beam by the Lapras. So it's, again, is this Lapras running Ice Beam? We don't know yet. It'll be very interesting to see what's happening.
Imagine Skull Bashing on a Ferrothorn? Ouch! You don't want to...
Ouch for the Lapras?
Yeah, of course, because you have all these spikes on the Ferrothorn. I mean, like physically, not in theory of Pokemon Go PvP, but
I guess that's why it's not very effective.
Yeah, very much a fair point here. We haven't even talked about the Pidgeot yet, because Pidgeot... Oh, wow, wait a second. Pidgeot, crazy versus Jumpluff, crazy versus Primeape. Not the best versus the Tinkaton, I will give you that. Good versus the Swampert, I suppose. Lapras, it's going to be rather bait dependent, maybe, or you're outpacing the Lapras. I don't quite know.
It depends on if you can land the Feather Dance and then go for the heavy eating Brave Bird. Again, also depends on what is the moveset that the Pidgeot is running. It has a wide array of movesets, and I mean, Wigglytuff also has a pretty good play. Only thing Wigglytuff needs to do is not be matched up against Tinkaton, so that's going to be something. Of course, Swampert has access to the Sludge as well, but we do not know exactly what kind of shielding scenario it's going to be. But these two battlers have locked in. We have the Primeape into a Gastrodon. This is a neutral lead for both these trainers.
I think that Davok is rather happy to see the Primeape here, because the Ferrothorn is then going to be free of it. And now we're going to see a Rage Fist being thrown immediately. So Wolfpack not trying to go for a big close combat here in the beginning and swap out.
Gastrodon's bulk coming in handy here, and potentially now gets to another move here. Rage Fist number 2 coming in. If this is unshielded, it's going to do a ton of damage to the Gastrodon because it's already boosted. Wolfpack gets that shield advantage right about now.
I mean, I'm gonna correct myself here because Wolfpack might be very happy to see the Gastrodon on the Primeape if you're looking at the backline, because Stunfisk does nothing and Tinkaton does probably even less. So that is, I think Tinkaton does a little bit more. But now you're getting, you have to shield double body slam with your Primeape because you have nothing to farm down the Gastrodon with.
But at this point, it's going to be really interesting to see because we see that Ferrothorn on the side of Davo. That is going to be a great Pokemon to have at the backline. In comes another Rage Fist here. Does he pull up another Protect Shield? No, he does not. Will he go for a farm down with a Pidgeot? Yes, it does, and that is a Gust. One Gust is all it took to silence that Primeape.
Yep, and now Wolfpack has the switch actually, which is going to be very beneficial for him. A Gust comes through here, generating some more energy. You kind of want to shield this on the Pidgeot, so the Pidgeot exits with a lot of energy. The shields are down, but the energy on the Pidgeot is not that valuable here. We see a Bullet Seed there, and there is the Tinkaton. Tinkaton is not running something like a Flash Cannon, which would have been odd as well, but Bulldoze is now going to connect. Wolfpack really needs a debuff desperately.
Yeah, he needs a debuff to secure this matchup for the Tinkaton. Tinkaton is fairly bulky, and he gets the debuff as well. The Thunder coming in from this Ferrothorn is going to do neutral damage, but unfortunately for Devo, this does not have the same type attack bonus.
Oh, and this is actually, you're gonna need 3 Thunders here, so that is a good thing for Wolfpack. He might need another Bulldoze debuff to put it in play rough range. There is play for Wolfpack here, because the Stunfisk versus Pidgeot in the back, that's looking good for him.
Yeah, Bulldoze comes in and he gets another defense fall. I think it's extremely lucky to get these debuffs one after another. Thunder comes in. We know that this is not going to be enough to knock out, but he has a quick swap in here. Oh, gets predicted by Wolfpack. This is a great situation to be in if you're Devo.
Yep, Devok is going to get another Feather Dance off here, tries to debuff, or actually will succeed in the debuff here. Throws on Charge Attack priority right here. Discharge is going to come through, but I think that, Undercharge here as well. That's a bit much of an undercharge there, but the energy is always going to be resisted off the Pidgeot. There's going to be the Ferrothorn in the back that also doesn't love Mud Bombs.
I think both these trainers are trying to get as much advantage as possible here in the end game, not throwing any of his charge attacks just because he wants that extra energy on the Ferrothorn. Will he be able to put himself in a position where all this extra energy comes into play, or does Stunfisk have enough to knock this Ferrothorn out?
Double debuffed Mud Bomb is not going to be enough to knock it out with 2, but you can go, tries to go for a combo play here, gets the Bulldoze off, and that should be enough to close out game 1 for Wolfpack.
Bulldoze coming in here, getting to all those bubbles and excellently charged. In comes his Bulldoze and off goes that Ferrothorn. That was a very difficult matchup for Wolfpack. Unfortunately, during the early game, that 2 shielding the Primeape completely changed the outcome of this game, because otherwise it would have looked really, really rough for Wolfpack to claw back in.
Definitely, Wolfpack sitting there, seeing the Gastrodon in the lead. This is something they might have not expected to be brought anyways, because he has the Shadow Jumpluff. But the Gastrodon, I mean, it was okay for him to have the Primeape there. I don't think this is a matchup you necessarily want to go shields down, because you get very low in the process. Also, non-same type attack bonus boosted Body Slam is not something you want to shield twice.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Devo really needs to think, all right, that game was a game that he could have won for sure. All he had to do was pull up that Protect Shield, the second Protect Shield, to ensure that his Gastrodon survives and gets damage onto the backline of Wolfpack. Because even if it was a Tinkaton, even if it was the Stunfisk, both of them would have taken a lot of damage from those Mud Slabs.
Do you think that these trainers are going to switch up something here? Wolfpack had the correct alignment with the Stunfisk on this Pidgeot, but it got so close regardless.
Yeah, I mean, if you are Wolfpack, that was a very neutral lead, and you managed to ensure that the switch happens. But here, in this scenario, I think both these trainers would want to change up a little bit. I would want to see, let's say, Devincock did lead that Gastrodon at the starting, so maybe you bring a Pokemon that's weak to the Gastrodon to see if that's going to be the gameplay that Devo plays.
Yep, sometimes players lead the same lead again and again. Sometimes they don't. My favorite example was always Paulasha with a second regional win where she just kept leading Shadow Magnezone and every one of her opponents thought, hey, she's probably not going to do it against me, but she did.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what these trainers have done, and it is going to be that Stunfisk into a Pidgeot. This is a great lead for Wolfpack, and an immediate save swap into a Wigglytuff. But look at that, Wolfpack does not have a hard Wigglytuff answer.
Yep, no Tinkaton being brought here from Wolfpack, so he's going to go for rather a chip and dip strategy, or are we staying in? No, you need that Stunfisk desperately for that Pidgeot, and now we're actually outpacing to the Icy Wind on the side of Wigglytuff, which is huge for Davok.
Yeah, charge attack tie there, and Wolfpack immediately pulling up a shield. This Icy Wind will debuff the attack of this Jumpluff. Great situation to be in if you're Devokon.
Yeah, but now we have thrown an Aerial Ace, and Davok has counted correctly. This is just a debuffed Aerial Ace, which is going to be enough to take out the Wigglytuff in 2 hits. Now Wolfpack has to be really cautious of the energy that he's generating. The charms deal a lot of damage, but we're almost at 2 Aerial Aces. Try to get the maximum out of this, but I mean, acrobatics are gonna deal a lot of damage to anything.
Yeah, but I wonder why Davok did not try to fight for a switch there, because we saw how it affected game number 1. But here comes the Pidgeot. Pidgeot is in a great position to completely gust down this Jumpluff, but that acrobatics, even though it was debuff, still did a ton of damage to the Pidgeot. And in comes the Stunfisk and an immediate swap into the Ferrothorn, only to be met by the fists of this Primeape.
If it was an Annihilate, a counter down with 1 shield would be entirely possible. I'm not even too sure. Oh, we're going to shield up the first Rage just because Davok, he does have those shields available to him. He was in a shield advantage here. Now he is going to farm up to 2 Power Whips. The second Rage Fist is being thrown. Shields this as well. He's almost at 2 Power Whips. He's just going to throw back-to-back and knock out the Primeape.
Oh, he goes for a Thunder because he thinks the Power Whip is not enough. Wolfpack has a big decision to make here. Will this Thunder? Oh, pulls up a shield. Great call by Wolfpack here.
Wolfpack is a little bit confused, but another Power Whip is just going to follow this up. How much energy does the Unnovan Stunfisk have? How much energy is the Pidgeot? This is an immediate knockout with the Power Whip. Goes into the Pidgeot as well immediately. A Discharge is not going to be used immediately. I think Wolfpack is trying to go for double charge attack here.
Ooh, I see what Davok wants to do. He wants to debuff this Stunfisk to make sure that the Mud Bomb is not enough to knock out the Ferrothorn. But I think Wolfpack farming up a ton of energy. You still need 5 Bullet Seeds to get to that Power Whip to knock out the Stunfisk, and there's no way this time. Oh, even an exceptional undercharge here. Brilliant play by Wolfpack. I think this would be enough to secure the game here.
Just knocking it out barely before it reaches the next charge attack. Wolfpack with brilliant plays here all around. Goes for the first Mud Bomb. The second one won't be too far away. It does not knock out the Ferrothorn, but it's so far away from the enough energy for the Power Up. So Wolfpack takes out the Ferrothorn and wins game 2.
What a brilliant gameplay here. I think Davok did everything he could to try and make sure that he brings that difficult lead back into his side, but unfortunately Wolfpack gave no leeway, no quarters given, and absolutely executed his gameplay to perfection.
Wolfpack is a phenomenal trainer. We have seen him multiple times in day 2 already, multiple times on stage. Very well known taking this game here, overcoming the absolute threat of a team that Davok had there with the Wigglytuff, with the Gastrodon, with the Bastiodon, and of course the almighty Bidoof that we unfortunately did not get to see.
Yeah, it would have been great to see, but I think Wolfpack's team was pretty solid against that Bidoof.
So it had 825 CP.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it was more of, how do you call it, accessory.
I think it was a statement. It was a statement that you don't need 1,500 CP to win a tournament. Maybe it does help.
I think it's, maybe if it's a favorite Pokemon, remember, one of the most important points of coming to these tournaments is to have fun.
Yeah.
And if you have your favorite Pokemon with you on your team, and you get to, if you get to showcase it, it's a great feeling to have. I think you had something similar in with Poliwrath.
Yeah, exactly. Poliwrath is my 4th favorite Pokemon. So that works. I mean, I haven't brought Darmanitan to something, but I've also brought Azumarill, which is my second favorite Pokemon, and a Quagsire as well. So those are covered. Still need to bring Darmanitan to a tournament, but I've been too shy of that.
I think it will have its time in the light.
Oh, yeah.
But these are some critical moments in the game here. The first Bulldoze coming in, getting that defense fall in game number 1, and then following up with another Bulldoze later. Yes, these Thunders are neutral, but not having access to that Flash Cannon from the Ferrothorn side, it kind of puts it at a very big disadvantage in this matchup.
Yeah, that is true. And now there was the Stunfisk. Unova Stunfisk, this was also addressed in our pre-show, I think, by you, because you thought it wasn't going too well for you in your practice matches. What do you think about this Unova Stunfisk performance, Avi?
I think he's a much better player than I. It must have been the driver that's the problem, but it is a great Pokemon to have. But I feel that, in a way, side grading it to a Shadow Swampert has much better play into the overall framework of the tournament and the meta.
Why do you think that is? Because how did these Pokemon cover each other?
Coverage. Swampert having access to Sludge, which can hit so much better damage against Pokemon like Jumpluff, against Pokemon like Azumarill. Of course, this start did get a tiny debuff as well. Let's say not a debuff. How do you call it? Was brought down a teeny tiny notch.
A nerf?
A nerf, yeah. Yes. But I think Swampert has so much coverage, and the pacing is amazing, and having access to that Hydro Cannon, which is such a hard-hitting move, is just too good to not look away from.
Yep, Swampert very, very strong. We've seen this multiple times already. Jogs and Wolfpack both ran Swamperts. I think we've seen one Shadow and one regular Swampert. Other trainers brought it to the tournament as well. So Swampert is finally back. I will be honest with you, I missed it. It has been around for such a long time, and then it just absolutely vanished. Shadow for Relegator put on a big show for a while, but now it looks like Shadow Swampert is back, and I love it.
And I hope it's here to stay, because as long as Tinkaton is part of the meta, I think Shadow Swampert is here to stay. Again, brilliant coverage, brilliant Pokemon, brilliant pacing, and yeah, overall, just looks great as well.
But I also think that Shadow for Relegator has a decent role in the metagame, because it is good against Tinkaton. It is really good against Corviknight as well. It is good against Alolan Sandslash. But now we have our next matchup, and that is Paulasha versus Adrian Wildcat.
Ooh, two Spanish players here. Paulasha, as we know, she's been trying to get that medal this season. She's been in the top standings plenty of times. She's also one of the top CP holders as well, but she is running that ferret. And also met with another, oh, that's cute. Those are two ferrets, but let's check these movesets. We have Golisopod here with Shadow Claw, X-Scissor, Aquajet. Aquajet getting that buff as well in the meta. Great Pokemon. You have Tinkaton with Fairy Wind, Play Rough, and Bulldoze. Azumarill with the conventional movesets of Ice Beam, Play Rough. Claydol, Rock Tomb, Ice Beam, Drapion, as we know. Poison Sting, Crunch, and Aquatail. And last but not the least,
definitely not the
ferret.
Oh, wait, yeah. Ferret there, of course. Sucker Punch. It's one of her favorite Pokemon as well. She has been advertising it a lot. There's another Ferret there, so Ferret, absolute staple here. I think the usage just shot up with the release of Tinkaton, which is actually a bit surprising.
It's just to cover the ground-type Pokemon. Ferret can get you in a position. For example, I think the onset and the rise of Claydol kind of helps Ferret as well, because you do super effective damage with the Sucker Punch, do super effective damage with your Trailblaze, but you just Trailblaze once and then completely Sucker Punch it down to, again, Trailblaze the next Pokemon, boost your attack even further. So Ferret has a very good place in the meta.
Ferret is so good. We followed up with another Tinkaton that is running Bulldoze. I don't think we've seen Heavy Slam so far at all. Swampert with the Mudshot, Hydro Cannon, and Sludge. Shadow Swampert it is. Powder Snow, Sandslash, so the version that is slightly weaker to a Tinkaton. Azumarill, of course, as well, Bubble, Ice Beam, Play Rough, and another Primeape. So Primeape also becoming more of a meta staple right now. And I think that I have seen Adrian Wildcat on a day 2 before. And I think he was using the first Pokemon he caught in Pokemon Go. This might, if it is another trainer, I'm really sorry, but I think that Adrian Wildcat was the one to use the first Charizard that he got in the game.
That's really nice.
Into a Top Cut.
Oh wow, that's even better.
That is so cool, right?
That is so cool. I'm not even sure if I still have my first Pokemon from from that I caught. It's been so long.
It's been
a while.
Chilling with Professor Willow.
Let's take a quick look at what we see here. I think one of the Pokemon that really stands out here is the Shadow Swampert. Its only negative matchup here is that Golisopod. Of course, it's not great against a Ferret. Ferret can flip this matchup in the 2-to-1 shield scenario.
It's just staring at us.
Yeah, the Ferret on the plushie on Polisha's side is literally staring at us while we go through this matchup. But here, it's something that I touched upon a little before as well. We see this double fairy trend going on. Yeah. We have Tinkerton, Azumarill. This is a great set of Pokemon. Great coverage as well. Both of them, yes, they do share a similar... They don't share any similar weaknesses, which is also great to have.
Yep, definitely. They cover each other quite well. And honestly, looking at Paulasha's team, they both look rather safe here. I mean, yes, Tinkerton... Golisopod outpaces it, but your play rough hits hard, so you can put it in an uncomfortable spot. You have nothing to cover both, yeah?
Yep, I think Golisopod is a great Pokemon to have on the side of Paulasha, just because it has a great matchup against Swampert, great matchup against Sandslash, just because it's running Powder Snow, pretty neutral against the Azumarill, neutral against Primeape, just because of the fact that it resists the Karate Chops. Of course, boosted Rage Fist do hurt over time, but then again, it's still got a great matchup. Again, the movesets are amazing. Aqua Jet got a buff, and it will do a ton of damage even against Pokemon like Ferret as well. So, plenty of play. Maybe we see something like a Golisopod Double Fairy. Could work out. I'm not sure if there are Pokemon that can kind of break this core.
If it was a Shadow Claw, Alolan Sandslash, I think that Adrian Wildcat would be able to use this to at least break the Double Fairy core.
Yeah. But unfortunately for him, it's running, fortunately or unfortunately, we do not know that yet. He's running Powder Snow, potentially trying to tackle the onset of ground types and also better matchup against the Jumpluff.
Yep, and it also helps versus the Shadow Drapion. We've seen a trend of attack-weighted Sandslash recently that can win the charge attack priority versus Shadow Drapion to make that matchup even better than it was before even. But that's always kind of risky, because if the Shadow Drapion has a little bit of attack weight, it wins the charge attack priority again, and then you're sacrificing the bull on your Alolan Sandslash basically in that matchup for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a... How do you say? It's a decision you have to take as a trainer. You have to look at which Pokemon to train, and if you want them to have higher attack, higher defense, a lot of HP, that's completely up to you. And knowing, there's no way you can know what your opponent is planning to bring. Are they going to have a high attack Pokemon or like high HP Pokemon? You do not know. The only thing you can control is knowing your Pokemon and understanding the matchup of your Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. You have to get in those repetitions as well before one of those big tournaments. I don't even want to know how many times these trainers have played their teams before this tournament just to practice them. Tinkerton hasn't been out for a long while, but I think they've already played this Pokemon so much now just to know exactly what to do with it. And yeah, I think it's going to be brought here. The teams look rather weak to Tinkerton. I mean, Paulasha has the Claydol, which is kind of being covered by everything else that Adrian Wildcat brings, because a regular Primeape also has a rather decent time.
Yeah, I mean, look at it this way. As long as Adrian Wildcat doesn't get his Swampert on to the Golisopod, there is a huge amount of play for the Shadow Swampert. So that's all where it's going to be. And to be honest, it's just great against Paula's team.
Yeah.
Great matchup against Claydol, great matchup against Drapion, great against Azumarill, can do a ton of damage against Ferret because you just outpace it to double charge attacks.
What were we saying earlier? That's the core breaker for Tinkerton and Azumarill.
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, I just didn't see it for a second.
But you put it on your caster prediction.
Yeah. yeah, I forgot about it. I forgot. I'm very sorry.
He completely planned this, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. It's all a skit. It's all a skit.
Yeah, but it's you know, the double fairy is here to stay. I think. Of course, if you swap in your Azumarill, you technically have quite a decent matchup against the Swampert, and then suddenly your Tinkerton at the back is free. That's potentially a strategy that I think Paula can go to, because of the fact that there's only one answer for, let's say, her double fairies here.
Yeah.
On the other side, if Adrian Wildcat wants to run his double fairies, he needs to look at potentially Ferd getting matched up against the Azumarill, Drapion getting matched up against the Azumarill, or having the Claydol matched up against the Tinkaton, or the Drapion matched up against the Tinkaton as well. So in a way, it can work both ways. But these two trainers have locked in. Let's see what they have in store here. Game number 1, Golisopod into a Swampert. What a nightmare for Adrian Wildcat.
Shiny Golisopod that is as well. Very, very cool. Going to charge up to the first charge attack rather quickly. Trying to go for a catch here on the Alolan Sandslash, which is not working well because this is basically the worst matchup that Alolan Sandslash has at the moment.
I think things went from bad to worse for Adrian Wildcat, but let's see what he has here. All his attacks, all of them are resisted, but what a great catch by Paulasha. Of course, it's going to be a drill run. This is not it's a neutral move against the Azumarill, but again, this is what you want to throw on the Azumarill as Shadow Sandslash.
I think the Aqua Jet and the few Shadow Claws dealt so much damage already that you can attempt a full farm down because this is Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash here. So Paulasha can exit this with almost 2 Ice Beams, and that is really, really good because, of course, she also waited until Adrian Wildcat was at the drill run, ensuring that the Golisopod has 1 more Shadow Claw stored than the Swampert has mud shots.
Yep. But what will be interesting to see is what happens. Will the Swampert come in immediately and throw that Sludge Wave to knock out the Azumarill, or will he want to bring in the Tinkaton here to have some play? And in comes the Tinkaton. Tinkaton might go for this Fairy Wind down here. First player of coming in from the Azumarill, and it's just 1 away from the next one.
Yep, and now Paulasha is perhaps realizing that the Shadow Drapion is in a bit of an awkward spot here, because if you swap in your Golisopod now that has a lot of energy, you basically have your Shadow Drapion on the Shadow Swampert in the back, so that's a lot of work to do for the Golisopod.
Yeah, it is a ton of work to do for the Golisopod, but again, the shields are in favor of the Golisopod. It's 2-2 shields, and in 2-2 shield scenario, Golisopod is the one I would think would come out on top.
That is definitely true. Now a shield was used by Adrian Wildcat, and Paulasha now has to make the decision if she wants to give up the Golisopod, which is so good, versus the Swampert. But at this range, it would be taken out by a Shadow Boosted Sludge. There is another charge attack on the Azumarill Start. Of course, we swapped out earlier because we wanted to keep this one. You have no fast attack pressure against the Tinkaton here. This is getting a little bit iffy for Paulasha.
This is getting iffy indeed. Does he get the defense fall? But no, but in comes the Swampert immediately. This is a very fast switch here from Adrian Wildcat. This Crunch is going to do a ton of damage at this Swampert, and it goes unshielded, putting it in the red. Let's see, does this Swampert have enough? Oh, another great catch by Paulasha here, negating all that energy and preserving those Protect Shields for the Drapion to come in again and potentially close this out.
But this is gonna get a little bit difficult now as well, because she has to Poison Sting down the Shadow Swampert. I don't think you can get to 2 Aqua Tails in that low amount of time here. Also, are we gonna get the Poison Sting down? Yes, we are! Paulasha is standing there strong, but the Tinkaton also has a lot of HP. Can you get to 2 Aqua Tails here?
Oh man, you definitely, it's at a back-to-back Aqua Tail. If this Fairy Wind does not knock out the Drapion, it's going to be able to throw this Aqua Tail to get the win. Oh, it does knock out the Drapion. What a close game there.
Adrian Wildcat with the power of Tinkaton there, and of course the Swampert as well. I don't know if the catch on the Azumarill was the perfect decision there, because Poison Sting versus Mudshot is not that great if you're in Drapion versus Swampert.
I think there were a few events that led to the end game.
Yeah.
Number 1 was that catch. That was not a mandate. Number 2 was giving Paulasha another chance, was by throwing the Hydro Cannon. You just had to commit for the Mudshot down there.
Yeah.
And that Hydro Cannon allowed Paulasha to get another Poison Sting in, and that made the Swampert go down earlier. All you had to do there on Adrian Wildcat was Mudshot down, and all you had to do as Paulasha was not bring in the Azumarill, because the Azumarill at the end game
could have followed down.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely. But I mean, Adrian Wildcat still made it work after all. The Tinkaton really strong with that last Fairy Wind coming in there, knocking out the Shadow Drapion, just showing, hey, I'm Tinkaton, I'm here to stay. Look at this, absolute meta threat. I'll take out that Shadow Drapion here.
Here's a Fairy Wind, catch it.
Yes, take that Fairy Wind, take it. take it and get knocked out. Back to the Pokeball you go. Adrian Wildcat in the lead now versus one of the tournament favorites, Paulasha 97.
It's amazing how he managed to dig himself out of that situation, because it was a Golisopod lead onto a Swampert. Bad. Goliath save swap into a Sandslash, worse, and then still managed to come back into the game. Great head on there to make sure that your opponent does not get a goes in with the third here, Paulasha. That's a great call against Swampert here, but we talked about this matchup already. Swampert does have a ton of damage with these Hydro Cannons and will outpace to that Trailblaze.
Yep, definitely. And we're going to throw a sludge here on the side of Adrian Wildcat, perhaps expecting a catch on the Azumarill, but also 2 sludges do still knock out, so it basically doesn't matter. I really like that sludge.
Yeah, I think it made perfect sense, like you said. And in comes swapping in an Azumarill to catch this Trailblaze. Trailblaze is going to do super effective damage, but then again, Azumarill is a Pokemon that we've discussed plenty of times before, is just a Pokemon that's not going to lose. But great call here, Adrian Wildcat not throwing that Ice Beam into the Azumarill, waiting that turn and then getting the player off onto the Azumarill.
Could have thrown on Charge Attack priority, but decided that it is absolutely not worth it. Whether if Paula wants to throw the Trailblaze, there was an attempted catch on the Azumarill. Adrian Wildcat kept calm, waited. Took the player off in there. A lot of energy on the third side of Paulasha, so she trusts the third again.
Yep, third does have a lot of energy, but remember, the switch is going to be super important towards the end game, because the third being matched up against the Tinkerton is not the position you want to be. Again, Golisopod matched up against the Tinkerton is also not a position you want to be here. So at this point, Adrian Wildcat is in a great position. Going for this player of here, Paulasha, letting it happen. This will put her Azumarill deep into the red and give Adrian Wildcat an opportunity to maybe say, can I farm this down?
Yeah, but I think that it could have also been a little bit dangerous before. We're still in a range where we are going to get to another Ice Beam here. So I really like that from Paulasha. It's not the biggest of farm downs, and you're going to get to another Charge Attack. So I think you're bringing in Tinkaton, which is actually really good because it does not care about Ice Beam.
Ice Beam number 2 comes in here, and Adrian Wildcat going for that no shield. All this energy is going to prove crucial towards end game here. Oh man, so many Fairy Winds, and we know how quickly Tinkaton can get to these charge attacks. Will it go for the Bulldoze or straight for that player of number 1 coming in? Does Paulasha call this, or does she think it could be a Bulldoze bait? Calls the player of great Protect Shield there.
Yep, also how much energy is on the Shadow Swampert of Adrian Wildcat, because that could prove costly in the end game there as well for Paulasha. Goes for an Aqua Jet here. The Shadow Claws add up so much damage. How much damage is an Aqua Jet going to do?
Aqua Jet number 1 comes in, puts the Tinkerton deep into the red already, and another player of coming in. This, no shielded by Paulasha. Does this put the Golisopod in a range where the Swampert can shut down? No, immediate swap into the third, getting that energy lead. Swampert, however, is met with a huge hill to climb here. Yes, it has have 2 Protect Shield, but this third has a ton of energy.
But if it can shut down the third, the damage was just rather recently increased. Actually goes for the Charge Attack priority event here. I would have loved to see another Mudshot here trying to farm down that Ferd and then unleash the energy onto that Golisopod of Paulasha. Ferd is going to throw another Swift. Is this Mudshot farm down range for Adrian Wildcat, or is it not?
This is going to be really close. It's going to come down to the wire here. Let's see how many Mudshots does it take. It needs to be farmed down within 5 Mudshots. 4 Mudshots. Does the Golisopod have energy? If it does, it will get to this Aqua Jet, and this will be enough to knock out the Swampert. Such a close game.
But how far up in energy is the Tinkaton here? Are you already at a Charge Attack? No, we are not. We're going to pace at the same time. Doesn't even reach the Bulldoze. Paulasha's Golisopod is farming down the Tinkaton. What a game!
1-1. What a way to come back into that game. A great lead for Paulasha. But then again, Adrian Wildcat saying that I don't mind if I lose the lead. I will still try to make this as close as possible. And both these trainers made no mistake there. Unfortunately for Adrian Wildcat, the Golisopod had too much in its tank and was able to literally Shadow Claw Paulasha for a win.
Very well identified by you in the beginning that Golisopod might be the key to victory for Paulasha, even though she also believed in the third. I just want to mention that one more time because it was really good, even though, yes, the Shadow Swampert matchup is rather iffy. And I want to say that maybe if Adrian Wildcat didn't attempt a catch with the Sludge, Hydro Cannon would have done more and could have changed the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going up against a Titan like Paulasha, look at her accolades here. Turin Special Championship champion, UIC top 4, Stockholm regional champion, and World's top 16. Such a great trainer, such a decorated trainer. And on the other side, we do have Adrian Wildcat. We will see if your hypothesis was true. I think this is what you saw as well. Barcelona Special Championship top 8 last year as well. So again, he's not a trainer to be scoffed at.
I think that was the Charizard event, by the way. Now I'm 99% sure, but yeah, I will stop making guesses about this anymore. If you want to fact check this, please do. So Adrian Wildcat here with phenomenal games actually after having tough leads. I was completely shook that he actually won the game where he swapped in a Alolan Sandslash into a Golisopod. It's Power Snow as well.
Yeah, but I think looking at what Paulasha has been running in all these games, she's been running the Golisopod, she's been running her Ferret, she's been running a Zoomerl. It's not a bad time to bring in your own Ferret, because that's what Ferret is for. It's going to help you against these matchups. We didn't see a lot of Tinkaton from Paulasha's side, but I think all the more reason for you to bring in Ferret.
But that's also because the Swampert looks so incredibly good for Adrian Wildcat, right? You really don't want this Pokemon aligned, but if you're bringing the Tinkaton now, I think that could be a good call for Paulasha. Just don't get it on the Shadow Swampert. We're going to see the lead. Golisopod, such a good lead against the Swampert again. The last time this went very well for Paulasha.
It did go really well for Paulasha. Let's see what Adrian Wildcat does in this matchup. Staying in here, potentially wants to go for that Sludge to do some dent onto this Golisopod. Sludge, of course, is a great move to have as a Swampert. It's going to do a ton of damage. Golisopod is not known for its bulk, so this will put it very, very deep into the yellow.
Yep, basically dealing 50%, and now there is the Azumarill being swapped in. Paulasha actually throws an Aqua Jet into the Azumarill. Usually, if you're seeing a swap-in of Azumarill like that, you can see one player farming up 20 million Shadow Claws and then go into the own Azumarill. So I think we're trying to go to almost 2 attacks and go into the Azumarill just to sponge that energy. Big Shadow Claw advantage on the side of Paulasha.
A ton of energy on the Golisopod, which is what happened in game number 1 as well. But at this point, we also saw Adrian Wildcat not throwing that Ice Beam onto the Golisopod and waiting to throw that player off onto the oncoming Azumarill. One of the things that you can really notice is if a player is waiting a lot of time in the start matchup, when you swap in an Azumarill, more often than not, it's just to soften up so that their Azumarill can flip this mid-game scenario, which is what potentially Paulasha will try to do here.
Yep, and still, even though this is looking good for Paulasha in the sense of energy, Adrian Wildcat has a Ferret here, and look at the matchups of the Ferret. Ferret now is being used very interestingly because it's going to soak a play rough of Azumarill, and that's not what you want to do. In this case, you have a Claydol and you have a almost full energy Golisopod. I think you... Oh, wow, we actually let this go. This might be a nasty Shadow Claw down, by the way.
No, I'm not sure if that's possible, but at this point, what you can do as Adrian Wildcat is try to secure your Ferret, but I think he's making a call that there's a Pokemon that is strong against Ferret at the backline. But let's see if the Swampert can mud-shot down. This is going to be really close. Oh, that is a huge mud-shot down here. Whatever Pokemon comes in after is going to be dealt with a ton of energy from the Swampert.
The thing is, Swampert took so much damage already. Every bubble now does a lot of damage. Every Mud Slap is going to deal a lot of damage. Paulasha easily lets this go, knowing I have the Pokemon with the biggest fast attack pressure right here in the back. I have 2 shields on it. This is gonna be a Mud Slap down from my Claydol.
Ooh, this is still going to be really, really close here. Swampert will have to throw these 2 Hydro Cannons and hopefully has some HP. No! Immediately swapping into the Azumarill, but this is not a great situation to be in as well, because the Claydol is just at its element, yeah? It's going to be... Maybe not even shield his Ice Beam because it's not enough.
Yep, you can't shield this. The bubble is not going to put you in Mud-Shot downrange. You want every single Mud Slap here, so you're not even throwing charge attacks anymore on the side of Paulasha. She just needs those Mud Slaps to connect. Adrian Wildcat is very close to the next Hydro Cannon even. He is going to reach this, but there's still a shield on the Claydol. Claydol is throwing mud at the Mud Boy. It is going to succeed. Paulasha takes this very, very close set. 2-1.
2-1 indeed. What a great game. I think Adrian Wildcat made a call in between with the Ferret, and unfortunately for him, it did not go according to his favor. All he had to do was tap that shield, and this match would have been over. brilliant gameplay by Paulasha there, not letting... I mean, I think she threw him off the game there.
Yeah.
Kind of showing him, well, I don't think I have a Claydol at the back.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not afraid to bring my Claydol in Game 3. There didn't show it for the most time. It was not present in the first 2 games, and her team was so weak to Ferret. I guess she was rather surprised when she saw the Ferret. But that Ferret versus Azumarill, Golisopod, and Claydol, that's like two of the best matchups that you can have with Ferret, and Azumarill is also really good if you're playing some shield advantage. So that would have been a Ferret masterpiece if Adrian Wildcat decided to make the call that there might be Claydol in the back.
Yeah, but it all comes down to game sense and trying to read what your opponent has. I think Adrian Wildcat reverted back to the fact that it potentially could be a double fairy backline.
Yeah.
So he wanted to use the Ferret to lure out Tinkerton. Unfortunately for him, it was not the Tinkerton at the back. If he had kind of countered and then readjusted mid-game when he saw the Golisopod was coming in, then it would have been a completely different outcome. But unfortunately, it's a learning opportunity. Paulasha, again, queen of PvP, she will not give you more chances than one.
Yep, definitely. So Paulasha making dangerous reads there, just showing, hey, I think she took a risk there, right? Because she said, you're not going to bring Ferret. I have the Tinkerton pressure, but Adrian Wildcat was like, hey, you haven't brought Tinkerton yet, so let me sneak in that Ferret there. But then maybe in the last game, he got scared of a Tinkerton, possibly in the back. What a mind game.
Yeah, it's all about the game sense, yeah. 2 great trainers here. I think game number 1 was very good because you saw the mud shots coming in, and then finally this catch, of course, kind of helped a lot for Paulasha, but towards the end of the game, when we had to deal with that Swampert and also that Fairy Wind from the Tinkerton, that's one that changed the game here. This is exactly where it happened. The Fairy Wind going through, and we were like, okay, she has back-to-back Aquatail. Is this enough? Is that Fairy Wind enough? And it barely was enough.
You know what? I don't even think that Paulasha needed to catch on the Azumarill in that game. I think she could have just taken a charge attack from the Sandslash on the Golisopod and then take out the Sandslash to preserve the entire Azumarill later on to possibly bubble something down. Paulasha here going for a nasty farm down with the Golisopod, taking out the Tinkerton.
Yeah. And then game number 3 here, of course, we have the Swampert trying to get any advantage it could with these Hydro Cannons, but these mud shots, they are just... It's a very good basis for team building as well. You should always have a Pokemon in your team that does consistent fast attack pressure.
Yeah.
It's really crucial in team building. You should have that one Pokemon that can pull you out of situations like this and not completely rely on charge attacks. That's one of the reasons why Registeel slowly and steadily got pushed towards the back, because it did in a meta where Pokemon were getting to the moves really fast. If you didn't have fast attack pressure, no matter how good you are, you're going to be pushed to the side.
It's very tough for you. You're just basically, if you're team building and you're only playing energy, you're taking away win conditions from you, because Paula, we know that she is one of the best trainers in the world, that she can very well play teams that are energy based, but she also had the option to just throw in the Claydol and just mud slap Pokemon back to the Pokeball, and that's what she did eventually.
It's also why Pokemon like Cancer Marowak, the Shadow Cancer Marowak, came to the fore. Just because, great, you don't have a great matchup against Feraligatr, but you could potentially 2-to-1 shield and mud slap it down. That's a great position to be in, because great coverage moves. You have Bone Club for against Steel types. Your worst matchup potentially in that meta was Jumpluff. So you had Rock Slide to still hit Jumpluff for super effective damage. So I think that's also the same function of Claydol now. Ice Beam against the grass types, Rock Slide against whatever else you want to... Rock Tomb against whatever else you want to throw it.
Rock Tomb is significantly stronger than Rock Slide at the moment, I will tell you that. But another Pokemon that you hit very hard with Rock Tombs, which is still not a great matchup, is Golisopod. That's a very interesting one. You really want to connect those Rock Tombs onto the Golisopod. However, Aqua Jet and Shadow Claw exert a lot of pressure on the Claydol. Avi, read it for us.
Well, Golisopod is a great Pokemon, just mostly from its typing, right? It has great resistances, grass type, bug type coming in handy against the fighting type meta, also against the ground types that potentially will come in. Bug type is a great typing to have. Water is a great coverage move as well. Aqua Jet paces really fast, X-Scissor paces really fast. Shadow Claw is what it is. Having that ghost type coverage is amazing to have in this meta.
Yep, you can also run Fury Cutter.
No.
That's, yes, it is very cool in some cups or some metas that you might play. Because against dark types, Shadow Claw is really not good. It helps you with some matchups like Guzzlord, which is sometimes really good. Sometimes normal type Pokemon are also very strong in the meta. And also there, Fury Cutter is rather good. And also it helps you versus Shiftry.
Yeah,
good against Shiftry.
We've seen a lot of Shiftry so far in the tournament, so let's
Malamar.
Malamar.
That's the more meta-relevant Pokemon that I want.
Fair point, but we have our next matchup here. It's going to be the winner semis, and we see Patoman going up against Christian's
Best of Friendo matchup.
Best of Friendo matchup, indeed. You have that Jellicent, which is a pick that is taking me by surprise, because in this meta where we will be seeing a lot of Drapion and Tinkaton, I'm not sure exactly what Jellicent has play here, but of course we know Patoman, he comes in with these picks and he wins tournaments. We also see the Charjabug here with Volt Switch and X-Scissor going with a double bug strategy to counter the double fairy.
I mean, Jellicent takes one crunch, barely.
Yeah.
And it, if you get a farm down on something, it can also fight back with big surf damage on that Shadow Drapion. So Jellicent might have play. If you're playing evens, it's rather iffy, but I mean, just having the same type attack boosted Shadow Ball. Hex also got buffed with the Might and Mastery season, so that's also a very nice thing. But it's a very, very interesting team. This is not a team that looks like you want to necessarily play to your biggest energy advantage. Now we have another Swampert, another day, another Swampert, another Tinkaton Mirror, taken over the metagame by storm. Cradily, Shadow Drapion, Golisopod, and Talonflame as well.
I think Talonflame is going to have plenty of play here, especially for into Patoman's team, just because of the fact that, of course, he doesn't have a huge answer to this Pokemon. He has Pokemon like Golisopod to deal with it, but it's impossible. Like, a Talonflame can potentially farm you down. And he also has a Charjabug to deal with the Talonflame, but again, Talonflame can potentially farm you down, and all that energy goes everywhere into Patoman's team. So it's really going to be interesting to see how these two trainers approach this. Credilli, also a great Pokemon into Patoman's team, and let's see if Christian tries to win this matchup as well.
I mean, Christian is almost playing all of my caster predictions, right? There's only the Ferret missing. There's Talonflame, the Swampert. I called for Shadow Swampert, I think.
Yeah, it's two different Pokemon.
Yeah, it actually is two different Pokemon when you're looking at how it plays the matchups. But now we're going to see the matchup of friends, the winners, semis, and it's going to be Golisopod versus the regular Swampert.
Yeah, Golisopod against a regular Swampert. This is a great matchup for Patoman, but of course we do know having access to this Sludge is going to do a ton of work against Golisopod. Sludge number 1 coming in there. Patoman over farming, trying to make sure that he does not get caught on, because that would be a huge advantage to lose here. And in comes Christian's own Golisopod. But unfortunately for him, Patoman's Golisopod is going to outpace for this first X-Scissor.
Yep, and Patoman doesn't even try to bring in the Charjabug here immediately. Nope, goes to one full charge deck. Now tries to farm down. I don't think he's going to get the full farm down, so this might be 2 Aqua Jets from the side of Kristen.
Yeah, 2 Aqua Jets will be coming in, but unfortunately Charjabug, as we know, is a pretty bulky Pokemon. It can easily take 2 Aqua Jets here. Goes for the full farm down, and Christian's getting to that Aqua Jet. Patoman recognizing, maybe my Charjabug has play at the back and saving it with a Protect Shield.
And it definitely does have play in the back, because there is no energy on the Swampert of Kristen. There is a Cradilli that definitely does not want to take any of those X-Scissors. So now we're going to throw double X-Scissor into the Swampert. That is also not great. Kristen is really behind on energy, given that there's also an Aqua Jet on the Golisopod.
Yeah, Christian is very behind on energy here. He will have to pull up this Protect Shield. Unfortunately for him, these Mud Shots will not add up over time to get rid of the Charjabug. Charjabug, if there's no energies being thrown on the side of Christian's, will be able to get to another move here. Oh, goes for a snipe here with the Golisopod. Maybe Christian's can pull up this Protect Shield, save the Swampert for the end game. Let's see what he does. Will he come in with that Cradilli to get some more energy? But no, he's farming up a little bit more energy and going for that Sludge Wave here. Sludge Wave, if Shield, it will knock out the Golisopod.
Yep, the Sludge actually, that is going to deal
Sludge.
about 35%, which is more than enough here. And it is a very low HP. The question is now, what do you bring in? Because this is a Tinkaton in the back that doesn't want to take too many mud shots plus Hydro Cannons. You don't have a lot of fast attack pressure. Actually, the Fairy Winds do way more than I thought they would, but we are at 2 Hydro Cannons. Does this Fairy Wind knock out the Swampert?
Oh, I don't think the Fairy Wind will knock out the Swampert.
I think it does.
Yeah?
I think I'm going to make the call.
Another move. It might get to another move. Oh no, it does knock out the Swampert, and this is how the cookie crumbled. In comes Credilli. Credilli, unfortunately, doesn't have any attacks that it's going to be able to do super effective damage onto the Tinkaton, saving the Tinkaton here and going into the Charger Bug for getting this X-Scissor onto the Dilly.
Yep, X-Scissor is going to deal super effective damage here on the Cradilly, and that will seal the deal for game 1. Barely not, because Cradilly actually hangs on. Is there any sort of play you can make here? Kristen trying to go for a big farm down here. Very reasonable, but Pataman just calmly throwing another X-Scissor at it.
Pataman could have gone for another wall switch, but unfortunately, he decided there's no time for dilly-dallying. I'm just going to get this thing out of the way.
I want to take my notes for the next matchup immediately, and Chris is now in a uphill climb against the reigning EUIC champion Pataman, who is looking very strong in that first game, but I want to see the Jellicent. So let's look at the matchups for Jellicent. You don't necessarily want to play versus Cradilly. You don't necessarily want to play versus the Shadow Dropion. I think Tinkaton is a fine matchup for you. Shadow Swampert is actually a really good matchup for you now, because Hydro Cannon and Sludge are resisted. Golisopod, iffy, but you resist the charge attacks, and Talonflame is good. So I see an opening there, to be honest.
In my opinion, I think running Golisopod for the similar function is much better than running the Jellicent here. So I don't know why you would want to switch from playing the Golisopod to a Jellicent. That's my opinion.
If you're saying that both of these Pokemon have basically the same role, why not bring both? If you think that your Golisopod, I think that's actually the reason why Pataman is running both of these, because he wants a second Golisopod on his team.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
I mean, it does make sense, yeah, but if you seeing what Christians ran game number 1, which is Golisopod back again with a Credilly at the backline, I'm not sure if running Jellicent at the back would make sense, but maybe he brings it as a safe swap to bait out something. That could be something that works, unless Christians is running that Drapion. And if that Drapion comes in, against Jellicent, it's going to have a field day, because whatever happens after, Drapion's energy is going to do a ton of work against Pataman's backline.
Yep, that is true, but it might not come to that, to be honest. I think that the team building is very cool. We've seen so many Golisopods so far, and they've all been broad, right? They have never been just bench pressure. They've all been looking very, very good. So actually going with the whole meta is being neutral into Golisopod right now. So I want 2 of those on my team is kind of cool, because if I had the option to run 2 Golisopod, honestly, I might do that.
Yep, absolutely. And let's see what Pataman does. I think both these trainers have almost locked in. Actually, they have locked in, and it's going to be a Tinkaton lead against a Drapion.
Oh, and there is the double in the back. There is Golisopod and Jellicent in the back. But you have nothing against the safe swap of Golisopod, really. I think Pataman is trying to go for a play rough here and then possibly go into his own Jellicent or his own...
What does he pivot into? Does he pivot into the Jellicent, or does he pivot into his own Golisopod? Because that will dictate how the end game plays out, because we see that Swampert does not want to see the Golisopod, and it doesn't want... and not a great matchup against the Jellicent, but in comes the Jellicent. This is a great heads-up play here from Christians. Jellicent will do a ton of damage, but of course it's going to take a few Aqua Jets on the way.
Yeah, but that's the good thing, right? You're going to resist both of these charge attacks. That's why Pataman also decided not to go into the Golisopod, rather, because you can just resist this energy with the farm down. Oh, gets another charge attack off here, goes for another Aqua Tail. Now Pataman has a lot of energy on the Jellicent, and if Drapion comes in now, that's the problem I mentioned before, because you can't Poison Sting this down. You also take a lot of damage from those Surfs. Look at Jellicent being so oppressive right now, throwing Surf after Surf.
Yeah, Surf number 1 comes in, already puts the Drapion into half HP, but he's trying to farm up a little bit more energy, but another Surf comes in here.
Yep, takes a shield away from the Shadow. Drapion goes into the Tinkaton immediately, and now this is looking rather interesting, because how much damage is Aqua Tail, the Aqua Cola, going to do versus this Tinkaton? Because I doubt that it's going to knock out.
No, it doesn't even come close to knocking out. Not before Tinkerton gets to the Bulldoze. It is a charge attack tie event here, but Padaman putting it all on his tried and tested Golisopod. 2-to-1 shield scenario. Golisopod has a great matchup into Christian's team here, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Golisopod will get to the move first, but I think at this point, you shield up, get as much energy as possible on your Golisopod before sending this Drapion back.
Do you throw your charge attack here, or you do try to go for a 2-shield farm down? Because there is still the option for the Golisopod catch. No, tries to go for the full farm down here. Chris is sitting there with a lot of energy on the Shadow Drapion and a Swampert, but Swampert doesn't want to take all the Aqua Jets in the world.
Yeah, I think Swampert is in a very bad position. Golisopod has a ton of energy. First Aqua Jet coming in here and getting a Protect from Christians.
It's being shielded immediately. You can go up to 2. Perhaps a catch. No, not even that. Chris knows there is no way that my Sludge at this range is even going to knock out the Golisopod because it's not a Shadow, and 2 Aqua Jet take out the regular Swampert there as well. Might as well take the damage on the way. The Sludge is being thrown here, but you even have a shield on the side of Patoman.
Yeah, Padaman does have a shield and he pulls it up, and this is looking very, very tough for Christians to come back in, almost at another Aqua Jet. But this is the Drapion. Does it have a crunch? Because if it does,
it might be very close to it, but it also might be in Hex downrange. Goes to throw in Aqua Tail immediately, but also Patoman wins the charge attack priority. Aqua Jet is going to knock out that Shadow Drapion, and Patoman advances to the winners finals.
What a game there, completely reading his friend from the start to the end. Great call by you as well for that double, let's say, double Golisopod strategy.
Right, Jellicent basically imitating what Golisopod wants to do, right? Throwing serves and this little fast attack pressure, because I think that Hex is very, very similar to Shadow Claw as well.
Yeah, I think it has a great function, but with a better coverage with the Shadow Ball as well. Better matchup, I think, against Tinkerton, just because of the fact that it's a bit more bulkier Pokemon. Again, it's a better safe swap than Golisopod, just for the fact that it has a lot more bulk involved.
Yep, and also you can throw these Shadow Balls. Shadow Balls is a really hard-hitting charge attack. I think that something like a Lapras has a lot of a harder time versus your Jellicent, by the way, because even if it's running, especially if it's running Skull Bash, there is nothing to hit you with. Skull Bash takes out a Golisopod.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Laprases will have to really think about what are the charge attacks they want to run.
Yeah.
It could be Skull Bash or Ice Beam. That's the most important decision you have to make. If you have Ice Beam, for example, you have a better matchup against Pokemon like Credilli. You have a better matchup against Pokemon like Ferrothorn. It's just, it's a coin toss for me. I think I'm a Skull Bash person just because I like the fact that you can boost up your defense on an already very defensively heavy Pokemon. Yeah. So I prefer Skull Bash, but it's a meta call. Are there going to be more grass types? Yes or no?
Yep, and sometimes the grass types, if they are rather fragile, even though I don't even know which one that could be right now, then I think a Skull Bash might also be enough, but I don't think that's very relevant in that case. I really like the call of Skull Bash in this meta, especially with so many Golisopod on the way as well.
I think against Golisopod, you might still want to have the Skull Bash just for, let's say, the threat of, let's say, putting it deep into the red. But more often than not, it's the Psy Waves and the Sparkling Area damage that, in the end, will help you win that matchup. But what we haven't seen is a lot of jump lofts. I think slowly and steadily, it's being pushed out of the meta just because of Tinkerton having that great coverage.
But you've told me about how that matchup goes if you have a regular jump loft. Want to repeat it?
No.
Okay. Actually, if you're playing a very defensive jump loft, in the zero shield scenario, you reach triple acrobatics, which makes you win the matchup versus Tinkerton as a jump loft.
And only if the only if the Tinkerton is running the moveset of Bulldoze and Play Rough. But this is it. This is game number 1. It was completely dominant. Charjabug coming in there, and we just talked about the Charjabug being a very good core breaker here. But it was all about the Golisopod in this game, coming in there, getting that energy lead again and again and again, making sure the end game is completely in its control. Golisopod also has this great thing going on for it, is that it has a really, really high attack stat. More often than not, most Pokemon that we see in the meta will lose charge attack priority to it.
So it exerts a lot of pressure. You have to, I will say that you also need a lot of repetitions for your Golisopod, because there are many Pokemon in the meta, like Shadow Sableye, like Swampert, that pace to their charge attacks that deal a lot of damage within 5 of their fast attacks. Golisopod does 2. But Aqua Jet, most of the time, doesn't knock those out, so you really have to know how to play with it and how to play against it to know which shielding scenarios are good for me, which are bad for me. I want to play the 0 shield scenario against a Swampert perhaps, but against a Shadow Sableye, even though you win charge attack priority and you do outpace, you don't necessarily want to play it, because if you're playing the 0 shield scenario, after 9 Shadow Claws, they might throw a Dazzling Gleam or a Power Gem.
Yeah, I think against Pokemon like Shadow Sableye, you need to play Golisopod enough to know what should I do if my opponent lets go of the verse Aqua Jet, because they're going to get to another move. Is it worthwhile for me to shield the next move and then get a ton of energy so that I can do a lot more damage towards the backline? Because these charge attacks from Golisopod are great. X-Scissor is a great move. Aqua Jet, amazing move as well.
See, and also in that matchup, after 10 Shadow Claws, the foul play knocks out the Golisopod. So if you shield the first foul play, you have to shield everything, basically. Yeah. So those are the intricacies of the Golisopod matchups. Many of these trainers that are competing in this very tournament are going to know them inside out. And now we're going to take a little closer look at our trainers competing, because we are on the floor in the Go area with Amanda.
Thank you, Leo. Yeah, I know a lot of viewers at home, they don't really get to see what's going on at the tournaments. We see the main stage, we see the caster's booth, but walk with me, talk with me here. I'm gonna show you the Go area. So this is where competitors are actually doing their tournament runs when they're not on screen. So you see a lot of the numbers. These are where you're, you know, like you get it ahead of time, you read, okay, I'm supposed to play in round number 6, you go to the 6th table. There's also a lot of judges and staff here, so if you have any questions or you think something didn't go quite right in your game, you can raise your hand and they'll come and check. Staff also does team checks. They make sure that everyone is using the right Pokemon, and we're trying to keep it a little bit quiet because there are some competitors who are playing right now, and we don't want to give away too many of their secrets and strats. But yeah, this is the Go area for the special event here in Sevilla. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna go back to the action pretty soon.
There's plenty of things that happen in the stadium, and it's one of the reasons why you should always come here. So many different things to do, so many different players to learn from, and so many opportunities for you to improve yourself as a battler. I am Canzivius, and actually joining me suddenly is my co-caster, Martin.
Yes, you may also know me as Inadequance, and I'm excited to be here to watch some of these battles, some of the best Spanish battles that we have this weekend. Next up, we're going to have Marco Shiny versus Nopfon, 2 battles that we've seen earlier on, and 2 players that are very well known in the grassroots format. I believe both players have reached at least top 10 or top 8, maybe even before in a tournament. So they already had that experience with them.
Yeah, I think both these trainers, they do not compete a lot in the circuit, because I'm not sure, but because they're absolutely great trainers. We haven't heard from them a lot just in the competitive circuit, but in the grassroots tournaments, they do a lot of work as well. These trainers, we saw Nopfon earlier, complete amazing gameplay. He didn't give his opponent any chance to come back into the game, read him like a book in game number 2, and won that as well.
If you had to pick a Pokemon that has stood out the most this tournament in the battles that you've seen so far, which Pokemon would that be for you?
Golisopod.
Golisopod? Yeah. Why is that?
It's just been so oppressive in this in the meta. Like I was just telling Leo that if you look at the attack stat of all these Pokemon in the meta currently, Golisopod has the highest attack stat. So if you're having energy on the Golisopod towards the end game, you can definitely make sure that you are going to win the charge attack tie and then get that little bit of edge. So energy on Golisopod is looking great in this meta right now.
I think you're right. The coverage is so good. Shadow Claw for ghost type coverage, which is very neutral, especially because Tinkaton, a new addition to the meta, has been scaring away dark type Pokemon. I believe we hardly have seen any Sableye, for example. Aqua Jet and X-Scissor, super good coverage attacks. Let's take a look at these teams here. We have no Golisopod, but we do see the Shadow Annihilate from Marco Shiny. That is such an aggressive Pokemon, right? You ramp up damage so quickly with the combination of Counter and Rage Fist.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see what is the other moveset is it running. Is it running Ice Punch or Close Combat as well? potentially close combat just to have a better matchup against the Tinkerton. But again, conventional Pokemon, but we see on the side of Nopfam, a Pokemon that I really want to point out on the side of Marco Shiny is that Feraligatr coming back into the meta. I think it has a lot of play here.
Feraligatr with the combination of Shadow Claw and Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon is a legacy charged attack. You can only get this by using an elite charged TM on your Feraligatr, and it's worth it. It hits so hard because Feraligatr, usually against Pokemon that don't have a lot of bulk, it can use the Shadow Claw damage to ramp up and put Pokemon into Hydro Cannon range.
Yep, I think Feraligatr is also a decent matchup against Pokemon like Ferd, which it does need some time to ramp up because you outpace it for the first Hydro Cannon. Of course, you're not going to have a great time because of the Shadow Claw.
Yeah, Shadow Claw's double resist. I wouldn't put my Feraligatr there.
Of course, but I'm just saying that towards the end game, it's not a bad scenario to be in if you have a shield advantage to kind of close out against Pokemon like Ferd. Speaking of Ferd, we see Ferd on this side as well, going with Tinkerton, Ferd, Drapion, Claydol, Talonflame, and Azumarill. Great Pokemon to have. And we were just talking about a Talonflame a lot. We have not seen a single Talonflame actually get into battle. We've seen it on teams, but we have not seen it in battle. Why is that?
It's on my caster prediction. It looks like Nopfon listened. I think Talonflame is an excellent Pokemon, especially when it has shields up or an energy advantage, shield advantage. All of those just work so well for Talonflame. There's almost no Blastoise. Well, there is a Feraligatr. They're rare, but they're around. You have to be careful for that. Azumarill is not even the worst matchup for Talonflame because Incinerate, Fly, and Brave Bird is such a strong combination together. Why do you think... I've seen so many Ferd around, even though Tinkerton walls is. Why do you think Ferd... still present?
I think it's a counter for the ground-type Pokemon that's coming in to counter the Tinkerton. It's a great matchup to have. We saw so many Swampards. Ferd has a decent matchup against Swampert as well. But these two trainers have locked in their teams. Let's see how they play out. It's going to be a Clodsire against a Drapion. What a great lead for Marco Shiny.
Both Pokemon can deal super effective damage to each other. Now, an Earthquake would do so much more to the Drapion, wiping it off the floor immediately. But you have to get through two shields here first, and Aqua Tail comes out so incredibly fast. In fact, when two shields are in play for both Pokemon, Drapion actually wins this matchup just straight up. In comes an Earthquake. It looks like Nopfon is not taking any chances.
Yeah, not taking any chances. Earthquake number one comes in, protect shielded by Nopfon. Let's see what kind of shielding scenarios he wants to play out. As Martin as Inadequance pointed out, that the more the shield scenarios go, the better it is for the Drapion. Another Aqua Tail coming in, and Marcus Shiny, no shielding this again.
I think you have a crazy balance here, right? Because Nopfon has Claydol and Azumarill in the back, so that means that Drapion's probably the Pokemon you want to use the shields on as the most fragile Pokemon, but Marco Shiny on the other hand has the Shadow Feraligatr in the back, and you kind of want to put your Protect shields there, because look at how awkward this becomes. Yes, you can get shields down as the Clodsire against his Drapion, but look at how much health this Drapion still has, and it looks like Nopfon does protect the Drapion using two Protect shields. He doesn't really need them in the back, but in comes one of the best closers in the game. Shadow Feraligatr is probably going to require a Protect shield here, though.
I hope Marcus Shiny has been keeping count, because he could farm up a ton of energy if this Drapion still stays in the matchup. Let's see what Nopfon does. Tries to catch that Hydro Cannon onto the Azumarill. Great patience by Marcus Shiny, going for the Hydro Cannon at great timing here to get some damage onto this Azumarill.
And while this is a pretty decent matchup for Shadow Feraligatr, I would say, just because the bubbles are resisted and the Shadow Claw plus Hydro Cannon combination ramped up so quickly, this is kind of a bummer. You don't want to throw your hard-hitting Hydro Cannon into an Azumarill. This is resisted right here, but it's going to add up until that player off hits, and that player is going to get close to knocking out this Shadow Feraligatr.
Oh, great timing here by Nopfon as well, throwing that one bubble before going for this player off. Is this enough to knock out the Feraligatr? I
barely
don't
not.
think so.
It's barely not enough. You might be able to get the bubble down, but it looks like I love this play from Marcus Shiny, keeping that hard-hitting Hydro Cannon that doesn't hit hard on the Azumarill, but you look in the back, there's the Drapion and the Claydol. Keeping the Hydro Cannon for the backline could be so important. And what do you swap in here as Nopfon? Because Claydol takes super effective damage from Bubble plus Ice Beam, but Drapion only has resisted charge attacks here.
He doesn't even get to the crunch. Unfortunately, Azumarill outpaces his Drapion to get to the player of. I think will be barely enough to knock out the Drapion, and it is! Oh man, what an endgame scenario for Marcus Shiny. This is exactly where you want to be. Azumarill will outpace to the Rock Slide here. One more. Oh!
To the Rock Tomb, indeed. Rock Tomb is going to drop the attack of this Azumarill. I believe that Nopfon may have been slightly behind there, but Marcus Shiny decided not to throw the Ice Beam yet anyway. The Azumarill would lose Charge Attack Priority in that case, and now they are basically on even energy there. And here we go. The first Ice Beam. It is dropped, but remember, there's the Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr still. So Marcus Shiny could either go for another Ice Beam, but he's going in for the combo play. Hydro Cannon on the Claydol.
Combo play coming in, Hydro Cannon on the Claydol. This will be enough to knock out that Claydol and giving Marcus Shiny a 1-0 lead into this game. Of course, there's still that Azumarill, but will this go all the way down? Azumarill got some few bubbles.
So much energy on his own Azumarill. Look at that. This was such an excellent play. Going for the resisted Ice Beam. We don't need to play rough. We play clean here.
No, it's clean as ice indeed, but this is a great show of energy management by Marcus Shiny, having all his Pokemon have a little bit of energy towards the end game and managing it perfectly, especially, as you pointed out earlier, the Feraligatr storing that Hydro Cannon and understanding I'm going to win Charge Attack Priority against all of Nopfom's team towards the end game. So I will definitely bank this and see what I can do with it.
You're right, Feraligatr is an attack-weighted Pokemon. That means that it does win the Charge Attack Priority, so if you keep that attack banked, you will always be able to fire it into anything of the Pokemon of Nopfon. And especially if you look at the team of Nopfon, one of the better answers to the Feraligatr is Ferd, but as you pointed out, even Ferd doesn't like to take Hydro Cannon, right? So if there's only the Azumarill, you keep the Hydro Cannon banked, and you don't have to turn it into Azumarill later, it will always do really good damage on anything, especially if it's like a Talonflame or a Claydol. And even Shadow Drapion, a Hydro Cannon will still do, I think, around 80% damage. That's a ton.
Yeah, one of the key things here is that you see there is Grass-type coverage on the side of Nopfom with the Trailblaze from the Ferd, but it's not a great Grass-type move. So Azumarill just looks so safe. Of course, you're using the Trailblaze to boost your Sucker Punches, but it's a Fairy type, man. Sucker Punches are not going to do a great amount of damage.
They do add up a little bit. I believe that Azumarill only wins a scenario when both Pokemon don't use any shields, but once shields are being used, Ferd just basically outpaces, plus those boosted Sucker Punches will really add up. And important, you also take those boosted Sucker Punches into your next matchup, right? And that's what I think makes Trailblaze a really valuable addition to the moveset pool of Ferd, because previously you had Brick Break and Dig, and those were not as prevalent as they are now.
Yeah, but as you said, you have to take the Sucker Punch onto the next Pokemon, and that's exactly why I think Marcus Shiny crafted his team with having a bulky Pokemon like Clodsire. But let's see what happens in game number 2. It's a Feraligatr into a Drapion. This is let's say a neutral matchup for both Pokemon.
Abby, if I'm either of these Pokemon, I hate this matchup. I hate this matchup so much, and I'm going to tell you why. Because this all relies on the Drapion landing an Aqua Tail bait or not. Yeah. Drapion can win this, but if it goes straight to Crunch and they're all shielded, the Feraligatr will hit the Charge Attack Priority on the very last. And here comes the first bait. This Marcus Shiny calls. There will be a huge call because this is resisted. And he Protect Shield it!
Last second Protect Shield here. This puts the game completely into the side of Nopfom, but he does not throw the Crunch on time. He's going to pull up another Protect Shield here.
It's just like game 1, putting all the Protect Shields up his more fragile Pokemon. In the back, we see the Ferd and the Azumarill. They don't require shields as much. An attempt to catch this Charge Attack. Where do you go into now? Going into the Azumarill. He doesn't want to go into the Ferd with his shield down, which I guess I can understand somewhat, but this is kind of what the Ferd is for. Or maybe he's keeping the Ferd for the Feraligatr, but Feraligatr has 100 energy loaded, so that's gonna take a lot of damage on anything. And look, again, there's an Azumarill. The Hydro Cannon are not going into the Azumarill later.
What's important here to notice is that there is a Credilli at the back line for Marcus Shiny. Potentially can come in here at the end of this matchup, still keeping the shield advantage and getting a ton of energy. As a Drapion, you do not want to get those Rock Tombs. You get debuffed, you also take a ton of damage. And what do you have at the back line? Another Pokemon that do not want its attack debuffed.
There is no other Pokemon in the back for Nopfon that could take on the Cradily very well here. The timer is up, but taking a player off first makes sense. Azumarill is one of the most bulky Pokemon in the Great League. Now that the energy has been used, you could potentially switch, or do you want to go for another player off here? Perhaps store the energy. It looks like Marcus Shiny is opting to go for the player off just right before the player off of Nopfon, and this, I think, might barely knock out. It's possible that Azumarill might hang on a 1 HP.
1 HP. I'm calling 1 HP hang out. No,
you're wrong.
I am wrong. Absolutely wrong, but this is a great scenario for Nopfon because this Drapion can come in and get a ton of energy. Ferret comes in and immediate swap into the Feraligatr. Unfortunately for Marcus Shiny, the Ferret does get to the Swift first.
And now you can get to that Hydro Cannon that you need. I thought, my apologies by the way, I thought it was 100 energy, that was wrong.
It was the Drapion.
Yeah, it was the Drapion, exactly. In comes that Hydro Cannon now, and that's going to do a sizable amount of damage to this Ferret, but you get the Sucker Punch down though.
Do you get the Sucker Punch down? It's one away from another Hydro Cannon. No, you do not! No, you do not. What a great IV for Feraligatr. Amazing stat product for Feraligatr here. This Hydro Cannon will knock out the Ferret, and the end game looks really, really dire for Nopfon here. He does have a ton of energy.
Yeah, that's where the energy was.
Will he get first crunch debuff and the second crunch debuff to knock out the Cradily, because that's what it needs.
There's still a catch though available for Marcus Shiny. The problem is you have a 2-turn fast attack versus a 3-turn fast attack. So as soon as Marcus Shiny does a Bullet Seed with his Cradily, you can't swap out during the animation. And yes, look at that. But going for the Aqua Tail first, by the way, is an interesting play.
I think Nopfon was predicting the Azumarill swap in. Unfortunately for him, it was the Cradily that comes in here. Oh, gets it.
I don't think it even matters.
Oh my. Charge attack tie, and Drapion gets it. Wow.
How much energy is left on this Azumarill? Does it have enough health to get to a charge attack? It does have a lot, but look at that. Can it get there? No, it's a charge attack priority tie!
Oh, energy. Great energy management. That 100 energy that was supposed to be on the Feraligatr, unfortunately, was on the Drapion. And Drapion clutches this game for Nopfon. 1-1. What a game. Throughout the game, we thought Marcus Shiny had this in the bag, but Nopfon said, nope, not today.
Yeah, that energy on the Drapion. Marcus Shiny, of course, he shielded an Aqua Tail bait on the Drapion, and that meant that Drapion would outpace the Feraligatr 2 charge attacks further on in this match. That's why Marcus Shiny had to try and catch some energy from the Drapion on his backline Pokemon that was the Azumarill, but he failed to, and then Nopfon brought all that energy from the Drapion into the remainder of the battle that was not on the Azumarill. It was going to be thrown into that Cradily, and Cradily generally doesn't like to see Drapion that much, just because Bullet Seed is resisted on Drapion, and Drapion is spaced so quickly. Cradily really relies on throwing the Rock Tomb first, dropping the attack, and then enhancing its artificial bulk. Yeah. But against Drapion, it can spam those attacks before you can even do that.
I think once the Feraligatr got that Hydro Cannon off, there was no, I think the shields were a little bit misplayed. Throwing that player off onto the... It's something Marcus Shiny didn't do what he did game number 1 really well, is managing the energy towards the end game. Having that player off towards the end game would have forced the Drapion to throw the energy a lot more faster, would have forced the Ferret to rethink, oh, I do not want to go energy dry into this matchup. There is an Azumarill towards the end game where I have to worry about. That would have made it difficult for Nopfon to come back into the game, but of course, these are elite trainers, yeah? You give them a small sneak, they're gonna take it, and they're gonna make sure that they have the game.
These are some of the best Spanish players that we have in the tournament, and now are these trainers going to make an adjustment? Marcus Shiny really relied on the Shadow Annihilate in his first match of the day, and now we are moving on here in the winner semis. The winner goes to day 2. Here we have the Shadow Annihilate. It is matched to the Shadow Drapion. This is a relatively neutral match. However, the more shields are used, the better Annihilate becomes in this, just because of look at how much those counters are ramping up. This Drapion's already almost half health.
Yeah, the Drapion is almost half health, and Annihilate has already pulled up a sheet, but what's key to note here is the backline. We see that Ferret, and Nopfon at this point is like, this is exactly where I want my Drapion to be, because I do not want to deal with this Annihilate towards the end game.
I don't think you want this Annihilate anywhere, to be honest. This is a really dangerous Pokemon to deal with, going for the crunch. Maybe you could have gone to 2 Aqua Tail. I think it would have been really close, but looks like Nopfon might be predicting that Marcus Shiny would predict that as well. And now I think you can count it down all the way. This Annihilate comes out with a Rage Fist or even an Ice Punch. In comes the Azumarill to soak this damage, but you still need to charge so long to an Ice Beam. And oh, look at that, Marcus Shiny keeps the energy though, swapping into his own Azumarill. And baits out the Vert.
Oof, this is going to be really, really tough endgame for both parties here. Of course, this Vert is going to be, does have a shield advantage. He will have to recognize that at the end game, this shield will come in handy. And unfortunately, will these Trailblazers be enough to knock the Azumarill out, have the switch clock so that the end game Azumarill can have some more play here?
2 Trailblazers, I think, are barely not enough to knock out with the Sucker Punches. Perhaps if this Vert has plenty of attack to do so. Otherwise, this Azumarill will be able to reach the player. And looks like we go for the player, but there's a Swift instead of a Trailblaze here from Nopfon. Perhaps looking for a Farna with his own Azumarill, but that's not really going to happen. There's way too much health here.
Yeah, absolutely, way too much health on the Azumarill. Maybe what he wants to do is shield up the Vert and get some energy lead, but
the timer would be up. There would be no point in doing that.
Absolutely. Oh man, in comes the Azumarill. Azumarill is fairly healthy here. Let's see what it does. Will it go up to maximum energy and then throw this charge attack, waiting a turn, going for the player off? I think Ice Beam would have been enough at this range, but then again, there's still a ton of energy on this Azumarill, and most importantly,
on the Annihilate.
On the Annihilate, and also there's a ton of HP on the Azumarill and a shield to hide behind.
The first Rage Fist is being no-shielded, and that's because Rage Fist boosts your attack stat as the Annihilate. So the next ones will do way more. Throwing immediately, making sure that he can launch this charge stack before Nopfon fires an Ice Beam that would knock out this Shadow Annihilate. And then he still has the Feraligatr in the back that is at full health. Going for the player off. This will take out an entire family of Annihilate even.
Yeah, player off coming in here to take out the Annihilate, but I don't think Nopfon's Azumarill will like what it sees at the back. It's going to be a Feraligatr, and this Feraligatr, of course, the Shadow Claws that we talked about, such a great fast attack to have in this matchup. Goes for the Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon is a great move in this. Even though it's resisted, it's going to do a ton of damage against his Azumarill.
I think we're going to see a Shadow Claw down here. Marcus Shiny is moving on to day 2 on the winner's side of that bracket. Vamos! That is a 2-1 victory.
2-1 victory. Great games here. 2 Spanish battlers here showing that they are definitely Pokemon trainers to watch in this championship.
He is on my fantasy draft, I'm just saying.
I mean, yeah, I understand. Nopfon is on mine.
Well, yeah, Nopfon is still on the loose side of the bracket though, so he's not entirely out just yet. But of course, this is a very stacked field of all these trainers, and this is a big win for Marcus Shiny. He's known to be a Twitch streamer, a Spanish-speaking Twitch streamer, and this is his home turf, right? His home turf, making it to day 2, that's big.
Yep. What we are seeing is a trend, is that really high attack water Pokemon coming to the fore. We see Feraligatr. We saw how much work it did in this matchup. Azumarill, of course, for me, it's always a Feraligatr favorite matchup, just because you can throw in shields and come back with so much advantage in energy, and energy from Feraligatr is just impossible to take on a lot of Pokemon.
Why do you think that we haven't seen as much Feraligatr lately? It was one of the best Pokemon in the first half of the season, and now it's hardly there to be seen anymore.
I'm not sure. I think you know, we see the meta shifting throughout the course of the tournaments, right? So you will see we had like Ariados, for example, in the end, where we had to kind of find some Ariados with like really high attack to kind of deal with the Feraligatr, and then you saw Serperiors coming in and then Jumpluffs coming in. So of course the meta evolves and Pokemon change.
Would you say Feraligator's back?
I think it
back again.
I think it has a good shout, for sure. Feraligatr will be a Pokemon that we will be seeing in, definitely seeing in the day 2.
In day 2 from Marcus Shiny, as we see here again, the replays here, the Ice Beam being fired off to take game number 1 from Marcus Shiny. This is resisted, but at so little health, it even takes out the bulky, ever-present Azumarill. And then in game 2, we saw Nopfon store all that energy with the Drapion. Feraligatr, very neutral into this matchup. However, if you shield this Aqua Tail here, Drapion is faster. Feraligatr is fast, but Drapion is even faster in that case. If he no-shield the Aqua Tail, this would have been a really good match for the Feraligatr.
And that energy came in clutch towards the end game. We saw it was a charge attack tie. So every poison sting that Drapion made across the duration of this game came into effect towards the end game. Great energy management by Marcus Shiny in game number 1, and great energy management by Nopfon in game number 2. But in game 3, it was all the Annihilate show.
Yeah.
Great lead,
Great call.
and then completely dominating that game from the start to the end. Great gameplay by Marco Shiny.
Marco Shiny did not bring the Shadow Annihilating game number 1 and 2, and at that point I think Nopfon was just not respecting it or expecting it at all, and then it comes out in the lead into the Shadow Drapion, and there's a third in the back. It is so tough to come back from that, because if you switch out, you have to deal with the Annihilate later. You probably throw in your Azumarill as your prime counter, but if you stay in, the Shadow Annihilate ramps up, so that's kind of tough. I just saw a comment from chat from the Gengar Live, by the way. Yes, the winner finals of the groups are played tomorrow, so Marco Shiny will be continuing tomorrow. In the meantime, we're gonna go to two not Spanish players. It is Sobs the Lagger, if I'm not mistaken. That is Emmy Weedle's brother. Emmy Weedle, the 2024 EYC champion. And on the right side, we have HK Assassin with the... Whoa, that's a Unovan Stunfisk.
Unovan Stunfisk. This is the second time we are seeing the Unovan Stunfisk as well. We saw it on Wolfpack's team today. It's a great Pokemon to have, but he's running, HK Assassin is running it with Swampert, so that's 2 ground-type Pokemon potentially to threaten the Tinkaton. A Pokemon, again, it's a standout Pokemon that we've been seeing a lot is the Golisopod. Golisopod on this side is looking great, great, great Pokemon.
Why do you think that most trainers are running Bulldoze instead of Heavy Slam on Tinkaton? I actually thought that Heavy Slam may be a little bit more of a play, because Bulldoze isn't the most efficient charge stack.
Yeah, absolutely not, but I think it's just for the sake of coverage, right? You'd still hit Pokemon like Drapion for super effective damage. You would still have super effective damage against mirror Tinkatons. Of course, you know, having Heavy Slam would be a good matchup against Pokemon like Jumpluff. I was just talking about, let's say, the case for running a normal Jumpluff with Energy Ball Acrobatics in this meta, just because of the fact that if you have a high stat product Jumpluff, if the Tinkaton is running Player of Bulldoze, you beat it in the Zero Shield scenario as the Jumpluff. So that is an amazing matchup to have.
I'll have to see that, but yeah, we have some interesting picks here. I should point out the Golisopod, which matched up so well into that Shadow Swampert from HK Assassin, as we see here, now has access to Sludge with paces equally fast as Hydro Cannon, so makes it very nice for Swampert. And then we see the most flat Pokemon that we have. It is the Stunfisk, unique coverage, and even though it is a ground-type Pokemon, now that Jumpluff has dropped Energy Ball, it can actually resist all charge attacks there. I don't know if we're going to see that this tournament with the Stunfisk, but another pick I want to point out, Talonflame. That was on my cat's prediction, and it's Flame Charge actually, no Brave Birds.
Yeah, I really like Flame Charge in this meta, just because of the fact that you can ramp up a ton of energy against Talonflame and potentially against some Talonflame counters like a ground-type Claydol, for example. I really like Talonflame's energy with the Pokemon that we see, and a ramped up Talonflame will be impossible to deal with for a lot of Pokemon in this meta. Even a Drapion in the lead or in the save swap is going to have a tough time dealing against a Talonflame with energy.
Incinerate already is such a strong, fast attack, and that makes it such an excellent Pokemon to use. This is not the first tournament Sobs the Lagger has played in. His first tournament was actually the 2023 EUYC. That was the meta where we had Medicham, and when its Axon used it all over the place up until the World Championship. We don't see those Pokemon much anymore now, as the meta keeps evolving and evolving. One of these players have locked in already, the other is still thinking.
Yeah, I think it will come down to how Sobs the Lagger can pilot the Golisopod, because just looking at HK Assassin's team, it can hit all these Pokemon for neutral or super effective damage, and the more shields are in play, Golisopod is going to have a field day. Yes, of course, it's going to take super effective damage from Unovan Stunfisk's discharge, but then again, it's going to be doing super effective damage with that Aqua Jet.
And here we go. We have game number 1 between Sobs the Lagger and HK Assassin. We have the Tinkaton from Sobs the Lagger into the Unovan Stunfisk from HK Assassin. Even though the charge stacks are not as efficient from Unovan Stunfisk, I would assume it's a great matchup. But swapping into the Lapras, this doesn't have a great time here either.
That is unfortunate here. Lapras is going to get hit with this super effective damage from the Unovan Stunfisk. This Psywave slowly and steadily adding up as well. Will the Lapras be able to get to that sparkling area? No, not before Tinkaton comes in. Tinkaton, of course, is a Steel-type Pokemon resisting these Psywaves, but Lapras does have that sparkling area to do neutral damage to this Tinkaton.
I think HK Assassin is just satisfied soaking all the damage here on the Tinkaton, because 2 Sparkling Area will not be enough to knock out just yet. It is a charge stack purity tie, and it looks like that the Tinkaton wins that but does this knock out? Play Rough is not the most efficient charge tech, but it has the same type of tech bonus, and looks like we won't even find out because Sobslager puts up a Protect Shield.
Putting up a Protect Shield, he wants to force his Tinkerton to get to a range where it's a little bit more manageable for the Credilli at the backline. That's what we see as the third Pokemon into the red here. Will this Lapras get to another move? Yes, Sparkling Aria reached. HK Assassin will have a lot of incentive to pull up a Protect Shield, and that's exactly what he does.
This is an interesting development in this game, going from really weak into the Stunfisk into actually not that bad of a position. I'm curious if you can actually flip the two-shield scenario. Looks like Sobslager is not going to try. I'm not sure if you could have gotten the Psywave down here. Would have been really close at least. But now you can get a nice Fairy Wind down with your own Tinkaton. Plus, you baited out the main Cradily answer. So Cradily in the back can do something. The problem is Superior also has a pretty decent matchup into the Cradily because of the resisted Bullet Seed fast attack from Cradily into Superior.
Will this Bulldoze debuff though? Oh, gets a debuff. This completely changes a lot of the scenarios that we were theory crafting here. Of course, when Stunfisk is going to come, met with a Bulldoze here, this will do super effective damage, but in more cases than not, Play Rough would have been the better move here.
It's not going to be a lot, but it's some nice chip damage. I don't think that the energy here is very much used to attempting to catch on the Cradily, being met by the Superior, but now that you have an energy lead, you can actually fire off the Rock Tomb before the first Frenzy Plant. And this is very, very valuable for this Cradily because now the Frenzy Plant from HK Assassin's Superior will do less damage. But as you can see, you need 3 charge stacks here, and the Vine Whips from the Superior on the Cradily are adding up.
Vine Whips are adding up indeed. In comes the first Frenzy Plant, and Sobslager no shielding it. I would have hoped to see a shield here just so that to give Credilli a lot more HP to work on before the next Frenzy Plant comes in, or towards the end game as well. Credilli going for the second Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb, of course, is going to do neutral damage, but then again puts the Superior into the red and further dropping its attack.
Perhaps the idea of Sobslager is to close out with the Tinkaton to have some energy there. He has a Bulldoze store, but HK Assassin also has a Mud Bomb store. The problem is, after about 4 charge attacks, plus all the time that it has taken to get there, the time is already up. There's a catch, kind of, but it's gonna be super effective regardless. This is, I guess, where you want to throw this, but now the Superior is still hanging in there as well for HK Assassin. So preserving that Superior can be really valuable too. Almost a 2 Mud Bomb, but I don't think a Mud Bomb will be enough to knock out here. So how much can this Tinkaton actually do?
I think Mud Bomb number 1 comes in and a Protect Shield immediately pulled up. Great heads-up play by HK Assassin, not shielding the first Bulldoze, kind of preparing if it potentially debuffs his Pokemon. Its second Bulldoze coming in. This Bulldoze would not have knocked out the Stunfisk, but again, pulling up the Protect Shield, making sure that he has enough. Will he get to back-to-back Mud Bomb? I think he does.
Yeah, gets to the back-to-back Mud Bomb. Sobslager and Tinkaton are one of the Bulldoze. And another issue there would be otherwise is that HK Assassin still has energy on the Superior as well to throw into the Pokemon of Sobslager. Looks like Tinkaton is being taken out here. How much can this Cradily do? It depends on how fast HK Assassin swaps. Here comes the Superior. Basically, Vine Whip's down. I thought, where's the charge attack? But Vine Whip's down the Cradily, and that is a 1-0 win for HK Assassin.
Chat, I'm really sorry for the glitch that Inadequates experience.
It just takes a while to process this hard-earned victory. We are in a Pokemon Championship Series here, Abi.
It was really good there, and I think it came all the way down to the wire. Immediate swap in. Unfortunately, the Credilli did not have enough to help Sobslager to win that matchup. Great gameplay by HK Assassin. Great lead there, and ensuring that we did think towards the mid game. Sobslager pulled the game a little bit towards his side, but unfortunately that was not enough. HK Assassin ensuring that there's no snags. Game number 1, HK Assassin, great gameplay.
And just really quick reflexes as well. That basically I don't know if I should call it a catch, right? The Bulldoze on the Stunfisk, because that's where it's super effective. But if you didn't catch that, you would lose your Superior, and Superior with that energy, it was so close to a Frenzy Plant / Aerial Ace that what still had some value for him. And because Bulldoze is not the strongest attack, the Stunfisk could still hang on there. And I really like the bulk on the Pokemon. Despite the charge attacks not being super efficient, its coverage is so good. We saw it lead into the Tinkaton. Ground type is super effective there. And Sobslager was forced to swap into a Lapras, which also takes super effective damage from the Stunfisk. So you can easily do the classic chip and dip.
Yeah. I think one of the things that maybe we missed out is that Tinkerton, when it threw the first bulldoze onto the Stunfisk, it got the defense fall. You think it would have made sense to stay in, throw the second bulldoze because it was already at the second bulldoze, and then swap out, because you potentially instill the fear in your opponent that maybe the second bulldoze after the defense fall does too much.
So there's two thoughts I have there, right? I feel like if you throw one, you commit, you throw another one. But on the other hand, maybe that's what your opponent's thinking, and then you can catch it on the Cradley. Now, I won't say resist it, but hold up. Cradley does not resist Mud Bomb because it's a rock type as well. Rock and grass type does not resist the Mud Bomb, even though it does have a great matchup there just because of super effective grass type damage. Looks like we are getting ready for game number 2. Sobsalagger on the left, HK Assassin on the right. Sobsalagger needs to win at least one battle to keep going on here, and it is the Clado into the Superior. That is a terrible start, but he has 2 answers. Going to the Golisopod and answered by the Unnovan Stunfisk. I don't know how bad of a matchup this is per se.
I think a Golisopod can tank one discharge, but the Thunder Shocks and discharge will slowly and steadily add up. Aquajet number 1 coming in. Of course, Stunfisk, we know it's a very bulky Pokemon, unlike Golisopod. Let's see what HK Assassin does. Farming up just enough energy, having a little bit extra to potentially want to throw a Mud Bomb onto the Claydol, but then again, Sobsalagger pulls up a Protect Shield, protecting his Golisopod.
I actually would have really liked to see Sobsalagger no shield there, because the discharge would not have knocked out, and then you get a shield advantage, because I think Sobsalagger might want switch defense, even though Swampert in the back is not that bad into the Claydol either. Now you get shields down, or at least a little bit down, unless you use 2 Protect Shields there, and then the Claydol can perhaps land that Ice Beam on the Superior. That is super effective. It will deal about 50% damage to that Superior, but if you look at the back line, Swampert still is going to be really tough for Sobsalagger to pull through. So in comes the Claydol. You've baited out the Stunfisk, so you're dropping free from it. In comes the Superior. Looks like HK Assassin is preserving it, but now you're locked in here, and this is not a great matchup for the Superior.
This is not a great matchup indeed, but HK Assassin, understanding that he still has a great Pokemon to deal with the Claydol at the backline with his Swampert, saying, all right, I'm just going to let my Superior go. You can bring in the Pokemon that you think can beat my Superior, but I still have a great Pokemon to deal with the Claydol at the backline. Superior at this point has done its function. It's done a lot of damage to this Drapion. Will Sobsalagger pull up a Protect Shield, because this could potentially have a huge impact on the game?
I don't know if I dislike this for Sobsalagger per se. That said, I also don't know exactly how... Oh, we could have gone for the Poison down there. I don't know how much a Hydro Cannon does from Shadow Swampert on Claydol, because this energy from the Drapion is so valuable. Now you've thrown an Aqua Tail into the Superior though, so you probably don't get 2 Charge Attacks anymore. Oh, but go for the Charge Attack Priority Tide. That was not necessary for HK Assassin, but it doesn't matter. You've Shadow Swampert.
You mud shot this down, and then you still have a shield advantage as well. Claydol will be force swapped in here, only to be met with this Swampert. This is not the situation you want to be if you're Sobsalagger.
Yeah.
Hydro Cannon from a Shadow Swampert coming in. Does this KO Claydol?
This Claydol is going to be sobbing. It's going to be sobbing. That does so much damage, heavy damage from this Swampert. Going for the Rock Tomb, which is resisted. It will debuff the attack from the Swampert. I don't think it really matters at this point. You just put up the Protect Shield. Swampert is such a clean closer with that water and ground typing. It is one of the best defensive typings we have. And Hydro Cannon, one of the most efficient charge attacks, is going to take out the Drapion. HK Assassin is going to win this match swiftly with 2-0.
Going into day 2 here for the winner side of the bracket. HK Assassin wins it. Amazing gameplay. Great reads here. Completely called what Sobsalagger was trying to play. Bringing in that Stunfisk game number 2 for that Golisopod save swap. And in game number 1, leading the Stunfisk into the Tinkerton. Perfectly read.
HK Assassin had all the calls, all the answers for everything Sobsalagger had there. There was not much he could do with some of the alignment there. I think maybe if you could go for a shield advantage play somewhere, but for one, that's hindsight talk, and for 2, you're still being hard counted in the back if you had a shield advantage Drapion on a Shadow Swampert. That's not an easy matchup to get through.
Yeah, even if the Drapion did not go for that Aqua Tail on the Superior, it would still have had to charge attack tie the Unnovan Stunfisk, and then again have enough energy to get to 2 charge attacks against a Swampert to make it force a shield and then go into the... It was...
Here's the thing. You can get the Poison Sting down, land that Aqua Tail on the Unnovan Stunfisk. It's possible HK Assassin just shields and just wipes the Drapion off the floor, but it's also possible he lets it go, and if you can get to a charge attack on the Swampert, maybe it's shielded, you get a defense drop, land an Ice Beam maybe. but Claydol isn't very attack-weighted, so an Ice Beam won't do as much damage. And that is kind of what I'm thinking about, how it otherwise could have played out. It was just a really tough scenario for Sobselager either way. I think he has to consult his brother a little bit about the team compositions to make or how to read his opponent, or not be read by your opponent.
I mean, it's difficult, right? That's why you come to a lot of these tournaments. This is his second tournament.
With your brother, maybe.
With your brother, maybe, yeah. But this is his second tournament. Let's see how these matches played out as well. We know that HK Assassin had a brilliant lead game number 1. It was Claydol, it was a Tinkaton into the Unova Sunfisk, and again towards the end game we see the Tinkaton coming in here, and this is critical because this one, the Bulldoze had a defense fall, and you had another Bulldoze. You could have. I think this is towards the end game, but again, Mud Bomb number 2 coming in to knock out the Tinkaton here.
The Stunfisk is just such a valuable Pokemon here for HK Assassin as well. If you look at the Pokemon that Sobselager has, Golisopod, Shadow Drapion, Lapras, Tinkaton, all can take super effective damage from this Unovan Stunfisk. So basically, as Sobselager, you kind of have to bring either or both of Cradily and Claydol.
Yeah, I think that's where Unovan Sunfisk comes in really handy. Also, that's also where Lapras comes in handy as well. If you're going to lead a Pokemon that's really strong to the Unovan Sunfisk, you can have Lapras as a potential safe swap scenario because its matchup against Unovan Sunfisk is not as bad as you seem. So your opponent is not incentivized to bring in the Unovan Sunfisk. One more thing is there's so many Pokemon that we have seen today, right?
Even a Bidoof.
Yeah, even a Bidoof. Bidoof and a Bastiodon, which I thought we would never see.
I love Bastiodon. That's a great Pokemon.
Absolutely, I understand. But we did make our caster predictions. We know what Pokemons that we were expecting. Let's take a closer look at the day 1 usage. What are the Pokemon that trainers actually bought?
Claydol 1? Is Claydol 1? Is Claydol 1? Did I make my prediction correct? It's number 2! Wow, Shadow Drop. I'm not gonna lie, Abby. I did not expect Shadow Drapion to be number 1. But Tinkaton at number 5 is no surprise to me.
Yeah.
Its defensive typing is so good. Look at this. You can defeat Drapion, you can defeat Azumarill, you can beat Lapras, you can defeat Jumpluff, you can defeat Cradily, you can defeat Ferret. It has so many good matchups.
But I also feel one of the reasons why Tinkaton is at number 5 is because of accessibility. You need a really good stat product Tinkaton to make it extremely viable. And one of the ways you can do it is come to a place where there are a lot of people with exactly the same mindset who want a very good stat product Tinkaton.
Sounds like one of the places we are now.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, another incentive to come to one of these tournaments to find people to trade with as well. A Pokemon, I'm really happy with the Ferret usage as well. Just looking at where the meta is, it's having a great time against Claydol, great time against Azumarill, okay against Lapras. Depends on the moveset on the Alolan Sandslash as well. Great against Feraligatr. I think Ferret is here to stay, maybe.
Ferret is here to stay, I guess. I mean, doesn't really have a great matchup into Tinkaton or Drapion, but yeah, it'll do. Now, what I want to clarify as well, you talked about a high stat product. The way you have that for PvP is to have your Pokemon have low attack, high defense, and HP. That is because the attack weighs the most on the CP product. So that means if you have low attack, you can get more power-ups in, you have your Pokemon powered up more. And that means it is a little bit better, especially if it's closer to that 1500 CP. So yeah, if you have a good one, you have that, we call it a bulk point in the community against Azumarill and Drapion, meaning that you take 1 less damage from a Poison Sting or Bubble. And in that case, those matchups become even more solid. That hammer will not be bigger, but your armor will be better.
Absolutely. I mean, it all comes down to tweaking your Pokemon, finding the right kind of Pokemon and training the right kind of Pokemon with the stat distribution you want to have to suit your playstyle, right? That's where it is towards the end. Again, there's always multiple strategies to play. You can go with a Pokemon with very high attack, or in the case of Tinkaton, you can go with a Pokemon that has a huge armor surrounding itself, so it takes less damage.
Or you can just take a flat Pokemon like Stunfisk.
Yeah.
Also strong. We're gonna see more of that Stunfisk tomorrow because HK Assassin now is also into day 2. And these trainers are also fighting for their day 2 placement. We have on the left the Queen. Oh wait, on the camera it's the other side, it's mirrored. We have the Queen of PvP, Paulasha, and on the right we have Wolfpack, the French player. And look at that, we have that Primeape. I love that pick.
I think Primeape is a great pick to have in this meta for sure. But again, as I said, the Golisopod is everywhere. It's going to do a ton of work against Wolfpack, and I really want to see what moveset is a Jumpluff on, because based on the moveset, that matchup can go from great to not so great for the Jumpluff as well. But then again, the Pokemon like Unova and Stunfisk on the side of Wolfgang is not going to have a great time here, because there is still the Furt, there is still the Claydol that can potentially completely wall off all your fast attack pressure as well. But these two trainers, let's take a closer look at the team. We have the Golisopod with a standard moveset of Shadow Claw, X-Scissor, and Aqua Jet. Tinkaton with the moveset that we've been seeing all of this day is player of Bulldoze. Azumarill with Bubble and Bubble, Ice Beam, and player of Claydol with Rock Tomb, Ice Beam. Drapion with Crunch, Aqua Tail, and Furt with Swift and Trailblaze. We did see a Brick Break earlier today.
We did. It's not what I would recommend. It's not as efficient as Swift or Trailblaze. Look, if you really want fighting type coverage, I think other Pokemon may do the job a little bit better. Both trainers are almost ready to lock in their teams here, and I'm curious to see how these trainers are going to play it out. Again, that Unova Stunfisk, but this time it's not a Shadow Swampert, it is the non-Shadow variant, which has a little bit more bulk. And one thing that I do like more about regular Swampert as opposed to Shadow Swampert, we won't see that in this match, perhaps at a later point, but you actually win the 0 to 1 shield scenario against Shadow Marowak, another very dominant Pokemon with the fast attack Mud Slap, simply because you live the Bone Club and then you're able to get to another Hydro Cannon that would knock out. And then we see Primeape with Close Combat again, no Ice Punch to cover Jumpluff a little bit better.
Yeah, I think Primeape with Close Combat makes a little bit more sense in this meta, just for having that coverage, having that ability to potentially Rage Fist and then throw the Close Combat onto the Tinkaton to do a ton of damage.
Right, Tinkaton is one of the main highlights that we had in this tournament. Again, we saw it with Bulldoze. We haven't seen anything with Heavy Slam. Dude, I would have done it wrong. I would have come with Heavy Slam here, and probably everyone's like, why is he doing that? He has no idea what he's doing.
No, but to be honest, when I was doing the Sims as well, I was kind of prepared to see a lot more Heavy Slam. It is a better move. Bulldoze, yes, of course, has its own play against the poison types, but then again, you're also relying a little bit on the luck factor. For example, against a Drapion, you would want the first one to debuff, potentially to be able to have a better matchup there. So, but then again, of course, these trainers are building these moves to make sure that their team falls into place.
And here we go. It is the winner semis of Group B. We have Paula's Furret, one of our favorite Pokemon, into the Lapras from Wolfpack. And it looks like Wolfpack is staying in here for a bit. He has two better answers in the back, but probably doesn't want to get out and giving these Furrets an energy advantage. Or perhaps you want to land the Sparkling Area, then try to catch a Trailblaze on a Jumpluff. How cool would it be to catch a Trailblaze on a Jumpluff? But no attempt. In comes a super effective Trailblaze.
Super effective Trailblaze is going to be no-shielded by Wolfpack here. This, of course, is not going to do a great deal of damage, but then again, immediate swap into the Primeape and only to be met by this Azumarill. This is a, let's say,
it's a so-so matchup, actually. Yeah. Because after two Rage Fists, plus the Karate Chops, a Close Combat will knock out an Azumarill. So you're going to have to make some calls at that point. And with two shields in play, it allows this Prime to just ramp up and ramp up. And if you look at the back line, the Claydol doesn't like to take damage from all three of these Pokemon, to be honest.
It's really going to be, it's going to come down to the calls here. Second Rage Fist from this Primeape, putting that Azumarill into the yellow already. Azumarill going for this Ice Beam. Of course, this is not the super effective move, but then again, Primeape is so frail that this Ice Beam would have been enough to knock it out.
I think so too. Paula, I think that she's likely to no-shoot here, because if you throw the Close Combat as Wolfpack, which he does, then you double debuff yourself, and it means that you can get an easier Mud Slap now. It looks like Paula is letting it go. Close Combat resisted, double boosted, takes out this Azumarill. How do you answer though? You can't come in with that Furret. In comes the Rage Fist. This is super effective, double boosted. I think you have to put a Protect Shield here as Paula.
Yeah, Protect Shield immediately coming in. Do you think the Primeape has what it takes to survive a few more Mud Slaps to get to another move? But no, immediately swapping into the Lapras, and it gets outpaced to the Swift. Lapras getting to the Sparkling Area and letting it go. This is going to be a very, very tough endgame. Will Claydol, with enough energy, be enough to overcome that Jumpluff and Primeape at the back?
And do you go for the Mud Slap down? It does look like it. Now, one very smart play Wolfpack did here is preserve that Primeape, because if you didn't do that, Paula could just keep going for the Rock Tomb and drop the attack of your Pokemon. If you don't have any switches left, you can't clear the debuff anymore. Now that's still possible. I think this Primeape might be able to get to a Rage Fist as well, which could be very valuable damage. Do keep in mind, Paula does have access to Ice Beam with this Claydol, but it will not be enough to take out this Jumpluff in one charge. Like going for the bait, and it is shielded by Wolfpack. That is devastating because now your Acrobatics will do less damage.
Yeah, that was a very, very important call there. Going for another Rock Tomb here.
Makes sense. You need 2 charge attacks.
You do need 2 charge attacks, but then again, at this point, Wolfpack can potentially farm up to a lot of energy and then swap to that Annihilate to get in that Rage Fist damage. But no, he's staying in and going for this Acrobatics. Of course, this Acrobatics is double debuffed by that Rock Tombs. Let's see how much it does. Ooh, not enough.
But oh man, how do you play this? I think you have to. Oh, but tries to catch. But now you're one behind. Oh man, she has to throw because otherwise this Primeape perhaps could have gotten to that Rage Fist and would have knocked out. I think you had to commit though because now with the team of cleared, this Claydol might be enough. Oh, but it's even at Acrobatics.
It's at an Acrobatics, and that's enough to knock out this Claydol. Wow, such a close game there. That Primeape surviving barely with that 1 HP, and Paula not wanting to commit for the full mud shutdown is proved extremely costly for her in game number 1.
I think that the mud slap down was necessary. If you don't mud slap down, you wouldn't be able to knock out that Jumpluff there. So I feel like committing to that was the only play at that point. Of course, that's easy for me to say. I'm just watching here. But if you're in the moment, you know, it's a tough choice to make because you know Primeape is there at the Rage Fist. You have to throw the attack to not let it get to that Rage Fist. But I think at that point, you just have to hope that with that swap, the Primeape is a turn delayed and that she will get the Mud Slap down to get to the Ice Beam.
I have a clarification. Who wins charge attack tie, Claydol or Jumpluff?
I think it is the Claydol. Claydol,
it might be really close, yeah?
It is, no, trust me on this one. Claydol wins the charge security.
Okay.
It is bulky, but Jumpluff is on a similar bulk to Azumarill.
Okay, fair.
As to the Rage Fist, Primeape, but
counter.
The Karate Chop is double resisted, and counter from Annihilate is not. It means that Annihilate takes that match a little bit better. But let's take a quick look back at what we just had here, Paula versus Wolfpack, where Paula, known as being one of the best players in the world, and Wolfpack had no issue here at all, using the same strategies of that core of Primeape and the Jumpluff. And Leopard as well, just playing the same 2 games in a row. Look, and this moment was pivotal, right? Because I think maybe you could have gotten the muscle down here.
Yeah, I think so too. It would have been really close, but here in game number 2, Primeape again showing up for that Karate Chop down. 1, 2, 3, bye-bye Drapion. And the Jumpluff didn't have much to do here at all.
It didn't need to, and even if, it would have probably hung on quite well there. It had all that energy, and an Ice Beam from Claydol doesn't take it out in one charge attack. Yeah. Mud Slap's triple resistant. We don't have double immunity in Pokemon Go, so basically, what is an immunity in the video game series is a double strength or weakness here. And if you add grass to that, you have a triple resistance against ground. Makes Jumpluff an excellent Pokemon into Claydol.
Yeah. I think even with the Ice Beam coverage, right, Claydol is still a very bad matchup against a Jumpluff. Of course, you still do you don't really comfortably...
I wouldn't call it bad, but yeah, I think Jumpluff has the edge there.
Yeah, Jumpluff definitely has the edge. It's one of those matchups that can go either way with some energy lead and then shield advantage. That's one of the reasons why it's really cool to have Pokemon like this in the meta, because it completely depends on how you can maneuver around shields, how you can maneuver around energy to flip the game or find a way to get back on your feet even if you have a very bad lead.
It took a while for Claydol to become this prevalent. It learned many charge attacks. If you don't like Ice Beam, you can also run Shadow Ball. You can run Scorching Sands. That's what we saw at the start when Claydol got buffed. That a lot of trainers opted for Rock Tomb and Scorching Sands, but then realized, wait, Ice Beam covers Jumpluff a little bit better. Why wouldn't I run that? And yeah, that makes Claydol one of the most versatile Pokemon that we have right now, especially with Rock Tomb being so good.
Yeah, I think it is one of the most versatile Pokemon, and it took a long time for it to come here because it kept receiving moves after moves, and we were always like, this is it, this is going to be it. And it never happened. But then again, we have our winner, Wolfpack, and I want to hear what his thoughts is because he's played Paula multiple times, and this is one of the first times he's beat her. So let's hear it from Wolfpack.
Thanks, guys. Indeed, Wolfpack just beat Paulasha, one of the most decorated trainers in Europe, and you made it to day 2. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great, yeah. Because I came here to get as many points as I can, because I haven't qualified yet. So I'm feeling great, yeah.
It's looking good, and you're still in competition. You're on the winner's side to maybe just win it all and then directly qualify. What do you think about Tinkaton, the new Pokemon that was just introduced into the game?
It's really great Pokemon. He beats a lot of the previous meta. So I had to play it, yeah, really.
So what are the other shifts that you're going to predict in the metagame? What other Pokemon can become good?
I was thinking about Talonflame. I thought I would see more, but I haven't seen one yet. And I have Stunfisk. I tried. I had decided to try it because he's beating a lot of Tinkaton counters. So.
The good core breaker there. Yeah. Another Pokemon that you're using that we've seen quite a lot today is Primeape. Yeah. Why?
Especially for charge move pressure. Yeah, and yeah, just especially for that. And he's making a good core with Tinkaton, I think so. Yeah.
So a good core with Tinkaton. How good is Azumarill with Tinkaton? And do you think, because that's a discussion I've had so far, do you think that Azumarill is worse than Tinkaton, or Tinkaton takes over Azumarill?
Well, my Tinkaton win against Azumarill because I have a Bulk Point, and I haven't figured out yet. Who is a better one? I don't know.
All right, we haven't all figured it out yet, but I am definitely Team Azumarill there. Thank you so much. Do you want to give shoutouts to anyone?
Thank you for my friends, my French friends, and my Spanish one who got me here, and for every person that helped me to practice. Yeah.
Right, perfect. Thank you so much for your time. You're good to chill now, basically. Yeah. So we're giving it back over to the casters.
Some valuable insight that we had there from Wolfpack with that bulk point I just explained with Abi. If you have a lower attack, higher defense and HP, your Pokemon can reach those bulk points, taking 1 less damage from an opposing Pokemon. Oh, hi, Amanda.
Oh, well, hello there. Good to see you. Well. Got behind the desk.
Yeah, I guess you have to cast with me again, huh?
I guess I will. If I have to, I must, and I'm very excited about it. These games have been absolutely incredible. I know that the last matchups, we maybe didn't get to see it all between Wolfpack and Paulasha, but the Rage Fist of that Primeape just started to power through completely. I think he put on a masterclass of how to play with this Pokemon.
Primeape has been such a menace. Every time I thought it wasn't good anymore, it is. Also, it's matchup into Azumarill, right? Wolfpack said he's a big Leo said he's a big Azumarill fan. Chat tries to claim I'm a Jumpluff fan. I'm not, by the way. It's not happening,
I have heard
Chat.
and can confirm. He's been raving about Jumpluff this whole weekend.
What? No! Tinkaton is here. Stop with you. Tinkaton's here to knock off all the Jumpluff action. Well, Jumpluff, okay, was pretty decent in that matchup. We just saw now, and we're gonna have more battles to come. Wolfpack made it to day 2 now. Paula's still on the loose side of the bracket. And the next matchup, oh, I love this. Who's this Belgian player? Can you pronounce it for me?
We're gonna go with the Calfia.
Okay, pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah.
Versus Bestiamax from Spain. That'll be an exciting match here. Kaifje, the top 3 at the EUIC, taking out my Shadow Palkia there, and he brought the Shadow Lapras. That's a cool Pokemon.
I know that he has gone through a couple different renditions of the team that he wanted to bring here to Sevilla. Very interesting. It looks like he's swapped out a couple of things. I know that Blastoise at one point was on the team composition. Doesn't look like it is there anymore. It has been replaced with the Tinkerton. We've been talking a lot about Tinkerton, and I'm really excited to see if the first place finalist will be able to have it on their team or if not.
And there's again Bulldoze on Tinkaton. No heavy slam to be. I'm gonna count them now. I'm gonna count from
every Tinkerton I've seen is running Bulldoze, and I actually think that heavy slam is the one that you should be playing, especially because there's so many of them here that I think it's better in the mirror, and it just does a little bit heavier damage overall. But I mean, the fact that all of these high-level players are running with Bulldoze instead makes me second-guess my opinion.
Here's the thing: these players probably have thought more about the teams for this weekend than we have.
Absolutely
so there's probably some more thoughts about that. What I really like about this team as well, for Alligator, and Shadow Lapras, but both have different coverage. You can also run Crunch on Feraligatr for better Lapras coverage, but look, he evened that out. He balanced it out with Skull Bash on his own Lapras to cover or to counter opposing Lapras with his own Lapras, and also used Feraligatr as kind of a Jump Love counter, which I kind of already was, because Jump Love, yeah, it's bad. And there we have the team from Bastiamox there. And again, we see the Primate, but this time with Ice Punch. That makes the Tinkaton much better into the Primate, because close combat would hurt it so much more. A resist Ice Punch would not hurt it.
And I want to know if Bastiamax kind of took a look at my caster predictions, because 2 of the 4, Shadow Sableye and Swalot, which haven't been seen so much in the tournament, are both on this team, and I think that they are going to be playing rather well. I know that Tinkerton does really good against Sableye, but Sableye is here to stay. I think it's become part of the, the intricacies of this current meta.
You just went with the most hard meta Pokemon. Of course they are on your caster.
Claydol.
Wait, you have Claydol on there?
I don't.
Okay, I would not have been surprised, to be honest. Looks like both trainers are still looking through that team. Swallow is indeed an interesting pick. A Pokemon we've seen dominate a few tournaments, and then it was just kind of out of there again. Probably because Claydol has been making such a surge in the meta. And Claydol kind of looks tough to bring here, in my opinion. You have that Third and the Shadow Sableye, but you also have the perfect Pokemon to cover them. The Tinkaton. It resists all the charge attacks from the Sableye and from the Ferret.
Yeah, it makes it huge walls. One thing I do want to bring up is that Calpheus actually Shadow Jump Up. They're running both Acrobatics and Aerial Ace. We've seen that quite a bit. It looks like Energy Ball has fallen off. I know you're a huge Jump Up fan, so I'm very anxious to hear about your opinion after this matchup. We have the Swallow in the lead against that Shadow Feraligatr on even energy. It will have to be those heavy-hitting charge attacks that will be doing the damage, reaching it right away, and Calpheus going straight for it.
Straight for it. Fire into the Swallow, but Swallow's Sludge will also hurt this Feraligatr a lot. Even though Mudshot is not the same type of attack bonus, neither is the Shadow Claw from this Feraligatr. So this is kind of an even matchup here. I would not be surprised when shields are up that Swallow would take it, just because of the tremendous amount of damage this Sludge will do. But again, Mudshot not adding up doesn't really help its case here. Look at how much that does. I think that Feraligatr will be able to take the even shields, but we see a catch here on the Azumarill. This is resisted. This is not where you want to throw your Hydro Cannon, but this does allow Kaifyu to build up energy on his Feraligatr and then perhaps soak it all up on the Tinkaton afterwards.
I mean, I think that this is exactly called right from you and Adequance, and you can see him doing exactly that, knowing that it can take this play rough well. Even though there was a catch, Calpheus is not too worried about it, because Shadow Feraligatr's heavy-hitting Hydro Cannons were doing much more damage on either one of the Pokemon that is left in the back by Bastiamax. Still charging up a ton of energy here, and now it looks like he's going to go right beforehand, going for a play rough of his own.
This won't knock out just yet. I feel like after watching all these battles where Tinkaton is just being thrown into an Azumarill matchup to soak all the damage, do you want to run Hydro Pump at this point, perhaps?
Ooh.
I feel like you need 3. Azumarill needs 3 charge attacks. You can't go around anymore now.
Going ahead, and if you have to go for 3, that's you see already swapping out, a little bit tired of that matchup. Going for a combination play here, and
it's resisted.
Yeah, exactly. Calpheus deciding just to let it go, knows what the energy count is going to be. Not very effective, not enough to take it out. And guess what? We have a Bulldoze ready, and that's going to be doing a lot more damage to that Swallow.
I don't even know if this knocks out. It's super effective, but look at that. It almost has no damage.
Sad.
With the much, oh my goodness, barely gets the Fairy Wind down. Did you come out with a Bulldoze here? Very close to another attack here, and hoping that there's finally a good matchup for the Primate. No! There's nothing here for Primate to do. There's a Tinkaton. There's a Feraligatr. That probably would have been his best matchup. But he do have Ice Punch, which is double super effective. You can hang on with it, though. And there's no fast attack pressure anymore. Oh, my goodness. That did a lot.
That did so
much more than I thought it would, actually.
Shadow Jump Up, not able to take a punch very well at all. Throwing back its own Aerial Ace, getting that force shield there because Primate does not want to be able to take it, but it's going to be outpaced at this point. Going for an Aerial Ace at charge attack priority. Great timing by Bastiamax here. Also going for that Rage Fist, which is going to boost his own attack, and puts up a shield.
You have to. But keep in mind, this Aerial Ace will stall the clock another 10 seconds. And remember, there's a Hydro Cannon stored on that Feraligatr. I don't know if you can bubble it down. I don't think you can. Trying to predict it, but the timer wasn't up just yet. And now you are able to get to a charge attack if Bastiamax doesn't throw it. It looks like he doesn't throw his Ice Beam into the Jump Love. That leaves it all into the hands of the Primate, but it's so prone to a Hydro Cannon. But comes in with the Tinkaton, getting Karate chopped down.
Just giving a little bit more energy, but not enough energy. There's a Hydro Cannon loaded here. No Protect Shields shields remaining. Though the Feraligatr threw a Hydro Cannon into a Azumarill, it stored one for a rainy day, and that rainy day is being cashed in now.
I think Bastiamox is trying to keep it a little bit more exciting there.
I mean, to be fair, if the timer was up, I think that would have been the play
that would have
been going for. So he did read the correct play. He read his win condition and his opponent's win condition. Unfortunately for Bastiamox, it looked like this timer wasn't quite up in time. A little bit of a pre-calculated play.
I think you are exactly right in that. Now, if we take a look again, that Primeape, where do you want to place it? Even into Shadow Lapras, it doesn't do that great because of super effective Psywave. Claydol, your Karate Chop is resisted. Drapion, an Aqua Tail could put you into Poison Sting downrange when 2 shields are up. Primeape is gonna have a hard time into the team of Kuifje. I'm not sure if that is what you want to bring to target the specific Pokemon Kuifje will bring.
It was very risky play, but also I could see it potentially paying off. If you notice, like, he wanted to save his shields for the Primeape because it needed it, and so because of that, he paired his Pokemon with 2 very bulky Pokemon there. We had the Azumarill and we had the Swalot. Even at the beginning, it looked like Bastiamox really had it under control, catching that Hydro Cannon onto his Azumarill, but though we've seen it before, though Azumarill has so much bulk, it just paces so slowly to its charge attacks, giving Kuifje the needed energy that he needed for that Hydro Cannon that was used later on in the game.
That is one of the flaws that Azumarill has. Now, what I was curious about, is Swalot really a counter to Tinkaton? Swalot is there to counter fairies, but Tinkaton is also a Steel-type Pokemon. And now what I see is actually Swalot with Mudshot. It is super effective into Tinkaton, and Bulldoze not exactly that strong of a charge stack.
We just saw it happen, right?
It has a lot of play in there. Swalot can win the scenario when both Pokemon use 2 shields. It might be a little bit dependent on debuffs, because of course Bulldoze has a 50% chance to drop the defense of the opposing Pokemon. If none of that happens, I think Swalot just takes the 2 shield scenario. Sludge is single resisted. Crazy, right? Because it's super effective on Fairy. But because we don't have immunity in Pokemon Go, we have double resistance instead. Kind of evens out, right? You have -2 from Steel, which double resists the poison, +1, super effective on the Fairy, makes it -1. Interesting match.
That's a very good analysis as well by you, Inadequates. I think especially for trainers who are a little bit newer to it, or trainers like me who Pokemon Go is their first game, having to learn typings,
You're just here for my advice.
Exactly, I'm here, I could listen to you all day, but we're gonna jump right into game number 2. Not a good lead. We see the Primeape once again up now against the Tinkerton, and like you called out before, having no close combat does put this a little more in a precarious position. Look at these Fairy Winds, how much damage they're doing to the Primeape. Staying in the matchup, hitting that first Rage Fist, which is going to boost the Karate Chops.
Let's see if the sunshine's still up for Bastiamox here. I don't know how this matchup goes at all, so maybe we have something to learn here from Bastiamox. I feel like that attacked it more than... Oh my goodness, and the bait here. You don't want to shield this. A player would definitely knock out this Primeape, and I think the way Bastiamox wants to play this is just play the even shields versus this Tinkaton. Of course, there's no close combat, so you don't have that to threaten it. Just go straight Rage Fist here and power through this Tinkaton. I think that's the plan of Bastiamox here.
Man, I really like the counting. Bastiamox is having some crispy charge attack priorities here, recognizing when the next charge attack is going to be able to throw. He knows it's just a Bulldoze. He knows that's going to not be able to knock him out. Kuifje now swapping in, trying to get some Psywave damage, but now coming in to Swalot, and I don't think that's what you're wanting to do. Look at these Psywaves chunking away this Poison-type Pokemon.
I think you wanted to throw that double boosted Rage Fist first. And honestly, Amanda, looking at the backlines, this is not the worst swap per se, just because Ferd is going to be aligned to Feraligatr later. But I believe Kuifje still has a Protect Shield. And Feraligatr with a shield up is known to beat about everything. I think you don't even get to another Sludge here. It's Charge Security Tie, Lapras. This doesn't happen a lot, but it wins Charge Superiority Tie against the bulky Swalot.
Swalot having to swallow the Sparkling Aria, taking it out now, and now there's no longer really much left on that Primeape, coming in, forcing now the Ferret to do a little bit of jobs here. Going for that Swift beforehand, doesn't want to take another charge attack from this Lapras, knows that the Ferret has a lot of work to put in, and no Protection from Kuifje actually makes it so he will be able to at least get some energy as the Feraligatr takes the field.
2 shields in play for this Feraligatr. I think even the Tinkaton might be able to get to a Bulldoze later, and these double resisted Shadow Claw might even put the Ferret close to range of 1 Hydro Cannon, but Sucker Punch are adding up so much here. I think the Trailblaze may have been better if you want to boost up your Sucker Punch. And Kaifia's going to shoot anyway.
Doing have 2 shields here. He knows that there's a Hydro Cannon that can be reached beforehand, but it looks like he is going to go for it. This is charge attack priority. No Protect shields left remaining on Bestiamax's side. Does this knock out?
I don't think it knocks out, but keep in mind, I believe Bestiamax is one Karate Chop away from a Rage Fist. This is charge attack priority tie. This has to be shoot by Kaifia. Does Kaifia predict a swap here? I think that you're pretty fine here with the Tinkaton regardless because you can't. Predicting it. But you have to. You can't do this because now the Tinkaton will get to a charge attack on the third if it wants to, but no, it's even Fairwind's down. Kaifia Tinkaton, he takes this match by 2-0 and advances to win his round 3 in his group.
Stop. It's hammer time. Looks like Tinkerton taking out the match, taking the second win for Kaifia here, and it looks like he is advancing on. Well, again, this is round 2 of a different pod, so that means Bestiamax will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket where we can see if he can continue his run here in Sevilla.
Top 3 at the Europe International Championship. Kaifia is a name rising and rising, looking to become better and better and get more of those prizes. One trophy, I can tell you, really tastes like more prizes, more medals that you can win here at the Special Championship in Seville.
And one thing I also know about Kaifia is he's got the hunger for it. He is like a trainer who started playing at local cups and challenges and was like, you know what? I actually think that I have what it takes. We saw him take down some big names at some different points in his tournament runs, and I think that he is really looking to prove himself on the big stage once again. He kind of came, I think, out of nowhere to a lot of players at the European International Championships, and he's looking to prove, hey, that was not a fluke. I am here to stay.
Perhaps that even makes him such a good surprise because many players are not able to read how he will play, and you can use that kind of thoughts or your thought process to your advantage, especially if your opponent is unable to predict. But the more you play, the more you are on stream, and then your opponents might be able to answer you a little bit better. Of course, this was one of the first rounds for Kaifia, so he still has a way to go to day 2 and eventually even a potential prize or championship.
One fun fact about Kaifia as well is that he is an amateur magician, and so it looks like he's been pulling some tricks out of his
Immature magician?
Amateur.
Okay.
No, he's a very mature person, but an amateur magician. So
Okay.
yeah, he's been pulling some of his cards out of his sleeve here, not only in Pokemon Go, but off the field as well.
I like that, and he's been doing great here. His next opponent is looking to be Rups. That will be winners round 3. Maybe we'll see it on stream later, perhaps not. And yeah, then you still have another round to go to get to day 2 here as he just advanced on with a pretty meta team here, but with the Shadow Lapras instead. Do you think that was inspired by Tom the Hawk, our co-caster?
Perhaps. Did you see Leo's photo of Tom the Pigeon? He
the
posted
Pigeon.
on X a while ago. It's like Tomahawk, one of our co-casters. Martin jokes around that he has a pet hawk named Tom, and so now, yeah.
He does.
Yeah,
We've seen it on social media the other time. Yeah. So yeah, our next round that we're gonna have coming up soon are 2 Spanish players again. We're gonna have Dividax versus Alfonso CP. Alfonso I know very well, a player from the grassroots formats. And I'm curious if he also brings that hard meta. A lot of Spanish players bring hard meta, but there's also some like Pato and Paula that bring some off-meta picks. Well, we're about to find out here. On Dividax, there's definitely some off-meta pick. That is the Dugong. We don't see that as much anymore. And I believe, is this our first Corviknight? Let me correct that. Are these the first 2 Corviknights?
Looks like on both of their teams, good call-outs of the different Pokemon. Let's go ahead and take a deeper dive on the team of the Dividax here. The Corviknight acts, like you said, going for the Iron Head and Sky Attack as its charged attacks here. I'm trying to see if there's anything that's out of the ordinary. Tinkaton once again running Bulldoze, so there definitely must be something up with this charge attack over Heavy Slam, and we've been seeing it quite a few times. Everything else looks pretty standard, although I guess with the Sableye, it is running Power Gem over Dazzling Gleam.
I'm gonna tell you, man, one of these Tinkaton is going to run Heavy Slam.
Yeah?
It's gotta be.
You're calling it?
I'm calling it, yeah. Power Gem is a better neutral charge attack than Dazzling Gleam, but Dazzling Gleam could be better neutral coverage, or sorry, not neutral, super effective coverage into other Dark-type Pokemon. There's just not that many of those right now, so I think that Power Gem makes perfect sense. It makes the Azurill matchup with Shields Up a little bit more comfortable, and it doesn't really matter what you run for Tinkaton, because Tinkaton resists all the charge attacks you have anyway. You could run Shadow Sneak, but that's not a very efficient charge attack that you want to run generally.
So I'm looking at this team and I'm seeing a lot of potential debuffing opportunities here. We have a Dugong that has Icy Wind, throwing that guaranteed to throw Rock Tomb as well, going to guarantee to debuff your opponent's attack. And now let's go ahead and take a look at
we have that here too. We have double Rock Tomb.
Exactly. It's like all of these trainers looking to give them a little bit more dynamic play, seeing how they can utilize these team compositions to the best of their abilities. And once more, another Golisopod. And I think that if you're the Dugong, you're saying, uh-oh, well, that's not exactly what I want to see on the other team.
It is actually not the worst matchup because you just keep debuffing and the Shadow Claw doesn't have the same type of attack bonus.
Sure.
So at some point, the Golisopod just doesn't do as much damage anymore. Of course, you will lose all the even shield scenarios with the Dugong versus the Golisopod, but you can set up a nice farm down for your other Pokemon when this Golisopod's attack has been dropped by 2 or 3 stages. Now the problem could be that this Golisopod is like, well, nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm out of here. They swap out with like 2 charge attacks. That might be a little bit of trouble.
I mean, Dugong has an Azumarill-ish type problem where its pacing is just a little bit slower, and it has a lot of bulk to its name, so those charge attacks aren't being as heavy hitting. But now, having said that, Dugong was very popular in the previous meta, and it's nice to see that some of these other picks have still making their way into the meta, especially on team compositions that are a little bit more interesting.
I like the core of Dugong and Sableye together, because Sableye frightens the lepers away. Here we go, game number 1, Deflex on left with a Corviknight into the Azumarill from Alfonso CP on the right. This is a very, very neutral matchup, and I think that Corviknight in the... I can't remember this exactly anymore, but I believe in the zero shield scenario, Corviknight takes this just barely. It might also depend a little bit on the defense and the HP of both Pokemon.
Taking to the skies here, this bird is taking a flight and going for that sky attack. You see it doesn't even put Azumarill down into the yellow yet, but now an Ice Beam is being thrown. We're about to see if Martine's call is going to be correct, but at this point you can see the Corviknight is still hanging on. This is where, again, we're talking about a potential of Hydro Pump. This would be much better against the Corviknight, but perhaps worse against some other Pokemon that are in the meta.
The thing is, if you have Hydro Pump, you might need 2 charge attacks here. You can see here, I think, swapping out though, this is interesting because now you outpace to the Aqua Jet. I don't hate this play per se. Perfect counting from Alfonso. They're going for 6 Shadow Claw, knowing that it's possible Deflex might try to catch there. And it looks like Deflex is shielding that up because he wants to get the Sky Attack off. The backline is just not that strong into Golisopod with energy advantage.
Yep, going ahead, getting that first Protect Shield because this would be doing a lot of damage to the Golisopod. Alfonso knows it. He knows he has a little bit of an energy advantage, and the fact that there was an immediate swap also showcases that, yes, a Golisopod with energy is super dangerous against this team. Going for that charge attack priority here. Golisopod has the higher attack, throwing that Aqua Jet first, and no Protect Shield from Divdak's side.
No Protect Shield being used because the Shadow Claw aren't as threatening just yet, but this Crunch will almost take down the Golisopod. Alfonso's trying to preserve that, and I like this play. I see it coming. He wants to stall the clock and perhaps switch out at some point. Now, Azumarill is really low, so it might go down to a potential... Oh, going for the Aqua Tail, though. Interesting play from Divdax. At this point, I don't think he even want to use a protection there because the Aqua Tail doesn't do as much damage.
No, taking out that drop in, but now the Golisopod doesn't have as much. In comes that Sableye. Those Shadow Claws are going to be chunking away, but Sableye is hitting back in return. Has to use a shield here because Sableye doesn't have a lot of bulk to it, but we'll have to see how these two want to play it out.
Wasn't there energy on that Azumarill? Here it comes! Azumarill is one off, and attempting to catch, but unable to kick the bubble down before this Corviknight can get to the Iron, and it looks like Alfonso knows that's not gonna happen. Going for the entire undercharge, trying to get another bubble in and potentially get to a charge stack on the Sableye. That might be necessary because Corviknight doesn't really like to take the foul plays either. And he gets to the Iron and just barely!
You can see both of them nodding. They're doing calculations in their head. Alfonso saying, okay, I'm not quite sure if this is what I wanted. You can see the fast math going through, coming back in now. He's still got a whole Pokemon in the back to come in. There's no protections remaining on either side. The Sableye has a ton of energy.
I think you need a foul play and a Power Gem. Power Gem is not more efficient than foul play, but will do more raw damage. In comes the first foul play. I don't know if 2 will be enough. This does hit very hard. I think you do need a Power Gem with the Shadow Claw, but can you get the... Oh, he goes for the foul play. However, this won't be enough to take out. I think a Sky Attack will be.
Yeah, it's not quite at the Sky Attack. You can see Alfonso's just waiting desperately to see. No, not even close enough to take out. He's going to throw the... He's there. No Protect Shields remaining.
And in comes the bird with the sky attack. It's gonna put this Sableye really low into range of 2 Shadow Claw for the Glycopod, and Alfonso CP takes game number 1.
Glycopod going for the 1-2 punch, or maybe the 1-2 claw to be taking out that Sableye. Ensuring game number 1 goes to Alfonso. And how do you come back if you're Divdax in this scenario? Because that safe swap of that Glycopod proved very costly against his team.
I think that the match was winnable if you went for the power gem instead of the foul play, but I can't remember exactly if Divdax had the time to get there, because the Corviknight just charged up so quickly with the sand attack. And to adapt to the strategy of Alfonso, how do you answer the Glycopod? It core breaks your core of Dugong and Claydol, making those two difficult to bring together. And that makes the Drapion from Alfonso such an excellent pick to bring every time, because only one of those two can really be brought unless you play it in an ABB line, where you bait out the Glycopod, probably with the Dugong or the Claydol if that's what you like. But
take your pick.
Exactly.
I think, yeah, if you're Alfonso, that Glycopod's coming every single game, because we saw in game number 1 what it can do with an energy advantage, kind of forcing Divdax to stay in the matchup and throw an attack from the Corviknight to even just get a shield before going into his own Pokemon. Really, really interesting, as well was the undercharge by Alfonso there. Knowing that the Azumarill did not want to knock out, he didn't want to give that Sableye any more energy to be able to throw at the 2 Pokemon that were in the back.
Then it for sure would have been able to get to that power gem, and I think 1 or 2 Shadow Claw and a Power Gem would have knocked out the Corviknight at that time. One of our trainers have locked in, the other one is still thinking about their line there. I think Shadow Sableye is a pivotal Pokemon here for Divdax to bring. Even into Glycopod, it wins the 1 shield scenario, so making it an excellent Pokemon there. Here we go, game number 2, Claydol versus Azumarill. This is not where you want to see it as Divdax.
No, I think if you're Divdax, you also don't want to see it against the Glycopod either, so a very risky Pokemon to have in the lead, but we'll see how they want to play this out. This Ice Beam is going to be doing a nice amount of damage. It wants to get off that attack first, because this will lower the attack of the Azumarill, so then the Ice Beam won't be doing as much. The real question is, after this, does Alfonso want to even use it? Looks like he's just immediately swapping into the Glycopod, getting a little bit of an energy advantage, but there was a quick pivot now with the Sableye as well.
Amanda, what is an answer to Glycopod?
You just told me it's Sableye.
It's not Sableye. It's not Sableye.
You
No,
told me
not
the 1 shield.
only the 1 shield.
The 1 shield.
But now there's 2 shields in play for both, and especially when you're behind. This is going to be pretty tough for the Sableye now to catch up. Going for Charge Security, but Glycopod wins that.
Yeah, this is an interesting play there at this point. The Aqua Jet might not be enough, but the Divdax is confirmed. He's connected at this point. He's saying, I am making sure that this Sableye is coming out on top, or at least grabbing a shield, and that's exactly what he does here. Getting 1 shield from Alfonso's side, because this foul play would be enough to knock out, and now we'll have to see if he wants to shoot immediately for a second one or just power up a little bit more ahead of time.
As you can see here, this Glycopod definitely is in foul play range, but because Glycopod has a higher attack and pace equally fast, it will be able to win the scenario when both shields are in play, just because it gets to that attack just slightly on Claire. Oh, but a catch on the Tinkaton here definitely can take his energy better. Now you're able to preserve your Sableye just for some little more work in the end game, because it's still like 40 to 50% HP.
Yeah, I mean, that actually did quite a bit to one of this bulky Pokemon here, just trying to get so much, but now in comes the Corviknight. Beautiful play here. No Protect Shields remaining, no Protect Shields needed as this play rough goes through to the Corviknight. Not very effective.
This was an excellent play from Alfonso, keeping the energy on the Glycopod, then swapping into the Corviknight to take all this resisted damage from Divdax. Everything you have there, Bulldoze, even if you had the Heavy Slam we've been talking about the whole time, also resist. Hey, at least you get a defense drop, so you have that going for you. But this is just going to be a neutral Iron Head taking out the Tinkaton, and how do you proceed from there? Claydol still has a good amount of health. Sableye also has a good amount of health, and Sableye has some energy, but Claydol has none. And now you're going to take a Sky Attack, but it's not debuff, so it's going to do a good chunk to this Claydol here.
Yeah, going ahead, there is a defense drop on the Corviknight, but it doesn't even matter as these Mud Slaps are going through, not doing very much damage. This isn't going to be enough to knock out, and an immediate combination play by both of these trainers here. A simultaneous swap. This Ice Beam should be enough at this stage, and the Sableye is going to be pretty much
barely hangs on, but can it get to a Power Gem? It doesn't even get to a foul play.
Oh, we're able to Azumarill saying, okay, still king here. Going to have to take right back to where we were at the beginning. Another Rock Tomb to lower the attack of the Azumarill. But at this point, it's still just charging up some energy, and that bubble damage is going to be going through on the Claydol. Going for another Ice Beam here almost immediately.
Ice Beam, super effective on the clay doll. No debuff can stop Azumarill. And Alfonso CP takes game number 2. He moves on to the next round.
Alfonso gives a little bit of a wink, a little bit of a fist pump and says, I am ready to play here. You see these two trainers, looks like they're wearing a pretty similar shirts there, hugging it out.
I think they're almost...
two friends.
I think it's almost the exact same shirt even. Just
one could say.
Good friends playing each other, you love to see it. And Alfonso CP will be moving on to round 4. That is the winner semis of Group C. And his opponent will be moving on to the losers bracket, that is Divdax. And yeah, the winner of this match will actually play the winner of the match we'll have after this.
Yeah, very exciting. It's starting to dwindle down in some of the groups where we have a lot of action still to come, but there's so much more that will be continued on throughout this weekend. If you guys are watching at home, who are you cheering for? Who do you think is going to be the Sevilla champion? Because
don't say Jump Love.
Yeah, I mean, Jump Love is the winner in all of our hearts anyway. Well, while we're on the topic of Jump Love, we talked about it before. What are your thoughts of the double Sky or aerial ace and acrobatics? Do you think that that is the play over Energy Ball?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it helps, especially in scenarios where you play into like left press or a sumo roll. We need 2 charge stacks anyway. Why would you go with the more efficient charge stack? Okay, you play acrobatics. Are you happy now, Marto?
Oh, I mean, like, I had no idea. I mean, you've been raving about it so much this weekend anyway. I just assumed that you wanted everyone else to know how much you love that little, fluff ball in the sky.
I love Talonflame. I want to see more of that Pokemon. Such a good presence with shields up. It burns down all the Jump Love. It has play into Pokemon like Cradily, Claydol. You don't see a lot of Dugong, but
well, we just saw Dugong, actually.
Tinkaton. I want to see more Talonflame. It was on my cast prediction. There was also Spirit Tomb. We're probably not going to see a lot of those. It will be cool, but Talonflame, I think, is the play, and I'm really hoping we're going to see more of that.
Yeah, I had the Shadow Typhlosion as my pick, but again, with so many Claydol around...
That's way too spicy for you.
That's way... For me specifically? How dare you? I mean, we haven't seen any in the tournament, so it might be just too spicy for literally everyone here. These matches were so close, and I think that if you are these trainers, especially if you notice, again, they are on the same team, they're friends, they probably played against each other, perhaps even scrimmed against each other before this tournament even started. These games came down to the wire, especially that first one, and a great play by Alfonso there, recognizing that he needed to be able to make sure that Sableye didn't get enough energy to be able to throw to take out this Corviknight.
It was a great play from Alfonso CP in both games here, managing his energy perfectly, and in game 2 just being so strong into the Claydol from Divdax really gave him the edge in this matchup here. Then preserving the energy after this attack was called on the Tinkaton, take it all on the Corviknight. My colleague, our colleague, Homesize Henry, says Corviknight is a fraud because it doesn't knock out Pokemon. Well, it did exactly what it needed to do. Take that, Homesize Henry.
Corviknight on both teams, both of these trainers playing it at one point or another. Ice Beam number 1 knocking out, then Ice Beam number 2 for the Claydol, securing that victory for Alfonso there. Wonderful plays by both of these trainers.
And that was in winners round 3 of Group C. If you want to see where we are in the bracket right now or in the tournament, use !bracket in the chat, and then you'll see where we are. We're gonna have our next round soon. Earlier on, we had Sobs the Lagger. That is Emmy Weedle's brother.
That is Emmy Weedle's brother indeed, and he's actually been playing against... by the way, I told him that. He actually ended up beating his team captain, Statistan, earlier on in the tournament. So that is something that's sort of interesting. One of the many players that we have on some teams. It's really nice to see how some of the younger up-and-comers are really able to, make themselves shine at one of their first competitions. It's not their first, it's one of the first.
It's first actually the 2023 EUIC, and we're actually going to have Sobs the Lagger's brother soon as well, Emmy Weedle, the 2024 EUIC champion.
It's going to be good. You know what's very interesting is there seems to be a lot of siblings this season that are doing well as a whole team. We just saw it in the US, Nighttime Clasher and his brother Sustenance Eater, both doing very well, and they said, oh, I think we have the combined sibling highest point, but that's actually not true because they were tied with Colin 6 and his brother.
Wait, but what about me and Marto?
Yeah, I don't know how anyone could forget.
Right? How do you all miss that? That's crazy. Yeah, I think Colin and what's his brother's game name? Kaleo. Yes, there you go. Are also very high up there. Colin's not there this time. We'll see him at Utrecht for sure, and his brother as well. So trying to keep up with Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater there. We've also seen sons and fathers. We saw PvP David versus PvP David at Stockholm. And we also have Patoman. He's not playing as his father this time, but his father was also competing here for Rief in Seville. So they've been around.
I love to see that. It's like a little bit of a family gathering. I know that the joke was in Stockholm that PvP David said, do I still get dinner after this? And his dad said, nope.
Nope. Going home without. Yeah, I mean, you have to let him win then, right?
It will be very interesting to see because Sobzalager, we did see him play a little bit earlier on stream. I know he has been knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, but potentially if he can still make day 2 and his brother Emmy Weedle is also able to, we could see it here in Sevilla. We could see a potential sibling rivalry this weekend.
Perhaps. But Emmy Weedle will not be playing against Sobzalager, he will be playing against Rocha. And Rocha is a player from Portugal. I believe hasn't played in many tournaments just yet, but does have that grassroots experience. So really curious to see a new face coming up here. Win is round 3 against the 2024 EYC champion. There might be some pressure there, but we also saw Wolfpack take out Palasha earlier on. So it's definitely possible. If you have that experience in the grassroots formats or in the Go Battle League, you can just take on anyone, to be honest.
Yeah, everyone loves an underdog story, and some of these trainers, maybe they're not even underdogs, they're just not as well known, and these are opportunities for themselves to make a name. You're absolutely right, and actually, Koning Lionheart, our co-caster,
First you said that.
has him, Rocha, on his caster fantasy draft, so it'll be very interesting to see how far he can make it in this tournament.
Did you already know him, this player already?
I was thinking that he could potentially be on my caster fantasy draft as well, but nope.
Is this like insider information again, just like from EYC?
Some insider trading, what did you say?
Let's take a look at these teams here. We have again the Shadow for Alligator. We also have Shadow Swampert, and we have a Lapras. Emmy Weedle is bringing the water to Seville. He's like, it's hot here, man. I need some water.
Yeah, that much is true. Not only that, he's getting a little bit dangerous because he's got 4 Shadows on his team. So what he is making up for with water, he is lacking in bulk. Although, let's argue that the Lapras does have a lot of bulk to its name, but using both Shadow Swampert and Shadow for Alligator, which I feel have very similar roles with the Hydro Cannons doing a lot of damage, is an interesting kind of approach, and very interested to see how this will play out for him.
I think he just wants to use one of the best charge stacks in the game, not once, but twice, right? If there's not a lot of grass type coverage, and again, indeed, that you point out, Bulldoze on Tinkaton, interesting, but there's not a lot of grass type Pokemon, right? There's only Cradily that we saw some Superior. I don't even count Jumpluff as a grass type anymore because
it's counted as your best friend.
It never runs that. You silly, just you wait. There will be a moment, Amanda. There will be a moment. But it takes super effective damage from Sludge and from Ice Beam. That means that Jumpluff has loose conditions against these 2 water-type Pokemon.
Absolutely, and if you notice, both the Shadow for Alligator and the Lapras are running Ice Beam, so sometimes, like we've seen in previous rounds, the Lapras may be running Skull Bash instead for the mirror matchups, but definitely, since there's so many waters on that team, I think Emmy Weedle said, okay, if you are going to bring grass, I'm at least going to be able to fight back a little bit harder, but no really grass on Rocha's side either, because as you can see, his Jumpluff is also running Acrobat Aerial Ace, but he has some interesting picks on his team, and it's one of these Pokemon that we've been calling the core breaker for Tinkerton, and that is that Alolan Sandslash.
I feel like Lapras from Rocha is really tough to deal with for Emmy Weedle. The Tinkaton is probably his best answer. He has, by the way, a regular Drapion, not a Shadow Drapion. He did name it Shadow Drapion, but it's not actual Shadow. It does have a little bit of a better matchup into an opposing Lapras. But then for Alligator, without Crunch, doesn't do that great there. Of course, this is an Ice Beam Lapras, so that helps a little bit, at least into your own, because Emmy Weedle also doesn't have Skull Bash. And indeed, that Shadow Claw, Alolan Sandslash, Tinkaton, Lapras, Jumpluff, Notice how I didn't say Shadow Drapion? It's regular Drapion.
Regular one.
It has play into all of those. So yeah, those are going to be two tough Pokemon for Emiweedle to take on, and I expect those Ice-type Pokemon to come out for Rocha to lead into potential victory here.
I mean, if you're looking at the Emiweedle's team, I guess, yeah, you're absolutely right. I said there was 4 Shadows, but since it's just a regular drop-down, there is only 3. But there is some heavy-hitting attacks, so I think that we're going to see some very quick gameplay from Emiweedle. He's going to be wanting to throw off those charge attacks. He's going to be wanting to get shields, because if the shield's down on Rocha's side, that's when Emiweedle's team can really shine.
He just wants to get it over with. Here we go, Lapras into Claydol. You think this is a good matchup for the Water-type Pokemon. This is actually really fine for Claydol. Claydol, what I find the most interesting about its defensive typing is that it resists a lot of fast attack damage, but it takes super effective damage from the charge attacks, and that means that the damage won't ramp up as quickly, allowing you to shield first, debuff, and then take less damage from the next charge attacks, as you can see exactly here.
You see Rocha also waiting. He didn't want this rock to be thrown onto anything else, although let's face it, onto anything else would also be okay because it would lower the attack of the Pokemon. And look at this, going ahead, coming into with his own Lapras, and now being met with the Tinkaton. You're absolutely right. This is potentially the best against the Lapras, but at this stage, it's still not going to be doing too much. Sparkling Aria is going to be able to at least start chunking away at that Tinkaton.
He was so fast. He was so fast. He was speed with this switch, and that allows Emiweedle to pace fairly quickly along with his Lapras, because you want to get to 2 charge attacks before Lapras can get to 3 charge attacks here. As you can see, 2 Sparkling Area won't knock out just yet, so you have the Shadow Feraligatr in the back, and you can keep shields for that. And if you look at the back line, there's a Jumpluff. Jumpluff does not want to take any of that Ice Beam. But this player might actually knock out, and that might leave this Tinkaton into a far down range for a Pokemon of Rocha, and that could be causing some trouble for the team of Emiweedle.
Yeah, Rocha has a decision to make, decides not to use that shield. It does indeed knock out, and you see Emiweedle quickly pivoting back in because he knew that he didn't want to give that farm down opportunity. The debuff has been cleared on this Lapras, and it looks like no shield by Rocha here. Going to take it all, super effective, but it's not knocking out.
I don't know if I like this.
Continuing to just slap away, slappa, and a catcha.
What a catch on Jumpluff! This is a charge stack it can take. That is resisted, and now the Claydol still has energy for later. That will be super valuable. Shadow Feraligatr is fragile, and it won't even like the Aerial Ace coming out. Acrobatic would do heavy damage here, and actually going in. But first, a bait from this Feraligatr. Already being a shield down, this is a risky bait. Does Rocha call it? He is hesitating, and there comes the shield!
Now, this is a mind game at this point, going for that heavier hitting attack as Rocha too does. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining. Emiweedle doesn't want to risk it here. He knows he's in a solid position now that Feraligatr has a bit of an energy advantage at this point. No Protect Shields remaining, and now going for the Aerial Ace instead. This is obviously an Aerial Ace, but like you said, it's still going to absolutely chunk away the Feraligatr. Gets a shield from Weedle.
Interesting. I would think that the Rock Tomb from the Claydol would do much more. Is it actually at the Rock Tomb? It is at the Rock Tomb. Now you need to get to 2 charge stacks, but this will chunk so much, and you kind of have to throw immediately before taking a Mud Slap. Let's see how close you get. I think that you can still hang on to some Fairy Winds here, but you will be 3 Shadow Claw away from an Ice Beam. Can Jumpluff get to an Aerial Ace before that? Do keep in mind, Emiweedle still has a catch available. He is 1. Oh, but he tries to make it too early, and now you have to get to a Play Rough. And he gets there! He barely gets there!
Gets to the Play Rough. There's a 20% more on a Shadow, but the real question is that enough at this stage?
It doesn't matter, because there's also Hydro Cannon stored. Emiweedle takes game number 1! Wow, I think he miscounted just a little bit, but it worked out just barely in the end. I think that this Play Rough was absolutely mandatory. If you didn't throw that, the Hydro Cannon resisted would not have been enough to take out the Shadow Jumpluff. That's what I think.
I think that you probably are correct on the call there. That is so true. I was thinking at this point, no, again, we want to throw the Ice Beam, but if you're that low from the Play Rough, you needed to get to that point. Luckily for Emiweedle, that Play Rough was enough to knock out the Jumpluff from the skies, taking game number 1 for our former UIC champion.
Okay, a question for you. How much of this was calculated, you think? And how much of this was luck? Because that was 1 HP, I think, on the Tinkaton.
And I think that since Tinkaton has just recently been introduced, and this is the first tournament that it's actually allowed to be registered in, though a lot of trainers have probably tried to scrim against their teammates and their friends, they don't actually have that real tournament play. So when I will gather a guess to say that it wasn't as calculated as maybe it looked, but that doesn't negate how good of a play it was by Emmy Weedle.
And I just want to point out as well, one of the reasons why he was able to do this is because of that immediately reaction into that Lapras stage. It's preserving as much HP as possible on this Tinkaton and allowing it to get to a charge stick later on again. Because Sideways just do a little bit more than Fairy Wind from Jump Bluff. And with that sliver of HP, he was barely able to get there. One of our players is locked in. Looks like both players are locked in now. Emmy Weedle on the left. He needs one more win to get to the next round. Rocha needs 2 wins to get back here. It is the Lapras from Rocha into the Lapras from Emmy Weedle. Well, let's sit back for this one a little bit because both Lapras don't have Skull Bash.
This is something that's a little bit different than when you're playing in the Go Battle League and you're not quite sure what your opponent is running, so maybe you want to put up a shield just in case it's a Skull Bash. Open team sheets mean they know exactly the movesets that each opponent is running. Now the real question is, how do they want to play out these matches? Sparkling Aria is the attack that you want to be throwing here, but the question is, do you want to be throwing it against a Lapras? Do you want to be saving that energy for a Pokemon later on in the game? Both of them throwing one, but as you can see, they're at a lot of energy, so they're going to be able to throw another one should they choose to.
The thing is, if you swap out, switch advantage is so important if you look at the back. This is insane. How do they throw on charge tech purity here? These are one-turn fast attacks.
And it looks like, well, it's good information at least to be gathering that Rocha is going to be able to throw first, so that means his Lapras does have a higher attack. You could sort of see it as well because it looks like the Psywave damage started to hit Rocha's Lapras a little bit quicker. It looked like it was a little bit farther down in health, but when it comes to this point, when a potential knockout opportunity, maybe that's exactly what he's going for.
The energy on Shadow. Oh, it hangs on actually. I was gonna say, if that would have knocked out, I would see Emmy Weedle go for a Shadow Claw down with the Shadow Feraligatr, even though this Lapras probably would get to another charge deck. And look at that! One Lapras goes down, the other one doesn't. Looks like the Lapras from Emmy Weedle has a little bit more HP than that of Rocha. What do you bring in here for a farm down? It is the Jump Left, and switch advantage is so important because this allows Emmy Weedle to put the Tinkaton in here. In comes Clado, in comes Feraligatr, and this is looking really good for Emmy Weedle.
Emmy Weedle's alligator, sorry to say, eat him up, but there are 2 protections remaining on both sides. Rocha using that first one now, and we see it's from fast attacks alone. This Feraligatr is already going to be put down pretty soon into the yellow, and you can see the Protect Shield going up by Emmy Weedle, but now all of these attacks are going to be doing a little bit less.
But it's not like Shadow Marowak. You don't must slap down entirely. Clado is much bulkier, so you will be able to get 3 Hydro Cannon here, and that 3rd Hydro Cannon will knock out. Now do keep in mind that Rocha's timer will be up very shortly after one more charge attack, and then it might be able to make a catch, but you're playing against one of Europe's best. There's no way Emmy Weedle's going to let that happen so easily, so you need to pull some trick here as Rocha. Let's see what he's going to do. He doesn't attempt to make the catch here, perhaps trying to go for a farm down, but the timer is up now.
Timer is up. There's a little bit of health left on the Feraligatr, and the big problem now with the Jump Left is it's got 2 Pokemon to take out, and Tinkerton has some bulk to its name. Having this already is helpful, right? Having a little bit of an energy advantage on that Jump Left to be able to throw the acrobatics is going to be nice. And obviously that the Tinkerton wants to be throwing the Play Rough, not the Bulldoze, and the real question is, will it be
You
able
wouldn't
to
throw Bulldoze here?
Well, you know, you have to lower the defense.
Bulldoze triple resisted would do absolutely no damage. 2 Play Rough will be enough to take out this Jump Love here. As you can just keep swinging the hammer. I love to swing the hammer at this Jump Love. Is Marto in chat? Are you looking, Marto? Are you watching? This Tinkaton's going to take out Jump Love and push Emmy Weedle to the next round in Group C.
Tinkerton going to Tinkertown here on that Jump Left for Game 1 and Game 2, knocking it out, securing that victory for Emmy Weedle. Someone well known in our circuit. He's one of the only trainers who has won a regional championship. He has won an international championship, and he won the senior division of Worlds. So he has a ton of accolades to his name.
And more to achieve, of course. Fun fact, Emmy Weedle is one of the 2 trainers in this tournament that are in the top 30 of the European leaderboard, not Spanish, and still in. The other one is Kuifje, right? So a lot of the leaderboard players in Europe are actually not here, and that allows those two players to perhaps gain an advantage over those players in the race for that travel award.
We have to remember that only the top 50 trainers from Europe are going to get those invites for World Championships in Anaheim. So yes, being able to do well at a tournament and gather some of those championship points for the travel incentive, or just to be able to push yourself up a little bit higher on the leaderboard, is valuable. But you know what I think would be an even easier way is just win.
Oh, just
all you need to do is just win the special championship, and then you can go ahead and get your automatic invite for the World Championships.
And not to mention, all the points gathered from EUIC up until and including NAIC will also count for the LAIC Travel Award in the next season. So there's some money on the line for many of these trainers. There's a lot of incentive to do well here. That's why we see someone like Emmy Weedle travel to these tournaments. And yeah, what a performance already, right? He needs one more win to get to day 2.
Going ahead, this catch was really great by Rocha, trying his best to be able to get some play back into it. But unfortunately for him, Emmy Weedle's quick reaction timing in Game 1 really helped secure the victory for him. As you can see here, being able to get up to this play rough was absolutely huge.
So clutch. Just barely on 1 HP. Tinkaton putting his name on this tournament right away.
Going out, taking this out here. Tinkerton has been played all over in this tournament. What is surprising to me is how many Furrets we've actually seen, and things that actually don't do well against Tinkerton, because it seems to be on almost all of the winning teams.
Perhaps it's just not as respected by many trainers.
Yeah, maybe.
Like they're looking at Atlanta and they're like, well, you know what, Sableye, Cradily, Claydol, you know, I'll just run what Pocket or Ilum ran and I'll be fine. And then Tinkaton comes out and it's like, nah, no bueno.
Takes the hammer
Not happening.
to them. Indeed, it almost makes me wonder how it can, I mean, it's a rather small Pokemon. How does it lift something so heavy and just be able to casually swing it back and forth?
Oh, it's strong.
Yeah, obviously.
Apparently.
I mean, if this tournament has shown us anything, is that Tinkerton is very strong.
And it likes to play rough.
Yep, indeed. So, if we're looking at it, the question that Leo asked Wolfpack earlier on, Tinkerton or Azumarill. Azumarill is still in one of the top spots. I believe it was number 3 for day 1 usage here in Sevilla.
Number 5, but...
No, Tinkerton was number 5, right? Azumarill was number 3.
Sorry, you're, yeah, I'm mixing them up.
So, I mean, watching more and more of these plays, what is your opinion? Which one do you think
it's tough to say. So Azumarill always has been there to sponge damage over and over in an Azumarill Drapion meta. And I think that Tinkaton is kind of a core breaker to those two, to take on both of those. Tinkaton has a very unique set of resistances that Azumarill doesn't have, but the main thing Azumarill does have is it's not weak to Mudslap, and Mudslap is extremely oppressive in the current meta, especially when one of those goofy Mudslappers have Rock Tomb, which is I would say the best charge tech in the game right now. It's efficient, plus drops the attack of the opponent, and Rock is really valuable coverage. So, kind of rough. I feel like if you run Tinkaton,
kind of play rough.
I'm done. I feel like if you run Tinkaton, you're going to build around Tinkaton and cover its weaknesses. While if you run Azumarill, you can just dump on every team and you put a Drapion next to it, and you're probably safe to run 2 out of 3 Pokemon for every battle. It's like playing Go Battle League. You just put Azumarill, Drapion, another one.
Yeah, I know that that's what you were doing. I saw you playing a couple days ago. Maybe not anymore. If you run into him now, you might have a little preview.
I'm running
what he's
Swampert Corviknight core. That's what I'm running. Okay. Very, very spicy.
That's
yeah.
very original. You know who else maybe would prefer Tinkerton over Azumarill is our co-caster, Arceus Aurelius, because he made this claim earlier on when the meta shift was like,
yes.
We're not going to see any Azumarill. Azumarill's not going to win any of the championships. And immediately after, first tournament in Stockholm, Azumarill was on the winning team. We have a little bit of a recap of that Stockholm event, so stay tuned.
My name is Shimon, and also known as nickname 29585. And it feels insane to win another regional, because this is my second regional champion title. So yeah, it feels amazing.
He does hang on, and he takes the crown.
Nickname is your 2025 Stockholm Regional Champion.
I knew that day 2 was going to be hard because there's a lot of very good players. When I first saw my group, I thought it can be possible for me to win. I felt like I would be able to beat anyone, and then I needed to step up for the day 2, and I played some practice against opposing teams, which definitely paid off because it helped me prepare and have better team compositions against my opponents. So my team is quite unconventional, I would say, because I was playing Swalot and Guzzlord, so these are 2 picks that we haven't seen a lot in these tournaments. Well, basically Swalot never saw any play, and Guzzlord was quite rare too. And this core was created by my good friend Out of Pocket. He's very good at team building and finding such stuff, so I saw him performing pretty well in some grassroots tournaments with it. That made me curious whether this core is actually good. So I tried it out myself, and it turned out that it was really good because the Swalot was really good into the current meta with Azumarill, grass types and fighting types. And the rest was just to help that core function even better, covering some other weaknesses. I realized that team building in this meta is very hard. You cannot be strong to everything. So my idea in team building was to be as strong to things that people are bringing and have some those weaknesses that are a little bit more niche that people aren't using, which I would hopefully evade and don't have to play them. And like some of the most harder Pokemon I would not like to see, I didn't see them, so it worked out pretty well. Practice is the best way you can get better at this game because you get to feel the matchups, you get to see how much damage some moves do. You have better idea of what team comps people are using. In general, practice is the most valuable thing that you can do before playing the tournament like that.
Welcome back to Tinkertown, or as us, we are also kind of calling it Seville, Spain, because there's been so many Tinkertown in this tournament so far. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside my good friend Count Zevis, ready to bring you back some of the action.
Yep, I'm looking for more Tinkertons as well. So it's one of the key things that we've been identified to from the start of the tournament is that double fairy, that Azumarill and Tinkerton doing so much work, and it's such a good Pokemon. I think having a good stat product Tinkerton is going to go a long way in the championship circuit.
Yeah, we talked in previous tournaments, they were always joking around about, oh, the teams to be running seem to be poison double water, or, you know, water double poison. Now we have potential with Azumarill and Tinkerton with all of their bulk to their name to be maybe running double fairy.
Double fairy is the way to go, right?
You think so?
I mean, it makes sense. The only extreme good answer to this double fairy is a Swampert. Why? Because it has Sludge, and it also has Hydro Cannon and Mud Shot, so it does super effective and great damage against these 2 fairies. But speaking of fairies, we have 2, let's say, again, non-Tinkerton drafts.
Yeah, at this point, I think a lot of teams are choosing, do I want to play meta or do I want to play Pokemon that could potentially counter the meta that is going to be in Strange Top? We've seen him before. He's actually on one of our players to watch for this event, running a team with what all of you had on your caster predictions for a Fire-type Pokemon that could be doing a lot of damage in this tournament, that Talonflame. And also, check out the movesets on it, because this Talonflame is running Fly and Flame Charge, while a lot of them opt to run Fly and Brave Bird.
Yeah, I think Fly Flame Charge comes as a great effect when there is a Tinkerton on the other side, but unfortunately for him there is none. But there is a Jump off the target. There is also a Diggersby to target as well for the Talonflame, so it's not going anywhere. I think it's a great Pokemon. Also, one of the Pokemon that I really want to bring out is again the Credilli. I think even against what we see in the meta against Tinkerton, not all of them are running Heavy Slam. So suddenly...
None of them have seemed to be running Heavy Slam.
Yeah, absolutely. So it does have play. Of course, it's going to be damage over time slowly, but then again, it has Rock Tomb, and Rock Tomb can debuff Tinkerton. Of course, it's not a great... attack Pokemon, Tinkerton, so... well, it works.
I think, yeah, one thing that we've been seeing a lot more often in this current meta is Pokemon that have different move sets that can be doing potential different things to their opponents. So let's say, for example, I mean like the Diggersby running Scorching Sands. Scorching Sands has the opportunity, has the potential to debuff your opponent's attack. Some of the other things like Rock Tomb on that Credilli and also on that Claydol are guaranteed attack debuffs. Malamar is a superpower that debuffs yourself. So a lot of times I think we see the Malamar in the lead, but that could end up being able to be a little bit different between these two trainers, which we had. And this is Borja's team.
I think Malamar is a great pick here. Looking at what his opponent has, you have Drapion, of course, going to take good damage from the superpower. Azumarill, if you have, let's say, the attack breakpoint that we always talk about on the Malamar, can be played out as well. Credilli, not so great matchup against the Malamar. Lapras, not so great matchup against the Malamar. Talonflame, kind of okay, but it depends. And then Claydol at the end. Of course, your Psy Waves are not doing a lot of damage, but then you can hit it with this super effective foul play. The Malamar looks really good. One more Pokemon that I want to point out here is the Lapras. Instead of running, let's say, the moveset that we've been used to today, which is Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam, we have Skull Bash on the side of Borea.
Yeah, Borja's seeming to think, okay, if there's going to be a lot of other Laprases, maybe I want to do better in the mirror, or perhaps against an Azumarill or another type Pokemon where that Skull Bash not only boosts your own defense, but actually does some heavy hitting damage. We're hopping right into the battles here. We're seeing Strange Top on the left versus Borja on the right. We've got that Malamar we were talking about on the field against something it actually does not really want to see in the Azumarill.
I think this is not a great matchup for the Malamar to be in, especially in the lead, because of course it's not a you have to pull a lot of shields as a Malamar to win this matchup, but unfortunately at the lead is not where you want to do it. Borea immediately swapping into the Lapras, trying to get any energy lead he can. Azumarill going for this play rough.
Play rough just to do a little bit of chipping. I think we might see a chip and dip strategy where you get a little bit of a defense, get a little bit of chipping away of that health, and now swapping to something else. It looks like he's stored up 100 there, going for either a play rough or an Ice Beam later in the game. But in comes the Lapras, and now this is a Skull Bash. This again is going to be doing so much more damage, and Strange Top puts up a shield.
Yeah, great shielding there, but unfortunately for Strange Top, his Lapras does not have access to Skull Bash, so it cannot do a ton of damage to Borea's Lapras, which is already defense boosted by that Skull Bash. Strange Top, amazing counting, throwing his Sparkling Area just before Borean gets to his next Skull Bash.
Yeah, Borja doesn't bother putting up shield, knows that it's not very effective, and now the second Skull Bash goes through at this point. Again, this will do a nice chunk of damage to Strange Top. Let's that second one go through because that first Lapras is so low, but an immediate pivot out now into that Shadow for Alligator. I don't know if this is the play when there is already so much energy on that Lapras, but it's got to go somewhere.
Yep, then again, this is resisted, of course, but this is not a Shadow for Alligator, so it can tank the energy a little bit more, but in comes his Azumarill. Azumarill has the access to the play rough, and this is going to do a ton of damage if unshielded, and Borea does not pull up a shield. But then again, look at that Feraligatr, the normal Feraligatr completely dealing with this play rough.
Yeah, recognizing that the regular Feraligatr has a little bit more bulk to its name, and what it does lack in the efficient charge attacks here, it can make up with quick pacing energy here, going to be able to outpace before the next play rough goes through, and Strange Top, no shield at this side. I think he knows that Hydro Cannon might not be enough to knock out.
Yeah, remember, Hydro Cannon is definitely not enough to knock out the Azumarill, but then again, this is going to be a very interesting endgame. Oh, he lets it go. Maybe he wants a farm down with the Drapion to get ahead, but in comes an immediate Malamar swap here. This is all going to come down to who calls the move. Foul play coming in. If unshielded, this is a great call for Strange Top, but he pulls up a shield.
Oh, unfortunately for Strange Top here, because this looks like this Malamar has so much energy, tries to catch on to the Lapras, but just gives the opportunity to completely farm here. I love this play by Borja because though the foul play takes a little bit longer to get to, he doesn't debuff himself by using that superpower. So now he still has a ton of energy. He still has a superpower loaded, but there's so much energy also on this Drapion. 2 shields left on Borja's side.
Yeah, 2 shields left on Borja's side, but of course, the pacing has been slightly adjusted, so now the foul play has the exact same pacing as the superpower. So we have back-to-back superpowers stored on the Malamar. First superpower coming in. This will do a lot of damage. Strange Top unfortunately has no shields, hide behind superpower, puts it in the red, and in comes another superpower to seal the deal. Drapion goes out of the field.
You see Strange Top taking down some notes, taking down some energy counts for that next game. Great play from Borja there, coming back from a very negative lead. Obviously, with the Azumarill, none of the charge attacks that Foul Play or Superpower would be doing too much damage. You can power through as the Malamar using 2 shields, but that's not how Borja wanted to play it. He took all of that energy and he ended up swapping out, and it sealed him the deal, having that Skull Bash on the Lapras for him.
Skull Bash made a huge difference in this matchup. It's one of the things that you have to look out for. Do you have a lot of Lapras answers in your team, even if you're running your own Lapras? If you don't, you really need to have access to that Skull Bash to at least put a check on the opposing Lapras. So at this point, if you're Strange Top, you would want to try and bring that Credilli. Credilli is a great answer to a Skull Bash Lapras because you get to the Rock Tombs for super effective damage and debuffing the Lapras, and Sparkling Area, of course, it's a water type move, so you are completely fine as a grass type Pokemon.
And Credilli has definitely some play into this. The real question is, does Strange Top want to bring it? It looks like he had a game plan. Whether or not we could argue that it went for him in this matchup, we have to figure out what is going to be the big targets, right? So if this Lapras is so strong on Borja's side, like you called out, that Credilli is one of the better answers. Does Borja recognize that maybe Strange Top will be willing to play that game number 2 and shift his strategy to be able to counter that Pokemon with a lot of things that he has on his team? Say, let's say the Clodsire, or perhaps, yeah, I mean, mainly the Clodsire.
I think the Clodsire has a lot of play, but then again, Borja didn't need that favorable lead to win that matchup. We have Strange Top, on the other hand, who needs to make the modification. That's going to be pivotal on how this matchup goes. For example, leading his own Lapras, because of course Borja came with a negative matchup with the Malamar at game number 1. Let's see what happens. We have a Lapras lead into a Clodsire. Depending on the moveset of the Clodsire, this is going to be either very favorable to Lapras or so-so to Lapras.
I think it looks pretty favorable to Lapras, at least from one side. The Psywave damage just chunking away at one of the bulkiest Pokemon we have in the Great League. One thing he obviously needs to be wary about is this charge attack. It's going to be super effective, but it's not enough to knock him out. And at this point, you have to wonder, does he want to keep it as Lapras? Exactly, because now there's going to be a Lapras mirror, and there's nothing that Strange Top can really do. Looks like he's going to go for a little bit of a chip and probably a dip strategy here.
It'll be interesting to which Pokemon he dips into. Will it be that Drapion because it has a negative matchup? No, he goes into the Azumarill. Azumarill, of course, will get to this player off to do neutral damage, but not before Lapras gets to this Skull Bash to boost its defense. I think with one more shield, Borja's Lapras is going to be in such a great position.
That Skull Bash does nice chunk of damage to the Azumarill. Not only that, the defenses have risen. Play rough coming through from the Azumarill side, but it's not going to be enough to knock out. Azumarill is going to need 2 attacks to be able to knock out, and that Lapras is getting mighty close to another Skull Bash.
Yeah, another Skull Bash will be coming in really soon here. Lapras going for this Skull Bash. This, if unshielded, will put that Azumarill deep into the red, and that's exactly what Strange Top does. No shielding the Azumarill and hoping against hope he gets to another move. He gets to a player off, but no, not before the Psywave knocks out the Azumarill. This is a devastating position to be in.
At this point, here's still so much energy on the Lapras, and at this point too, forced to now use a shield on that drop-in. I think if you're Strange Top, you're maybe going to want to try to go for an aggressive farm down, and Borja doesn't want to let that happen. Coming in now with that Clodsire and just getting a bit of energy. Neither one of these fast attacks are going to be doing much. They're relying solely on the charge attacks here.
Yep, a first charge attack coming in. Aqua Tail, super effective damage. Tanking the Aqua Tail and immediately swapping into the Lapras. Great call there, putting the Clodsire in a range where Sparkling Area can potentially knock it out. But this is not the end of the game. Clodsire barely survives and gets to that Stone Edge. This Stone Edge, if unshielded, will knock out the Lapras. And of course, this is looking very dire for Strange Top.
Strange Top's in a similar position that he was the other game with the Drapion in the back, because he's about to see the Pokemon that is remaining. If that Lapras comes back in, he might have to try to completely farm it down, but he still doesn't know what's in the back line here. No, coming in with that Malamar instead, I think potential for a chip and dip strategy. We're going for that superpower to debuff, then maybe swapping back out to the Lapras, forcing himself now to take this first crunch.
Yeah, I think great call there. What would happen here ideally in this case is you double up superpower and then throw the first one, go into the Lapras, and then come back again. Aqua Tail coming in. This could be really close here, because if there is a small mistake in the timing of the Malamar, that superpower will stick, the poison sting from the Drapion will do a lot of damage here. Superpower number 1 coming in, immediately shielded by Strange Shell.
Strange Shell knows that there's still another Pokemon that can reset, so it's up to him. Does he wants to throw right away? It looks like it was going to be charge attack, forcing another shield here. There is a superpower stored. Is he going to throw immediately if you're Borja's side? I mean, you're out of shields. I guess you pretty much have to, right?
You had to, but is this enough? It's a debuffed superpower. And how much energy does the Lapras have? Does it have enough in the tank to get through this Drapion? I think so. Psywave after Psywave, and Lapras takes it 2-0 for Borja.
Borja taking the victory against a top competitor here in Spain. Strange Top, a world's competitor in the previous season, also doing very well. I think he is ranked 32 in the global or in the EU leaderboard currently. And Borja saying, not on my watch. I want to rise in the ranks too. I will see you guys in winners round 4.
A dominant gameplay there. I think that Lapras put in so much work. It effectively in game number 2 took out the Azumarill, did damage to the Lapras, and also towards the endgame made sure that the Drapion was Psywave down as well. Such a dominant Pokemon. One of the reasons why Lapras is here to stay. So good, and also has a pretty neutral matchup against Tinkaton.
I mean, I think that the main thing that we can kind of take away from this Lapras is the fact that it was running Skull Bash when a lot of them seem to be running Ice Beam for that either grass coverage or for different coverage that it needs. But if you are running a Pokemon that almost everyone is, and yours is going to have that dominant matchup, that really might come into play. And again, that is my reasoning for potentially running Heavy Slam on a Tinkaton. We haven't really, at least any of the games that I have casted over, all of them are running Bulldoze. Obviously, they probably know something that I don't, but I think that there's a big play for not only Heavy Slam Tinkaton, but also the Skull Bash Lapras that we just saw Borja use to absolute perfection.
Skull Bash Lapras, but here comes Malamar with the back-to-back superpower in game number 1 to knock out the Drapion. I think it's like it's the same story, game 1 and game 2. Two Pokemon did a great deal of work for Borja. That was the Malamar and the Lapras. Of course, as long as you don't have a Tinkaton in your team, these two Pokemon can do a ton of work against you, because Tinkaton kind of does a great job in breaking this core in a bit, because it does double super effective damage against the Malamar and it resists the Psywaves from the Lapras. And yeah, unfortunately for Borja, there was no Tinkaton on the other side.
I think that there's a lot of interesting things that we could call out about Borja's team too, because there was a Clodsire on this team, right? There's something that we don't see as often anymore. There was a Malamar. A lot of the Pokemon that were on his team were Pokemon that we've seen throughout like the different metas, the Feraligatr, things that have been here to stay. The main addition to his team that seems to be something that's relatively new, that updated from the Might and Mastery season, is that Lapras, and he really played that to perfection.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons why Clodsire is slowly pushed out of the meta, even though it has on paper decent matchup against most of the Pokemon, great matchup against Jumpluff, great against Lapras, great against Pokemon like Tinkaton, but unfortunately for Clodsire, the problem is the pacing. It gets there so slow. Even against the Lapras outpaces you for the Sparkling Aria, because you need to land that Stone Edge to do sizable amount of damage to the Lapras, but unfortunately, it's just so slow in a very fast-paced meta.
I mean, there's tons of different arguments for whether you want to play one moveset or another. It really comes down to your different team composition, right? And how it kind of goes with the synergy of your team. One Pokemon I'm very curious about what you think is has any synergy with any team right at all would be Vanillite.
I think that I'm not entirely sure. I think it's a Pokemon that we might not see a lot of play competitively, but
we're going to see a lot tomorrow.
We're going to see a lot tomorrow indeed. We have the Community Day tomorrow for Vanillite. One of the featured attacks that you can gain from this is the Avalanche. It's a great move as well in PvP, but unfortunately Ice types are not really shining right about now because of the Pokemon we have. But we also have event bonuses that we do. We have 2 times the Catch Candy, 3 times the XP, 2 times the XL Candy chance as well.
There's so many different things that are going to be going on. Lure modules are going to be going for 3 hours. Also your incense, so you want to make sure to pop that at the beginning of the Community Day. You can get extra special trades, and not only that, the special all your trades are going to be at 50% Stardust, which is pretty great. Also, just a reminder for people, if you happen to be at the event, you get multiple special trades already. So I'm really excited. I think I have a lot of lucky friends here in Sevilla, so I want to make sure that I'm going to utilize that this weekend. Already did 2 today.
Yeah, I did a few trades. Mostly it was Tinkerton. Unfortunately, I didn't get even a single good one, so I have to keep trying. So if you guys have any Tinkerton and you're in Sevilla, please let me know.
Yeah, or let me know. If you
No,
can see him,
me first.
I'll go ahead. I'll make sure to
first.
pass on the message to him after we first do our trades.
No, that's not good.
We're too good of friends in the game because normally if you are going to be trading those Tinkertons, you want to be trying to trade with someone who you have a lower friendship amount with.
Yeah.
So that's great for places like this or places like your community day, potentially with new trainers that you haven't met before, to be able to, you know, add them as a friend, do those trades, and kind of get a reroll of the stat products of your current Tinkerton.
It's just because the stat products of a Tinkerton that you can hatch from an egg is not quite, how do you say it, efficient for PvP. You want to have a low attack Tinkerton with a lot of HP and a lot of defense, and that's the only way you can get it.
You want them bulky.
You want them bulky. The only way you can get it is re-rolling your attack distribution and everything by trading with a low friendship. Speaking of friendships and everything, we have Jox, one of our good friends of the casters as well, bringing his Dusclops. We saw it earlier in the tournament. We didn't quite see it in action, and I'm really looking forward to see how he's going to pilot this Pokemon, because that's the only Dusclops that I've seen in the tournament.
I agree. That's a little bit of a spicy pick. I know that when he was talking about his team building, there was some different Pokemon that he was wanting to use before. We see once again the Shadow Primate, which has been doing so well for so many trainers in this specific tournament. Also want to point out that he is one of the other trainers who is using Lapras with Skull Bash, so it's going to be able to do much better in those mirror matches like we just saw against Borja and Strange Top.
Yeah, one of the things that I would like to point out about the opponent, Angel, as well, I mean, not just the opponent, the matchup as a whole, is that this is a rematch where earlier in the tournament, Jox won 2-0, so it's a redemption chance for Angel Per to say, this is Spain, I'm Spanish, and this is I'm not letting the championship go anywhere else.
Yeah, he's got the home turf advantage, and maybe he's got the grudge match. Let's see if he will be able to pull it out. Sometimes, you know, like you play against an opponent, and later on you talk to trainers, and they were like, you know what? I know I really should have won that matchup. I just had one small player. I didn't really read the the team composition correctly. But if I had another chance, I know that I could do it. I'm very interested to see if this is what Angel Per can do, because he saw the team of Jox. He recognized maybe a little bit too late what his advantages are, and now he has an opportunity to try again.
Yeah. What stands out if you look at Angel's team is the Golisopod again, a Pokemon that's been doing great throughout the day. Great attacks, great coverage, and also very, very, very high attack stat. That it comes in crucial towards the endgame. I think Golisopod can even win a charge attack priority against a Feraligatr, which we've seen as well. So I would want to kind of think, is Feraligatr a side grade to a Golisopod? But just because of the fact that jump off coverage is better for the Feraligatr, maybe Feraligatr edges it out just a little bit. But these two trainers, have they locked in their teams yet?
They locked in, they're ready to go, they're ready to see who's going to continue on. This is the loser semifinals, which means this is a go big or go home moment for both of these trainers. They want to stay in this tournament, and you know what? A jump up with a no grass attack might be a way to do it. Going for that heavier hitting acrobatics, it is going to be doing a hefty chunk of damage. Angel Per knows it, going to use a Protect Shield right away.
Yeah, it's using the Protect Shield because he does run the charge attack. Skull Bash on the Lapras. Skull Bash will increase the defense of the Lapras, but Jox understanding this is going to be a Skull Bash and it's going to do a ton of damage, pulling up that Protect Shield and protecting his jump off. Let's see what he does. Will he go for another acrobatics, or will he save this energy and go into another Pokemon? From what I know, Jox is also running Skull Bash on his Lapras, so this is going to be a long game. As longer game if Angel's Lapras stays in.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to stay in it because he's at yet another Skull Bash here. Going for a Sparkling Aria bait here. If Jox puts up a second Protect Shield there, which he does, this is going to be huge and impactful for Angel Per's side, because even though the acrobatics is going through, he's going to be going to get just a little more chip damage here. This is definitely not enough to knock it out, and I think Jox knows it as well.
I think just looking at this matchup, what's really important to see is a shield advantage advantage is going to go a long way, especially when you have Pokemon like Golisopod and Drapion on and your backline. At this point, you let the Lapras go, come in with whatever one of these Pokemon and farm a ton of energy. Of course, you're going to have to take in these acrobatics coming from the jump up, but then again, as a Drapion, you're completely fine shielding and farming down.
I think Angel here.
Ooh, that's a big call there.
Yeah, he was counting. I think he's like, okay, he's not at the acrobatics yet, able to completely farm down. And this town, I mean, that Drapion has a ton of energy, but where is it going as Tinkerton comes into the fray here, swinging the hammer at the Drapion, but there is a Protect Shield left.
Immediately swapping into the Golisopod, of course, met with the Lapras. Lapras is not the greatest matchup into the Golisopod, especially if the Golisopod has a shield advantage. Shadow Claws and these X's add up. X's are number one coming in. No shield for the Lapras to hide behind.
Jox, I think, is going to be going up to the Skull Bash, but will he be outpaced is the main question. He is going to be outpaced here. This second X's are coming through. No Protect Shields remaining, and it puts up a big choice for Jox at this point. Is he going to put it all onto Tinkerton, or is he going to try to get this Golisopod out with that Skull Bash? Going for the Sparkling Area, gets that last Protect Shield. This is huge, but will it be as impactful as he's hoping for? He will be able to throw another attack, but it's not very effective.
I think it's going to come all the way down to will that Tinkerton get to a move before Golisopod can throw an Aqua Jet at it. One more Shadow Claw is all what the Golisopod needs to get to the Aqua Jet. He does get in time and goes for the Aqua Jet. This Aqua Jet can potentially put that Tinkerton in a range where the Drapion can win with a few with an Aqua Tail and a few Poison Stings.
The Aqua Jet coming through, takes it on the chin here, but at this point, still trying to get up a little more energy. Boltos is not very effective against the Golisopod, but this Golisopod has absolutely no help left. This should be enough to knock out, and now it's a race, and it's a race with energy. Aqua Tail already loaded.
Aqua Tail already loaded, but this Aqua Tail is not enough to take out the Tinkerton. I think so. It's not enough. It will. Oh no, it's just enough to take out the Tinkerton. Lapras comes in, but that's a few Poison Stings away. What a great gameplay by Angler. Absolutely leveraging his Lapras and made a very, very bold bait there with the Sparkling Area at the lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big call, right? If a lot of times, if you are playing a Pokemon that you know has a disadvantage, and I would say the Lapras into that jump up does have a disadvantage. He really started to play it out. That bait call at the beginning, we were like, oh, that's an interesting thing to make. Ended up proving very impactful. Angelper taking his first game off of Jox today, but this is also where it really matters, right? We are in the losers semifinals, and that means in a double elimination tournament, whoever wins this round will be able to go on and compete in day 2 in the losers finals.
Yeah. Looking at Jox's side, I think his best Pokemon is still that Jumpluff. It has plenty of play against all of Angel's Pokemon. I want to really, really see that Duskblobs come into play because it's so neutral. There is a Drapion in the side of Angler, but then again, Duskblobs will do great against the Marowak, not too bad against the Golisopod, not too bad against the Tinkerton, not too bad against Lapras. Maybe it's a Pokemon that you can use to set up another Pokemon to victory. I'm really looking forward to see if he wants to play this.
Yeah, the grit is ready. Both of these trainers are locked in, ready to see who will be able to take it. Angelper needs one more to be able to secure his win. Jox can also potentially reverse sweep. The Marowak has taken the field, and look at this point. The jump up, like you said, very crucial. It's in the back here, potential safe swap scenario, but Sparkling Aria does so much damage at this point. Angelper is forced to put up a shield.
Yeah. At this point, I think this is a very neutral matchup, right? You can play with your shields on how you want to win, if you want to win this matchup, or you want to soft lose this matchup. Angelper saying, all right, if you don't shield, I'm going to punish you with this Rock Slide. Rock Slide would be super effective, and Jox making a great call, shielding up that first Rock Slide. This means the Lapras will get to this move a lot quicker than this Marowak.
I like this play. He knows that the Jox is at a Sparkling Aria, and that would probably be enough to do so much damage to that Marowak. So instead, going for that Bone Club just to get a little bit of chip damage, and now coming into his own Lapras. At this point, a shield has already been used. Jox is at the Skull Bash. That's going to boost his own defense. It's going to do a lot of damage to the Lapras, but a Sparkling Aria at that point still would have been able to probably take it out. Immediate pivot by Jox now into that Tinkerton.
Yeah, immediate pivot indeed. I think he wants to save that Lapras towards the end game for a sack swap, but in comes this Tinkerton, going to be immediately met with the Sparkling Area. Of course, it's a great move, Sparkling Area, and it gets there really quickly as well. Jux letting another Sparkling Area go without even throwing a move.
Going ahead and just getting a little bit of an energy advantage for whatever else comes in. He knows it's not enough to take him out. He knows that this play rough is going to be doing a lot of damage. Maximum energy there for Jux, throwing that first play rough, and is it enough to be able to take it out? Undercharging because he wants to get even more, but a little bit too much of it still. Lapras goes down, and in comes that Marowak. Super effective damage, forced now to throw the Bulldoze.
This is going to be a big call to make because Bulldoze doesn't do a lot of damage, but if he thinks it's a player, what a great call. He's been on point with the counts game 1 and game 2, but the Marowak gets that defense fall. Unfortunately, Jump Love coming in, and this is looking dire, but this Drapion is here. It's here to feast on this Jump Love.
Jump Bluff is saying, okay, this is going to be a bait scenario. At this point, Acrobatics would do so much to the Drapion, and a huge call by Angel Bear, recognizing it's just an aerial ace. Well, he just continues to get a little bit more energy on that Drapion.
Drapion stinging at this Jump Love, and Jux is now in a position where he needs to make some critical calls to win, and getting a defense drop on top of this as well. Another aerial ace coming in, and Angel Per shielding it. And this means that this is going to come down to, will Jux be able to make a catch here?
There is going to be, the timer is up, he's at the aerial ace, he's going for it instead of going out. There's a Protect Shield remaining, and Jux uses it because I think this is charge attack priority.
This is charge attack priority indeed, but that Marowak does have a lot of HP, and also I think very close to a move, or has a Bone Club stored. So this will be very crucial. Undercharging here, but I am not sure how wise that is, because that one Poison Sting will be enough.
Wow, a quick pivot out here, but this Aqua, look at them, both of them just completely undercharging at this point. He wants to be able to do something, but at this, I don't even know. He's at that Bone Club, he doesn't even need it. He mud slaps down for a 2-0 victory to be able to throw the Bone Club here at the Jump Club.
What a gameplay by Angel Per, managing his Pokemon even though he had a neutral lead, leveraging that safe swap Lapras just because of the lack of grass type coverage. If you do not have grass type coverage on your team, expect the Lapras safe swap.
That Angel went ahead and took his Halo, gave it into a 0 form to Jux for this round, saying, okay, I know that you swept me earlier on in the tournament, but again, like we talked about, sometimes in the grudge matches, when you've had an opportunity to look over the Pokemon that you played, to recognize how you could have had your different win conditions, very proud of Angel Bear to be able to take that and move on into day number 2.
I think it was a redemption match, right? And the Angel has got its redemption and is flying to day number 2. What a great game here. Of course, I think this was the loser semis, so maybe there's one more match before he gets to the top brackets as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit different. I think that there's a lot of matches that we're going to get to play here at this special championship in Sevilla. So don't go anywhere because, again, if you've been liking what you've been seeing so far, if you've been, like I said, welcome to Tinkertown and seeing how many Pokemon have been playing against this very specific one, I think that we might see it in the grand finals.
I mean,
I'm gonna call it now. It wasn't on my caster prediction list, even though I knew everyone would probably be bringing it. I do think that we're gonna see it tomorrow in the championships.
I think with Tinkerton, it's going to be really interesting to see how much it becomes part of the core meta. We already see that it's being used by a lot of top players, but a lot of the players don't have access to it yet because they don't have the right stat product for it. They don't have the correct way they want to train it, for example. So it's something that we have to be looking forward to as, let's say, this is the first event with it. So as the event progresses, I think it's Tinkerton and Azumarill are either going to go hand in hand, or Tinkerton is going to be just above Azumarill.
Okay, yeah, because at this tournament so far, I believe Azumarill was in 3rd place of Pokemon used in day 1 usage. Tinkerton, I think, was in 5th or 6th, but again, that could exactly be the accessibility. Angel Per says, I don't have a Tinkerton using on this. Don't worry, I don't even need it because I'm going to let this Drapion put in the work in both game 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, Drapion and Marowak doing what they do best. Tons of fast attack pressure there, and that adding up slowly over time. It's one of the reasons why I always say you need a Pokemon in your team that has fast attack pressure, because if you don't, you cannot come out of certain matchups. You saw Paulasha mud-slapping down a Pokemon. You saw that one Poison Sting coming through and knocking out a Pokemon just when the Pokemon has back-to-back moves as well. The fast attack pressure goes a long way in cementing certain bad matchups for you.
Now, we talked about, okay, what do you prefer, Azumarill or Tinkerton? I have another one for you. In the Mud Slapper category, do you prefer to have something like a Shadow Kanto Marowak that has that very heavy-hitting Mud Slap damage and a little bit more sorry. Just
bulk to it?
Yeah, this guy.
A little bit more bulk to it.
Exactly what I'm saying. Took the words literally right out of my mouth.
Our Claydol, yeah. It's okay, I can talk. So it depends, right? So it depends on your team building. Do you want coverage against Jumpluff a bit more? So if you do want coverage against a Jumpluff, you run Claydol because it has access to Ice Beam, and potentially if you bait the Rock Tomb, then again Claydol's Jumpluff's damage is going to be reduced over time. But then again, we still have a lot of these games to play. We see two top competitors here. Freaka going up against Paulasha in the losers semifinals. Again, another Golisopod.
See the Glycopod?
I can't have enough of this Pokemon. I want more.
I mean, we saw Paulasha playing against it a little bit earlier on, and one thing that we just talked about, that Claydol, is something that's going to do really fantastic against Freaka's Clodsire, a Pokemon, again, that we thought maybe had fallen a bit out of the meta, but it looks like he's bringing it back. Very interested to see the movesets on it. It's opting to run Earthquake and Stone Edge rather than Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, one of the Pokemon that stands out here again is the Grumpig. We have never seen this Pokemon. I want to see how this Pokemon plays into the meta Pokemon, which is Tinkerton. Of course, it has neutral damage with Dynamic Punch, great charge attack with Shadow Ball that can do a ton of damage against a Tinkerton as well. And running the Furt, of course, Furt is one of the cutest Pokemon that's made in recently, and I just love its animation. What I want to know is the answer Freaka has for Paulasha's team, which is where she has her own Furt. A Furt save swap can flip all the matchups on the side of Freaka in the 2-to-1 shield scenario.
And not only that, there's a Tinkerton also on Paulasha's side that kind of negates all the energy that the Furt kind of puts out there. So if they can line up the two of them together, it's going to look very positive for Paulasha. You know, the thing that I almost had a coughing fit over, Claydol versus Kanto Marowak, we might get to see it in these matchups, because if we saw that was on Freaka's side, that Marowak, and we have the Claydol on Paulasha's side.
I really wouldn't be surprised if Paulasha played both Furt and Golisopod in the same team, because they have so much going on for them against Freaka's team. So, or not bring it at all and then try to throw Freaka off his game by bringing another Pokemon. Azumarill, as I said, as long as there's no grass, Azumarill like Lapras, as long as there's no grass type coverage, you are good to go.
Now, Freaka was actually in my Caster Fantasy draft. I was talking to him a little bit earlier on before the tournament, and he had said, you know, I know that I haven't had the best season, maybe I haven't been the most well-known player, but he's been a tried and true person in this Play Pokemon Championship Series for ages. He competed at the very first European International Championship. He was able to get his Worlds qualification there, and he's been a competitor that is very feared in many grassroots tournaments. I'm very anxious to see if he will be able to make the play for himself here in Sevilla.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we want to understand here as well, of course, it's all about consistency, right? As a player and a competitor, you're always going to have a season where it doesn't work well. You'll have your ups and downs. The goal here is to persevere and make sure you keep trying, because the more you try, the more you learn, the better you get. And then suddenly you're here in the losers semis, or you make the run all the way in the losers bracket and then get to the grand finals. You never know. Both these trainers, I wouldn't be surprised if I see them in the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, if you gave me these names, I also wouldn't blink twice. Unfortunately, as we are in the loser side of the bracket, we will not be able to see both of them tomorrow. Potential for one of them, as this is another double elimination portion of the tournament. Very excited to see how these two want to play it out. You talked about how you haven't seen Grumpig really in action. I think Grumpig has a huge amount of play actually into Paula's team.
Yeah, but it has to avoid the Drapion and the Tinkerton. But these two players have locked in their Pokemon. It's a Grumpig lead, as you call, into a Drapion. That is unfortunate.
Kind of want to avoid it there, because the crunches are going to be doing super effective damage. An immediate pivot out into the Corviknight as the Sand Attack is going to be doing a lot of effective damage here. Paulasha going for a crunch first for a potential debuff, but I think we might be able to see a quick pivot out on her end after this.
Yeah, I think the pivot will probably be into the Golisopod here, making a big read, but that's only because this Aqua Jet will do a ton of damage. But going for the Iron Head, a great great bait here by Frika because he knows the onus of shielding is at Paulasha's side.
He's going to head. If you look at the little bubbles, Ironhead just paces just a little bit quicker to get through. Frika knew that he needed to get a shield, and he's willing to even invest a shield himself because he's going to be able to reach that sky attack and force Paulasha to make a decision here. Are you going to shield the super effective against the Glycopod? Do you really want to go 2 shields down this early in the matchup? And Paula says no.
I mean, at this point, the Glycopod barely survives here and gets to another move, and it is caught on the Azumarill. What a brilliant gameplay. But one of the things that I want to point out is, like, this Glycopod has a ton of play, and it's gone out of the field for Paula, and in comes her own Azumarill. It's going to come down to, does the Corviknight has enough to take out the Drapion? I don't think so. But let's see if these two trainers can maneuver their way to get into an amazing endgame.
Looks like since Frika is a little bit ahead on energy, going to be able to throw his charge attack first, and now the play rough will connect. This is a moment in time where we can kind of sit back and reflect of how this matchup is going, and it also gives both of these trainers a little bit of time to think, okay, what are my win conditions here? What do I need to do to secure this victory? There's a lot of energy still on there, but at this point, there's not a lot of help on Frika's Azumarill.
I think it's going to come down to if Frika can make a catch. It's still a very, very difficult position for the Grumpig to take out the Drapion, especially if the Azumarill is so healthy as well. In comes another player up from Frika's Azumarill. This, again, is going to be unshielded. I think at this point, Paulasha is content to save that shield for the Drapion at the back.
Coming back in with the Grumpig here, now to be met by the Drapion. Now there is a little bit of an energy advantage, and the Dynamic Punch hurts the Drapion as well, especially at this range, so forcing Paulasha to make a decision of her own. But at this point, there's still quite a bit of energy on her own Drapion. There is a shield up on Frika's side too. It's really going to come down to the absolute wire here, 1 away from a Dynamic Punch.
This is going to come down. Oh, Frika makes a call for the crunch. That's unfortunate. This is not a bait. This is a crunch, and that takes out the Grumpig. At this point, it looks like a huge uphill climb for Frika because this Drapion has so much energy. Yes, you have a shield, but you are going to be outpaced every second of the way.
Drapion says 1 for you and 1 for you, getting that last Protect Shield off of Frika here and able to outpace, once again, Paulasha with a little bit of a bird bath here for the Corviknight. Another Aqua Tail coming through, and I think that's enough to knock it from the sky, and Azumarill just doesn't have enough in the tank to hold on.
Azumarill definitely doesn't have enough. Frika knows this, and he doesn't even go for the player off to knock out this Drapion. 3-ball flex by Paula against Frika. What a great game number 1.
There was a little bit of a hard lead for Frika. He fought back very hard. Really, really great bait there with that Ironhead, and then being able to do so much damage onto the Glycopod. What it really boiled down to in that moment is the fact that he didn't shield up the crunch. Because like you called it, he thought it was a bait. When you only have 1 shield left, when you are behind on energy like Paulasha was, it makes you wonder, okay, this is my opponent's win condition. If he would have shielded that up, it could have been a completely different game. And it's easy for us to be looking in the back to being like, oh, this was the appropriate call. But it's so hard when you're sitting at that moment, when you're looking down your opponent and you're saying, okay, I know that their possible win condition is that they have to bait.
It was a 50-50 call,
right?
1 away from a back-to-back crunch. That would mean Aqua Tail plus crunch would be on charge attack priority. Unfortunately for Frika, he made the wrong call. 9 out of 10 times, most top trainers would have gone for the bait there just to make sure that they play for their win condition. But Paula, recognizing Frika as a good trainer, I'm going to do him 1-up, and I'm just going to go straight for the crunch.
Yeah, absolutely. As you could see, if we were watching back, he was 1 side of wave away. So that means when that when that crunch was thrown, he was at the Dynamic Punch. There was no Protect Shields left on Paula's side. This is what makes the games so interesting.
Yeah. Let's see. I want to see some more. I really want to see more Ferd gameplay, just because Paula doesn't really. She does have a hard answer for the Ferd, which is the Tinkaton. But then again, if you can get your Ferd away from the Tinkaton, there's a lot of play to be had. Especially if you get your Ferd on a Pokemon like Claydol, for example. Oh, that would the Ferd would feast
And then not only would it feast, it would look very cute doing so. I know that, again, Paulasha, she's one of the content creators, a Twitch streamer, and she had been playing a lot of Fur on her channel earlier on, so she's very familiar with the matchups. The fact that it's on her team and also that she has some good Fur counters is something that I think cannot be taken too seriously. You know, we talked about it earlier on, Abby, Claydol versus a Marowak. We're about to see it in action here.
Let's see which one of these Mudslapper gets the better of the other, but Marowak does have better pacing here. It will get to this Bone Club much before Claydol can get to the Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, for example. Bone Club number 1 coming in. This is no shielded by the Claydol.
Claydol can tank it with ease. That's the big nice thing about Claydol. It does have a little bit more bulk to it. And also, Paula was at Ice Beam energy, which would be able to completely knock out the Marowak. Instead, going for the Rock Tomb, which doesn't do that much damage and has now lowered the attack of the Marowak even more, putting Afrika kind of on the back foot here, going once again at charge attack priority.
Charge attack priority. Let's see if Paula wants to preserve the switch advantage, but no, letting the Claydol go. This would give a huge insight for Afrika as to what is at the back. He knows that his Marowak might come in handy and immediately swapping into the Corviknight.
Blink if you miss it, because she first came in with the Azumarill, then immediately pivoted out into the Drapion here. Drapion is going to take a lot of the fast attack pressure from that Corviknight, but even still, it's going to be able to put a lot of pressure back with its charge attacks. Paulasha says, hey, you know what, fool me once. I'm not going to shield again here. This is just an Iron Head, and just being able to charge up a little more energy at this point. Still 2 Protect Shields left on Paulasha's side.
I mean, at this point, you're 2 Mudslaps away from being knocked out by the Marowak, so this is not a great position to be in, because that Marowak with energy is going to do a ton of damage, but not before this Corviknight gets to another Iron Head to knock that Drapion out. It's all up to Azumarill.
We saw it now coming back in at a little bit of a bubble advantage here, but it does have a little bit less health. Now, we have to remember, there are 3 Pokemon left on Afrika's side. Paulasha only has this Azumarill left, but she does have 2 shields, which means that she can effectively block up the attacks that are coming from Afrika's Pokemon.
Yeah, which attack she blocks up is going to be pivotal in how this game turns out to be. In comes this first player off from Afrika. This is no shielded by Paulasha.
If you are Afrika and you're thinking, okay, I have 2 low health Pokemon in the back. She only has 1. We might see a potential, which we don't see very often, for a timeout strategy. The game's being around roughly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Every time you throw off a charge attack, 10 seconds are being used. If it comes to a timeout at the very end, the person with the most Pokemon left will win the round. So we'll have to see if this is something that he's willing to do. First Protect Shield coming up on Paulasha's side.
At this point, if you are Afrika, you really want to get to this player off to get the last shield, or at least put Paula's Azumarill into the red. But unfortunately for him, Paula's Azumarill gets to this player off and wins charge attack priority.
Yeah, that is also big. It's something for him to know as well, because you saw that they both went at the same time. The Azumarill with the higher attack was the one who got to throw first. There's still 1 Protect Shield left on Paula's side, not using it yet. Now swapping into the Marowak here, just trying to get as much energy down as possible, going for a Bone Club, just continuing to Mud Slap down. Paula is at an Ice Beam, no Protect Shields remaining. This Marowak is going away.
Marowak is going away indeed, but let's see if the Azumarill has enough to bubble down or get to a charge attack. This is going to be really close. 1 more bubble is all it needs, and that's exactly what Afrika's Azumarill has. 1 more bubble. 1-1. What a game. So close.
So close. There's not a lot of health left on either of those Pokemon. Great wherewithal by Afrika at that point, recognizing, okay, what Azumarill has in bulk, what Paula has in shields, she actually is lacking in power and punch, because the Azumarill takes so long to pace to. The minute that that Play Rough was thrown, you could see the wheels turning in Afrika's head, recognizing, if I can just get this Azumarill down a little bit lower, those Mudslaps should be able to do it. He didn't even bother going for the attacks. He just said, I want that raw damage of that Shadow Mudslap going through.
It's what I was talking about. Like, fast attack pressure comes a long way in winning games that you seem like, my Pokemon is a very slow pacing Pokemon, so I might as well you can't shield a fast attack, yeah? And he also had, let's say, 1-2 sand attacks worth of damage on the Corviknight because it would still, I think, probably have survived one bubble.
These are big moments for both of these trainers, both of these big names, high contenders to be that Sevilla champion already in loser semis. We have Frika, a trainer from Germany on the left-hand side, just won the last matchup against Palasha, we affectionately dubbed the Queen of PvP on the right. Both of these trainers just need one more game to seal their deal for day number 1.
Frika is using his Corviknight very well because it's so free into Paulasha's team. Paulasha will, if Corviknight is swapped into her team, she will have to try and maneuver around it. It has great play against all of these Pokemon. Of course, the only it doesn't take any super effective damage from any of these Pokemon. All these damages are neutral, so it's a great position to be in. So even if you have a bad lead matchup, you always have the luxury to pivot into your Corviknight.
It's a good point. That's exactly what's been going on. We're in this decisive game number 3. Furret takes the field up against the Azumarill. We've seen it a little bit before. Actually, the fast attacks aren't going to be doing too much damage against the Azumarill. The Trailblaze is obviously going to be super effective, going to boost the attack, but depending on the attack and bulk of the Azumarill, it can last for 2 Trailblazes. As you can see, Frika not even bothering to shield up the first one.
Yeah, the first one did no damage whatsoever, and immediately swapping into the Corviknight met with this Claydol. This match is going to be really close here because Corviknight will get to the Sky Attack first. Will Claydol shield? No shield. Such a fast click on no shield there.
Both of these trainers just basically swapped at the exact same time, so not too much energy went to either of these people beforehand. Paula already now at that Rock Tomb. It is going to lower the attack for sure of the Corviknight, but Corviknight is still going to be able to pace a little bit quicker, and these Mud Slaps are not very effective against this Flying and Steel-type Pokemon. Sky Attack number 2 coming through.
Sky Attack number 2 coming through, but we know that this has been debuffed. It's not going to do as much damage as the first one is, but it's still going to put this Corviknight into the red. This looks very, very promising for Frika. Let's see, does he want to shield this? No, he's going to let go of this Rock Tomb, and this would mean there is potentially farm down potential.
I think that's exactly what it's going for, and instead just immediately pivoting out to be met back with the Furret. Super effective damage into this Grumpig here, but Grumpig does have a bit of an energy advantage, and Furret is a normal type Pokemon. This Dynamic Punch would do tons of damage. Palasha recognizes it, puts that shield up, and we talk about cute animation attacks. Let me just add Grumpig to the list there. Did you see that? It's just kind of waving at it there.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Grumpig jumps on its tail. It's really cute to see, but this first Swift coming in immediately shielded by Frika, but this Furret is potentially going to outpace. No, it does not. Grumpig gets to the second Dynamic Punch just before the Furret gets to another move, but this is one of the things that I was talking about earlier in the game. The Furret 2-to-1 shield is such a dominant Pokemon. I think at this point you just completely commit to farming down, and I think you would have got there.
I am not sure. With a 1-turn fast attack, I think he was right at that. Paula didn't want to even take the risk because where there were 2 shields, there is now none on her side. And there's a Furret with a little bit of an energy advantage. But what wants to come into it here? Ice Beam already loaded up. No Protect Shields. This should be enough to knock out.
This is a huge uphill climb now for Paula's Azumarill because that's, again, in game number 3 as well, it's her last Pokemon. Then we see Frika has a shield, so this will be interesting to say the least.
Both of the trainers do have a Pokemon with low health in the back that they can be using as a potential sacrificial swap. This time looks like Frika going for that charge attack priority, throwing that Play Rough onto the Azumarill. He does have 1 shield remaining, so this could be impactful for him. Paula waiting a turn there because he didn't want this Play Rough to be caught on anything else, didn't want that Corviknight to come in and take the attack that was meant for the Azumarill, and Frika uses his last shield. They're about on even footing at this point.
Even footing, but then again, Frika's Azumarill will have to survive 2 play-offs. This is going to be so crucial here. Frika this time did not wait. He was thinking, what if I wait and Paula waits and makes a catch? So he's trying to get into each other's head here.
At this point, you see that going ahead for another Play Rough. I think that she'll need at least 1 more. Maybe an Ice Beam will do it after this as the Freeka's Azumarill is now brought down into the red, but it is such a risk. And at this point, he is at a play rift, but does he want to risk it? No, both of them going for the simultaneous swap, and it looks like Claydol takes out the Pokemon.
But Claydol has the Rock Tomb already, and that will be enough to knock out Azumarill. Freeka going down, Paula going through.
Both of these trainers at 2 points in this matchup did a simultaneous swap. Both of these times now Claydol has proved impactful here. Palasha continues on into the tournament in very, very close margins.
Yeah, this would have been such a close game and would have come to charge attack tie. Game 3, I think what Freeka could have done is throw one bubble at the Claydol and then swap to the Corviknight, because that would mean the Corviknight can potentially farm down the Claydol and then get to an Iron Head against Paula's Azumarill. That would mean it would all come down to charge attack tie.
I think both of those trainers, they just had one specific goal in mind and they just performed it at the exact same time. Palasha proving once again why we know her name so well. She's been former regional champions, and now I think she wants to make a name for herself this season in her own country.
Yeah, I think it's what's missing this season for Paula, right? She doesn't have a winner's medal yet. No, first prize winner's medal yet. So I think she's doing everything she can. This is a great meta to do so as well, and a great location. It's close, it's in Spain, it's her home turf. She's got to be here to defend it, yeah?
And what some dynamic gameplays that we've seen from her throughout this tournament. So congratulations, she will be continuing on. And what I love about this as well is there's been an opportunity to see a lot of trainers that we haven't had so much of a chance to keep an eye on this season, but maybe we should keep an eye on the leaderboards, because I think there's going to be a bit of a shakeup after this special championship.
Yeah, leaderboards are subject to change all the time, and all these players are competing for that position, qualification for Worlds, and not only just for that, but also for the travel awards as well. So it's very important. Of course, you're having a great season. If you have a great season, you're going to be rewarded with travel awards, so that that journey to Worlds becomes a lot less stressful and a lot more easier.
Yeah, Palasha has a lot of championship points already. She's looking to gather a little bit more to her name, because like we talked about at the beginning of the show, like we just sort of discussed, now the more championship points you have, the more potential that you have to get those travel incentives, to get a little bit of prize money to help you be able to go on your trip to Anaheim, California. I think all of these trainers this is what you're playing for, right? This is the moments where you're saying, okay, I know that I have it in me to be a good player, and I want to show the rest of the world. I want to compete against the best from all the different regions and show what I have.
Yeah, the gameplay was pristine on both these trainers' side. Game number 1 was so dominant for Palasha. Game 2 going to Freeka, by where he managed the energy and the fast attack pressure on that Marowak and Azumarill to leverage a win. But Game 3, it was all Paula. There was a little bit of up and down here, a little small question mark here and there, but then again, it was not enough for Freeka here.
Look at that simultaneous swap, like I said, is able to get to an attack, but needed to get that Claydol out of the way to hit back, and Paula takes that game number 3 with a little bit of Furret gameplay, which we've been so excited to see basically this entire day so far.
I think Furret did a great job there. 2-to-1 shield scenario, almost completely farmed down the Grumpig, but then again, I still think one more Sucker Punch.
There's potential, but if Freeka's Grumpig happened to survive that and be able to get off that dynamic, everything would have been devastated. It would have been completely flipped on its head. Really great wherewithal to know exactly where your opponent is at on energy and recognize, okay, I need to throw here because I have no Protect Shields remaining.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, she won the game, so I guess it worked out. But one of the things with Furret is, like, if you don't really have hard answers to the Furret, it's going to be in a position to get the 2-to-1 shield flip off the switch, and switch advantage can go a long way in these tournaments to help you win the game, because you need the right Pokemon matched up against the right Pokemon.
You know, I hope that Speediest Chief 2 is watching this and taking notes, because I was listening to some things that he was saying earlier with his friend and competitor of the circuit, Z's Violets, and he said that Furret was on fraud watch. He didn't understand or think that Furret would be the Pokemon to be played. Well, I hope you're paying attention here in Seville, because this Pokemon has been really putting on a show almost the entire day.
Yeah, Furret's been doing great, yeah, and we've seen a ton of these, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of these this Pokemon. Of course, yes, I still don't understand how it always manages to creep in or scutter in, because there is Tinkerton.
Yeah,
right? You do not want to be going up against it because you don't have any coverage. Yes, you did have access to Dig, I think, as a move. You still have access to Dig as a move, but unfortunately, Swift and Trailblaze is the way to go because they are so much better.
Yeah, they're the heavy-hitting attacks that you want for this. One thing that I really noticed between the two matchups between Frika and Palasha was the fact that they were both using their Azumarill really heavily to soak damage. And one thing that's kind of important between the Azumarill is recognizing which one wins charge attack priority. We have Inadequance out on the field with a little bit of a charge attack priority game that he's going to be playing with some people. So let's check it out.
Thank you, Amanda. Yes, I'm here to play a game that I would like to call Guess Who Wins Charge Attack Priority Tie. What is Charge Attack Priority Tie? It is when two Pokemon fire their Charge Attack at the same time. But who gets priority? Who gets to launch first? This is based on the attack stat of a Pokemon. And to help us with this game, we're gonna have an expert joining us here. That will be our Europe International Champion, Batuman. Batuman, you are an expert of the topic Pokemon Go. I'm gonna have 6 pairs here of Pokemon, and I'm going to ask you which Pokemon wins Charge Attack Priority Tie. For this game, we're going to assume that the appraisal stats are all either 0 or full. So no shenanigans of a 15-0-0 Drapion or 0-15-0 Alone Sandslash. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Who wins Charge Attack Priority Tie? Between Golisopod or Swampert?
Okay. I know this depends on my beast, but I'd say it's Golisopod.
Ding, ding, ding! That's correct. Oh. Very well done. It is very close, but Golisopod has the edge against many Pokemon in the current meta.
Exactly.
Let's take a little bit bulkier and some newer additions to the meta. Who wins Charge Attack Priority Tie? Between Tinkaton and Cradily.
Okay, so it's also very close, but it's Tinkaton.
No. These are not too difficult, huh? They are good. No, you were right. I need trickier ones. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna have trickier ones. We need to challenge our UIC champion.
Okay.
Next one. Azumarill or Mandibus?
Wow. This is Mandibus?
I gotcha. Nope, it's Azumarill who generally wins Charge Attack Priority Tie.
This is so hard for me.
Now, if you have a Mandibus with the appraisal stats of just coming out of an egg, then yes, Mandibus is likely to win it. All right. I said we had 7, but we're gonna do only one more.
Okay.
We have more battles to go for.
Fine.
The next one, Gastrodon or Alolan Sandslash?
Okay, this is Alolan Salas, right?
Very well done, all right.
Yeah, thank you.
You got 3 out of 4.
That's fine.
As expected from our UIC champion.
Maybe not, maybe I should have said all correct, but it's fine.
Perhaps, depending on the appraisals. Thanks so much, Batuman. You are also in day 2, so I wish you good luck for tomorrow. Let's head back for more battles.
Well, that charge attack tie shows that even champions don't know everything about the game. I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Who wins charge attack tie? Claydol or Jumpluff?
Claydol definitely wins Charge Attack Tie there. Jumpluff is getting very close to the bulk of Azumarill, which technically means, or usually means, that it should have a lower attack stat.
Yeah, I forgot to introduce him. This is
Hi.
This is Leo, my co-caster, and we are casting right now.
Yeah, exactly. So looking forward to more of these battles. Those were pretty heated so far. Of course, we are in Spain, in Sevilla, and it's been rather hot all week so far. I've been enjoying the weather coming from very, very rainy Germany.
Oh yeah, when I was flying here, I was walking to the plane and it was raining on me, and this is so much better. This is great weather to meet people, to have this wonderful championship events as well.
Yep, exactly. It's just go outside, enjoy the sun, enjoy playing Pokemon Go without your phone getting wet all the time. It's also a very nice change. All right, with Emmy Weedle versus Alfonso, who has had a phenomenal season so far. Emmy Weedle, of course, is a world champion, he's an UIC champion, regional champion of Stuttgart 2023 season, GOAT status.
Yeah. one of the things that I would like to point out in Weedle's team is he's running 3 water-type Pokemon there. If his team sees a Victory Ball, he's going to have a very tough time. But luckily for him, there's no Victory Ball. A Pokemon that, again, I want to point out, it's been something that I've been saying through the whole event, is Golisopod. Great Pokemon to have.
Did you know that Golisopod wins Charge Attack priority versus Swampert?
Yes.
I, of course,
I called it. You did it.
So that is definitely true. There is a grass type, however, on the side of Alfonso, which is the Cradilly. And Cradilly has a very decent time, as opposed to Victory Ball, also versus a Jumpluff, which is a bit of an edge that it has now in competitive Pokemon Go, I want to say.
Yeah, let's take a deeper dive into the Pokemon and their movesets. We see Lapras, Tinkaton, Feraligatr, Jumpluff, and Drapion. All of these Pokemon having their conventional moveset. Moveset that stands out here is the Sludge that's been recently added to the move pool of Swampert, and that's a great coverage move to have, especially if you're a Shadow Swampert and you're going up against Jumpluff. The Jumpluff will be afraid.
Yeah, it is so efficient when you think about how much energy it costs and how much damage it does. So it changes quite some matchup. If you're playing the Shadow version of the Swampert, you're actually winning versus a Azumarill, and it is not even close. You take 1 charge attack and then you farm up a lot of energy because your pacing is so fast. Just need 5 mud shots and then you can throw a Sludge. And 2 will definitely knock out an Azumarill, which might matter because there is an Azumarill on the side of Alfonso, next to the Shadow Drapion, Golisopod, Cradilly, Claydol, and Corviknight.
Corviknight is another Pokemon that I've been really looking forward to watch as well. Yes, of course, yes. Weedle has 3 Water-type Pokemon with decent coverage against Corviknight, but then again, Corviknight is one of those Pokemon that's just really neutral against whatever it's going to go up against, unless you have an Electric-type Pokemon or something like that. Even then, it still does super effective damage with that Sand Attack. So I want to see if Alfonso can theory craft a way to use Corviknight and enable Golisopod to win this game against Weedle.
I think Corviknight, funnily enough, because it doesn't really fit the lore of these Pokemon, Corviknight is one of the hardest counters we have to Tinkaton right now in Pokemon Go, because it just walls it so hard. Bulldoze is resistant, Fairy Wind does nothing, and Play Rough also does nothing. And you could just farm up so much energy and then throw Iron Heads.
I think another Pokemon that stands out, I mean, it's a Pokemon that's been standing out for, let's say, the whole season.
Azumarill.
Drapion. Drapion. Why? Because yes, the Swampert is a decent counter against the Drapion, but the Drapion now will outpace the Swampert if it is used in that safe swap position, because it will get that turn advantage against the Swampert, and that would mean First Crunch will get there before the Hydro Cannon, potentially helping you to kind of dictate the pace of the game. If the Crunch lands, or if the Crunch is shielded, does the Crunch get a debuff? What can I do?
If the Crunch debuffs, is there a chance in the Shadow versus Shadow matchup of Drapion versus Swampert that you can actually Poison Sting down if you're using 2 shields?
I am not sure. It's something that I really want to examine as well, because that could be... that would be insane, because your Drapion then comes out with so much energy, and all that energy has a place on Weedle's team.
Even though the Mud Shots will do a lot of damage versus the Shadow Drapion, Mud Shot was usually not known to deal a lot of damage. We remember Galarian Stunfisk meta dominated times where basically you would never see a Mud Shot down except for in the mirror. However, now it has been buffed when it comes to the damage that it does, so exerting quite a bit of fast attack pressure, to be honest.
I mean, and you have the perfect Pokemon to try and lure out the Swampert, and that is your own Azumarill. Yes, you have the Jumpluff, but then again, you take super effective damage from double super effective damage from the Ice Beam. You have the Feraligatr to go into an Azumarill, but in more cases than not, you do not want to swap these Pokemon into an Azumarill, because the Azumarill will more likely come out on top.
Yep, that is true. Except for if you're using multiple shields, then Shadow Feraligatr has quite the edge. And the energy of Shadow Feraligatr is going everywhere except for in the Azumarill, where the Shadow Claws help if you use multiple shields, or the Golisopod, which also doesn't take Shadow Boosted Hydro Cannons too well. However, we're starting with Shadow Drapion, or regular Drapion, versus Corviknight.
That's a new thing to see, is the normal Drapion going up against the Corviknight. Corviknight, of course, is doing super effective damage. Not only does it bring super effective damage to this game, it also brings a ton of bulk. So this Sky Attack against the Drapion will potentially force a shield. Let's see what happens here.
I mean, the bulk of the regular Drapion might actually not force it to use the shield here. Iron Head bait is even being thrown. Skytech is more efficient in this scenario. Deals quite a bit of damage though, but I think that Skytech might have put it in farm down range.
Yeah, maybe, but let's see if the second crunch is enough to knock out the Corviknight. The Corviknight has been debuffed, so it's going to be close, not even close here. Corviknight farming up a ton of energy, and just before the Drapion gets to another move, throws the Iron Head to knock out the Drapion. But this is where it comes in. Feraligatr, the nightmare Pokemon, with an energy lead, and that's exactly what you don't want to see.
Yep, I think Weedle was super fine with Soft losing this matchup. Having a Shadow Claw advantage here on the Shadow Feraligatr is also huge. And now you can bait Ice Beams, which is so good, as the bait is being called, which is still gonna deal a lot of damage here.
Yeah, what a call by Alfonso. He's been doing this. He did it in the last game as well. Amazing bait calls. Rock Tomb #1 coming in, shielded by Weedle. One of the things that we need to notice is it's that Golisopod at the back. It has a great matchup against these back two Pokemon. Let's see how this turns out. Will Alfonso CP pull up a shield? Finally, yes, he does.
Does pull up a shield, wants to get another charge attack off on this Shadow Feraligatr. Do we see another Protect Shield? Yes, Weedle is putting all his eggs in one basket, the basket being the Shadow Feraligatr. Fast attack and charge attack pressure. Immediate swap out from Alfonso into the Golisopod. This is double debuffed now.
It's double debuffed, and that immediately warrants a no shield for this Golisopod. Golisopod, it does resist the Hydro Cannon, but then again, this Lapras will come in now. Can the Golisopod make sure that it has enough HP and enough energy to get through both the Lapras and the Feraligatr at the back?
Alfonso CP throwing a Tijera X is going to deal a decent amount of damage on the Lapras. Lapras does not have a shield left over. Weedle is now going to go for another Sparkling Aria. At some point you will have to put up Protect Shields because you don't have infinite HP. Golisopod is now charging up even more energy. We're getting very, very close to Xscissor range here, but I don't think we're quite there yet.
Yeah, I don't think this Xscissor is enough to knock out the Lapras, but then again, the switch clock is almost there, so potentially we can see a swap in here at this moment. Oh, waits a turn and makes an amazing catch!
Weedle trying to go for a complete undercharge, but the range of HP is so low here for the Corviknight that it gets taken out here. There is the Feraligatr in the back. It is so far behind on energy now, and the Xscissor is going to come through at this range. It's surely going to knock out.
This Xscissor will knock out the Feraligatr, and that Lapras does not have enough in its tank to power through this Golisopod. One Shadow Claw, two Shadow Claw, and back to the Pokeball you go. 1-0, Alfonso.
Alfonso is really on his A game at the moment. Very, very well played. Important catch there. So strong here. Weedle trying to wait out the Shadow Claw animation of Golisopod, and Alfonso anticipated that. And if you're in a game that is that fast-paced, to react on a turn wait of your opponent during a tried catch denial attempt is so incredibly hard. Nobody can blame Weedle for not catching this catch attempt. This is so hard to phrase.
I completely understand. I would not have done any better if I did that as well. One of the things that is really interesting to see is Alfonso has been really on the top of his game for making these bait calls. I think earlier he called an aerial ace bait that proved pivotal in how the game turned out. Now that Hydro Cannon bait, I think that was just pristine gameplay.
Yep, the Hydro Cannon bait was really... it's a very understandable bait, right? Because it still dealt about 50% of damage. So usually you get to lure out a shield with this because your opponent thinks, hey, if I even shield the Hydro Cannon, it's not that bad because this attack also does a lot of damage. But just being able to put up one shield and then get two Rock Tombs off on the Shadow Feraligatr is really strong. Still curious if it was the right choice for Weedle when he was still double debuffed on the Shadow Feraligatr to throw the Hydro Cannon into the Golisopod, or if it would have been better to spare the energy there. However, then he would have gone one shield down into the matchup versus the Golisopod with his own Lapras.
I think the end game would have been very similar. Why? Mostly because of the fact that okay, you save the Hydro Cannon, but if the Golisopod saves the energy, it's going to win charge attack tie against Feraligatr. So the energy is going to slowly add up, but these two trainers have locked in. We have a Drapion lead into an Azumarill.
Yep, and that matchup plays slightly different from the Shadow Drapion versus Azumarill lead. Weedle immediately pivoting out into his own Shadow Feraligatr, and Alfonso is just staying in here looking at his own backline. He does not want to play versus Shadow Feraligatr if the Feraligatr has one Shadow Claw advantage.
Yeah, Feraligatr will have to pull up the Protect Shield though, because these flare-ups do add up. I think it's a great move to have on an Azumarill, but then again, Hydro Cannons, we know how good this move is. It does have same type attack bonus, already putting that Azumarill into the yellow, but not before the Azumarill is going to get to another move here. Hydro Cannon number 2 coming in from the Feraligatr.
Yep, and if Weedle decides to throw immediately now, and I think that he's very well going to do so, he doesn't even have to shield if it connects. Charge attack priority tie here. Shadow Feraligatr of course wins this versus Azumarill, and Alfonso can now decide if he wants to get a second shield from Weedle or if he wants to try and knock out the Shadow Feraligatr. Is that a sign for Weedle to shield this?
This is a great position to be in if you are Alfonso CP, because you play rough and you swap into the Golisopod, then you're going to get there at charge attack tie. So that forces Weedle to swap into his Drapion. Great gameplay there.
But how good is the regular Drapion versus Golisopod? Because you don't get out, or you do get outpaced still, of course, but Aqua Jet plus Shadow Claws, I think 2 are still going to knock out.
2 will definitely knock out. It will all come down to Alfonso's understanding of the counts. Is he keeping track? Because he is going to win the charge attack try on the Drapion, so potentially he can farm up a few more Shadow Claws. Oh, going one earlier, making sure that there's no mistakes made today.
Yeah, also maybe on a potential Aqua Tail charge attack priority try to preserve some HP, valuing that in case Weedle throws over the extra energy. Now the Lapras is coming in again. We are of course outpacing to the X's, and there is still a full HP Corviknight in the back. But there's a Hydro Cannon saved on the Shadow Feraligatr, if I remember correctly.
I don't think it does. It was very close to Hydro Cannon, but I am not sure. But we still going to see this Golisopod. Is it in a range where a Sparkling Aria knocks out? Goes for a catch here. Unfortunately, Weedle being a bit more patient here, waiting, and then throwing that Sparkling Aria into the Corviknight. This, of course, is not going to do a ton of damage, but then again, all these damages count.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Not quite at the Hydro Cannon here. Weedle goes in immediately, but that's going to do a sizable chunk of damage. A little bit more than Sparkling Arrow, but does it knock out?
I am not sure it does. I think the Corviknight gets to a move here, and that it does. It gets to the Sky Attack. This will knock out the Feraligatr. This puts Weedle in a very tricky situation, because from what I remember, the Golisopod does have energy.
Corviknight Masterclass here, of course. Also not really giving too much of a farm down. Does a Sparkling Aria knock out here? We're going to see the X's here from the Golisopod, but will this knock out?
I think it does. Golisopod's X's are coming in. Will the Lapras survive? It survives with a little bit of HP. Going for that Ice Beam here. Ice Beam will definitely knock out the Golisopod, but we do have the Azumarill at the back. Can the Azumarill bubble down?
What a race now here. Weedle, will he get to a charged attack here? But the bubble deals so much damage. Is another one going to knock out just barely? The Lapras doesn't hang on, and Alfonso CP wins versus Weedle and advances to day 2.
What a close game that was. I think it was if the Lapras survived half a bubble, it would have been able to get to that Sparkling Aria and knock out the Azumarill, but Alfonso, it's all about him. Brilliant gameplay, made no mistakes, and completely outplayed Weedle.
Yeah, big fan here. Already impressed me with his performance in Birmingham. I don't think he was quite on stream there, but had a really tough bracket where he got rather far, and now this impressive win over a previous World and NAIC, EUIC and regional champion there with Weedle. Very strong, showing how good Golisopod is, showing how good Corviknight is.
Yeah. I'm just in awe of this Pokemon Golisopod. It's just absolutely doing a brilliant job showcasing how powerful it can be at the right setting, especially if you have energy. If you see a lot of these Pokemon trainers playing this Pokemon, they're always having a little bit of energy on it just to make sure that they put their opposition in an uncomfortable position. Should I shield? Should I make sure that my other Pokemon has enough energy? I don't want to be in a situation where I have to charge attack tie a Golisopod, because I will probably lose.
Yeah, but that's something very interesting, because previously you've seen Pokemon like Shadow Sableye be in that role, because there was nothing that clearly checks the energy, and it's just a little bit stronger when it comes to dealing damage to other Pokemon than Golisopod. But now that Tinkaton is there is a Pokemon that hardwalls Sableye, so I think people are pivoting over to something like Swampert and Golisopod, which leads me to the next point. Alolan Sandslash was everywhere in Atlanta, but now I think because everyone is running Golai support, also Alolan Sandslash is going to decline, even though it is good against Tinkaton.
Yeah, but I think it's, if you look at the usage for the last few for today, you see number 1 is a Drapion, but then again, number 2 was a Ferd. Ferd is not too bad against a Shadow Claw Sandslash. Claydol, great against Sandslash. You also have other Pokemon like Golai support coming in. I think it's a meta read, but then again, see, this catch was insane. so good in game number 1. Brilliant there, waiting a turn and making sure Weedle throws the energy, and that goes completely to waste.
Gets the maximum out of that Corviknight there. Now you can see in game 2, Corviknight played an important role of the game again, taking out the Shadow Feraligatr with a Sky Attack. Excelente, the attack Aero going in for the win. Here the Sparkling area will take out the Golai support. Then it got to a really close race here. The Lapras was just not able to hang on versus the bubble down of Azumarill. Alfonso CP reigns supreme.
Yeah, Alfonso CP showing there are 2 ways to build into a meta. Either you have the meta-defining Pokemon at this moment, which is Tinkaton, or build a team completely stops this meta-defining Pokemon to coming into the forefront. He had Golai support, he had Azumarill, he had Claydol, he had Drapion, he had Corviknight. The only Pokemon that could potentially Tinkaton have play against is the Claydol, and not Claydol, Credilli. Yeah. But without Heavy Slam, that's not a great matchup either.
Yeah. So, I mean, you still resist all of the charge attacks of the Cradily, so that is rather good. But I think that sometimes when you're building a team and you have too many Pokemon that are good against one Pokemon, sometimes you're overdoing it, right? Because then the Pokemon is just not going to be brought against you, which is good because then technically you're taking it out of the equation. But you kind of want it on the Corviknight, right? You want the Tinkaton to be in there just so you can farm up energy on it or just outplay your opponent with a little bit of an advantage.
It's what we saw, right? So over-checking the Tinkaton kind of gave him the opportunity to play Cardilli a lot more. Oh, we have 2 great competitors here. We have Kaifia going up against Boya. We see Kaifia running that Shadow Lapras. I think this is the first Shadow Lapras that we've seen today, going up against a Malamar. Malamar looks really strong against Kaifia's team. With a little bit of energy advantage, it's going to go a long way. All it has to do is avoid that Tinkaton, and it's going to give huge rewards for Boya.
I think it's really good against the Shadow Lapras. Against the Shadow Jumpluff, I don't love it.
It depends, right? Can the Jumpluff land the acrobatics or not? Because slowly the side waves add up. Foul play is still neutral, and again, it's a Shadow Jumpluff, so it's going to take a lot more damage as well.
But I think you can actually, with the Fairy Winds, go Aerial Ace, straight Aerial Ace. Of course, you still go up to the acrobatics just to
maybe
one KO. But I think that the matchup is sometimes maybe a lot better. For regular Jumpluff, at least, it is. But let's see if the bulk changes things. Shadow Jumpluff on Borja's side as well. Malamar Diggersby makes a return. Clodsire as well. Lapras and Feraligatr. What do you think of Clodsire Diggersby?
I think Diggersby has genuine play in the meta. Great matchup against Tinkaton. Great matchup against most of the Pokemon that you bring to cover Tinkaton. And then also not too bad matchup against the Flying Talonflame. If you get the Scorching Fan debuff, you're in a very good position. You do great against a Feraligatr in the one-shot scenario if you have a little bit of energy advantage. Not too bad against the Lapras as well, because the bulk of the Diggersby kind of makes up for the Sparkling area and Psywave damage as well. So I think if there was any meta to bring it, Diggersby is a very good Pokemon to have.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of the ghost types that it was used against before, they have vanished. People have stopped bringing Azumarill that much because of Tinkaton. That also helps Diggersby quite a lot because this was one of the checks. Let's just check Kaifia's team. You don't really want to play versus the Shadow Jumpluff. However, there is no Energy Ball on the Shadow Jumpluff.
There is no Energy Ball. You also don't really want to be in a situation with a shield deficit against something like a Feraligatr. But you have so much play as a Diggersby. If you run Diggersby Malamar, you can potentially run away with this game. All you have to do is keep the Malamar away from the Tinkaton.
Yeah, and maybe keep the Diggersby away from the Shadow Lapras, because that can also get nasty. I'm curious, I don't know the matchups of Shadow Lapras too well, but I'm curious to see how much damage Psywaves plus an Ice Beam do, because this could be potentially a farm down afterwards.
Yeah, what I want to kind of see as well is the Lapras of Boya. Does it have Skull Bash, or is it running Ice Beam?
I think it was Ice Beam.
Yeah. if it has Ice Beam, I think it has a lot less play against Kaifia's Lapras. But then again, Kaifia's Lapras safe swap can work because the Malamar will have to double debuff itself to win that matchup.
Is Kaifia's Lapras a Skull Basher?
I think it is. I'm not sure. Kaifia likes Skull Bash, I think, from the times I've talked with him before the tournament, but I'm not sure if he went for the Skull Bash in a Shadow Lapras. But it makes sense to run Skull Bash on a Shadow Lapras, because that Skull Bash would hurt.
Yeah. Especially if you expect a little less Shadow Jumpluff, right? Or regular Jumpluff as well, because of Tinkaton. So even though we have figured out that regular Jumpluff doesn't do too bad versus Tinkaton in zero shield scenario, and you don't really want to shield any of these Pokemon, because they're not very likely to get you shields back. Jumpluff perhaps, actually, but
I also really like Kaifia's team approach. It's like, I'm going to out-damage you, because he's running 4 Shadow Pokemon, and that's going to be a ton of damage to deal with. But he's going up against a brick wall, in essence, because Boria has 3 very bulky Pokemon in Diggersby, Clodsire, and Lapras. So it's like, you know, a tornado going into a mountain.
Yeah.
Let's see which wins.
I mean, usually I think that the mountain should win this, but now I'm not sure anymore. Kaifia versus Borja is about to start soon, and I think that we're going to see very soon what the leads are. Quite curious to see if Borja can utilize this Malamar against Kaifia, or if he's going to run into a Pokemon that he doesn't want to face. And there's the Jumpluff versus Malamar. And now we're going to see if Borja stays in this matchup, because I don't think he has a really good check to the Jumpluff.
He's going to stay in here, probably wanting to do the foul play and dip here, foul play and dip strategy, but not before Kaifia gets to the acrobatics. But no, this was perfect timing by Boria. 1 turn into the Fairy Wind, throwing this foul play. Will do a considerable amount of damage onto the Jumpluff here.
Yep, definitely. This is 2 foul play will be enough here. And now Kaifia is actually going for the Aerial Ace here. He's going to get a shield from this already at another Aerial Ace, but you don't outpace to another acrobatics. Now another foul play will KO you, and that is a huge charge attack priority tie for Borja.
Yeah, huge charge attack tie indeed, but this means that Jumpluff will be in a position to throw this acrobatics and knock out the Malamar. Let's see if Boria makes a shield call here, or does he let the Malamar go? Because if he does, I think even if the Feraligatr comes in, it's going to be outpaced with the Aerial Ace.
Yep. Are we in the 4 rotation of Aerial Ace right here? Borja is now still considering, do I use the Shadow Feraligatr to try and farm down with a shield here? No, we're bringing in the Lapras. It can soak up this energy from the Jumpluff a lot better than Feraligatr could. Kaifia is throwing immediately now, and now I'm curious to see if Borja goes out after this into the Shadow Feraligatr to get a little bit of a head start.
It's going to be interesting. Let's see if Kaifia comes with his own Lapras. These 2 Laprases are both running Skull Bash, and I think if you're Boria, you really want the Skull Bash to land, because the Feraligatr at the back is not going to appreciate these moves. And what a shield call by Kaifia. I think at this point you want to swap in, but no, he's staying in here. The longer he stays in, the worse it's going to get. Oh, tries to catch a move, but this is a Sparkling Aria. This ideally as a Lapras, this is what you want to throw into Feraligatr.
Yeah, but even though there would be huge damage output, even the Sparkling Aria does a lot too, even though it's resisted. And now Kaifia is racing. The first Hydro Cannon is going to connect here, and that still does a lot of damage, even though it's resisted. But this is not a Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, it's not a Shadow Feraligatr, so it's not going to do a ton of work. The Lapras, does it outpace? I think it does outpace for the back-to-back Sparkling Aria. Shield comes in on the Feraligatr, but I think this is going to be crucial on deciding how the end game goes, because if Lapras is just 1 away from another Sparkling Aria that knocks out the Feraligatr.
I think Kaifia is in a sublime position here, because he hasn't even revealed the Shadow Drapion yet that is in the back there. So he's going to try and hide it here, see if he gets to a charge attack. Actually, if the Lapras won't get to 2 charge attacks.
No, he has to show the Drapion. Oh, he makes a catch for style points there. He does a peekaboo play, as we call it. Shows the Drapion and says, well, too bad.
Yep, now Borja has gotten the information that he wanted. Undercharges the Sparkling Aria. Another Fairy Wind for the knockout. Shadow Drapion didn't do too much there, but it was there in the back, and that's what was enough.
What do you mean? It was the best supporting cast you could have.
That is true. It was just sitting there saying hi once, getting swapped out immediately.
He was smiling.
Yeah, true.
And the thing we saw here was the Lapras, Shadow Lapras running Skull Bash, and that making that call on the first Skull Bash coming in from Boria's Lapras went a long way into cementing this game. He Borja did make an amazing prediction to try and catch that Skull Bash or Sparkling Aria onto his own Feraligatr, but unfortunately he gave so much energy to Kaifia's Lapras that it was too late.
Yep, the Lapras really outpaced the Feraligatr afterwards, and even though it was a regular Feraligatr, the Shadow bonus of the Lapras added up so much. And now I'm just thinking, now that we've revealed the Shadow Drapion, I was thinking, was this perhaps crucial information to Borja? But now that I'm looking at his team, the Shadow Drapion just goes everywhere, right? You can play versus Diggersby, even though that is not a comfortable matchup. You can chip a lot, get a shield perhaps, and then swap out later with a lot of energy. You can play the 2-shield scenario versus Clodsire quite well. You're very much fine versus Malamar. You are very much fine versus the Shadow Jumpluff, and against Lapras and Feraligatr, you're also kind of good to go. So I think this is the safest Pokemon that Kaifia has.
Yeah, but it depends on how these two players play it out. We see a Diggersby into a Drapion, not a great lead for Kaifia. This, of course, Drapion does have super effective damage against the Diggersby, and it also outpaces the Diggersby quite a bit, but then Diggersby is so bulky that it'll be able to withstand these damages. Save swapping into the Lapras, but immediately met with this Malamar.
Yep, Malamar in this matchup is really, really good, but it does not want to soak those charge attacks, even though we are no shielding a Shadow boosted Sparkling Area here, but Borja just knows I can farm up to 2 charge attacks, throw 1, and then, ooh, the superpower on the charge attack priority. Very nice counting here. Very likely to get a shield, or just to get the KO.
No, gets a shield immediately from Kaifia because he will secure another shield from the Malamar, because if he needs to secure this game, this switch, he will have to shield, and that's exactly what happens. Sparkling Area number 2 comes in, protect shielded, Malamar going for that superpower.
Yep, and the superpower is now going to take out that Lapras. Wants to preserve some HP on that Malamar. Could have farmed up a lot more energy. I think even though your defense is dropped, I think it was worth to go for some more Psywaves, but now we have the Jumpluff swap into Shadow Drapion versus the Lapras. A Crunch is going to be used immediately.
Yeah, Crunch coming in. This is a great position to be in as Kaifia, because the Psywaves don't do a ton of damage against your Drapion, and Drapion gets to another Crunch before the Lapras is able to throw any energy. A great, great position to be in. This Crunch will not knock out the Lapras, will put it deep into the red, and just a few poison stings away, but so much energy on the Lapras here.
There's a Skull Bash coming your way, Kaifia. The defense was just dropped. Let's get it back up on the Lapras. The Skull is being bashed here. And there's a big poison sting down here.
Yeah, big poison sting down. Whatever Pokemon comes in will be met with a charge attack from the Drapion, and it's going to be the Aqua Tail against the Diggersby. Diggersby wanted to make a sneaky Scorching Sand knockout, but unfortunately does not get it.
Yep, the chip damage is now there. And now let's see. There's a lot of energy on this Diggersby. Kaifia can't shield this. No protect shield, more remaining. And now Kaifia, everything is on the Jumpluff. What can the Jumpluff do? It's already at an Acrobatics. There is 1 shield left remaining. And oh, that is a huge catch!
Huge catch indeed, but Kaifia can undercharge. He completely undercharges. The Malamar will not be knocked out, and this means he will still be able to get to a huge farm down. But will it be before the foul play? No, the foul play is just reached, but this is still a great position to be in, because I don't think this foul play puts a Jumpluff in a range where a Fire Punch knocks out.
No, I'm not too sure about this, actually. The Shadow bonus here is actually maybe coming in handy for Borja. This is going to be very, very close. Barely hangs on here. You were right about this. The first aerial ace is being thrown. It's going to be shielded. But now, can you get to that Acrobatics?
This is going to be so close. 1 Fairy Wind, or I think the Jumpluff is already at an Acrobatics. Acrobatics comes in. Will this be enough to knock out the Diggersby? Diggersby is such a bulky Pokemon, but Acrobatics is such a great move.
Yep, but it does not knock out the Diggersby. It is so thick, farms down the Shadow Jumpluff, and Borja takes game 2.
I think that undercharge was slightly undercharged.
Yeah, too undercharged here. Undercharged. But now it's tight here. You are right. Diggersby is looking very, very strong for Borja. The Malamar, again, pivotal point of the game plan for Borja as well. Very, very strong performance here. Those games are very interesting. So many Psywaves.
So many Psywaves. I mean, I think it was so close, right? If the Jumpluff had managed to Fairy Wind down the Malamar towards the end game, the game would have been over, because you get to Air Lace, Acrobatics, Air Lace.
Yeah.
That was so close. Great And the catch was just perfectly planned. Kaifia had the opportunity to wait a turn, but I think he forgot that the switch timer was up, and that catch came completely neutralized all the advantage he had. It looked like Kaifia was going away, running away with the win, but just at the right moment, Boria said, no, my Diggersby says stop.
Kaifia looks a little bit frustrated about that one, giving away that game perhaps unnecessarily. Now Borja has the chance to get game 3 to advance to the next shot. Now Kaifia, he needs to lock in. He needs to channel his EUYC third place. The championship Sunday competitor needs to now play this flawlessly to beat Borja, who is putting up a big show versus him, who wants to get to day 2.
Yeah, it's again, like I pointed out earlier, if you have so many checks against a Tinkerton, your opponent cannot play it.
Yeah.
And so that means you just play your Malamar whenever you want.
Yeah. That is true, and but then if you get it on the Tinkerton, and the Tinkerton is being brought, that's a whole different story. Oh, and now there is Shadow Dropion versus Klotza. If you want to play the 2-shield scenario as Kaifia, you might get away with a win here, because if there is a straight Earthquake, that is a lot of energy.
Yeah, and Boria knows that if he goes straight Earthquake, he can potentially lose a 2-shield scenario. Going for that Stone Edge bait here, let's see if Kaifia can call it.
Usually that's a very, very fast shield here, because it's just too risky if you have so much energy left. So it's a very, very safe bait here for Borja. But let's see how Kaifia plays this, because this is one of these Pokemon where you can easily swap. Oh, there's a catch on the Lapras, which is absolutely huge. Kaifia, by the way, if you're looking at the backline, is going super weak against Clodsire. Shadow Jumpluff has issues, and because it has Stone Edge, the Lapras also doesn't love to be in that matchup. So I think what we might be doing here is, yeah, we're farming up a lot of energy. There is no Ice Beam here. We swap it to the Shadow Jumpluff.
Yeah, this is a great... I mean, I think the match kind of is pushing towards the side of Kaifia with this shield, with this swap, because he can easily tank this Calabash and get to these acrobatics, and this over time will put that Lapras in a range where it can give the Jumpluff some more energy, or the Drapion some more energy, or even the Lapras of Kaifia some more energy.
If he gets energy on one of these Pokemon, excessive amounts of energy, that is really good. There was a good catch by the Clodsire, but now the Shadow Drapion is loaded with energy. It has 2 Aqua Tails start minimum, just saying that right now. Oh, the Sparkling Area doesn't even knock out. We can throw an Aerial Ace here. Are we going to see an undercharge?
No, I don't think so. You want to get this Lapras out of the way so the Drapion can do a ton of work here. Clodsire coming in and immediately met with Kaifia's Drapion. Kaifia's Drapion does have 2 Aqua Tails. 2 Aqua Tails will be enough to knock out the Clodsire. First one coming in, no shield by Boria.
It's huge that he combo played this immediately, because he can now throw on charge attack priority. Has the exact count. Very impressive here. Throws the Aqua Tail, gets the shield of Borja. Now the question is, will he give a shield back, or will he keep it for his own Lapras?
I think at this point it's huge if you can shield it, if you no-shield this, completely farm it down with the Lapras, but he goes for the shield on the Earthquake, potentially getting this Feraligatr on here, but the Drapion outpaces the Feraligatr to the first crunch, and this puts Boria in a very tricky situation, because if he shields this, the Lapras is going to have a field day.
Oh, he does not shield this. This is so much damage. No defense drop, though. Now, the Feraligatr is farming up a lot of energy, but you are so much in farm down range for Psywaves here. I don't know if Borja has the HP in this game to run away here.
Yep, Psywave will be what we'll be seeing here. Of course, the Feraligatr is going to get Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon, but will this be enough to put the Lapras in a range where the Clodsire can take it out? Because the Clodsire has no energy whatsoever. Feraligatr trying its best to get to the Hydro Cannon, not enough. Can this Clodsire make it all the way to another move? Going for the Sparkling Area, and immediate shield by the Clodsire.
Yep, he has to shield this, otherwise he loses the game. But there's also going to be a lot of damage from those Sideways. Now it is a race. Clodsire is super bulky. Actually tries to go for a catch here. Doesn't get it. There's a full farm down on the side of Borja. And Kaifia might have thrown this game away. He doesn't have the charge move yet. Stone Edge is going to connect. And this is surely going to take out the Lapras.
Stone Edge comes in, and this will seal the deal for Boria. Super effective damage onto the Lapras. And off Kaifia goes to the loser's bracket. And Boria goes over to day 2.
Wow, I surely thought he was just going to try and farm this down with the Psywaves. Actually threw the charge attack, which surprised me as well, because I thought one more Psywave might do a difference, and then throwing actually before the Stone Edge was reached.
I think it was going to be charge attack tie if he stayed in, and that would have given him an onus to try and catch as well, because I think you were 3 sideways away, and the Clodsire was too. Yeah, it was really close, but unfortunately, I think Kaifia kind of maybe lost count. But Boria, what he played for his win con to work all the way from the start towards the end of the game. Great gameplay there.
So good by Borja. They're also keeping calm in this situation. This is where the game comes to an end. You are nervous. Everyone is cheering. The crowd is going wild. Everyone in chat is going wild. And he stayed calm, saw the switch in, immediately realized, okay, this is a Shadow Jump Love. This is not doing any damage to me. I can farm this down. I can leave with the Stone Edge. Ba-boom! Gets the Stone Edge on the Shadow Lapras, taking it out. Big W for Borja. Deserved win.
It was a really close game. I think it all started with the fact that the Drapion pulled up a Protect Shield against the Clodsire. If it did not, all Kaifia had to do was completely Sidewave down the Clodsire and Skull Bash the Feraligatr for the win. But then again, this is high stakes games. You are in the stage. A lot of people are watching you. There's a lot of pressure on you as well. So mistakes like these happen. Of course, in hindsight, it's easy to judge this. But game one, it was all about who Skull Bashes better.
Yeah, backseating is always easier, right? That's why we love this. Why we love casting, because we can act like we knew all along. We've seen all the win conditions. But now you can see that Kaifia went for a crunch there. I think, if I remember correctly, did not get the defense debuff. They're good. We're not seeing that anymore, so you can't call me out on this one. But there was a big catch on this Malamar with a little too much of an undercharge here.
Yeah, I think Kaifia will reflect on this game and be like, there are so many things that I made a mistake and then could have been done better, and that this is exactly one of those things. At this point, you were almost right. I think that's 2 sideways worth of damage, and that would mean you would be in such a good position. There was no need to throw the Sparkling Area there, and potentially even Fairy Wind down the Clodsire towards the end game.
Exactly. If you don't get the win by going for the 2 extra Psy Waves, I think a Fairy Wind is gonna cut it, because that Clodsire was basically at no HP. That was a true 1 HP and a Dream win of the Clodsire there.
I think this is more accurate of 1 HP and a Dream. It's just so crucial. This is where like the stat distributions and all that stuff of your Pokemon matters as well. Do you have enough HP? Do you have enough defense? Do you have the attack to do more damage? And it all comes down to how you can juggle this. And the more Pokemon you catch, the better opportunities and chances you have to get the right distributions.
I think everyone knows the saying, right? Appraise matters until it doesn't. No, the other way around. Appraise doesn't matter until it does. Sometimes you just need that extra little bit of HP. Sometimes you need that extra little bit of defense. For example, one of the matchups of earlier seasons, Cresselia really needed a lot of defense to not have big problems versus Altaria. This was one of the big matchups. But speaking of 1 HP and the Dream scenarios, which one in the entire history of Play Pokemon? Which one was your favorite 1 HP in the Dream scenario? I have mine locked immediately.
I think you had to go with yours because I do not remember.
All right, for me it was Colin 6 versus Toe Tactical in the finals of the regional in Deal back then.
The Noctowl.
Yeah, when I actually announced that Toe won the game, he just didn't. The Noctowl hung on with 1 HP against the Medicham and then actually got to win that game with a Sky Attack.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many of these things that happen in events as well. But if you really want to take a look at what is remaining, what events you can come to, what's coming up in Europe next, you can take a look at the link. Click the link there, go there and see what events you can attend. If it's close by to you, maybe you should take a gander.
Definitely. We should definitely go. Those events are massive fun. It's always nice to meet up the community. It's always nice to compete. Just that, like, the locals are cool for competing. And yeah, it's a nice way of interacting with the community and maybe get on stage, get a little bit of the internet fame, right? That's cool.
I mean, it's some of the things that you also find out when you come to these tournaments is like, you're kind of zoned in. Number one, you're competing. And if you're out, you're able to watch all these top battlers play it out. And you see so many different possibilities of wins and losses in a game as well. But we have a great set of games here. We have San Judigo going up against the Riev.
Yep, the Reeve is bringing Blastoise, your caster prediction. Very, very strong Pokemon. I immediately want to check how good it is in this matchup. It is, I think, decent versus Golisopod. It has very good matchups versus Xeidol in some shield scenarios. Decent versus Tinkaton.
I think Jump Love is pretty okay as long as you get to the Skull Bash first. I mean, of course, you shield acrobatics, Skull Bash the jump off, and then see what happens from there. You do super effective damage to the Lapras with the rollouts.
That's such a nice way of looking at matchups. You just Skull Bash and see what happens.
I mean, it is what it is, right? That's why you have the move called Skull Bash. Lapras, again, Shadow Lapras here, which is a bit of a different from what we see a lot. One of the key matchups that Shadow Lapras picks up is the Tinkaton in the Zero Shield scenario, because your 2 Sparkling Arrows is enough to knock out a Tinkaton. And also, it has a better matchup against Pokemon like Shadow Primeape, for example, because just Psywaves do so much more damage.
That is very, very interesting. Is Shadow Primeape or regular Primeape? I don't know if you can farm down with 2 shields a regular Primeape.
I think you can. Regular, I'm not sure, but a Shadow Primeape, you do have a good matchup. But the Pokemon I want to kind of touch up on here again is, I'm going to be saying this the whole event, it's the Golisopod. Great Pokemon to have. Golisopod Blastoise for a double water is perfect into San Rodrigo's team.
I'm gonna be honest, I would give everything to get sunglasses that look like Golisopod's face. That would be the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good upgrade for you.
Another good answer for Golisopod is Ferret. Ferret takes no damage from Shadow Claws, can easily take 1 Aqua Jet, throws a Trailblaze, farms down, and just exits with a lot of energy, decent amount of HP, good time.
Yeah, I think the matchup for the Ferret, just as it is for all these Pokemon that have moves that can potentially increase your attack, is the 2-to-1 shield scenario. Here, in the Golisopod matchup, yes, Shadow Claws don't do 2 damage, but 2 Aqua Jets do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
You need 7 Sucker Punches to get to the Trailblaze, and you need 10 to get to 2 Aqua Jets.
Yeah.
So you have to deal with 2 Aqua Jets, because 1 Trailblaze is not going to be enough to knock out the Golisopod.
That is true, but as we said earlier in the broadcast, in case you haven't seen anything, Ferret is an amazing Pokemon if you go shields down actually in matchups, because you exit with a lot of energy. You exit with your attack boosted, and the coverage of Swift and Trailblaze hits most Pokemon for at least neutral damage. If it doesn't, your Sucker Punches will. There's only 1 Pokemon that can entirely wall you right now. I'm just saying that. And that is Tinkaton.
Yep, and we see San Rodrigo having that Tinkaton. Another Pokemon that's something that's coming from like a blast from the past meta. I mean, it's not really past. It's a few championships away. Is Swalot.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for the Swalot, we see a Claydol there. We see a Lapras there. We see a Drapion. And the Golisopod.
And the Tinkaton probably has Bulldoze, which also makes this a lot worse for the Swalot actually, because now Tinkaton wins all even shield matchups, which means that it wins every single time both players use the same amount of shields in the matchup. But if you're running Heavy Slam and Play Rough, actually Swalot wins the matchup. Isn't that not unbelievable?
It is completely unbelievable, but one of the things why I guess people are going a lot for this Bulldoze moveset is just for the coverage against these poison types.
Yeah.
If you get the debuff on the first Bulldoze, you are suddenly from, okay, this matchup is not so great, to, I can force shields, I can tank maybe 2 more moves and try to get them to either lose switch or come out with a shield advantage.
Especially now where people are not that acquainted with the Tinkaton matchups, you can at some point, if you're fishing for a nasty win condition, you can just throw a Bulldoze and see where it gets you, right? Because if you get the debuff, this might change some matchups. You're absolutely right about that. I think both trainers are locked in, so San Rodrigo versus the Reeve 18 is going to start now, and we see Tinkaton versus Shadow Drapion.
Is let's say a neutral matchup, and it will depend on how armored and how bulky your Tinkaton is here. Drapion is doing neutral damage with those poison stings because of the pot fairy, pot steel typing of Tinkaton, but in comes the first Bulldoze. We will see exactly how underwhelming a Bulldoze is.
Yeah, this did not do a lot of damage. I think at this point, if you get the defense debuff, the fairy winds add up a little more, so then you're putting your opponent into another Bulldoze range, because the Aqua Tail also does not do too much damage. So the Tinkaton is still having a decent time here. Oh, a potential catch here, trying to get the Bulldoze. And now the Reeve realizes, I don't really have a great answer for the Shadow Jump Off, but Tinkaton is fine.
Yeah, Tinkaton is absolutely fine. It's not at acrobatics range yet, but 2 play-ups from the Tinkaton will put this Jump Off deep into the red. Let's see if San Judigo knows his counts, and he does. Just 1 turn, 1 fairy wind before Tinkaton gets to another player. Goes for this acrobatics, will put the Tinkaton into the red.
Absolutely criminal the amount of damage that this bulky Pokemon is doing to Tinkaton that resists the flying type charge attack, but acrobatics is just so good. That's why it has even taken over the coverage of the Jumpluff, taking the spot of Energy Ball in most cases. And now San Judigo is actually trying to throw on charge attack priority. The Reeve is catching an aerial ace, but I don't know if that is so good because you can just throw on acrobatics after this, right?
The end game will be quite interesting, but the Drapion comes in immediately to throw this Crunch. Crunch will put this Ferret deep into the yellow, and which would also mean that the Ferret will have to waste energy or a shield to secure this matchup.
Yep, but the Drapion is saying, I want none of that. Ferret is going to throw an Aqua Tail immediately, outpacing it so much. Had all of this energy before, and now it's Blastoise time. Blastoise has to shield, but it has to play versus the world. It is this big moment for Blastoise.
What just happened?
Brings in the Tinkaton here and goes for the Bulldoze. Has a charge attack stored, which is very good.
Yeah, that was a peekaboo play there, showing the no, there was no peekaboo play. It was the Blastoise. Blastoise is immediately met with this Lapras. This is not the matchup you want to be in, but this Blastoise does not have access to Skull Bash. Hydro Cannons is all that it has to take this Lapras down, and also the Jumpluff. First Hydro Cannon coming in, that Lapras into the yellow.
Yep, and that is not the Go Battle League where you can still just farm up to a Skull Bash and force a shield here. Nope, we have open team sheet. San Judigo knows this can at max be an Ice Beam, and Ice Beam would be way worse than Hydro Cannon. I want to just mention that real quick. So the Reeve can farm up. Another Sparkling Aria is going to be used here, and the Reeve knows he can no-shield this safely because, or I mean he kind of has to, because everything that the Shadow Jumpluff is going to throw at you is going to deal more damage.
Yeah, and I think the Jumpluff is in a range of almost in a range of a Rollout and a Hydro Cannon, and San Judigo wants to make sure that the Jumpluff has that shield because it does have access to that aerial ace. In comes the first aerial ace, waiting a turn here, tries to catch a move, but oh man, does it get to a... It does get to a Bulldoze here. Bulldoze coming in. This will have to be a huge call. Does the Bulldoze put the Jumpluff in a range where 1 rollout can knock out? Because that's the Reeve's win condition. Bulldoze does absolutely nothing.
We got the defense debuff, but you can shield 1 charge attack here. Does the rollout do the trick? I would be incredibly surprised. You are right. It deals a sizable amount of damage, but that aerial ace takes it out. And you can hear the crowd cheering because we are in Spain and San Judigo is getting the support from his friends here.
I've never seen a move do so little damage to a Shadow Pokemon.
Yeah, that was, I want to say, underwhelming in that scenario, but...
I think underwhelming is doing it too much justice.
Yeah, I mean, Bulldoze is great coverage, but this is triple resisted. This is a grass and flying type Pokemon. Double resisted from flying type, resisted from the grass type side, so... I mean, Bulldoze has no job of doing any damage. I'm kind of surprised that it dealt that much, to be honest.
Yeah. I think potential win condition would have been to try and go to the player of, but I'm not sure if the Tinkaton would have survived another Fairy Wind from the Jumpluff. So it's really close gameplay. Maybe if the Blastoise stayed in and then tried to do a bit more rollout damage, maybe.
Maybe. We can ask those questions afterwards. So it's always easy there, but in the moment you have to make a decision. I mean, the Reeve tried to go for a catch as well. That's why he waited a turn earlier and then did the rollout. So that was a nice attempt of his, but did not work out in the end. San Judigo takes that W. Almost the time to clutch it out for Big Man Blastoise.
Yeah. And if you really look at percentage health-wise, a Bulldoze does 4% damage to a Jumpluff.
You only...
That's a fast attack.
Not even 10 of those are doing the trick. 10 of those don't even do half.
Yeah, that's a super effective fast attack on a Jumpluff.
That is
underwhelming.
And not a lot of damage. So if you're in that matchup, go for play rough, everyone. But now the players are locked in. Sanhurigo versus the Reeve number 2, and we are seeing a Tinkaton versus Kaleido matchup this time around. This is very good for Sanhurigo.
This is a very, very difficult matchup to be in, especially when you look at the Reeve's backline. He is running what we call as ABA, where he has 2 Pokemon weak against 1 Pokemon, and one of the Pokemon is in the lead, which is the Tinkaton, and the Swalot super weak against this Claydol.
We're fishing for a debuff here and getting it. The good thing that the Tinkaton has going for it is that the Claydol is not running Scorching Sands or a Shadow Ball. Nope, the energy is entirely resisted. We're lowering the attack here now to basically negate the Bulldoze debuff. But Tinkaton is staying in there for a while because it actually it can handle the Mud Slams. I'm not saying it's a decent matchup, but it's not as bad as it's bad.
But these Mud Slaps are going in, and Tinkaton is out of the picture. But this is one of the worst case scenarios you can be in, is having 2 shields and having a Claydol with energy. What are you going to do here? Roll out down with your Blastoise? You do almost no damage with the rollouts, and the farm down is impossible. First, Rock Tomb coming in, and this will put the Blastoise attack even lower.
That is basically Bulldoze pressure right here with those rollouts. You kind of want to throw your charge attack at some point. The Reeve puts it all on the Swalot. He knows that the Cradily, the hardest answer, has been quote-unquote baited out. Oh, we're swapping now. Okay, good job by the Reeve, but there is a Shadow Lapras with the Psywave, super effective. 2 shields here. Sanhurigo is nodding. That went well.
This is still not over yet. The Blastoise did go out with a ton of energy, so Lapras will have to do a lot of lifting here. He does have 2 shields. Will he go for the Skull Bash for the Theatrics? No, he's going for the Sparkling Area, playing it safe, getting that shield from the Swalot.
Yep, the Sparkling Area is a very good choice here. Throws the first one. The second one is going to follow immediately. The Reeve has to give up another shield, or else you're in big farm down range here. Puts up another shield, has 2 charge tech stored on that Blastoise. Perhaps you can stall out the timer for a little bit and then swap in. But there are 2 shields left remaining on that Shadow Lapras.
Yeah, there's 2 shields left, and I think this Sludge is not even enough to knock out the Lapras. It's still going to do a ton of work. An immediate swap into the Claydol here, making sure this Blastoise is forced to throw energy. Again, not shielding anything. Sanhurigo might be going for a 2 shield flex here. Will he come in with a Tinkaton for a farm down? That's exactly what happens here. That Tinkaton hammering the Blastoise back into the Pokeball, and in comes this Swalot, only to be met with this Bulldoze.
And now we're seeing where Bulldoze really shines deep into the yellow. Not a lot of HP, super effective damage, and no way this knocks out. It barely does half of the HP that the Swallows had. The Reeve has forfeited the game, stops tapping. Actually, that's not true, but Sanhurigo is going for the good manner. Play rough here, knocks out the Swallow because it basically deals as much damage as Bulldoze.
Yeah, great gameplay. I think Sanhurigo's played the lead perfectly well. He didn't even have to shield the Claydol, and then push that advantage, because you can't bring in your Swalot into a Claydol. You can't bring your Blastoise. So he went triple weak in a way to the Claydol, and then got incredibly punished for it.
I mean, I wouldn't say triple weak, but I mean, explain why you can't go into the Blastoise, because usually Blastoise has an edge in this matchup.
Yeah, but Claydol did have the energy advantage, and Rollout is not doing any fast attack pressure. So slowly, the Claydol is in a situation where it can shield and get to 2 Rock Slides before you can roll it down, or even get to a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, but also the next thing is, like, if you're only swapping in after 1 Mud Slap, if you're using your only answer, which is the Blastoise, the only Pokemon that can basically take out a Claydol. If you're swapping that onto the Claydol, your opponent has the chance to just swap out the Claydol, save it in the back for the Tinkaton and the Swalot, and take care of your Blastoise with another Pokemon. So this is why the Reeve stayed in this bad matchup, because it wasn't as bad as the Swalot, even though Swalot has Ice Beam at least.
Yeah, but you know, he preserved the Claydol still. So the moment he got to 2 Rock Slides, he immediately swapped out and said, all right, I think my Swalot's job is done, but maybe at the back it can still have some play. We saw how much those Mud Slaps did towards the end game. This is game number 1, where the Reeve tried to make a great catch, but Jumpluff only going for that Aerialist, and this meant that the Drapion could come in and do a ton of work. Crunch number 1, and even getting to that Aquatail before the Ferd got to another move. Endgame was jump off show all the way here. Tried to make a catch, unfortunately, but Sanhudigo was on top of his game.
Very, very well played by Sanhudigo. Shadow Jumpluff is kind of the star so far, I want to say, because we have seen this quite a lot. It has done so much damage. I think it's one of the strongest Pokemon. The first time in the Might and Mastery season, after the changes to acrobatics, I played at a local. I played versus Skyfy, who we've seen earlier, and he brought the Shadow Jumpluff against me. And I just sat there, and I got taken apart by the Shadow Jumpluff, and I sat there staring at my phone, and I remember saying, I think this is by far the best Pokemon we have in the game.
Yeah, I think Jumpluff is one of those Pokemons that sneaks at you if you really don't pay a lot of attention. Acrobatics Airlays is a great set of moves to have. Acrobatics does a ton of damage, even against a Drapion, for example. Your Fairy Winds are kind of neutral because of the part Fairy typing of the Drapion, and Acrobatics will put your Drapion deep into the red, where a few Fairy Winds can knock you out. So in a game like that, I think advantage in the matchup goes to Jumpluff. And Drapion is such a good Pokemon, but only if there is a lot of shields to play. Jumpluff is a great Pokemon if there are no shields left to play.
Yep, definitely. So the acrobatics landing it is so good. If there are shields, you also have Aerialays, so you can bait a lot. I wonder if Sanhudigo has baited a lot this tournament. We might be able to ask it because Amanda is ready with the interview with Sanhudigo.
Thank you so much. I'm with the trainer who just told me he is over the moon with his performance so far today at Sanhudigo. Congratulations, you're officially into day 2, so you can take a deep breath and relax for the rest of the day. But, I mean, tell me about your performance so far, because you said that you've been feeling really good.
Yeah, my last results were not the best of the best, but I think I'm feeling very comfortable with my game style, feeling less pressure from between these last tournaments. So yeah, and I like my team composition as well.
Yeah, I like your team position. Yeah, we can hear people cheering for you in the crowd.
Yeah.
How good did you feel when you led that clay doll in game 2 and you noticed that he didn't swap out with Tinkerton? What was going through your mind at this point?
Yeah, at that point, I mean, I was a bit worried because he was like trying to confuse me, bring me still the 40 back, but at the same time, I was about maybe something weak, so I was just staying at the lead. I knew it was a really good, and maybe I can get an advantage, and after throwing the Pen of Demon, I could swap out and manage the clay doll to do more things later, you know.
Yeah, so that's exactly what it did. I mean, that clay doll really put in a lot of work for you that game. Leo kind of asked a little bit earlier on that when you've been playing, have you been always going for that heavy hitting attack, or you've been doing a bit of baits, or what has been your kind of strategy through day 1?
You know, for Tinka or in general?
Just in general.
Yeah, I think I wanted to do a team which is as flexible as possible in this meta, but around Tinkaton, which I think it's a really good pick that can threaten a lot of the last course of the last tournaments. So I was just like bringing the good cards around, like Glycopod, Shadow Lapras. I think is very interesting. You have to take into account not only the regular one, and yeah, obviously the clay doll to counter Tinkaton, and you know, just good synergies, and try to do a game plan to overcome some bad lead, you know.
Yeah, and you've been playing it quite masterfully. Now, you mentioned Tinkerton, and I have one question that I have to ask you because you've been doing so well, and it seems like all the competitors that are bringing Tinkerton are choosing to run Play Rough and also Bulldoze. Do you think that this is always the way to go, or is this the way to go because this is the first tournament that Tinkerton is available for? What are your thoughts on the secondary moveset?
I don't know. I think it really depends of the meta is stabilizing, because right now I think a lot of people are threatening the Tinkaton, so maybe we are seeing less Cradily, because we want the Heavy Slam or the Flash Cannon for that matchup is really helpful. But at the same time, we are seeing a lot of Shadow Drapion or just neutral matchups when you need to throw a a charge move as fast as possible, so Bulldoze can help there, and you can get the 50% chance of debuff of the drop defense. So I think right now is the way.
Yeah, well, it was a really great insight. Thank you for kind of sharing with me, because before I was saying, oh, I think that Heavy Slam is the way to go, but obviously all the great trainers so far seem to be running Bulldoze, so what do I know? Thank you so much for taking time to talk with us. Congratulations on making day 2.
Thank you so much.
We still have a little bit more to go with, so we're going to kick it back to the casters and kick it back to that action.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I am back here this time around with the great Inadequance. How are you doing, my friend?
Much better now that I'm sitting next to you.
I've missed you too, buddy. So,
it's been a while.
Yeah, that is true. It's been like last year, I think, was the last time we've cast together.
Wait, that long?
Yeah.
Wow, that's been a while. Leo, we're here at the Sevilla 2025 Special Championship, and we are progressing further and further in the tournament. It looks like we are going into the winner semi-finals of Group D already. If you want to see how the tournament has been progressing, type !bracket. There will be a link for you. If you click on that, you can see how far we got.
Yep, and you can check our players to watch that we've mentioned before, see how they did in the tournament so far. We've seen a few of them on stream, but you can always just follow whatever they are doing there. Martijn, did the tournament so far go as expected for you?
So I was very much surprised there were, how do I say this? So Claydol wasn't #1, right? But I've seen it almost every single matchup. Why is it not #1? I think it's the best Pokemon right now.
I think it could be #1, and that might have shown that like the players who didn't bring Claydol
lost.
Lost, yeah.
I don't know about that, but it's definitely a Pokemon with such good versatility, and taking on Tinkaton is so important. We saw in the previous match where the Reef led Tinkaton and had Swallowed in the back. What do you do into Claydol? With all the respect, he lost. That was difficult to overcome. And here we are going into our next match. This I love to see. This is a Morpeko. I don't know what that's going to do, but it's there.
It's Morpeko and Dugong together as well. Dugong is one of the heroes of the last seasons, and that is still a very, very strong Pokemon. Shadow Sableye is also there. No Tinkaton on either side, so that is a very interesting change. Also no Azumarill. What is this game?
Okay, here's something you need to know, Leo. I already have a little bit of background information here.
Okay.
That Clodsire from Vision Prod on the right, his first tournament in Championship Series, by the way, has the Stone Collection moveset.
No.
It has Sludge Bomb and Stone Edge as the charge attacks.
Would you swap out Earthquake on Stone Edge? Absolutely not, is what Tomahawk and Nighttime Clasher were saying. Previously, Vision Prod is saying something different, and now let's look at the matchup for this, because you don't want to play against Shadow Sableye with that moveset, even though Stone Edge does something. Claydol, I don't know, Drapion, Dugong, yes. Corviknight, yes. I'm not too sure if this is not going to be a problem in this matchup versus Shadow Sableye, Claydol, and Shadow Drapion.
It definitely might be, and I'm not even sure if we are going to see it. But the Pokemon that stood out to me earlier on was Primeape, and I expect it to come out here again. It paces so quickly, even though it's fragile, it just ramps up so comfortably. And I saw previously in the match that even against Tinkaton, if you have close combat, now this Primeape does have Ice Punch, so it's better into Jump Love instead, but if you have close combat, it's not even that bad into Tinkaton, so Primeape has a lot of versatility right now.
I mean, Primeape, especially the Shadow version, is always threatening knockouts into anything that it faces, basically. It can, I think a regular or a Shadow Primeape on Shadow Jump Love, Ice Punch might even knock out.
So earlier on, we saw an Ice Punch from a regular Primeape into a Shadow Jump Love. Yeah, deep into the red. I knew it was not going to take it out in one charge stack, but I also didn't think it would take it straight into the red. Usually it's like, or so I thought it would go deep yellow. The Morpeko has my attention mostly though. I don't think it's a Pokemon you really want to bring out in the current meta, but it really threatens the Lapras. So if you can get it on that, Morpeko is going to town.
Yeah, the problem is that there is Claydol, there is a Primeape, which is an interesting matchup actually, because if the Primeape is defensive weighted, it doesn't win charge attack priority here. But we're going to the first game. There is Dugong versus Shadow Feraligatr. I've seen that somewhere.
This matchup is one we haven't seen in a while, but it used to be pretty common. Dugong can win the 1 shield scenario here and also the 0 shield scenario, depending on the shielding scenarios here. You don't want to shield an Icy Wind here as for Alligator, but I believe the correct play as Dugong is actually going for the Icy Wind first.
Yep, that way you can win the 0 shield scenario because you're going to withstand the next Hydro Cannon plus Shadow Claws before you get to that drill run that deals a lot of damage. Nice no shield by Vision Prod there, knowing how the matchup is being played usually. And now this won't take out, but I still think that if you invest a shield that you farm down,
I think Vision Prod is okay with this. He has the Claydol in the back, so knowing that Dugong is going to be out of the way means that Claydol has 1 less enemy. And if you look at the team of Pablo Dinos, he only has Dugong and Sableye. The thing is, those two make an excellent core. We're going for the straight Icy Wind. Would allow Pablo Dinos to get a farm down. However, Vision Prod doesn't allow it. Swaps into Prime immediately. And this is where Prime is really strong because Corviknight has very little fast attack pressure. The sand attack damage won't add up even though Prime is so fragile. Prime with shields up has a really good matchup here.
Yeah, but you know what else has a really good matchup? The Shadow Sableye versus Claydol in the back. Those are the 2 Pokemon left remaining at full HP there for Pablo Dinos and Vision Prod, and that is a matchup that is so good for the Shadow Sableye.
I think this Rage Fist might knock out. If not, 1 Karate Chop will do it. This Corviknight might not get to another charge stack. Let's see. Maybe 2. Can it get to that Iron Head? It actually, charge stack priority barely doesn't get there.
Good counts from Vision Prod, by the way, knowing that this is apparently very, very good and very defensive Corviknight. Hangs on there, gets to the Iron Head. Pablo Dinos is quite happy with the situation because he just got a lot of energy out. The Karate Chops deal decent amount of damage. I mean, they're also super boosted here, but now you can start shielding and to farm down.
I think as Vision Prod, you're not really happy to see this Sableye here. It's going to farm up energy for that Claydol, and in comes the Claydol, but this Sableye already has a foul play load. It's going to do so much damage. Let him go, hoping for another attack. That's not foul play, but it is. It's going to do so much damage.
Yep, this is putting over half of the damage on Claydol, and now we're immediately pacing to the next foul play. You have to shield this one on the side of Vision Prod, but you're probably going to get farmed down afterwards because there's also a shield left remaining on the side of Pablo Dinos. The Shadow Sableye show is here, everyone.
Sableye, attempting to make a catch, and it's actually so devious, so diabolical, because you can't throw the charge stack. But if you don't throw the charge stack, you get farmed down. Now Prime is here. It doesn't even have a Rage Fist just yet, and Shadow Claw from the Sableye is going to do so much damage. You still have the Protect Shield here. Ooh, it's Pablo Dinos.
You have to,
right? Because it knocks out the Prime.
You have no other Pokemon, Pablo Dinos. I hope you're aware of that. But is there energy? Oh, there's a Hydro Cannon with the Shadow for Alligator. How have we missed that? Vision Prod wins this game.
He wins this game. So well played. Remember, the first stream match of him in his first play Pokemon Championship match, and he won that battle. Keeping the energy on for Alligator was so important because it wins charge stack purity against everything but the Morpeko. But Morpeko is so tough to bring because of that Claydol. Claydol is so good into that Pokemon, and then there's also a Clodsire despite its moveset.
Now let's see if the mind games will be... I still can't believe that he won that game after the Shadow Sableye was on the Claydol, but this Hydro Cannon start on the Shadow for Alligator just shows again how good this Pokemon is. It was very important for Vision Prod in the beginning of the game to call that Icy Wind. He no-shielded the second charge attack of the Dugong and then swapped out immediately. That was huge.
We just saw a very neutral matchup here, and Pablo Dinos tried to take an advantage in that by going straight Icy Wind because that would allow his next Pokemon to get a farm down. The thing is, because it doesn't knock out, Vision Prod can also just switch out and keep that charge attack. Even the thing is, even if you he didn't swap out, you catch a Hydro Cannon on your Corviknight. That is not an ideal situation either. So despite the idea of Pablo Dinos to get that energy advantage, it just didn't really work well in practice, and he has to think of a different strategy. And I do think that Pablo Dinos really has the right tools here. Shadow Sableye is pretty much unchecked here. Even though it isn't a Shadow Sableye with Dazzling Gleam and not Power Jam, it still can hit hard on the Shadow Jump Love.
Yeah, it does decently well there, but of course you're super fragile on those Fairy Winds. They do add up. So if you are... I mean, Acrobatics just knocks out anyways, but at some point the Fairy Winds will put you into Aerial Ace range, and then it gets dangerous there.
it does get dangerous. One of our trainers is locked in right now. The other one still needs some time to think. And I really want to see some more Packo action. Here's the thing. Even though that Klotzar doesn't have Earthquake, it doesn't even matter. More Packo is just so fragile. It doesn't want to take a Sludge Bomb or a Stone Edge either. Both trainers are now locked in. We're getting into game number 2. Vision Prod is 1-0 up. It is the Primeape into the Shadow Sableye.
Oh, and that is a decent matchup for the Shadow Sableye. Of course, in the beginning, the Karate Chops don't do anything, basically. You will have to go shields down at some point. Actually, might consider letting go of the first Rage Fist. Yep, and Pablondinas does exactly that. I wonder if this is now farm down range, because Primeape hits hard.
Karate Chop doesn't hit as hard, but yes, when it's boosted, it's actually going to add up. And Charge Attack Priority Tie on a Dazzling Gleam here. Pablondinas shields it up, but Vision Prod might now be like, okay, this Sableye is going to use all energy if it's throws a Dazzling Gleam. I'm not going to shield. Let's see if he does.
Yep, if he lets go of this shield, oh, that's a nice undercharge from
This is still going to knock out. Oh, this gets shielded. It doesn't knock out now.
Yep, and Vision Pro just says, I want to keep this Primeape around. Pablondinas is now trying to attempt a full farm down here after triple boost. Are we even getting it?
He's doing the same thing he wanted to do in game 1, which get an energy lead. And he goes into the Claydol for a farm down. Vision Pro. Oh, can he get to another range? No, he goes down with it. And this energy lead is what you might need into that Feraligatr, because Corviknight doesn't have a great time there either. This Feraligatr is going to land a Hydro Cannon regardless, though, if you stay in as the Claydol, and that is going to chunk despite this debuff.
And I will be honest, the Shadow Claws have already done the damage to put it in debuffed Hydro Cannon range, and now we're going to see Claydol versus the Corviknight, and usually everyone would say, hey, this is a flying type versus a ground type. That is good for the flying type. It's not really.
It's not really that great. Rock Tomb is going to debuff, and that's why Vision Prod shields up the first Sky Attack, so he can now debuff, and then the next charge attacks that will land will actually do less damage, and that makes this a favorable matchup for the Claydol. When no Protect Shields are used, Corviknight can win the zero shield scenario if it goes for a Sky Attack first.
But now we're going to see. You said that you might get to 2 Iron Heads after the first Sky Attack in that matchup?
Correct.
So let's see if that is going to be what happens, because Pablondinas has just thrown a Sky Attack.
It might depend on how much defense and HP this Corviknight has. It does look like this one might not be able to, and do keep in mind it also took some Shadow Claw damage from the Feraligatr, so if it's close, that might be the reason why. I think you can barely hang on to 2 Mud Slap, but that won't be enough to get to an Iron Head as well, I think. Now, you need energy on your Claydol, you have it shielded as well, but does that Feraligatr still have energy?
Oh, I don't know. It surprised us in the first game.
If it does, you can't shoot this. And he does let it go. It's an Ice Beam. It knocks out the Claydol. In comes Corviknight. But Corviknight doesn't have any fast attack pressure. There was a Hydro Cannon store, so Pablondinas couldn't shield. Vision Prod, he locked in. He wins game number 2 and goes to day 2.
That is so huge. Vision Prod, first game on stream, locks in for day 2 versus Pablondinas, a powerhouse of the Pokemon Go community, especially the Spanish-born Vision Prod. So huge that with the Shadow Feraligatr, which is a Pokemon, it's just coming back.
It's coming
back,
right? Feraligatr hardly was there at all anymore, and now I believe we have at least 3 for day 2. Pablondinas, one of the better European players that we have in the circuit, but he hasn't had many good performances lately. His best one was a top 10 in Stuttgart, which is very good, but other than that, that wasn't what it used to be. At some point, midway the previous season, he got medal after medal, and Pablondinas just hasn't been able to adapt as much to the new meta. I believe if Pablondinas wants to be successful, he needs to bring Whiscash again.
Oh yeah, the Whiscash was
Whiscash
really
meta.
good.
That was the Pablondinas meta.
That is true. I kind of miss Whiscash.
I don't. Leave Skull at home.
it was really, really cool, the Shadow version. I really like this.
Yeah.
I mean, I always love it when new players emerge, new heroes. Vision Prod, first tournament here on the stage, goes to day 2 immediately, and it was perfectly played. None of these games looked good.
Keeping the energy on the Feraligatr was so crucial every time, because in this meta there are so many Pokemon having Rock Tomb right now that are very appealing to use. Claydol and Cradily especially. The Pablondinas in this case had the Dugong. Yeah, that wasn't my cast prediction. We haven't seen it yet. Surely it will. But what I was saying is, even though you have so many Pokemon debuffing, you can just swap out and keep that energy. As long as the meta is quite flexible, like there's no Bastion on a Talonflame, your energy is going to be useful later, and your secondary matchup is not going to be the worst. So keeping this Hydro Cannon here on the Feraligatr, it wins Charge Attack priority against everything but the Morpeko. It's a pretty safe play for Vision Pro to do.
Do you think that Pablo Nina should have brought the Morpeko?
I mean, in hindsight, yeah, but do you bring it into a double ground team? Even Jumpluff, despite Jumpluff not running Energy Ball anymore, it's not that great of a match. And don't forget about the Primeape as well.
Martin, you know I'm crazy like that.
Yeah, but I also haven't seen you win a match on stream yet, so... You were saying?
All right, that was it for me, everyone. Thank you so much for... No. But yeah, that was definitely a tough bring here against Clodsire, against the Claydol as well.
At least it's cool.
It's very cool.
He got style points, okay? Yeah. Give him that.
Yep, that's... I mean, have you ever seen an Aura Wheel knock something out and not look cool doing it?
I mean, I've used Morpeko in the past, not in a Show 6 tournament. I don't think it's time just yet.
When is it time? I mean, we have so many... We have teams with 3 water types.
Yeah, but most of those... There's always at least one ground type. If there's Lapras, Feraligatr, but the other water type is Swampert... Okay, it's yikes. And then Sparkling Area almost knocks you out, man. It almost knocks you out.
That is true. However, you definitely do outpace. And after the first Aura Wheel, if it gets shielded, you're going to knock out with the...
But that's in theory. Because in practice, a Lapras will never stay into a Morpeko matchup. And if they are ahead in energy, they will outpace you. So, no, I don't think it's
you can always Psychic Fangs bait.
Ah, yes, always bait.
Yeah, but I mean,
and what if they no shield? You lose zeros.
Then they are as crazy as I am sometimes. They might not win any other matchups, but that's besides the point. Morpeko, really strong Pokemon. Aura Wheel is, I think, maybe the best attack that we have in the game.
It's like Wild Charge, but actually buffing your attack instead of dropping your defense by 2 stages. And Pablo Nina still has a chance on the loose side of the bracket. Vision Pro, however, in their first play Pokemon tournament is moving on to day 2 already. And now we are going to losers round 5 here. We have Left Staff on the left, what a coincidence, and Super Jewel on the right. And that's a spicy team on the left here. We see Diggersby. What? We also see the Melmetal.
Oh, Melmetal is such a cool Pokemon. Melmetal and Emolga, those are like 2 of Gaifia's favorite Pokemon actually that he has used already in tournaments. Togetic as well is something that I have personally anticipated a lot after I've seen the changes to Dazzling Gleam and Psyshock especially. But it hasn't really popped off so far in tournaments. Shadow Quagsire's of course also there with Aqua Tail and Stone Edge. Diggersby, also solid Pokemon in the meta right now.
It's a very goofy Pokemon, Quagsire, and I like it. It looks derpy, looks ready for action, however, not to be messed with. And here we're going to see the team of his opponent, and that is a pretty meta team here. We have the Cradling and the Claydol with Rock Tomb.
I think this is the team that Out of Pocket used to get
it is
in Atlanta. I've been copying the team, that's why I know.
Super Jewel does not like to see Tinkaton.
Yeah, that is true, but you can play around it. Like, it's not that, but you have a Shadow Claw Sandslash, which helps.
You have Claydol.
You have Claydol, you have the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, that's not a...
does something. You can play around it. Azumarill also does something against
I guess.
Soft losing is fine versus a Pokemon like Tinkaton, I think, because even if it gets to another charge attack, it's probably not going to be play rough, and Bulldoze is whatever.
It depends on how important alignment could be.
Yes.
With Alolan Sandslash, I would say it used to be more important for Alolan Sandslash than it is right now. There's not as many fighting type or fire type Pokemon as there used to be. There are some Golisopod, but those are less threatening for the Alolan Sandslash, because for some Pokemon like Talonflame and Primeape, Alolan Sandslash is a farm. Right?
Yeah,
and by that, I don't mean that there's cows or on it something. It's because it gets just all the energy that it needs from them.
Definitely. So basically, you can top left the game if you are in that matchup. Alolan Sandslash, unfortunately, sometimes gives you that position that you are just about to lose because those matchups are just way too tough. But against other teams that are not bringing these fighting types or fire types, or in the games where you don't get them aligned, it does so much. It is so incredibly flexible. And also, if your opponent has those Pokemon, it kind of pressures them to bring those, because look at this. Togetic does want nothing to do with the Alolan Sandslash. Ignore Malamar, because that's an odd matchup there as well, because the superpower really does a lot of damage.
Generally positive, though.
Yeah, for Malamar.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Emolga doesn't want anything to do with it.
You have superpower on Melmetal. Hey!
Left Xav's team is pretty good against Alolan Sandslash, I want to say that.
And also Digger Speed, double resist Shadow Claw, 2 Ice Punches won't knock out, and a Fire Punch, double super effective. Now, it is not a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so I don't think, maybe when 2 shields are in play, you can farm down eventually after many quick attacks, but generally, a Fire Punch won't be enough to knock out an Alolan Sandslash.
Still a pretty strong attack there. I found out that a Roserade Weather Ball Fire versus Alolan Sandslash does about 75% damage. So Fire Punch of a Digger Speed should do a little less.
It would do a little bit less, but Fire Punch is an attack that hits slightly harder. Now, I don't want to compare those two though, because Diggersby almost has double the bulk of Roserade. And then there's Quagsire. Quagsire is a little bit in an odd situation, because it's meant to be a Drapion counter, but Drapion can win the zero shield scenario if you no-shield an Aqua Tail. And even Stone Edge is not super effective, meaning that it can hang on there.
Yep, that is true, but if there are shields in play, Mudshots at some point do add up. So that is something that is going for the Shadow Quagsire here. I'm gonna be honest with you, I want to see Melmetal, Emolga, and Togetic. That's my
I don't know if we're gonna see all 3 of those. I don't really know how Emolga does into the Claydol. I would think it's a losing matchup, because again, in Pokemon Go, we don't have immunity, we have double resistance. So ground is single resist against Emolga because it's super effective into electric. And then you have Rock Tomb that's super effective. Emolga is also quite fragile. And that's why I'm pretty sure that Claydol wins that match. So those 2 Pokemon already into Claydol is just not optimal. Now that I come to think of it, Leo, what actually does beat Claydol on this team? Like even Quagsire struggles there because you don't really have fast attack pressure. You shoot the first Aqua Tail and the next attacks might not even do as much anymore after a Rock Tomb. Even though that's resisted, your Mudslap damage will add up afterwards.
I mean, you have Malamar, which is doing very well because you outpaced the fall plays.
Oh, because the Psy Waves are resisted.
Yeah, but the fall plays still do enough.
So you shield the first one, then the next ones will do less. We're gonna find out, Leo. We have our first game here. Left, Sav on the left. He has the Malamar into the Cradley from Super Jewel on the right. You have super effective superpower here, but it will drop your attack and defense. But you do also want to throw your charge attack before the Rock Tomb. It looks like that is what left Sav is doing. Do you shield the first attack here? Yes, this is excellent for left Sav.
Yep. The reason why Super Jewel is shielding this, no questions asked right now, is because many players are resorting to a strategy that we call chip and dip, which is throwing the superpower and then you ignore your defense and attack debuff by immediately swapping out in a matchup where you don't think that alignment is too important. If you're looking at the backline of left Sav,
you need to get rid of the Cradley here. You need to, because both Diggersby and Quagsire struggle there. Superpower is going to land. It is single debuff, so it's going to put Cradley barely not into the red as it can hang on here. But now you have a Rock Tomb, and now the defense is dropped from this Malamar, so it's going to do a huge chunk of damage as well.
But is it enough to farm it down with some bullet seeds? I do not think so. Goes out into the Drapion immediately. 2 Poison Stings landed, so we are behind on energy here. Let's see how this matchup unfolds. A Crunch is being thrown from the Shadow Drapion, and that's a fast no-shield here.
This is exactly the scenario I was talking about. Yeah. Quagsire needs to land a Stone Edge here, and if you throw Stone Edge and it's shielded, it's not that great. But now you go for the Aqua Tail. Now this threatens a shield from left Sav because this would knock out otherwise, or at least get really close to.
Yeah, but we're not quite at 2 Aqua Tails, I think. Oh, we are.
We are.
I think if the Aqua Tail doesn't knock out from the Shadow Drapion, you could no-shield this and double Aqua Tail here.
I don't dislike this play from left Sav though. He's trying to get the Shadow Drapion in Aqua Tail range and then get I think one more Mudshot. Oh, it actually does knock out, so that Aqua Tail hit a little bit harder than I thought it would. The Cradley is probably also in Aqua Tail range. Here it comes. You have to fire off your charge attack pretty quickly because the Bullet Seed is double super effective. Now in comes the Claydol, and this is what Super Jewel wants, because this is pretty much the only answer to that Claydol, and you basically bait it out, right?
Yep, and we're actually just swapping out immediately, not even throwing our Aqua Tail here. I'm not sure if we are in Mudslap range.
I don't think that was necessary because your attack wasn't dropped yet, and it might look like it because everything has Rock to me here. Ice Beam is super effective, but not the same type of attack bonus. Not going to do as much damage, but left Sav really needs to get to 2 charges here so Quagsire can land at Aqua Tail.
But is this going to be a attack debuff here from the Scorching Sands. 30% chance, yes, gets the drop, but is that going to matter here? The Ice Beam is going to be thrown. Does that knock out? I think it will be.
I think it doesn't. I think it doesn't because of the attack drop. Here we go. How broke is Diggersby? Oh, it does barely knock out. That must have been on the dot. You need to get to a charge second. Malamar. Malamar has some energy. And remember, there's an Aqua Tail loaded on the Quagsire.
Yep, the shield is being put up here by Supergirl. Even if you farm this down, the charge attack priority tie should go to the Quagsire. But also, you have the swap timer up. Let's it farm down here. Goes for the Aqua Tail, and that is game 1 for Left Sav.
We could have thrown the Stone at you, Leo.
But I don't even think it would knock out.
You think a Stone Edge would knock out? Okay, we're going for the super effective Aqua Tail. Quagsire takes out the Claydol, and Left Sav on the left takes game number 1.
Yep, the Aqua Cola seals the deal. This is by far my favorite attack name in Spanish, by the way.
Why is that?
I find it funny.
Yeah, very funny.
Left Xav wins game 1 there, not bringing Emolga, not bringing Togetic, but we have seen Shadow Quagsire, which I think, even though we've seen this a lot before...
It makes so much sense, Leo.
Yeah.
Left Sav brought his 3 best Pokemon against Claydol. No Melmetal, no Emolga, and no Togetic. Even though I don't think Togetic is the worst, probably doesn't want to see all those Rock Tombs either.
Yep, that is true. But you're having a good time withstanding those Mudslaps because they are actually double resisted, not only once resisted like Emolga is. I'm quite curious to see if Emolga gets farmed down by Claydol after 1 Rock Tomb or if you have to land 2 Rock Tombs. Because in the Zero Shield scenario, if an Acrobatics lands before a Rock Tomb, you might actually knock out with 2. It's a high attack Pokemon. Acrobatics is very good.
Probably. I think so. Acrobatics, of course, it's very hard, but the Thunderstrokes don't add up, so it's a little bit 50-50 perhaps.
Yeah.
To also keep in mind, there's a Cradily, which makes it even less appealing to bring your Flying-type Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. That might be true. The Malamar needed to be on the Cradily as well, so I think that Super Jewel is going to be tempted to bring it again. What I would like to see of Left Xav would be the Melmetal, because Cradily looked so strong.
Be such a call, Leo.
Yes, I am. Cradily might just look like it is going to break the backline core of Left Xav again, and if you then align a Melmetal to it, party time.
Fun fact here, Leo. Earlier on, we had Vision Prot in their first play Pokemon Championship Series stream battle. This is also the first time for these trainers that they're on stream. And we're going into game number 2. Left Sav on the left with the Malamar Super Jewel on the right with the Shadow Sableye. This is an excellent lead for Super Jewel.
Yep, that is true. However, sometimes you have to shield first because you don't want to take too much damage from a foul play. It does a sizable chunk which can put you...
Foul play from which Pokemon?
From the Malamar onto the Sableye. You want to shield that sometimes. But oh, we're actually letting this go, trying to get to the next one, deal some more damage with Shadow Claws, threaten a Dazzling Gleam there, but now there's the swap out immediately, and now you have to react. And this is a good matchup.
Super Jewel has the answer. It is the Cradily with the double super effective Bullet Seed. This fast attack usually hardly does any damage, but on this Pokemon, it will. And we have seen earlier, I believe it was yesterday, that a Cradily can hang on to an Aqua Tail and a Stone Edge here. So there's no point in shielding.
Yeah, when have we seen that, Martine?
I don't remember.
Very good question. Sujil is actually just throwing, I think, very reasonable call of Left Xav to say, hey, if you're trying to bait me with a Rock Tomb, then that's a win condition for me, perhaps. But yeah, no reason to drag this matchup out. The Malamar is the key Pokemon here, so we're trying to keep the shields for that one.
Wow.
Goes to the Superpower just before Super Pull. Oh,
I like that.
Actually, no shields here, Super Jewel.
It's going to knock out the Cradily here. Does a lot of damage, but Sableye still had all that energy. The thing is, now you baited out the Cradily, so your Diggersby is kind of free. In comes Drapion. This is not exactly the answer to Diggersby, but I guess if you want to keep your Sableye for that Malamar, this is where you put your Drapion.
Yep, that is true, but now you will have to start shielding those Scorching Sands here, because Left Xav has a lot of energy, even has the energy advantage. Goes for a Fire Punch here, gets shielded immediately, that is so huge!
Gets the bait. Fire Punch is 10 less energy, so that's really nice for the Diggersby here. And you go for another Aqua Tail here. This Drapion just spaces so quickly. Only 4 Poison Sting per Aqua Tail. The less shields there are in play though, and the lower you get this Diggersby, the better that Sableye becomes. So Sableye is close. Now going for the Scorching Sands right before the next Aqua Tail. Do you shield here as Super Joe? Do keep in mind that both Malamar and Diggersby don't have any fast attack pressure, and put up the last second protect shield here.
Yep, that is looking decent for a Super Duel, I want to say. I don't remember how much energy there was on the Malamar. That's a huge catch here on that Aqua Tail. But however, there's no energy on that Malamar. You can, if you want to, farm up a little bit more energy. You can also just go into the Sableye directly, throw a Shadow Claw, and then foul play.
Is this a win condition for Left Soft? You need a Fire Punch to take out this. Oh, man. Barely gets a quick attack through there, and now you can't shield this. I like this play because an Aqua Tail does a little bit more. You have a shield still, but you need 2 charge attacks. You need a Fire Punch and a Scorch Head. It is so close, actually, Leo.
Yep, there is no shield left remaining. Left Xav is looking to close out this game here. Does he have another shield left? Yes, he has. We're going to pace rather quickly to the Scorching Sense just before Super Duel reaches the second Aqua Tail. If the Diggersby is going to take out the Shadow Drapion.
You thought Diggersby was gone? Guess again, Diggersby's back, and it's taking game number 2 for Left Soft here. Moving on to the next round. What a game there. Baiting out the Cradily with the Quagsire. Seemed not the play because it's such a bad matchup, but in the end, it seemed to be genius because it set up the Diggersby to sweep the Sableye and the Drapion. 2 Pokemon weak to Diggersby.
Yep, Diggersby is such an insane meta call. If people are taking out Azumarill out of their teams to put Tinkaton in there, all of a sudden there is a huge Diggersby hole in that team. There is something that you need to cover with other Pokemon. And if you can't do that, Diggersby just looks so strong because we have seen this at EUIC time and time again. Diggersby is very, very good.
But that was during a Galarian Corsola meta, though.
Yeah,
that Pokemon's not around at the moment. But
now we have a Tinkaton meta.
Didn't you say that Tinkaton's going to replace Azumarill?
I mean,
would you like to retract this statement?
I said it wasn't gonna replace Azumarill, but it kind of does, right?
Chat, is that Ross? Is that what he said? I saw Ross in chat. Anyone else in chat? Is that not what Leo said?
I didn't say anything. It was on my caster prediction. I was Team Tinkerton all the way. All the way. Team Tinkerton with the hammer. My Pokemon, right?
If Diggersby becomes a thing again, Azumarill might be the play. Azumarill is still that Fairy-type Pokemon that can take on the Ground-type Pokemon that Tinkaton cannot take on.
Definitely. Azumarill is also, I mean, even though we have seen slightly less usage in those matches higher up in the bracket, Azumarill is still an absolute powerhouse. The defense is so big, it is so bulky, the coverage is so nice. But Diggersby, if there is less Azumarill, it is very, very strong Pokemon, deals with so many different threats, such a nice coverage. And Martijn, give me your best Diggersby impression.
I'm trying to cry because I play with games, so I try to. You know what makes me sad about this, Leo? I actually wanted to have Diggersby as my meta call for the next tournament that I play, and now Left Soft is showing everyone how good it is.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it plenty of times again of other trainers as well. Diggersby is making a big impact in this tournament, and I love to see it. It's such a nice Pokemon from the Kalos region. Normal and ground type is also not too often there, right? Ursaluna and what on?
Ursaluna would be, you know what? That would be my new meta call. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Tackle them. Tackle them, Martijn.
Ursaluna has great stats for the Master League, not so much for Grey League. That's where we keep it to Diggersby. Here we see in game number 1 that Quagsire just has been so important for Left Soft, not only as his closer, but also as the safe switch Pokemon to bait out the Cradily in game number 2, and then leaving this Diggersby right here standing strong against the Sableye and the Drapion that is supposed to take out.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm very happy to see especially those trainers in this matchup, because I've faced both of them multiple times in the Go Battle League already, and I always wondered if I've seen them somewhere before, and now I have.
Did you win?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Not often.
I remember we played yesterday.
Oh, really?
What did you lose to again?
It was a Rayquaza. But remember the best of 3 that we played?
Which best of 3?
Yeah, exactly.
When was that?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember. Are you just making a
I've taken pictures.
Oh, really? No, you didn't, because you were playing. I mean, we never played.
Right.
Question, Leo.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be Azumarill or Tinkaton. What if you play both? What's your opinion on that? Is that viable to play 2 Fairy-type Pokemon?
Definitely. I mean, we've seen Paulasha play this so far. I think she did. I've also seen other trainers run this double Fairy Call, which is really, really nice because even though they are both defensive, bulky Fairy-type Pokemon, they cover each other quite well. Oh, nice anticipation there. Good catch. But those Pokemon, they barely lose the same matchups. I want to say that Shadow Swampert is one of the Pokemon that breaks this course, so that is one to look out for. However, this is... the next matchup is already soon to start.
It's already here. It's Shadow Swampert. We'll see tomorrow, perhaps, or another time. I know Emiwido had it. But here, we have that Shadow Feraligatr again from Kuifje on the left. And on the right, we have Divtax with that Dugong again.
Yep, Dugong hasn't been looking too strong into the Shadow Feraligatr. What's the other Pokemon here? Of course, you want the Dugong on the Shadow Jumpluff. That's a very, very good
That would be
Pokemon.
great. Yeah, yep. I would like to see that.
Shadow Drapion is also fine if you're locked in that matchup. If not, Shadow Drapion can play around with its flexibility.
Against Jumpluff or Dugong?
Dugong.
Yeah.
Claydol wants to avoid it.
Well, you have a Rock Tomb. It's not... Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to say it's a great matchup, but it's playable. It's very playable.
Yeah, that's true. It is actually true. But you're getting outpaced because the Dugong just paces so quickly to that second Icy Wind.
True, but Dugong does have Rock Tomb. We have Rock Tomb as Claydol.
So which one wins Charge Attack priority, actually?
That would be
very close.
I think it's a Dugong. I will fact check myself on this later. And again, have you seen any Heavy Slam Tinkaton? I
No,
thought Heavy
not at all.
Slam would be the play, but everyone's running Bulldoze. Ground type coverage is just so good.
I've done some research yesterday, and there are actually quite some important matchups that you're picking up, and that is Shadow Drapion, Alolan Sandslash, and Swallow.
Wait, you went Shadow Drapion without Bulldoze as well, no?
I'm not too sure about that.
Okay, we just checked.
Maybe I'm capping.
I just checked. It is really close. Dugong generally wins Charge Attack priority, but this is like comparison if your, let's say your Claydol has an empty attack bar, and the Dugong has 1/5 of the first bar. Then the Dugong, or sorry, if it's the opposite, then the Claydol wins Charge Attack priority. That is how close it is. It is so minimal. These are two very bulky Pokemon.
I think that this makes or breaks the matchup in how bad it is for Claydol, because if you lose the Charge Attack priority, your Rock Tomb is going to get debuffed first, and then I think that the Dugong will exit at around 35% HP. But now Kuifje is going to lead the Shadow Feraligatr into the Dugong. That is something rather nice for the Shadow Feraligatr, even though you lose the zero shield scenario if played correctly.
It's such a bold... Oh, the catch on the Lapras. This is double resisted. I was just going to say, I find it so bold to bring a Dugong to a Lapras team, because Lapras annihilates it. In comes Shadow Drapion. This is not that bad of a match for Lapras, but do keep in mind, because you've got the Ice Wind, the attack is dropped from the Lapras, so we'll likely not see this Drapion shield any charge attacks. Because of Shadow, this Lapras does take a lot of damage from the Drapion here.
With the attack debuff, we were basically playing regular Lapras with a little bit less, with a lot less bulk, actually. That still deals a sizable chunk of damage. There's no way this could end up in a farm down scenario or something, so no, we're throwing on the Charge Attack priority event. Aquatail is going to knock out from this range, but I don't think that the Shadow Drapion is in a farm down range here, so it might get to another Charge Attack, especially because there's no pressure.
And for that reason, Kuifje knows that. He's going for the farm down with the Poison Sting instead.
I think that Divdax needs to get out of this matchup ASAP, because you don't want to be completely farmed down here. He disagrees. Can he actually reach another Aquatail? No, that's a huge farm down. There was 7 or 8 Poison Stings there.
I think that would have been crucial. This match, Corviknight is not as good as you'd think it would be, because the crunches really add up, and Sand Attack makes even Pokemon like Morpeko look bulky. Oh, we saw the defense drop there, but it doesn't matter, because the Pokemon swapped out. In comes the Feraligatr. I would have liked to see Kuifje throw the Hydro Cannon into the Corviknight to threaten his shield pretty much right away.
Yep, that's true. Also, it's a very interesting matchup how it's played here, but with, of course, a Hydro Cannon of an advantage on the Shadow Feraligatr, this turns into a disaster matchup for the Dugong, because it wants to threaten with some charge attacks, but you're so far behind. You have to shield first in this matchup, and now Kuifje can safely just shield, because the Corviknight is also not at the most comfortable HP range anymore that it can take debuffed Hydro Cannons even.
Going for the drone, trying to call it. Kuifje would expect an Ice Wind here. This Feraligatr is just ramping up. It's unstoppable. You can't even shield here, because Feraligatr is one of another Hydro Cannon. Divdax knows this. He can't shield.
Yep, Kuifje has energy everywhere on the Shadow Drapion, on the Shadow Feraligatr, and now the Corviknight is trying its best.
It's in trouble. It's in trouble. The wings are getting pretty heavy.
Yep, that is true. There is still Shadow Claw damage. You're forcing your opponent to throw a charge attack here into the Shadow Feraligatr. Sooner or later, you can freely let this go if you want, but you can also just shield this up and outpace to the next Hydro Cannon.
I think the safest play is just to shield up. And even preserving, making sure that he has charge attacks all over the place. Even this crunch, I believe, will be enough to knock out the Corviknight. You take out this Steel-type Pokemon here with the Ground-type fast attack that should counter the Drapion. Kuyfju takes game number 1.
Did you actually know that before the Unova region was introduced, Dark-type charge attacks were resisted by Steel-types?
I did. Yep, and Ghost was Ghost as well? I think Ghost was as well, no?
I don't know.
I remember playing Pokemon, was it Ruby? Because, no, it wasn't Ruby, it was Pokemon Pearl, I think. And then Metagross just kept resisting everything I threw at it, and I was annoyed.
That was part of the reason why Metagross was so incredibly strong there, because the Psychic type, which is a great offensive typing, or was, I think, is a... had good coverage, good defensive coverage, but we're in Kuyfju versus Divdax right now, and this is the losers round 6. Both of these trainers want to go to day 2. They want some points to get to that World Championship in Anaheim.
Yeah, that's where it eventually leads all up to. And I feel like this is just kind of a warm-up, right? This whole, all the tournaments that you have with all these Pokemon build up to the World Championships. These are the Pokemon that you may use there as well. So this is all not just getting points just for that, but it's also just getting good practice and getting in form.
And we have also seen that Kuyfju is right now ranked 13th on the EU leaderboard after his amazing EUIC.
That is really high.
run. So he's looking out for the travel stipend, so every single point matters.
That is really high. Kuyfju really is a name that has been rising, but his opponent's not going to give it that easy. This is losers round 6, and the winner of this match will have to play against the winner of Emiweedle versus Left Sub, which is also going to be a very tedious match. And not to mention, that's just a frightening opponent to look forward to.
Yep, definitely. Both of those are Kuyfju versus Divdax. Let's analyze this matchup once again. Shadow Feraligatr looks splendid there. It has an iffy matchup versus Shadow Drapion. It's really good against Corviknight. It's good against Shadow Sableye if you're not behind on energy. It's good against Dugong. It's good against Claydol. It's good against Tinkaton.
Play into a lot. It's just a Drapion matchup there where you get baited, it gets tough. But here we go. Game number 2. Both trains are ready. We have the Shadow Drapion for Kuyfju into the Claydol from Divdax. This is not where Kuyfju wants to see this, but going into the Feraligatr, it's a pretty safe match. Answered by the Dugong. You could flip this as Kuyfju if you want, but if you are behind energy against the opposing Claydol, then you're in trouble because Claydol packs Ice Beam, and that's super effective.
Yep, definitely. Divdax is not even bringing the Shadow Drapion to the table here as the only real answer for the Shadow Feraligatr, hoping it is not in the lead and saying, hey, if I switch my Dugong on it, I'm very much fine.
Kuyfju shaking his head a little bit, was hoping that it would be an Ice Wind, but that was the harder hitting Drill Run. And it looks like that Dugong is going to take the zero shield scenario. You don't have to shield this, but if you're afraid that Feraligatr is going to take switch advantage, you may. Looks like Divdax trusts in his matchup. Going for another Ice Wind here, which will knock out the Feraligatr. And at this point, you keep switch advantage, but if you are Kuyfju, you could put up a shield and get switch yourself. And it looks like that is what he's going to do. The thing is that Drapion doesn't really have a lot of play because all 3 Pokemon of Divdax have ground-type coverage that is super effective into the Drapion.
Yeah, but the sand attacks is something that you're much more fine with taking.
Mud Slap, yeah, for sure.
The Shadow Drapion. And now you're getting a lot of chip damage here after that Icy Wind debuff, of course.
Hard swapping. I like this play kind of, because if that Corviknight gets too much energy, you may be in trouble on your Drapion either way. Now you can gather some energy and hopefully get to some charge attacks before the Claydol can. And trying to call a crunch here, shield that, but it's only an Aqua Tail.
This is a nice bait here on the side of Kuyfju. Has the Claydol in the back, which is going to have a tough time against another Claydol and the Corviknight here.
You hang on here?
Oh, I think you barely take this, but I don't think that you can take another
Mud Slap. I think he had to, though, because Aqua Tail won't do enough damage. Now you are in trouble with your own Claydol. You're way too far behind. The Mud Slap from Divdax, the Cladle's even Mud Slap ahead in energy. I can get to an Ice Beam. I think at Kuifje you kind of need to call a Rock Tomb here, but it's an Ice Beam. It's going to do a lot of damage. Here it comes. No, it's being shielded at the last second.
I like this because I think there's no way that Divdax is going to throw a Rock Tomb here, so Kuifje has to make a catch attempt later on. Needs to shield the first Ice Beam just so the timer is up at some point, but it's really hard to catch a charge attack when you're playing a mirror with 3-turn fast attacks.
It's kind of safe for Divdax to just try. Oh, the simultaneous switch! Divdax was counting and wasn't taking any chances for Kuifje to catch that charge attack. There is an Ice Beam loaded still, but if you can get the Mud Slap down as Kuifje here, perhaps there is a play where you can win the charge attack priority, but that's going to be super tight here.
Yep, let's see if Divdax is going to get to 2 charge attacks or gets somewhat of a farm down. Wait.
There's no way you get a Mud Slap down here, because by the time you get the Mud Slap down, the Corviknight should be at another charge attack here.
Are you sure about this? We are going to
get really close. Can you come out? He needs... No, there's no way, because you hang on there and it gets to the Iron Head. Divdax is going to take game number 2 and ties up the score here. Winning that lead was so crucial. Winning the switch. You wouldn't say Dugong is an answer to the Feraligatr, but it just worked out perfectly as planned here. Divdax making an incredible read.
Yep. If you are switch locked, if your safe switch is your Shadow Feraligatr and you're answering with Dugong, I think you're very much fine, because if the Shadow Feraligatr goes out with energy, it's going to be absolutely debuffed in that situation, especially if you land the first drill run there. So Kuifje had a little bit of a problem there. If you're playing this matchup in the lead, I think that Shadow Feraligatr just has too much wiggle room to dance around.
He was shaking his head when that drone came through. Kuifje was really hoping for a misplay from Divdax, but at this stage in the tournament, you're probably locked in. You probably played so many battles that you got here, and you deserve to get here. So Divdax was not making any mistakes. He knew exactly how to play that out. Let's say Kuifje did use that shield, and what I was saying before that is that the Cladle from Divdax then just gets ahead because you have Ice Beam. If you have a shield advantage, you win with your own Cladle into the mirror, and then you still weren't weak into that Drapion at all. The only target that Drapion has on Kuifje's side into Divdax's team is that Shadow Sableye, and even that, you don't want to take a Dazzling Gleam at all.
Absolutely not. Do you think it was a crucial moment, or perhaps maybe a mistake, to use that shield to or to hard swap out after using that shield? I agree with the shield, and then hard swapping, giving the Cladle the opening on the Shadow Drapion again?
Might be a little bit of hindsight play of what Kuifje expected in the back there. So perhaps, I mean, if you look at the back line, let's say you get farmed down by a Sableye, I think you also would have been in trouble, right? Then you have a nice switch advantage, you're down a shield, you have Drapion on Sableye, but Sableye with shield advantage just defeats Drapion as well. So I feel like at that point you were kind of still in trouble, and Kuifje might just need to adjust the strategy here.
But I think that he knew the entire line at this point. I think the Cladle was in the lead, then you saw the Dugong, and then the Corviknight was brought in there. So you know that it is not going to be a Sableye, but still critical decisions within
Critical decisions and critical game here. We're going to decisive game number 3. It is the Cladle into the Corviknight. Now, Corviknight wins the 0 shield scenario if there's a high defense, high HP, low attack, and it goes for a Sky attack first. You should be able to get to Iron Head afterwards. The only way Cladle wins this, I believe, is if it goes for an Ice Beam throughout, because it does slightly more damage, and that will allow you to Mud Slap down in the 0 shoot scenario.
Quite curious to see if Kuifje is going to resort to this play, or if he actually wants to soft lose this matchup to get some energy on the Shadow Feraligatr, because that Pokemon is quite unchecked on his team. So I think that having Switch in this matchup, if you're not bringing the Shadow Drapion, is not too important for him. And now Divdax is going to throw another Sky attack here into the Cladle. No shielding on the side of Kuifje.
I'm not sure if you can get to an Iron Head now as well, because that Sky attack costs 5 more energy. That is 2 cent attack approximately. And here we go. Can you get the Mud Slap down? Oh, perhaps try to predict that Kuifje would come in with the Feraligatr. Oh man, there is the Feraligatr. This is really tough. The problem is you can't swap in your Lapras either.
Yep, Lapras is having big issues versus the Ghost and Dark type of Shadow Sableye, and now Divdex is really outpacing Kaifia here to the next foul play, at least. Throws at 7 Shadow Claws on the charge attack priority event. Knows now that he definitely loses the charge attack priority, but outpaces to the next foul play. Just throws it 1 before Kaifia reaches the next Hydro Cannon.
I think Kaifia just wants to get this Sableye low. You need to get it into Psywave downrange, but I'm not sure if you're able to, and the Clado might not be even able to get to another must-up in either. Do keep in mind that the timer is almost up. It looks like you go for charge attack purity here. At this point, the Sableye no longer has any energy if Divdex decides to shield here, but he might not because it's already so low. And he doesn't.
Oh, that is, I think, decently good for Kaifia. He's almost at 2
What do you mean decently good? Lapras is so good into Dugong.
Yeah. Lapras has a good time against Dugong. You're going to connect a Hydro Cannon here. You don't need to farm down a Dark type with your Psywaves, and now the Lapras is looking really good in the back. Do you actually even get to 2 Hydro Cannons and maybe swap out?
Yes, you do, but looks like there's a catch from Divdex. This is a great play. Now, I do want to say that I said Lapras is really good into Dugong, but keep in mind this Dugong has so much energy already. So at this point, you will be able to get to, oh my goodness, this Feraligatr almost got to another charge stack. You are able to get to 2 Duron. I think 2 Duron barely won't look. And, oh my goodness, what a catch again! These players are just dancing around.
No charging is not going to help you there, trainer. That is 1 HP and a catch on the side of Claydol. And the Shadow Claws have added up so much damage already on the side of Kaifia. So the Shadow Lapras is now going to Psywave against this Dugong. And it just really, I don't know if you can farm down. Actually, you need to get to 2 Sparkling Area.
You need 3 charge stacks as the Dugong here. And I think that Psywave plus Sparkling Area is just enough. We see, this is the salsa of Pokemon Go. These players are just dancing around here in Seville. And it looks like we're going for another Duron, but this won't even threaten the Lapras just yet because the Ice Shard, the fast attack from Dugong, is double resisted. It tickles.
Yep, it does nothing against the Shadow Lapras. Sparkling Aria is reached, and Kaifia advances to losers round 7 with the Sparkling Aria on that Dugong.
What a match that we just saw there. Insanely played by both trainers. I love the adaptation to that Sableye, but Shadow Feraligatr was the star of the show here.
Yep, Shadow Feraligatr completely unchecked on the team of Divdex there. So Kaifia just really went in on it. It dealt so much damage to the Dugong. The Shadow Claws added up so much in that situation that even shields down and a charge attack down, the Shadow Lapras just had a field day there.
I think we actually expected Kaifia to swap the Feraligatr into that lead matchup. If that happened, if that Feraligatr was on even energy with the Sableye, it could have been even worse for Divdex because Shadow Sableye does not win the charge stack purity against Feraligatr, and in that case Feraligatr just keeps outpacing and basically decides the shield play in that scenario.
Yeah, I thought that when the Claydol versus Corviknight matchup was played, after the second charge attack wave was exchanged, I thought that both trainers would actually swap in one of their Pokemon, trying to go for a sneaky fast attack down on this bulky lead Pokemon and then get the energy advantage that way. But Kaifia just decided otherwise, but he still had the Lapras in play. I think if Divdex had shielded the Shadow Sableye, could have been very dangerous because that Pokemon could have gotten to another foul play against the Lapras with a lot of Shadow Claw damage.
I think that Kaifia would have needed to shield the Feraligatr again because you couldn't Psywave down easily there with that Shadow Lapras. Psywave is double resisted on the Shadow Sableye, so it just keeps chunking with foul play and Shadow Claw there up until the point that you might even get into range of 1 or 2 Duron.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't even have another shield in that scenario, so the Sableye could have farmed up a little more and then thrown against the Lapras. But of course, Divdex also didn't know about the Lapras being in the back there, thought that with a shield up and a little bit of energy, the Dugong is going to have a good time against possibly a Jumpluff in the back, but that was not the case, or a Shadow Dropion. Here we can see Crunch landing on the Corviknight, knocking it right out.
I think that I kind of see what Divdex was doing, just kind of threatening that Tinkaton so much that in game 3 he was like, okay, I brought Corviknight every time, I brought Claydol every time. There's no way Kaifia brings the Tinkaton, so I can play the Shadow Sableye pretty freely. Tinkaton resists all the charge attacks from the Sableye, and because it's not there, and look at these catches, by the way, this was so good from both players. But because of that, Shadow Sableye was kind of free.
Yep, Shadow Sableye, very, very good. If it's on even energy with Shadow Feraligatr, really, really tough matchup for the Shadow Sableye. With 2 Shadow Claws advantage, you can freely flip that matchup if you just 2 shield through it. Landing a foul play basically seals the deal. Shadow Claws are gonna do the rest in that scenario. But Tivdex decided to keep the shield, keep it for Dugong, and let go of the Shadow Sableye. If he had the knowledge that the Lapras is in the back, which is a Pokemon that basically can't farm Sableye down, I think he would have used the shield.
But that's in hindsight. We see that, but they don't see what the opponent has in the back, right? You only have your team sheet, you have 6 Pokemon, and all you can do is like, okay, I saw this lead, what do they have in the back? Or what don't they have in the back?
Exactly, and if it
see
was...
Corviknight leads, not Corviknight in the back, you know.
Exactly, that's basically something that you can say. We have seen earlier, I think Patoman was playing Jellicent and Golisopod, 2 Pokemon which play a very similar role as we figured out. So I think this is the only one scenario where if you see Golisopod in the lead, there is a Pokemon in the back that could very well be also kind of Golisopod in terms of playstyle.
If they have, you can also have an ABB strategy, right? Where you have one Pokemon that defeats the counter to your 2 Pokemon in the back. So let's say you have 2 Shadow Clawers in the back. You have a Sableye that can bait out, let's say a Furret, and then you have in the back Golisopod. Yes, then those 2 Pokemon have a bit of a similar function.
Yeah, Golisopod is one of the best Pokemon in the tournament so far. It has popped up quite a lot. It's been so good versus those Tinkaton as well as Claydol. But right now we haven't, I think this was one of the first games we've seen without any Golisopod. But let's basically hear it from the trainers. Let's go over to Avi and Gaifje.
Thank you, Leo and Martin. I'm here with the winner, Gaifje. Gaifje, he's been having a great set of events recently. How are you feeling? I think you came here with a lot of expectations.
I didn't come here with like a lot of expectations, but I did come here I tried to get top 8. That's the goal. I need that one more performance. But I'm happy with how it's going today. I lost, but I revitalized myself, and I'm ready to go again.
I think game 3 was really close there. You played really fair, Winkong. Were you anticipating, were you preparing for that catch beforehand, or was it?
I know I needed to catch there, otherwise I think I lose because I'm running that Shadow Lapras, and it can't tank 3. So I knew, okay, I need to catch there, but I made a mistake and I should have gone to the Lapras sooner, and then it doesn't come up.
Also, one more thing. It's for all the viewers and all the casters as well. What is the right way to say your name?
Gaifje 0-0.
0-0. It's 0, not 0-0.
Yeah, that's the English one, but if you want it Dutch and the correct way, then that's how you do it.
Okay, Gaifje 0-0. That's what we're going to call you from now on. Also, one more interesting fact is you've done really well at the UIC, and I think you've taken that form across to this tournament as well. Do you have any more tournaments that you're potentially wanting to go to, or will you be happy if you do great in this tournament, and are you enough with the CP points there?
So I'm 100% doing Utrecht. It's like a car ride away. That's really close to go to. But I'm not doing Bologna. It's exam season, and focus is on that.
Yeah, absolutely. One more thing that we were just talking about, you know, Gator versus Golisopod. You said Gator is better. Why?
I personally, and this is my opinion, think that Gator is better because it just hits harder. And for this tournament specifically, I was expecting a lot of Tinkaton. And if you see Gator 2s, for example, against a Tinkaton, you just farm it down in the 2s. And it's such a positive matchup that I decided to go for Gator instead of Golly.
Feral Gator, I think, is a better Pokemon, but game number 3 as well, it proved so much. It did so much work for you, which I think Golisopod might not have done. Before we close out the interview, do you have some shout-outs to give to friends or somebody who's been here to support you?
Yeah, so I definitely want to give out my shout-out to the Smurfs, my factions mates. I want to give a big shout-out to Pyro, Panda, who's helping me create this team. I also want to give a big shout-out to the friends in my Mexican faction, Dalpian, who always help me scrim. So thank you guys.
Thank you for everybody. This is a community game after all. Thank you for your time, and I wish you the best of luck in all the rounds to come. Back to the casters.
Gaifje. Can you pronounce that one more time?
No.
Very good. Very Dutch, yes. He will be in Utrecht as well, but first he has to finish in Sevilla. His next match will be against Leftsov. Leftsov 1-2-0 against 2024 EYC champion Emmy Weedle. an incredible run in their first play Pokemon tournament.
I think that's really, really cool to see. Just like we saw earlier on in the season, there's a lot of new faces who are making their way into the Show 6 Pick 3 tournaments, really showcasing the work that they can do. And I'm excited to see how he will be able to play up against Calfia. No.
And I'm also excited for our next match. We're gonna have the Reef versus the Yellow Ripper from Portugal. We have some Portuguese players here as well, and they're making a pretty good run. We saw Jox earlier on the day. He did a pretty good job as well. I think he got to the loser semis of his group. Yeah, he got really far there. So that's some good championship points there as well for Jox, one of the Portuguese players. And maybe he's in the crowd right now cheering for his fellow Portuguese trainer, the Yellow Ripper.
I remember the last really good run that the Yellow Ripper had was in 2023 in Malmo, where he got 5th place. And I remember him saying something that I found very interesting then. He said that he doesn't really rely on the counts as much as he relies on the feel and kind of like understanding. I can see that you dislike this, but if you have the wherewithal to know the counts, but can play and feel like how your opponent is going to go, I think that you can often rebalance and that be able to, you know.
I heard.
I can already.
I heard Romberto say it.
He's like, he's just this
for the amount of catches,
energy coming off of him.
For the amount of catches these trainers make, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. You're counting. You're tryharding. Don't lie to me. That's not true.
Well,
Yellow Ripper.
I guess we'll see for sure, right?
The Yellow Ripper is one of the trainers who has a Feraligatr with return. I don't know if he's using it right now, but the way you get that is to trade with a friend who has a much lower trainer level, and then they might get that lower CP Totodile, which you then can trade, and then you have a return Feraligatr. It is so uncommon that even though you have those purified clouds, you might not even think about it. Now, we do play with open team sheets, so on team sheet, they'll probably say Feraligatr with return. But isn't that just an insane coverage now that I think about it? You have Lapras, and I think that Feraligatr is actually pretty decent in that with return.
Yeah, I think that's something that people often probably wouldn't even consider either, because if you're even looking at the team sheets, a lot of times if you see Pokemon that are fairly common use, it's not like you're thinking automatically, oh, I should check to see if this is a return for Alligator.
Return for Alligator.
By surprise.
You know what I like to run? Drapion with Sludge Bomb. I've been running that in the Go Battle League because trainers are like, okay, there's a Drapion, it has Aqua Tail, it has Crunch, I'm just throwing my Azumarill in. And then I have Sludge Bomb.
You're like, nuh-uh, not for you. And speaking of Drapion here, we're going to do a little bit of a spotlight about the Pokemon that's been in the #1 spot on the metas, maybe in the #1 spot in a lot of trainers' hearts, it seems, at least here to stay, used often as that safe swap position, and often used with that fast attack Poison Sting and Aqua Tail and Crunch in the Great Lake. Although, as Martijn just said, it can also be optimally used with Sludge Bomb.
I think that is more for the Go Battle League though, where the charge stacks are not revealed beforehand, right? Because, right, if you see a Sludge Bomb Drapion here, you're not going to swap your Azumarill into it. But in the Go Battle League, they might do that. Drapion with only 1 weakness and charging so quickly makes it one of the most versatile Pokemon. Look, guys, I was going to be honest with you. If you don't know what to run, just start with Drapion. You'll probably be fine. Maybe slap an Azumarill with it. Why not the double poison team or double water team, right? Do you have a team?
We were just talking about this a little early on. I was talking with Count Xavius, talking about how you and Arceus Aurelius were really discussing and having a lot of fun in Birmingham with the poison double water or, you know, water double poison. Is there any potential for double fairy now that Azumarill and Tinkerton are together? Do you see this as a potential big bulk sandwich here for this next upcoming meta?
Yes and no. I think that Clodsire is good enough to be common and deal with those two. So it's a little bit tough. Both Pokemon are very bulky, very flexible, so it's possible. Let's take a look at this matchup here. We see the Reef with that Blastoise again. I like Blastoise. But on the right side, we see another Blastoise from the Reef. From the Yellow Ripper. Here we see the team again from the Reef with that Blastoise with Ice Beam. No Skull Bash in this case.
And at this point too, I think we saw the Tinkerton on both of the teams as well. So they're running fairly similar things in some of their matchups, but I think that the big differentiators are going to be the things that set them apart here. Furret has put on such a show. It's such an interesting Pokemon that I didn't expect to see quite so often with so many Tinkerton. Now that there is one for sure on the other side, do you think that actually the Reef has a lot of play into
it's
Yellow
possible.
Ripper's side?
Furret brought him so far. He defeated Pogo Ash, a fearsome trainer in round 1, and it brought him all the way here. One of the very last battles of day 2 on the loser side of the bracket, but his opponent, no joke, did bring the Galarian Corsola, Pokemon we hardly see anymore. You don't want your Ferd. You want your Ferd on that.
Yeah.
Like, I think this team. This is actually where Ferd is really good.
I was just looking at it too, thinking about it. It's like, okay, you have the Trailblaze to hit the Blastoise. Claydol doesn't really want to face the Ferd. Corsola doesn't want to face the Ferd. Really, the Ferd's only hard wall on this team is that Tinkaton.
It is. There's some waste potential in the Galarian Corsola where I think you could use Sableye instead, but perhaps it's been working well for him. Perhaps he just didn't expect all that Ferd running around here. Tinkaton again with the Bulldoze is going to be the main check for the Ferd, and I do expect that to come out from the Yellow Rip here. Perhaps even Jumpluff, but Jumpluff is not per se, it's not my favorite. It's not per se a solid answer to the Ferd. And maybe you just want to try soft loose with the Blastoise, also possible. The problem with Blastoise is Rollout is a fast attack that doesn't do a lot of damage, and that kind of makes Blastoise iffy in a lot of matchups where you don't take out the opposing Pokemon with one Hydro Cannon.
The big problem also with the Reeves Blastoise is, especially in these Blastoise mirror matches, is that Yellow Ripper is running Skull Bash on it while the Reeve is running Ice Beam. So in that mirror matchup, it's not going to be doing quite as well. Not many Blastoise actually in this tournament, so it will be interesting to see how those two want to play it out. I think both of these trainers, I mean, this is big or go home moments, Martine here. This is losers round 6. Both of these trainers want to be able to make it on to day 2, but in a double elimination tournament, this means this is going to be the end run for one of these trainers.
Right. And we'll see soon who's that going to be. I expect a lot of Blastoise action here. I definitely expect that Tinkaton from the Yellow Ripper to come out because you need to cover the Ferd in some way. Even if you cover Ferd just a little bit, if it ramps up first like a Blastoise, it can just put in a dent into the next Pokemon coming in as well. So it's kind of tough. The winner of this match will play against Pablo and Dina. So a lot to look forward to still in this tournament. I believe both trainers are locked in. The Reeve on the left has that Swallow that's going to be a unique pick and perhaps cover the threats to the Jumpluff. We see on the left the Tinkaton from the Reeve, on the right Jumpluff from the Yellow Ripper.
And we've seen already these play roughs really start to add up, especially onto those Shadow Jumpluffs. So it's going to be interesting to see how Yellow Ripper wants to play it out, going ahead, going for the heavier hitting attack, and no Protect Shield from the Reeve at this point, knowing that it can tank this quite comfortably, not very effective. Even still, that does quite a bit of damage to one of the bulkier Pokemon here in the Great League.
The Reeve waiting a turn, making sure that this Charge Attack doesn't get caught anywhere else. And I think that the Reeve knows that these kind of Pokemon, Jumpluff and Tinkaton, have to come out to cover the Ferd very well. And Ferd is looking kind of decent in the back. There comes the Tinkaton, but we don't really have an answer. In comes the Golisopod, but this is a very neutral matchup. Remember, Shadow Claw, not the same type of attack bonus. It's not going to add up as much. Aqua Jet, a really efficient Charge Attack though.
And being able to hit that Charge Attack priority as well, great for the Reeve. And I think if you're the Reeve, you're also very thankful here that the Ferd can almost completely avoid this Tinkaton, because this can give him a lot more play, especially when shields are in play. Wants to shield up this play rough because it would do a nice chunk of damage, and now just continuing to charge away here. And I think if he knows he's going to throw right before the next attack is available, going for the Aqua Jet right at the same time as the play rough.
Lovely, splendid counting from the Reeve here. This forces a shield on the side of the Yellow Ripper to get this play rough out. This won't knock out just yet. Maybe you get a Fairy Wind down as the Tinkaton play rough does hit quite hard on the fragile Golisopod, but it's not that fragile. Let's see how far this gets. It gets deep to the red. I think you get to another Charge Attack at the Golisopod, but we won't find out because there's a swap into the Blastoise and going for the Axes, and right away this is neutral.
Neutral damage coming through. Knows that the rollouts, you talk about how rollouts don't do a lot of damage. It's definitely found its target here in the Golisopod, doing enough to make it go down, but not before that parting gift of the X-Scissor comes through. In comes the Fur, waving hello here, and just continuing to ramp up on energy, throwing now the Skull Bash.
Going for the big boy attack. Here it comes. Skull Bash is landing. Here we go. Boom!
That does a ton of damage to the Furret there, and now the defenses are rose even more at this point. Going for the Trailblaze, this is going to boost the attack of this Furret.
I like this play. A Swift may not have knocked out this Blastoise because of the defense increase after the Skull Bash. It looks like the Yellow Ripper really wants to get rid of this Ferd right here and puts up the Protect Shield on the Blastoise, but the Reeve doesn't decide to shield just yet. He wants to close out with his own Tinkaton.
Going ahead, Tinkerton has a ton of damage, and going now for the play rough. No protect shields remaining. This will be enough, even with that defense debuff the Blastoise has. I don't think it's going to be able to hang on. The hammer has swung, the Blastoise has fallen, and now it's going to be a Tinkerton mirror.
Oh man, I would have loved to have seen a catch there. The triple resisted Bulldoze on a jump bluff, but no catch there. This Tinkerton's going down from the Yellow Ripper, even though Bulldoze not the most efficient attack. But look at how much energy there is. Can you get the bait and then the acrobatics to knock out this Tinkerton, even though it's resisted? Is the Reef? No, he no-shields the air race!
This is the big call, and he made it. Not very effective damage. Already up to yet another one. Play rough coming through. We saw it earlier on in the tournament, though it doesn't do that much damage. This is going to be enough to knock the jump bluff down.
Tinkerton swings with his hammer, boom, by Cotton Ball, and takes out the jump bluff.
The Reeve, you saw him tapping his head. He knew. He said, okay, there's a big chance, especially when you're this far into a tournament. If you have a one shield advantage, oftentimes your opponent will go for the bait attack because they need to get rid of that shield and they want to be able to preserve the energy to be able to reach the next attack. It was a big call by the Reeve there, but he was able to make it, and that secured him that victory for game number 1.
That was an insanely well-played game. And just finding the alignment where he needs to. The Reeve knows, okay, I win switch advantage here. I just align my Furret where I needed to. Even if there's both Jump Bluff and Tinkerton, my Furret just avoids the bad matchups and aligns to the Blastoise. Even though, if you look at the team of the Yellow Ripper, Golisopod, Claydol and Galarian Corsola are preferred targets. The Yellow Ripper is not taking any chance with that and brought his soft loss to the third with the Blastoise.
I do like the Blastoise play from the Yellow Ripper because I think it's especially good into the team of the Reeve because it's running that Skull Bash that it had it on before. You saw he was able to pace quite quickly. Being able to bulk up the defenses was super helpful as well. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to completely pull it out in the end, but that was just game number 1. Maybe this is just a little fact-finding mission for Yellow Ripper, and he's going to come back even stronger for the next round.
The Yellow Ripper has 2 games here to come back. The Reeve, on the other hand, is already 1 point up. He's made such a strong run here. 2 wins on the loser side of the bracket, so the Yellow Ripper has a little bit of that form in him and probably wants to face Pablondinos in that next round. But how do you get past that Furret? Furret just runs through the defenses of the Yellow Ripper's team.
It was a kind of an interesting play if you think about the fact that Tinkerton is definitely, I think, supposed to be used as that Furret counter. Automatically swapping it in sort of put him on the back foot in a way, because then that makes it so that Furret could completely avoid the matchup that it didn't want to see.
But the problem is you don't win switch advantage there anyway, so I feel like that situation was kind of inevitable at that point. So how do you go back there? The Yellow Ripper...
It's like our friendship, inevitable.
Okay, you. Yeah, how's Speedy doing? Anyway, the Yellow Ripper really wants a good run here because it has been a while since he had to stop laughing. It has been a while since he had a good run. Top 33 at Stuttgart and Liverpool. And before that, Barcelona didn't go super well before. As you said, Malmo, but that has been 2 seasons, 2 years ago.
I think a lot of times trainers have had strong starts, and that doesn't mean that they are not good trainers. That just shows the caliber of other trainers who have started to compete as well. If you want to take another example of someone who did really well in one of the previous seasons, but hasn't really been on top form until now, I mean, let's talk about Nickname. I mean, he was a trainer who he won in Bremen. He didn't really have that stellar of a run until this year when he was able to win Stockholm. So it's not out of the picture for any of these trainers. We're jumping into game number 2 in losers round 6. This one more game that the Reeve needs to win to be able to take.
Did you see his face? He was like singing his song. I was like, ah, you win the lead again. Well, let's see how this Blastoise is going to do. It can hang on here, but attempting a catch on the jump of a little bit early. In comes Swallowed. The Yellow Ripper down with his head. This is the worst!
His head went from a little bit low to now basically sinking onto the table. Has to see how he wants to play around this because both attacks from that Swallowed are going to be doing nice damage. Sludge is going to be doing a decent small chunk, but the Ice Beam would be enough to completely knock out this Jump Bluff. And does he want to use a shield? Does he call it here? No, he doesn't call. This is just the Sludge. Already 1 shield down on Ripper's side, already at an acrobatic. He might get a shield back in this scenario.
Does, but Yellow Protect Shield does not want to lose switch advantage there because it's likely be the Tinkaton in the back. So the Reef, for him, it's really important to keep the switch advantage here. Man, that bait was criminal, I'm not gonna lie. You baits the sludge there when an Ice Beam takes you out in almost one charge attack. And we see 2 Protect Shields here. The Yellow Ripper knows what is going to be in the back and he wants to keep it. And oh, I love this play. He's going to likely pull the last shield here because his Hydro Cannon will get really close to knocking out. Will it knock out? No! Swaddled is too bulky!
Well, it holds on and comes back in now with the Ferret. You see Yellow Ripper very expressive in this. The Trailblaze is not going to be enough to knock out, but at the same point, it's just boosting this energy on the Ferret. These attacks are doing even more. It's cute, but it is dangerous.
It is so dangerous. Taking the Hydro Cannon here, the Reef knows it's going to be the Tinkaton on the back, so he doesn't need to value this Ferret as much. But the Ferret is still going to put quite a dent into that Tinkaton just because of boosted Sucker Punches and Swift or Trailblaze. In fact, you'll get the 2 charge stacks before Tinkaton even gets to 1. The Reef is nodding his head. He's shaking his head a little bit. I think he's in his rhythm.
He's doing the Ferret dance. He says, pause up. Not that effective, but guess what? Another one is coming through and really dancing away. He's really getting into the Ferret. You have to become one with the Ferret.
You have to become one with the Ferret. Tinkaton is almost at half HP already. There's still a shield left on the Reef's side. There should be white noise in his headset. He shouldn't be hearing any music, for the record.
I mean, did we say that Ferret was countered by Tinkaton? Because look at this, after 1 Trailblaze, doing so much combination play, Swallow coming back in with 1 HP to just do some more damage to the Tinkaton in the back. Has so much energy, but not barely any health left. Come back in immediately. Ooh, going for that bulldoze.
But wait. That Jumpluff has a lot of health. This Tinkaton has 2 Bulldoze. What if you get some defense drops here? There's one of them.
Okay.
Wait. Stop your dance. Stop dancing right now. Hold up.
The Reef points over Yellow Ripper. Okay, I see what you're doing. I respect this. It's doing some very nice damage. Now
2 drops? Look at how much energy there is. Hold up. Let the Yellow Ripper cook.
Yellow Ripper saying, okay.
No shielding again. This is the areas, but 2 defense drops. It's still chunks. Even the Fairwinds are going to add up. You need 2 player up here. This is going to get really close, actually.
There's 1 shield remaining. There is no more shields remaining. There is a potential for a catch in the back that the Reef could be ending up using. But at this point, the play rough is ready. It looks like he is going to try to charge up a little bit more, trying to go for a catch, but he is.
But he does. Wait. Hold up. There is sort of a catch here. That is a full launch acrobatics. But how close is this? Can this Tinkaton get there? I don't think it gets there, right?
The play rough is coming through, but I think at this point, it's not enough to knock out, and I think the Fairy Winds could do it. Let's see for sure. He's almost at another bulldoze. Will he be able to Fairy Wind down?
The Yellow Ripper slices through his opponents. He makes the plays that we didn't see coming. How did he win that battle just now? That was looking so good for the Reef, who was just dancing and dancing. But don't dance until it's right there, because he just lost that battle. The Yellow Ripper tying up the score. He's still in it to get to losers round 7.
Such a good position for the Reef, but really what flipped it around for the Yellow Ripper was being able to have those 2 attack debuffs there onto the Tinkaton. That was pretty, I mean, you can't even call it like that, right? You don't even know. That's nothing like you can control yourself. That was just a little bit of luck and a really good gameplay by the Yellow Ripper, staying in that even though it looked like a non-positive matchup for him, and being able to take game number 2 so we can go into a very thrilling decisive game 3.
There's one thing I do want to point out from the Yellow Ripper. Perhaps he has to stop baiting, because that release was so unnecessary, and then going for the acrobatics on the 1 HP Ferret. That was
that's called winning with style.
Yeah. You could have also just cleanly won that battle going straight acrobatics, but maybe afraid of a catch. I don't know. That was not necessary.
That was literally worst case scenario, and he was still able to pull out the win with basically 1 HP and a dream. These are thrilling types of matches that we're going to see here at the Special Championship in Seville.
You know what we're not going to see? I don't think we're going to see showboating again for the next match.
I tell you what, I love a good entertaining factor. I think the Reef is very entertaining, and I got it because it's like I almost felt one with the Ferret in that moment. I was like watching all those Swifts go through and being like, okay, Tinkaton, one of the bulkier Pokemon against one of the Pokemon that it should be able to counter, just getting knocked down to the yellow with barely any health
put in
left.
so much
Amazing.
work.
Amazing.
And then because the Reef is dancing, I'm like, okay, well, he's probably in a good spot then, right? He just kind of throws it off there. Maybe that's what the Reeve was trying to do. He was just trying to make his opponent think that he already lost. And, and then the Yellow Ripper's like, yeah, okay, dude.
He's like, okay, maybe if I know that the Yellow Ripper plays on feeling, he'll get into my groove here. And I think that's good, though. That shows that you can't give up, right? If you have the grit to you, if you have the tenacity to want to keep playing, to want to show yourself as a champion, you have to be able to play out of tough matchups, and that's exactly what he was able to do.
And speaking of tough matchups, here we go, decisive game number 3. We have the Reeve on the left with the Blastoise, and on the right is another Blastoise. Wait, who's the real one here?
Hey, both of them see each other and say, well, I know what you want to do. The Yellow Ripper does have a little bit of an advantage in this because he is running Skull Bash over the Ice Beam, so it's going to be able to do heavy hitting damage while the Reeve is forced to be throwing these Hydro Cannons instead.
I think this is a good matchup for the Yellow Ripper because of the Skull Bash here. Throwing the Hydro Cannon before the debuff, and you don't even want to catch the Skull Bash on anything, even though the Yellow Ripper is waiting there. What's going to be called on? I guess maybe on the Tinkaton, you don't want that per se. And putting up the shield right away, the Reeve trying to go for that switch advantage. The thing is, this time there's no Furret, so there's no dominant matchup to be found for the Reeve there with the Furret. And if you look at the back of the Yellow Ripper, he is prepared for Furret. In comes Swallowed, but it's going to be met by all these Hydro Cannon.
This is interesting. He built up a lot of energy on his own Blastoise, investing a shield in the scenario, but at the same point, now their defenses are a little bit higher on the Blastoise, and there's enough energy that he's going to be able to throw another Hydro Cannon before the first Sludge is even available.
Hydro Cannon coming through, Swallowed is thick, it can take that, and now swapping into the Tinkaton, which is going to take all resisted charge stack damage. The Mudshots are running up a little bit as they're super effective, but this is a good opportunity for the Yellow Ripper to find some momentum and build up some energy for later on in the game.
The Tinkaton comes and starts swinging the hammer, but not before 2 Sludges are able to go off. We see how minimal amount of damage this does. However, you also see later on that chip damage can be proving vital at some points here. Going, Yellow Ripper not even fooling around, doesn't want to charge up to too much extra energy.
I like that, because you want to throw your charge stack before the timer's up, then the Swallowed is no longer a threat. It takes out, and now in comes the Claydol for a huge energy lead here, and that will be very threatening for the Jumpluff, but I believe there was some energy still on the Blastoise. Maybe not if it fired all the energy off, but even then, only 3 rollouts for another Hydro Cannon from the Blastoise.
There's a ton of energy on the Reeves Blastoise side. There is basically now at Hydro Cannon energy on the Yellow Ripper.
I don't think
but there's 2 shields left. Does he want to use it? He knows that it's the Rock Tomb, and he doesn't use it.
Blastoise hangs on, big man Blastoise, but the catch on the Hydro Cannon. What a play from the Reeve, and there's so much energy. This is so tough for the Yellow Ripper now, and you know why? Both Pokemon in Blastoise and Claydol have access to Ice-type coverage. Jumpluff is in such a tough spot here. Marto, are you in chat?
Going ahead and coming in with the Tinkaton wants to try to at least expel some of that energy that Blastoise has, and it's got to go somewhere. Still 2 Protect Shields, and you see the Reeve rubbing his hands together. The Yellow Ripper sitting up a little bit straighter because this is where it all comes down. Will he call baits? Will he know that this is actually the big attack? He's got 2 shields. He uses the first one. What a call by Yellow Ripper.
Using the Protect Shield, the Yellow Ripper having a sigh of relief there. You need to knock out this Blastoise, though. The Fairy Winds are putting it almost into Area Ace range, but can you then knock out the Claydol? Because with the rollout damage, the Jumpluff is also getting an Ice Beam range for the Claydol. Another Ice Beam is being shielded, and now I think it's the Reeve. You want to have this Jumpluff expend some energy before swapping. Going, oh man, a full rollout launches through, but it doesn't matter because this area is going to knock out the Blastoise, so the rollout won't land. Now you need to outpace this Claydol. How much energy does it have? It has no energy!
Oh, no energy on the Claydol. So much energy on the
He's spinning again! He's spinning again!
He always baits. Does the Reeve recognize this? This is a big situation, and just like last time, he
shields!
Second call!
Oh my goodness! In comes Jumpluff with the acrobatics, and Jumpluff.
Hit your bubbles, Ripper!
In comes Jumpluff for once and taking out a Pokemon. The Yellow Ripper goes to round 7.
Going on in these matchups, coming back from the narrowest of margins. Yellow Ripper throws his hands up in the air. He dives into the pool, and he goes on to losers round 8.
You know, I feel silly because I said, look away, Marto. Because he loves Jumpluff, and Jumpluff was about to get hit by a lot of ice there. But it was Jumpluff who did it. Jumpluff carried the Yellow Ripper. Wow.
And you know what? It was a very interesting call because if we notice, Yellow Ripper was baiting all of the time with the aerial ace over the acrobatics. I would say that was probably even his downfall in the games before. However, this time, I think that the Reeve was thinking, well, he's surely not going to do it again. Every single time he's going to have to do it differently this time. No, that last second shield was so pivotal.
It was so pivotal. You kind of... I mean, I don't know actually if the jump love would have just outpaced to the acrobatics, because it's 6 Mudslap for that first Ice Beam. So I can't remember exactly how much energy the Claydol had in that moment, but it's very possible, Amanda, that again, it was not necessary.
Well, I think, again, proving that he once again wants to win with a little bit of flair. Congratulations to the Yellow Ripper continuing on in the tournament and giving us a little bit of fun on the way. I hope you guys really enjoyed watching the Reeve. I know I did. I know that I became one with the Ferret, and I thought it was a beautiful experience. Unfortunately for him, that is the end of his tournament run here in Seville, but really incredible plays by this trainer.
He's been making a lot of good runs in many tournaments lately, and I love the way how confident he was his dancing. Unfortunately, a little bit of premature dance there, but you know what? He can practice his skills here in Sevilla, and then maybe for the next tournament we'll see him dancing again.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys enjoy the Ferret dance, maybe you can come up with your own Ferret dances. Hopefully we can see some of these fun interactions that these two had during the tournament in these replays. These were really, really fun matches to watch. And if I was to suggest, you know, sometimes people are like, what did I miss from a tournament? I would say that this is one of the matches that was super fun to watch, very far into the day, into the tournament, where there's a lot on the line, and there was some really interesting gameplay by both of these opponents.
And that means that the Yellow Ripper moves on to the next round. He will be playing against Pablo Dinas there. Look at this Blastoise action, by the way. I love that we see some Blastoise back in the tournaments, because we haven't seen as much of it lately. And especially with Tinkaton resisting rollout, it just makes it tough. Look, there he goes. He was vibing. He thought he was in a great spot there, but the Yellow Ripper was locked in, and he did not make any mistakes there, being able to overcome that tough alignment in game number 2.
Play rough, swinging not quite enough as the Fairy Wind takes out that Tinkerton and puts Yellow Ripper into the next round. This is, I mean, we might even get to see how close it will be at this. This was a fantastic catch also by the Reeve, because I think he really knew his counts. He knew what he wanted to do, but sometimes the cards just don't line up exactly, especially when you need to be able to call baits if there's only one shield left. It's not just a game on the phone, it's really a head game as well. You see how close that was.
I think that he didn't need to bait.
He might not.
I think because he still needed 2 Mudslap from there. Yeah. Maybe it would have been close. It would have been very close. And obviously, Jumpluff loses charge security because it has such a high defense stat and a low attack stat, right? It's even lower than Claydol has, which also is very bulky.
I love the jumping into the pool motion at the end that we got from Yellow Ripper. One thing I wanted to discuss with you is the fact that you thought Claydol would be in the #1 spot. Very close. It's in the #1 spot of
everywhere.
A1 usage here in Sevilla. Do you remember in the past, people were always joking around, Claydol was the Pokemon that everyone said, like, oh, it's just one attack away from being viable to being used in PvP.
Well,
and
who's laughing now?
Exactly. I would say this is Claydol's time to shine. There is no more attacks needed to be away. It has the coverage that it's been needing. It has the attacks. It has the bulk. Claydol is a very, very good Pokemon for PvP.
It's a very strong Pokemon that if you find any ball toy around you, you should probably try and catch some. And it will also be useful in local tournaments. We have a video to show you to play your local tournaments nearby, get those championship points, meet your fellow trainers, maybe do some trades. Let's take a look. Okay, we'll get back to that later, but you get the idea. Scan this code and you'll find local events nearby you to meet trainers or to play those local tournaments. I love playing the local tournaments, not against Kaifu. He always beats me.
Well, one thing I always love that whenever we're together on this screen, I always tell people to get out their phones and scan that barcode, but also to keep their phones out, because after this goes off the screen, Nataquins and I are going to make a silly pose, and you're going to want to make sure to have a screenshot of that.
Wait, we're going to make another one?
Oh, yeah, you know we are.
You want to make another thumbnail.
All right, hang on. I got one picked out. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
We're ready. Bring it back.
Production, bring it. Here we go.
Cute, right? And then I just break it away because I mean,
You were the one always breaking my
No, you're the one who's like with all this jump bluff.
She's like, yeah, you're not my favorite caster
How
anymore.
dare you?
I found others to
dare.
to cast it.
He has the audacity to talk to me this way after he's told me all this time about how much he loves jump bluff, and then he.
What? I never said that.
It's like it's not true on broadcast.
It's not true. It's not true.
I don't know, chat. I don't know what to tell you. Inadequance. He's not very consistent in what he's telling people here. He's like, oh, just run Shadow Drapion and Azumarill, but then I know that he is running some silly things himself in the Go Battle League.
It's a Shadow Drapion I'm running. I'm playing meta. There was a Pokemon that Leo lost to that was not meta, but beyond the point. We're going to have our next matches soon. We're going into the losers semis, and the winners of those battles will move on to day 2, where they will play the loser of the winner finals of those groups. So a lot on the line for these trainers. They've had a long day here in the venue at the championship. So let's see who has that stamina to keep going on.
I think that this is something that is very important to a lot of trainers, because there's many trainers here who have competed in a lot of tournaments before, but also ones who are relatively new to the scene. It's nice to be able to be, coming to these events to meet different trainers, to be able to spin all of these different Pokestops and do some trades, like potentially for Tinkerton. I was telling earlier on, I haven't gotten it yet. If you see me in the venue, I have like 12 Tinkerton that I want to trade with people, so...
Well, I'm here.
Well, we can't.
See, here's the thing. She says she wants to take a thing.
Friendship.
But here I am. We can trade here, and you don't do that. Look, even Triptundo's making fun of you.
I'm always telling him, that we have such high friendship in real life and in the game, and then he just negates me every single time. But if you were someone who is not on my friends list yet, come find me for the Tinkerton.
It's been a very good Pokemon in these tournaments, as you can see, so get yourself one. You want a Tinkerton with a low attack, high defense, high HP, and the reason why is because you might be able to take 1 less damage from a bubble from a Azumarill, or 1 less damage from the poisoning from a Drapion, or both. That's ideal, actually. And then you win those matchups way and way better. So make sure you hit up your locals, get those trades in, get yourself the Tinkerton. Or play counters to it. That's what I'm going to do.
I mean, one of the things that does counter Tinkerton rather well, we've seen it a couple times already in the tournament, is Claydol. Claydol, we kind of discussed it already, has the viable attacks that it wants to have to be really good at these different series. It's running that fast attack Mudslop, and then Rock Tomb and Ice Beam as the charge attacks of choice. Although I have noticed that there are some players, including Koning Lionheart, when he's been playing against, opting to run Shadow Ball. I have to ask you...
He's such a goofy guy. You don't run Shadow Ball.
Well, any realm for it?
You could do that for the mirror, because Shadow Ball does hit a little bit harder than Ice Beam, but Ice Beam is just better coverage into like grass type and flying type Pokemon. So I would just always go with Ice Beam. Claydol has a lot of charge attacks. You could also opt for Scorching Sands for the same type of attack bonus, ground type coverage, and that would help a lot as well.
Claydol. Keep an eye on it. Definitely, like Martine said before, look out for those ball toys to see if you can get one that is good for PvP, good to bring to one of these tournaments. It's been number 2 at the spot for day number 1. I'm very interested, after the dust has settled of day 1, to see who is going on into day 2 and also what the meta shakeup will kind of look like.
Yeah, our next matchup is going to be Kuifje versus Leftsaf. Kuifje we saw earlier on stream.
0-0.
Yeah, 0-0, sorry. Yes, I'm Dutch, I should know. And Leftsaf on the right has defeated Emmy Weedle off stream, so has a lot of potential with that pretty spicy team. For everyone in chat saying that they named their jump off after me, please don't do that.
That's so sweet. He's going to be blushing about this afterwards and just glowing about it, so feel free to keep naming those jump lofts after him here. I think that Calpheus also has named his after you because he knows how much you love it.
I hope not. I hope that Imoga will be aligned to this jump loft, because it walls the energy from the jump loft. Jump loft, as you can see, with acrobatics instead of energy ball nowadays. You don't really need the water type coverage anymore when acrobatics almost does the same amount of damage and costs the same energy.
And also, one thing to point out again, Calpheus is one of the few that is actually running that Shadow Lapras over the regular Lapras and opting to run Skull Bash on it, which makes it much better in the mirror matchups, but makes it a little more difficult to play against like the Jump Up or other opposing grass types.
That's what you have Feraligatr for. Feraligatr with Ice Beam can take on the Jump Love, especially with Jump Love not having Energy Ball, but I think Acrobatics still does a lot of damage there too. And I think also that Kuifje wants to use his own Lapras to counter opposing Lapras Lapras, and that frees up the Feraligatr a little bit more. I like the synergy between those two, but it does make an actual grass-type Pokemon, should you ever face a superior, would be really tough. What Kuifje also said about Shadow Feraligatr is that in the 2-shield scenario, it defeats Tinkaton really hard. So that's something it has going for it as well. And here we see the Shadow Quagsire. That's one Pokemon that's not lining up so well into the Feraligatr just because you have to go all the way to the Stone Edge.
And another Pokemon that we haven't seen very much in the tournament so far is that Melmetal. Melmetal is a Pokemon that takes, I mean, you have to open a Melton box to be able to get it first, and running it with double Iron Bash and Super Power. Very interesting against some of the meta, especially when Claydol is so prevalent.
I thought that Thunderbolt might be better on Melmetal, and the reason why is because of all those water-type Pokemon. It gives you an edge there. I would not be surprised if Melmetal, if it doesn't get the superpower bait, it can actually lose to Lapras probably, just because of a worse moveset. Double Iron Bash comes out really quickly, only takes 4 Thunder Shocks to get there, but it doesn't do a lot of damage.
Do you feel that he maybe, I don't know if we had a chance to talk to him yet, but is having it because of all of the Tinkerton and potentially using that double Iron Bash is something that can be fighting back against it a little bit harder?
I think he just wants to look cool with it.
I mean,
you know what?
And looking cool he does, indeed.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited to see how these two trainers will play it out in Losers Round 7 here.
The other Pokemon that I find interesting is Togetic. With Psyshock and Dazzling Gleam as its main charge stacks now, both attack have been buffed since last season, making it a pretty formidable Pokemon. Reminds me of Meloetta in the Master League that has kind of that same moveset there. And Togetic, while it doesn't really hard beat a lot, it also just stands its ground really, or well, not ground because it's flying, but it can stand against Pokemon like Drapion. That's win conditions there. Both trainers are locked in. We're going into round or match number 1 between these two trainers in the losers semi-finals.
Going in for our, you talk about ground, well now we got some ground on the field here. Claydol up against that Diggersby, and now it looks like just going ahead, staying in this matchup for a little bit. The Ice Beam is going to be doing a nice chunk of damage to the Diggersby. However, being able to get to the Scorching Sands first could potentially lower the attack.
A debuff would be really nice here for the Diggersby onto that Claydol. And there it is. That's actually pretty big before the first Ice Beam lands. But we saw earlier that a single stage Ice Beam after this will still be enough to knock out the Diggersby. So you might need 2 to hang on there. Because it must not add up so much. But it looks like Kuifje swapping out immediately into the Feraligatr. But you get to the Scorching Sands first.
Going ahead, just throwing another attack, saying, I got the attack debuff once, I want it again. And I think if you're Zen, then you want to just make sure, whoa, that's a lot of damage coming through. He gets the double attack.
And there's Melmetal
coming in.
It's making a presence here. Melmetal's going for the Thunder Shock down, and this Hydro Cannon has been debuffed, so even though Melmetal isn't exactly bulky, it can still oh my goodness, it still does a lot. It still does a lot. And throwing a charge stack, I think he could have had the Thunder Shock down here.
I think, yeah, potentially if there was a shield involved as well, he could definitely get it come out with a lot of energy. Instead, he just wants to make sure that Feraligatr is off the field. In comes the Claydol, which is a horrible, horrible matchup for the Melmetal. Going for an attack before he gets knocked out. Just wants to do a little bit of chip damage at this point. But you see Kuifje give a little bit of a nod saying, okay, I know this is fine. This is fine for me.
I feel like if you had 2 double Iron Bash here, you could have at least pulled the shield here as left side and be in a better spot. In the back, we see the Quagsire. Quagsire comes out right now. In comes our Rock Tomb. This is resisted. Left side having 2 shields, still not shielding, and now Jumpluff can come in, but Jumpluff doesn't. It takes super effect damage from both Quagsire in the Stone Edge and also Fire Punch from the Diggersby, so there's going to be a lot for Jumpluff. I feel like these trainers are just bringing Jumpluff to torture me.
I like this play by Left Chap a lot, getting all that energy on the Quagsire, but since it was debuffed in the attack, recognizing that this is not when he wants to throw it, swapping into the Diggersby to clear that debuff and get a potential shield with Fire Punches, but that Acrobatic just takes that idea right off of the field.
Perhaps tried to call a bait there. Diggersby just wiped out the floor there, and now in comes the Stone Edge and putting out the protection last millisecond there.
Still calm and collected on Kuifje's side, going for Acrobatics. This is the heavy hitting attack, getting the shield from left side. Saw how much it did before. He said, okay, maybe he's not joking around. Maybe he's going for those heavy hitting attacks. Nope, it's going to be that aerial ace instead.
I think at this point you could just go straight aerial ace as Kuifje and then just get a Mud Slap down, because Mud Shot doesn't add up as much from the Quagsire, and if you just get some damage in, this Stone Edge won't even knock out the jump bluff yet either way, so it's a safe shield or no shield regardless.
Going for the next aerial ace, getting the last shield. You see Left Snap not so happy about the situation here. Still a lot of health left on that jump bluff, even if you reach a Stone Edge, which I don't even think you'll be able to do because Acrobatics coming through, ending this round with a little bit of flair.
And look how much HP this jump bluff still has. This match has been going for at least a minute between jump bluff and Quagsire. Quagsire did nothing against the jump bluff.
Quagsire was able to pull the shield, but unfortunately, just at that point with the low health that it had, it wasn't able to pull through. Calfia playing very, very calmly there, recognizing his win conditions, and being able to get that bait was even more special, I think, to be able to fully power through that with Acrobatics at the end.
I feel like Calfia was a little bit fortunate with drawing out the Melmetal with the Feraligatr. If that didn't happen, Melmetal would have been aligned to the jump bluff and it walls all the energy. However, because Melmetal is not that strong of a Pokemon, it actually loses the zero shield scenario, right? The scenario where both Pokemon don't use any shields. It loses that to jump bluff, despite resisting all the damage and dealing back neutral damage. The Gengar Live, ask him, he knows a lot about this. For that reason, I feel like you kind of get away there as Calfia baiting it out. But also, if Lesov just went for a farm down, perhaps you could just pull a shield from the Claydol.
Sometimes it's hard to call, right? Because you're thinking, okay, I know that the Claydol is there. There's not a lot of hope for my Melmetal, so maybe I just want to get this Feraligatr out of the way and do as much damage as possible. But yeah, it takes some of these really split-second decisions to be able to really make big impacts in the game, because I absolutely agree. If he would have shielded and came out with a ton of energy, he would have forced a shield off of that Claydol, or else it would have gotten knocked out. Doesn't matter, we're going into game number 2 here. Didn't see it before, and Malamar has now taken the field up against that Shadow Feraligatr. And
the Feraligatr does pretty well in this match. It's actually rather scary for the Malamar. Malamar can take a Hydro Cannon, but when shields are being used, the Shadow Claws will add up so much that the Hydro Cannon eventually will knock out. What you also want to be careful of is that you don't let a Shadow Claw through, because then the Feraligatr paces even faster. And let's see if we can get the perfect time here. We do get the perfect time here from Lesov, having another foul play here. If you have a really good Malamar, I believe you barely hang on to the Hydro Cannon here.
And this is also scary too, because investing shields in the Feraligatr when it has so much energy is such an interesting play. Look how well it would do also into that Quagsire. And also, now that there's no shields to prevent this, I mean, this could be doing very, very low.
Barely hangs on there. Malamar going for the superpower, and I think this will knock out the Feraligatr if unshielded. Does Calfia want to preserve the Feraligatr? Yes, he does. And it makes sense, because one of his best Pokemon. But if you look at the line, look at how Emolga comes in. You cannot switch out here because of having Jump Bluff in the back. Jump Bluff, the charge attacks from Jump Bluff are all resisted on Emolga.
And at this point, but look how much damage this still does. No shield. This Emolga is basically going down at this point. Goes completely down to the Feraligatr. The Shadow Claws are doing. Now comes in the Quagsire to be matched up against the Claydol. And it is just a mud slap versus a mud shot moment.
Here's the problem, Amanda, because now you cannot clear your debuff anymore. Why didn't we shield the Emolga there? Emolga could have get the entire farm down on that Feraligatr and come out with so much energy that would have been valuable on everything on the team of Calfia.
I think, of course, if you're looking at typings and you're like, oh, it's an electric type Pokemon, surely this Hydro Cannon won't do that much damage. Unfortunately for Left Shot, just did so much, and that Shadow Claw was able to knock out. Going for the Aqua Tail here, that has now been debuffed, but this Claydol is getting rather low, and this is super effective damage, knocking it out. We have a full Jump Bluff left against a very, very low health Quagsire, but the Quagsire does have a shield.
This is looking very dire, though. I think that the Jump Bluff is going to be able to outpace the 2 Area Ace before Lesov is able to get to 2 Stone Edge, and it could get really close. Feraligatr has very little HP and probably doesn't get as much damage in either. Attempting to make a catch, not exactly necessary. In fact, if you can get to 2 Stone Edge now, then Calfia should be slapping his forehead, because that would have been a big misplay. Let's see if this Quagsire can hang on.
Stone Edge coming through here. Quagsire basically screaming it over at it. He's close. He's going.
Almost. Look at that sliver of HP left. If it could hang on to one more Fairy Wind, then this Quagsire could have done it. This is a resisted Aqua Tail, and Calfia moves on to day 2.
Calpia knew it. He knew it wasn't a Stone Edge. He knew that the Quagsire was just a bit too low to make an impact. Going ahead, moving on from losers round 7 in the tournament. Calpia's all smiles here at this position. But congratulations also to Lepstaff, playing a really, really
What
good
a great run, right? The first tournament coming from Portugal to compete here in Sevilla and getting to the losers finals. That's a good amount of championship points, good amount of fun, good amount of showcasing, had 2 stream appearances. It's a great debut.
One thing that I've noticed if we were watching Calpia play, he makes a lot of really calculated, but sometimes unnecessary catches at the end of games. Sometimes the peekaboo plays, sometimes it proves really vital, like when he was playing against his previous opponent, being able to catch a drill run on that Claydol. But this, I mean, if there was just a little bit more health left on that Quagsire and was able to reach one more mudshot to get the Stone Edge, that could have really cost Calpia the game.
I think so too, although the Shadow Claw damage from Feraligatr does more than the Fairy Wind from the Jump Love, so maybe without that Shadow Claw, the Jump Love would not have been able to Fairy Wind down. That is also possible, but then I think that you just outpace the area ace, and either way, you get the Shadow Claw down as Feraligatr.
He was in a very comfortable position, and congratulations to Calpia. Very excited to see him continue on in this run. This season, he's really been on a roll, being able to get 3rd place at the European International Championships, and he said that's not enough. He wants to prove that he also has what it takes to be winning these special championships as well.
I remember sitting in the back with Calpia at the EUIC, and he just got back from backstage. We were about to play against each other, and I'm like, brother, you do realize we both have a trophy, right? No matter what. From 4th place, you get a trophy or a medal at a regional special championship, or at an international championship, or at the world championships. So, you know, at that point, it's so nice to be calm and collective there. And when he's calm and collective, I think Calpia's at his best.
Yeah, I think so too. As long as he's having fun with the game, and look at this, being able to draw out that Melmetal. Melmetal just going for the attack right away, wants to get that Feraligatr off the field, and actually watching the gameplay of game number 2, I don't blame him for wanting to get that Feraligatr off the field, because Calpia with that Feraligatr was dangerous.
What also was really dangerous, what could have been really dangerous, that Emolga. Because that Emolga, Claydol was not going to appreciate 2 acrobatics. 2 acrobatics may very well knock out that Claydol. I'm pretty sure it does with a few Thunder Shocks. And in that case, because Calpia was really weak to Emolga, he let Feraligatr with Jump Love in the back. If he let into Emolga, he would have been in such trouble.
Or even if that shield would have gone up, the farm down, coming out with all of that energy on the Emolga, that also could have been very dangerous. But of course, sometimes you just don't know for sure, right? And then you're saving your shields for whatever is in the back. Unfortunately, for Lepstaff, just wasn't able to pull it out for this, but really, really good plays from him from this tournament run so far. And I'm excited to see if he will compete again sometime soon.
Absolutely. Well, I hope so. Maybe also in Utrecht. Maybe we'll get another revenge there. Why not? Why not? Maybe you have the taste and you want to play in more tournaments, right? It's very possible.
We've got a lot of special championships coming up. We have one in Utrecht. We have one in in Bologna. So, I mean, there are plenty more chances to be able to see. Also, the winners of these events get direct invites to Worlds. So I think that is also something to be playing for. Not only you're playing for points, you're playing for a potential invite.
I would want to play at the World Championships. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's where the best go to prove their mettle, to see who is the best of the season. And so far, each year, we've had a different winner. And I think that that is something really cool that just showcases the amazing talent that we have in Pokemon Go.
You know what? We're going to get more players from Portugal, though. We've had a really strong showing from them this weekend. And next up, we have the Yellow Ripper again, who made really strong plays earlier against the Reef. And he's up against Pablo Dinas, one of the Spanish staples. But ever since Whiscash hasn't been as meta anymore, Pablo Dinas has been struggling a little bit. He's now in losers round 7 though, so he's been getting far again. One more win for one of these trainers to make it to day 2.
This is a big moment.
Do you think we're going to see Morpeko? I think Morpeko actually has decent play here.
Morpeko is one of those Pokemon that you don't see it all that often, so I think a lot of teams often are fairly weak to it because they're making the gamble that they're not going to be able to play against one, especially in such a heavy Claydol medal. Or meta, I mean...
Medal? Yeah, Claydol medal. Well,
I mean, Claydol's probably going to win a medal. Let's also be clear about that. But I think Morpeko is one of those Pokemon where it ramps up. If there's not a shield left on the other side, oh my goodness, that Pokemon goes to town.
Except if it's Claydol.
Except if
it doesn't go to town.
Then it just goes back into its ball.
Exactly. Here we see the team from Pablo Dinas with that Morpeko. Thunder Shock, Aura Wheel, and Psychic Fangs. Do keep in mind, once you throw one charge attack with Morpeko, Aura Wheel changes typing to Dark, so it switches between those two. So if you can like throw a Psychic Fangs, then an Aura Wheel into Claydol, I don't even know if you have the health for that, but you could knock it out.
Another Pokemon that we haven't seen so often, but we have seen actually a couple times today, is that Dugong. Dugong is just joining the fray of Pokemon in this meta that always has the, not even potential, it's guaranteed to debuff the attack of your opponent. We have an Icy Winds, we've got Rock Tombs, we got Crunches for potential debuffs on the defenses. Man, there's a lot of potential things going on. The Shadow Sableye, also want to draw attention to the fact that this one is running dazzlingly.
It's just kind of a mix of pacing, but also debuffing, right? You have Drapion getting to Crunch in 5 Poison Sting, Sableye getting to Foul Play in 5 Shadow Claw, just being really fast. And then you have Claydol, which is straight up slow, so is Dugong, but they enhance their artificial bulk because they drop the attack of the opponent, and that can be really big. And then there's Corviknight. Homesize Henry really likes this Pokemon. It's very neutral in the meta, doesn't KO a lot. Ascent attack actually does about nothing on Morpeko, which is surprising because not the same type of attack opponent's ground type, but the coverage can be just really valuable. If you look at Pokemon like Golisopod, Jumpluff, Tinkaton, Corviknight, like it or not, Homesize Henry, it actually does really well there.
I think that it has a lot of play against the team. One question I have, since we haven't really seen much more Morpeko action, is against a Tinkaton, how does that matchup go? Like, what are you wanting to do? Because the Fairy Winds are going to be, I mean, though they don't do that much, it's going to really affect a Pokemon that doesn't have a lot of bulk to its name, Morpeko being a very attack-weighted Pokemon.
It's been a while since I've played that match, but as Morpeko, you used to need to shield the first Energy Ball. Acrobatics is resisted, but it will still hit pretty hard. I think, and I'm not entirely sure, but you might be able to win the zero shield scenario going Psychic Fangs and then Aura Wheel, because an Aura Wheel will do a lot of damage, and especially on Shadow Jumpluff will really add up. But the more shields there are being used, the more Fairy Winds land on the Morpeko, the worse it becomes for the little... Is it like a mouse Pokemon? It's a mouse Pokemon. I think
it's a mouse Pokemon.
Yeah.
One thing I also want to point out, and you mentioned it before, but since this is like basically our only Pokemon that changes form, it changes a big mechanic in the game. Though it changes form every time it uses a charge attack, it only boosts its own attack if it uses the Aura Wheel. Psychic Fang is being used to, lower the defenses of your opponent.
Or just bait.
Or just as a really nice, very quick bait attack. But you're not really boosting yourself unless you're using that heavier hitting Aura Wheel.
Exactly.
Well, Aura Wheel has a ton of play, I think, into like the Golisopod or to the Blastoise.
Pretty much everything.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know how it plays out into Tinkaton. It's like similar to Azumarill, but then reverse, right? Because Aura Wheel Electric does a good amount of damage here. Actually, it's the same as with Azumarill. But Electric Aura Wheel does a good amount of damage there, but you shield it as Tinkaton, and then you no-shoot the Dark-type Aura Wheel, and it's resisted. So it's kind of a weird matchup there, probably. Fairy Wind doesn't do the most amount of damage on itself, but on a Pokemon like Morpeko, it really adds up.
And also, all the Tinkertons have been running Bulldoze, and again, though it doesn't seem to be hitting very heavy, with such an attack-weighted Pokemon like Morpeko, it definitely doesn't want to be taking that. So, I mean, it's kind of dangerous to have both a Morpeko and a Shadow Sableye on a team with so many Tinkerton around.
And every team has a Mud Slap Pokemon that makes Morpeko just tough to use. Both trainers are getting ready to lock in. We're going into the first game between Pablondinos versus the Yellow Ripper. The winner will go to day 2. Here we go. We have from Pablondinos the Shadow Drapion into the Golisopod from the Yellow Ripper.
This is a pretty even keel matchup. The Golisopod will be able to throw its attacks first, but those crunches just do so much damage to the Golisopod, and now it looks like they'll be able to throw, and they're going right away, both of them going for that charge attack priority. It's going to be that Golisopod, like I said, but there's potential for a crunch debuff, as Pablondinos has already clicked the button.
The Yellow Ripper were 20 seconds into the match, and he's already shaking his head. This is a favorable matchup for the Drapion, but it's not really the worst because Aqua just really chunks, going for the shield here, wanting to preserve this Golisopod. And it's possible that he wants to preserve it for potential Claydol or something, but we don't see Claydol on the side of Pablondinos.
This is such an interesting play. Yellow Ripper now saying, oh, I've already used the shield earlier on in the matchup. Now Pablondinos has used the shield and just continuing to farm up. He didn't want this crunch to be caught in anything, but it still does!
the catch on the jump love. I like this play. Okay, now I need a few moments to think, but I think the Yellow Ripper is trying to bait out the Dugong. And the problem is, you can't catch a crunch on the Claydol, if there was one. But in comes Homesize Henry's favorite Pokemon. He's in chat right now, by the way, so say hi to him. He loves Corviknight. Here it is. Corviknight is taking the stage and is looking really good against the Shadow Jumpluff.
Acrobatics not very effective. That Corviknight is still in the green. Just being able to get a lot of energy here, knowing that none of the attacks that are going to be thrown are doing that much damage. Even still, Pablodinas wants to throw his attack before. He doesn't want to make that, Corviknight lose any more of its health while it still has such a nice and beautiful energy advantage. In comes that Claydol, and we're talking about not very effective damage. Look at these Mudslaps barely doing anything.
I thought perhaps the play was to bring in your Golisopod and expend the energy to get quickly rid of this Corviknight with a shield perhaps, but it looks like the Yellow Ripper wants to keep that energy for whatever could be in the back. Now swaps into the Golisopod, going for the Aqua Jet. I think this Aqua Jet might be enough to take it out.
Going ahead and throwing this one shield remaining on Pablodinas. He decides he wants to use it because there's quite a bit of energy on that Corviknight still, and he's able to reach that Sky Attack. Sky Attack is super effective against the Golisopod, and Yellow Ripper decides he's going to let that go down.
Corviknight takes out the Golisopod, and now it is all in the hands of the Claydol, but in the back is Sableye. The thing is, this Claydol already has so much energy, so perhaps there is some play for the Yellow Ripper here. Sableye paces really fast, so it will get to a foul play here.
This Rock Tomb coming through does a nice amount of damage. Not only that, the attack is going to fall, but even still going ahead and getting a lot of this. And it looks like the Mudslap went through and getting the shield from the Claydol.
And the Mudslap is chunking, and that's important because this allows the Ripper to get to this Rock Tomb easier. Now another point, Corviknight hardly has any fast attack pressure. Drapion doesn't have much fast attack pressure either. I don't remember how much energy it had.
I think it still has a crunch stored though.
You were right. You were right. I was sure there was going to have an Aqua Tail, or at least very close to. And his Drapion, even though it's not great into Claydol, it has the coverage, and it's going to take game number one here into Pablodinas.
Pablodinas didn't want to take any risks, had both the Aqua Tail and the Crunch, and though the Aqua Tail would be enough, he's saying, I'm making sure that this Claydol is going down. Really, really great energy management from Pablodinas there, being able to store up a lot of energy in the beginning against that with the Drapion, swapping out and just kind of doing a nice little dance throughout the whole game there.
Yeah, speaking of dance, the Reef is also in chat at the moment, watching this battle currently between these two titans. On the left, we have a player from Spain, and on the right, a player from Portugal. And the Pablodinas is one step into day two, but this is where the Yellow Ripper was earlier against the Reef. He was 1-0 down, and perhaps that's where he's on his best. He was relying on the Claydol and the Jumpluff. Can they do it again for him?
This is what we call a potential reverse sweep. So that means when the opponent has one game up on you, you need to win both of the other games to secure your victory. Pablodinas just needs one more to continue on, and he is a trainer that has been doing really well in the previous season. Like you mentioned, sometimes when certain Pokemon fall out of the meta, sometimes you're not as familiar with the gameplay, or it's not the type of style that you like to play through. Pablodinas showing in this tournament that he's really still has what it takes to be a very, very good player.
And that's probably what he needs as well, considering his record lately hasn't been as what he's used to be. So this might be the moment where Pablodinas can pick it up again. The Yellow Ripper has been locked in, but Pablodinas needs some little bit more time to think. I think we're probably expecting the Corviknight again because it's such a safe Pokemon to bring in most of the battles with Pablodinas so far.
Yeah, we saw it a little bit earlier on that though the fast attacks were not doing that much damage, when the Yellow Ripper didn't shield the Golisopod, for instance, I mean, that was enough to knock out, just put in a lot of chip damage to a bunch of different Pokemon, and that's exactly what Pablodinas needed to secure that victory.
Pablodinas taking some time to think here, but he's ready to lock in. I think we're going to see some Shadow Sableye here. Claydol has been so dominant for the Yellow Ripper, so you kind of have to take care of that here. We have from the Yellow Ripper the Tinkaton, and we do see the Shadow Sableye from Pablodinas, but this is not where you want to be. This is exactly why Tinkaton has entered the meta, but he's staying in.
I don't know if this is some sort of an indication to Yellow Ripper as to what this could potentially be going for. He stores...
Oh, the catch!
Wow, this is exactly what he would want to do here, saying, okay, not only have I gotten all of this energy on the Sableye, I've negated all of the energy on the Tinkerton for a not very effective attack into the Corviknight. Now swapping into the Golisopod. Golisopod will be able the pace very quickly. The fast attacks of Corviknight aren't doing much, but Yellow Ripper is going to definitely have to invest shields if he wants to keep this Gliscopod nice and healthy.
Yeah, because Sky Attack will do so much damage, and I think this is exactly what Pablo Dinos wants. On the other hand, though, the Yellow Ripper really just needs to invest into keeping the alignment here, because that Sableye is not going to do it all. Is he going to put up a protection shield here or not?
1 second left. There's 1 second. Yeah, Yellow Ripper. Yes. Okay. Last second shield there. As you can see, that red shield means that would be super effective. That would have put the Gliscopod so low. Now, speaking of low, the Corviknight is basically out of here as the next Aqua Jet goes through.
Here's the thing, Pablo Dinos, his plan is working perfectly. He has that shield advantage for the Claydol, baited out the Gliscopod. This Dazzling Gleam, I think, will barely not knock out. And that might get the shield back, which will be really important. Here comes Dazzling Gleam, puts Gliscopod extremely low. It gets this Aqua Jet. Does Pablo Dinos shield this? You might not even need this Pokemon anymore because it will be aligned into the Tinkaton, but it looks like Pablo Dinos wants to keep that Shadow Sableye a little bit more, but this does put the Claydol in a worse position against the Blastoise in the back.
Being able to now have a little bit of energy, but you know what's going to come back in here. It's going to be that Tinkerton trying to swap out again the Claydol now against the Blastoise. Now, those Blastoise Hydro Cannons are going to be doing a lot of nice damage to the Claydol, but look how little the rollouts are doing. Pablo Dinos forced now to use his last Protect Shield on the Hydro Cannon, and I think at this point maybe he's wishing he had the 2 shields for the Claydol.
I think that the Yellow Ripper is in a pretty good spot here. Letting this Rock Tomb go even, but since you get to 2 Hydro Cannon here regardless, you might even put it so low that Tinkaton will be able to deal with this Claydol. Alignment is looking to be so important for the Yellow Ripper, and he just keeps it here. No shields anymore for Pablo Dinos. He can throw a Rock Tomb, but it can be shielded by the Yellow Ripper. The thing is that Switch Cloak is almost coming up, so 1 more charge stack, and you can actually swap out already. And I believe that the Sableye had a foul play loaded.
They're going to be interesting. I do like the play from Pablo Dinos, recognizing that the Rock Tombs are going to be able to lower the attack.
Oh, he tried to predict. He tried to predict the switch, but it didn't come. Here's the problem. Now a Play Rough is launched. Is this going to knock out the Claydol? This will be crucial because you want to chip this Tinkaton into range of a foul play. It does knock out.
Being able to just swing that hammer, trying to get it as low as possible, but there are 2 attacks loaded. Sableye is up to almost maximum energy, throwing right at charge attack priority.
Pablo Dinos is shaking his head. If this Dazzling Gleam is going to knock out, he has a foul play loaded. It knocks out Tinkaton. Sableye is putting in work. Winning turns are burning. Pablo Dinos wins!
Going for the Dazzling Gleam. He's going for the foul play. He's knocking out Blastoise, and he's taking game number 2. Pablo Dinos back on form.
Vamos, what a great play there. I thought it was the most predictable thing to do, to stay in with the Sableye into the Tinkaton and trying to catch, but it worked. And it worked so well because he got hard counted from the lead to the switch in to the back. Well, not the switch in maybe. The Gliscopod was not exactly an answer, but it allowed the Yellow Ripper to keep alignment. And then in the back was the Claydol on the Blastoise, which in the one-shot scenario is not a favorable match. And then perhaps he was even predicting the Yellow Ripper to predict the combo play of the foul play with the Sableye. And he didn't do that. He didn't swap at all.
Sometimes it's really hard to tell because there are certain plays that opponents typically do. So once you're at a certain level of performance, you know, you kind of have an idea of how your opponent wants to play. Sometimes you see people waiting a turn. That seems to be a more advanced thing that a lot of high-level players do. But I've seen players knowing that the opponent thinks that they're going to wait a turn, just immediately throw or try to, you know, do something that wouldn't be the typical standard, quote, good play, but is actually what makes it the winning play for them.
I honestly love that play, to try and expect your opponent to do those kind of things. And I also try to get into people's head. Like, I had some battles in the Go Battle League where I was like, okay, the most obvious thing to do is to swap immediately after this charge attack. Or to throw your charge attack immediately after mine or something. And then that would be the most obvious thing. And then I do that, expecting them to do exactly that play. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they are a little bit of a step ahead. Sometimes they do want to pull the trick.
Yeah,
it's really a mind game.
Yeah, the thing is, when you pull off the trick that you think that, then you feel like a genius. And when it doesn't go according to plan, you're like, well, they didn't play it out to the win condition. So it's always a bit of a gamble, but that's what I love about this game. There's so much that it's going on. It's not just what's going on in the game. We see so many scenarios with when there's only 1 shield and there's so much energy. strategy. Which do you shield? Are you going to end up shielding the bait, or are you going to not shield like what happened to Frika earlier against Palasha and ended up being knocked out by the attack? Sometimes you really can't tell. It's really a 50-50 guess, a little bit of luck, but a lot of skill performance.
And here we see in game number 1 again the Drapion having energy loaded. The Yellow Ripper was trying to switch all over the place. He was playing an ABB line into Dugong, trying to bait out Dugong with the jump left so Goliath could clean it up and then sweep with the Claydol, but it didn't work. Dugong was nowhere to be found from Paludinos, and here that catch on the Corviknight. It seemed like such an obvious play, but it worked. And then Corviknight, just being such a safe Pokemon, allowed Paludinos to just soak energy and set up the Sableye for a sweep later on. It takes out Tinkaton, the main counter, the Pokemon that's like, get out Sableye, you're not part of the meta anymore. And Sableye was like, nah, not happening, bro, I'm staying.
I'm here to stay. You saw Yellow Ripper clapping. You saw Paludinos kind of pop off there at the end, recognizing that he won charge attack priority over both of those bulky Pokemon. Congratulations to him. And I mean, what a way to end the day, right?
Those were some insane battles. And I just want to shout out the showing that Portugal had today. Absolutely. So many of these Portuguese trainers put up such a show here. I can't remember out the top of my head how many made it to day 2 or if there are in day 2, but it was so good to see many of these trainers playing in their first championship, and they just do so well. It's not easy to play well, especially when you're on stream for the first time against someone like Emmy Weedle, for example, who's on stream every single tournament almost, and then you are there for the first time. Try to pull it off. It's not easy.
There have been some really, really good gameplay by some fresher faces, some people that we haven't seen so often, but I think that is so encouraging because that's just showing that the game is growing as well. There's people who want to come in, who are learning how to play this game, who want to be the champion, want to take down, you know, champions as well, and all more power to them.
In the end, we're going to crown one champion, right? And that player will directly qualify for the World Championships. There's a lot at stake here, and we're gonna have so much more of that on day 2 tomorrow. And today already set the stage for a wonderful competition. We're gonna have 4 winners finals tomorrow of the groups. We're gonna have 4 losers finals of the groups, and then we're going to take a look at the top 8 of that tournament. Absolutely. So if you want to take a look at how it's shaped up, type !bracket in the chat, and you can take a look at the standings yourself.
We had a jam-packed day number 1. We're gonna have just as many battles for day number 2. Fierce competition. We're gonna see how the meta shifts from that day 1 with all of the competitors versus just those day 2 finals. I'm really excited to see how that will shape up, but it has been an absolutely incredible day number 1.
I have to say, Amanda, even though Claydol wasn't #1 usage, I think it was the #1 Pokemon to make an appearance on stream, even more than Tinkaton. It was almost in every single battle. It is such a good Pokemon, especially when less players bring Dark-type Pokemon to the stage, simply because of the presence of Tinkaton now. I would say there were more Furred than I expected, but there had to be at least some Dark-type coverage. And even though Furred is not a Dark-type Pokemon, right, it has that coverage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Furred everywhere, pollen around all day, just as many Claydols, a lot of Tinkertown. I've been saying that we live in Tinkertown today. But if you missed some of it, don't worry. We're going to catch you up with some of the impressions from day number 1.
What a day again for Pokemon Go. So many fresh faces in the tournament scene, so many great plays all over the tournament. Amanda, what was your favorite moment from this day?
Oh, there were so many good moments from the day. One thing that I really liked, I was talking to Sanjudigo after he won, and there was like so many of his fellow teammates and friends were coming up to him and congratulating him, and just the energy of the Spanish trainers coming into this and saying, okay, I really want to make a name for myself here in Sevilla. I'm all for it.
Yep, it's basically trying to be the home country hero, right? But we're going to see who's going to play tomorrow, actually, because there are plenty of players who have qualified for day 2 already. The matchups that we're going to see in the winners finals, Martijn, walk us through them.
Batman versus Marcos Shiny. Marcos Shiny was on my caster fantasy draft, and I can't wait to see how he does it. He's well known for streaming on Twitch in Spanish, so he's a great representative to have here. I'm super excited to see how he will do.
Yeah, we also have Wolfpack going up against HK Assassin. Wolfpack finally getting over that hurdle of always losing to Palasha. He finally beats her, and now he's in the winners final tomorrow, followed by Alfonso CP. He's made some great shield calls, no shield calls today, to put himself in the position of being in the winners final.
And also the one matchup we talked about a little bit earlier, Sanjudigo now being up to against Vision Prod here. And then we have the losers finals competitors, Angel Per versus Palasha, and Calfio versus Pablo Dinas, which we just saw Pablo Dinas being able to make it on. Fun fact, I heard it a little bit earlier from one of the staff, 100% of the French players made it to day 2.
Oh wow, that's really nice. Also, those bottom 4 players are not playing versus each other. They are just the candidates for the losers finals, so they are going to play versus the loser of the winners finals that is in their respective bracket. I highly encourage everyone at home to watch all of those matches tomorrow, because we are going to show them all on stream, every single match, starting at 9:30 a.m. CEST or 0:30 a.m. PDT, which is I definitely know what that
Nailed
means. Exactly. So we have had so many fun tournaments so far. What's ahead of us?
Ooh, we have, I think in Europe, we do have the special events coming up. Utrecht next, followed by Bologna, after which we have to go to NAIC and the last event before where all the roads lead to, which is Anaheim World Championships.
Yep, the World Championship is definitely always the hype event if you're not in the time zone of the World Championships. This is where every Pokemon fan stays up for the entire night, right? I don't know how many times I've been up until like 8 a.m. just to watch some Pokemon, all of these games on Championship Sunday as well. So if you are a Pokemon fanatic just as I am, then you might want to watch out for our Twitch channel as well, because there is Pokemon content not only when there is regional championships or special championships, but there is regular streams as well.
As you can see, there's also some other fun Pokemon things that are going to be going on all week. You're not going to want to miss any of that. We have a little bit of Pokemon Unite that's going to be played on Wednesday. And then you can see the little flashing red lights for Saturday and Sunday. They will have the Pokemon Milwaukee Regional Championship in North America.
Yep, regional time again. So there is Pokemon content all over the place. Just can't wait to watch all of it, basically. So there is so much Pokemon to watch. You can be updated about that on the website on Pokemon.com/broadcast. You can watch all of it there, basically. It is a very much of a fun time. So just enjoy those at home, and also make sure to follow social media, you know, /Pokemon on Twitch and YouTube. And of course, if you find something, use #PlayPokemon on X to just interact with us. We might show your posts on stream. So I can't wait for everyone to tune in tomorrow. So we're going to show you some of the highlights of day 1 as well. And I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 CEST.